My. Something was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Suddenly Lin Xuan sensed something amiss and hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman lying on top of him with a graceful figure, delicate features, fair skin, and jet-black silky hair scattered casually. Her thin lips were as tender as rose petals, tempting one to kiss them fiercely. What's going on? How am I sleeping with a woman? Is this Li Mengyao, the pure campus belle of Jinghai University? Lin Xuan recalled the dormitory party yesterday. Some bastard suggested going to the bar with him, treating everyone. Having a low tolerance for alcohol, he quickly got dead drunk, vaguely remembering a woman falling into his arms. TSK, lost my virginity while drunk. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, the beautiful woman in his arms gently fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her large eyes adorned with long lashes exuding an elegant air. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. Then the woman let out a scream. Li Mengyao quickly sat up, glaring at Lin Xuan. Seeing him still staring, she realized the situation, and enraged and embarrassed grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Stop looking. Turn around. Don't look. Lin Xuan snapped back from the indescribable scene, almost spurting blood from his nose. All right, I won't look. I will take responsibility for you. Li Mengyao quickly grabbed her clothes, dressed in a fluster, and walked out of the room without looking back. She didn't leave a single word for Lin Xuan. Just left. Fine, we're both adults. Lin Xuan wanted to explain, but she gave him no chance. So he got up to clean up, only to find a conspicuous patch of red on the bedsheet. 2 months later. June 2024, Jinghai City People's Hospital. Number 66, Lin Xuan, please proceed to consultation room 6. The relentless recorded voice of the hospital sounded. A tall, handsome man with a height of 182 centimeters, imposing and slender, stood up and walked forward slowly. A nearby nurse stared wide-eyed and gently nudged another nurse with her arm. Look, there's a handsome guy. Quickly take out your phone and snap a photo. Wow, he's really handsome. You cover for me, you'll take a sneak shot. Why not ask for his contact info? Such a fair and tender handsome guy. Come on, let's go together. With that, the two nurses walked up to Lin Xuan. Although the nurses' whispers were very soft, Lin Xuan still heard them, but he was used to it. During college, he was often publicly confessed to, which embarrassed him greatly. Hello, could we add you on social media? Lin Xuan looked at the two nurses with bright, deep eyes and smiled. Sorry, I like men. With that, Lin Xuan bypassed the two nurses and quickly walked into consultation room 6. Hello, young man, what's bothering you? A middle-aged man in a white coat with a receding hairline looked at Lin Xuan. Hello, doctor, I've been having some pain in my liver lately. Let me take your pulse. Okay. Lin Xuan obediently extended his arm. The doctor began to feel his pulse, then frowned and let out a soft sigh. Alas. Lin Xuan's heart jolted. No way did I get a terminal illness. I shouldn't have stayed up late gaming recently. Doctor, why are you sighing? Is there a serious problem? The doctor rubbed his eyes and said, No, I'm just tired from work. Young man, you must have been staying up late recently and not resting properly, which caused the liver pain. Yes, I've been sleeping late lately. I always feel very weak. He'll prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine. Go home, keep a regular schedule, and take the medicine on time. Young people shouldn't stay up late all the time, it's bad for health. Okay, thank you, doctor. After bidding farewell to the doctor, Lin Xuan took the prescription and walked toward the pharmacy window. He thought to himself, have I taken on too many projects lately? During the day, I'm coding and writing programs, and at night my 3 dormitory sons keep calling out, Dad, take me to the canyon tonight. Dad, I want to go super soldier today. Dad, I want to rank up big time. If they win, he's a good dad. If they lose, he's a jerk. No help for it. As a challenger rank player, Lin Xuan had to indulge his good sons. So every night, he galloped through Summoner's Rift carrying the team. Looks like I'll have to take on fewer projects from now on since my sons and my life are more important. Passing by the obstetrics and gynecology department, Lin Xuan glanced over casually. Suddenly, a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure appeared in Lin Xuan's vision. Li Mengyao was wearing a cream-white dress and white canvas shoes with a perfect height of 168 centimeters. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her face was slightly flushed, and she stared at the medical report in her hand with a stunned expression. It's her. Why is she in obstetrics and gynecology? Could it be? Lin Xuan recalled that night 2 months ago, and sensed something was wrong. He quickly walked over. The ultrasound report clearly read 8 weeks pregnant. Li Mengyao covered her tender pink lips and murmured, How could it be? Pregnant after just 1 time. Obviously, the stunned Li Mengyao hadn't noticed Lin Xuan. Is this child mine? Lin Xuan asked. It's you. Li Mengyao was startled, first her body involuntarily leaning back. 2 months later, that face was still unforgettable. Then tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, her lower lip quivered, and she began to sob quietly. Lin Xuan could never stand seeing a girl cry in front of him. At the same time, many people in the hospital were staring, sighing about another scumbag. Lin Xuan could feel everyone looking at him like a monkey. Hey, please don't cry. Everyone will think I bullied you. Lin Xuan panicked instantly. Li Mengyao's tears poured down her eyes, red and swollen, her hands clenched tightly. You did bully me. This child is yours. I'm a dad. One-shot hit. Lin Xuan was utterly shocked. Li Mengyao continued sobbing quietly. Suddenly a strange voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding! Divine Dad System connecting. Connection successful. Congratulations, host, for activating the Divine Dad System. No need to doubt. The child in front of you is your masterpiece. And they're twins. Congratulations on your first activation of the Divine Dad System. You have received a newbie gift pack. Reward 100 yuan parenting startup funds. Please check. Reward complete guide to pregnancy knowledge. Please check. Reward 100 increase in physical attributes. Please check. System. What is a system? Lin Xuan, who had never read a novel on Fanxia, naturally had no idea what a system was. Ding dong. Lin Xuan opened his phone and saw that Alipay had received 100 yuan. Immediately after, the world's most comprehensive pregnancy knowledge suddenly surged into Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan had already become an excellent pregnancy expert. Wait, his body also seemed a bit off. An invisible force surged into his body as though the Rin and Du meridians had been unblocked. His whole body was filled with strength. Now he could knock down an ox with one punch. The 100 yuan Alipay transfer might have been a setup, but the encyclopedia of pregnancy knowledge and enhanced physique were undeniable. How could such a good system fall upon me? Could I be the chosen one? While Lin Xuan was still feeling smug, Li Mengyao, seeing his furrowed brow and silence, choked out, You. Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, we can do a paternity test. Lin Xuan snapped back to reality, looking at the campus bell with pear blossom tears, then took a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it over. Stop crying first, wipe your tears. I'll own up to my actions. If it's mine, I'll definitely take responsibility. Lin Xuan marveled at the magical system, but he couldn't be 100% sure the campus bell was carrying his child. These days there were plenty of men being cuckolded. Lin Xuan's resolute answer made Li Mengyao freeze for a moment. She raised her delicate jade hand, took the tissue, and gently dabbed her tears. All right, let's go now. After 3 hours of waiting, the doctor unhurriedly announced, Mr. Lin, the match result between you and Ms. Li's baby is 99. 99, paternity confirmed. Being so young and already about to become parents. Young people these days really are open. The doctor couldn't help but sigh. Yet why did they need a paternity test? Could it be? The doctor looked at Lin Xuan with a strange gaze. Lin Xuan pretended to be calm, holding the test report in his hand, but cold sweat broke out. It's over, I've really messed up. I'm going to be a dad. Lin Xuan turned to look at Li Mengyao, whose eyes were red, and felt even more guilty. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao left the hospital just before noon. Mengyao, what do you plan to? Gurgle. Li Mengyao's stomach betrayed her. She hadn't had breakfast because of the morning hospital visit. Li Mengyao clasped her hands together, face flushing. Mengyao, let's find a place to eat first. Li Mengyao nodded. Lin Xuan opened his phone and called a ride-hailing car. In less than 5 minutes, the car arrived at the hospital entrance. Lin Xuan gallantly opened the car door for Li Mengyao. After she was seated, he carefully closed the door, then walked around to the other side and got into the car. Driver to the Peace Hotel. Young man, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? The driver glanced at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao in the back seat through the rearview mirror and guessed the gist. He started the car and couldn't help but chuckle. Bro, I've been through it myself. Girlfriends need to be coaxed. Lin Xuan's face turned awkward. Bro, you're right, that's why I'm taking her out to eat. After saying that, he turned to look at Li Mengyao. She elegantly blinked, turned her delicate face toward the window, a flush spreading across her exquisite cheeks. Looking at Li Mengyao, Lin Xuan gave a slight smile. We're here, young man. Remember to give me a like. Okay, no problem. Lin Xuan readily agreed. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got out of the car and quickly walked into the Peace Hotel. The Peace Hotel has great food, tasty, affordable, and clean. I used to eat here often during my 4 years of college. Lin Xuan found a seat by the window and arranged for Li Mengyao to sit down first. Well, thanks. Lin Xuan picked up the menu and handed it to Li Mengyao with a smile. You must be starving, order whatever you like, but no raw food. Li Mengyao blinked, her beautiful eyes, raised her small hand, and ticked a few items on the menu. I've ordered. See if you need anything else. Lin Xian took the menu and glanced at it, sighing inwardly that no wonder the campus belle had such a good figure. She ordered so little even without breakfast. Excuse me, we'd like beef brisket with tomatoes, shrimp with tofu, bell pepper, stir-fried beef, steamed sea bass, and a bowl of egg custard. The waiter took the menu and smiled. All right, please wait a moment. Lin Xian looked at the touching Li Mengyao. Mengyao will take responsibility. Are you willing to have the child? Li Mengyao smoothed her soft hair. How exactly do you plan to take responsibility? We haven't graduated, yet no jobs, no stable income. Lin Xian was a top student in the computer science department of Jinghai University, having won the gold medal in the ACM International Collegiate Programming Contest, and was also very handsome. Li Mengyao majored in Chinese language and literature, recognized as the campus belle of Jinghai University. Both were seniors about to graduate. I've been doing part-time jobs since my freshman year and have won various scholarships. I've saved quite a lot of money. I'll work even harder in the future to make a warm home for you and the baby. Lin Xian said a lot with a smile, his tone resolute, afraid that Li Mengyao might refuse him. Seeing Lin Xian speak so much at once, Li Mengyao couldn't help but laugh. Her sparkling, watery eyes shimmered with gentle light. Thighs is what you said. I'm willing to have the baby. Li Mengyao gently caressed her belly and revealed. Silly Lin Xian naturally didn't know that Li Mengyao had liked him since freshman year. Not only was he handsome and outstanding, but that was why she had let her roommate drag her to drink for the first time, and then drunk she had fallen into Lin Xian's arms. What followed was an indescribable story. Food is served. The waiter arrived belatedly. At the table, Lin Xian kept piling food onto Li Mengyao's plate, keeping her small bowl always full. After lunch, the two took a ride-hailing car back to Jinghai University. Lin Xian escorted Li Mengyao to the dormitory building and said gently, "You've had a tiring day. Go back and rest. Tomorrow we'll take you to the hospital for a full checkup." A hint of joy flickered across Li Mengyao's face. Okay, Lin Xian smiled and hummed a tune all the way back to his dorm. Returning to dorm 622, as soon as he opened the door, three heads popped up and gathered around. Lin Xian, where did you go? Are you on a date with some underclassmen? And you didn't call me. Lin Xian gently patted his good sons on the head. Mind your own business. Hey, you asking for it? Brothers, take him down. A friendly dormitory interaction ensued. In the afternoon, Lin Xian continued his previous project and delivered it early, earning another 100 yuan in freelance income. With the 100 from the system earlier, his little treasure chest now had over 200 yuan. Might need to find time to rent a place outside. Li Mengyao is pregnant, so she can't stay in the dorm forever. It's inconvenient. In the evening, Lin Xian took his sons to cause havoc in Summoner's Rift. Lost 5 in a row. Reluctantly, Lin Xian was about to lie down and rest. The system sent another crisp sound. Ding Dong detected that the host needs to take the baby for a comprehensive checkup to facilitate the host's travel. Rewarding top-spec Xiaomi SU7, 1 unit parked in Jinghai University Korea parking lot. Please collect. This system is quite thoughtful, knowing exactly what the host needs at the moment. Xiaomi SU7. The much-hyped Mi Porsche. He would check the parking lot tomorrow. The next day, when Lin Xian woke up, he found an exquisite car key on the table. Without much thought, he grabbed it and headed straight to the school parking lot. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, Lin Xian spotted a purple gold Xiaomi SU7. Its appearance was undeniably striking. Sleek body lines, a clean and generous design radiating a sense of fashion and technology. The purple gold hue added a unique charm, making it truly worthy of the title king of cost performance. Excitedly, Lin Xian opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and pulled out his phone to dial. Hello, Lin Xian. Li Mengyao's voice was soft and gentle, as if she had just woken up. Mengyao, are you awake? Just woke up. Then let's go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup later. The first 3 months are the most crucial. I'll pick you up at the dormitory building. All right, give me about 10 minutes to get ready. Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart, overjoyed that Lin Xian cared so much about her and their baby. Lin Xian drove the Xiaomi SU7 straight to the foot of Li Mengyao's dormitory building. Along the way, many students took out their phones to snap pictures of the Xiaomi SU7. Although the top-tier version cost only 300 yuan, its stunning looks drew considerable attention from the crowd. Before long, Li Mengyao hurried down from the dormitory wearing a light blue dress with a pure belt embellished with crystals, elegant, yet understated. Seeing her, Lin Xian quickly stepped forward and took her arm, reminding her, take it easy, don't fall. Li Mengyao smiled lightly. I'm fine, I'm watching my step. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Xian stared intently at Li Mengyao, smiling. You look beautiful today. A blush crept across Li Mengyao's face as she murmured, what about yesterday? More beautiful every day. Smooth talker. Let's go. All right. Lin Xuan led her to the Xiaomi SU7, opened the door, and said tenderly, "My dear, please get in." Li Mengyao's face turned crimson. She muttered softly, Who's your wife?" Despite her words, she obediently settled into the passenger seat. At that moment her delicate face was tinged with a shy blush as enchanting as blooming peach blossoms. Once Lin Xuan sat in the driver's seat, Li Mengyao couldn't help asking Lin Xuan, "Did you just buy this car?" "Yes." "Mengyao, you have a driver's license, right?" "I do." Li Mengyao nodded. "Then from now on this car is yours. It'll make getting around easier, good for you and the baby." "Oh, no. No need. I'm not a good driver, and if I take it you won't have a car." "You should." Li Mengyao gently shook her head. "I have other cars." "It's settled. I'll teach you." With that, Lin Xuan started the engine and drove toward Jinghai People's Hospital. The other car Lin Xuan mentioned was actually his electric scooter, which had served him for over 3 years. At the hospital, Lin Xuan accompanied Li Mengyao for her prenatal checkup. At around 8 weeks of pregnancy, no special examinations were necessary. First came an ultrasound to check if the size of the gestational sac matched the gestational age, and to confirm the presence of fetal buds and cardiac activity. Then routine blood tests, urinalysis, hepatitis B panel, blood sugar, and liver function were performed. Soon the results came back. Everything was normal for embryonic development. Just as Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared before them. "Xiangu, what are you doing here?" Zhou Quan looked at the pair with curious eyes. Zhou Quan was Lin Xuan's roommate who had come for a checkup today and unexpectedly ran into Lin Xuan and in the obstetrics and gynecology department. "I'll be right back," Lin Xuan said to Li Mengyao with a smile. She murmured softly. "Quan, what are you?" Lin Xuan walked slowly toward Zhou Quan. "Good heavens, kid, you've been secretly hooking up with the campus belle. No wonder you've been sneaking out lately, and now you're in the OBGYN ward. Spill it. Confess everything." Zhou Quan grinned mischievously. "Tonight find a place, my treat. And you'll have to call her sister-in-law." "You said it. We'll make sure to fleece you good since you've been doing big things in secret. Go get your checkup. I'll tell you guys tonight when I get back." Before leaving, Zhou Quan shouted toward Li Mengyao, "Goodbye, sister-in-law," and then scurried away. Lin Xuan returned to Li Mengyao, whose face was still flushed. "He's my roommate. It's getting late, All right." Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Ding. Detected host's first prenatal checkup for the baby. Reward 1 penthouse unit at Jinwan Mansion Building A, 16th floor, room 1601. All procedures have been handled. You can move in directly. Ding. Detected host gifting the Xiaomi SU7 to Li Mengyao. Hidden system reward unlocked. Reward 1 Maybach S680, now parked in Jinwan Mansion's parking lot. Please claim. Host, as long as you make Li Mengyao and the babies happy, the system will keep offering generous rewards. The crisp voice of the system echoed once more in Lin Xuan's mind. The system was simply incredible. Not only had it awarded a Maybach S680 worth over 3 million yuan, but Jinwan Mansion was a high-end residential area in Jinghai, and that penthouse alone was worth over 8 million. Lin Xuan's net worth was approaching 10 million. Suddenly joining the ranks of the wealthy filled him with excitement. He owed it all to Li Mengyao. If she hadn't agreed to keep the baby, he would never have gained the system's favor. "Mengyao, let's go." Lin Xuan snapped back to reality and spoke to Li Mengyao, who was dozing off. She probably hadn't slept enough in the morning. Pregnant women often feel drowsy. Lin Xuan reached out gently, took her fair soft hand, and looked at her with a smile. It was the first time he had held Li Mengyao's hand, so tender and delicate. Startled by the sudden touch, Li Mengyao's face flushed with a rosy glow, but a flicker of joy also passed through her eyes. "Let's go." They returned to the Xiaomi SU7. Lin Xuan started the engine, and Li Mengyao fell asleep in the car. If Li Mengyao had been awake, she would have noticed that Lin Xuan had bypassed Jinghai University and was speeding within the limit through the streets of Jinghai. "Welcome home, esteemed owner of Jinwan Mansion." The crisp voice startled Li Mengyao awake. "Huh, where is this?" "Not on campus." Li Mengyao raised her jade-like hand and gently rubbed her eyes. Seeing the towering building before her, she was momentarily stunned. "This isn't school. It's Jinwan Mansion, our future home," Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile. "Future home? Did you buy an apartment?" Li Mengyao's lips parted slightly in shock. "Yes. You're pregnant and can't stay in the dorm forever. Besides, we're about to graduate. So I bought it to make it easier for me to take care of you every day." Lin Xuan gazed at her tenderly. "Then, that must have cost a fortune. Where did you get all that money?" Li Mengyao bit her lip. "I forgot to mention, I started investing in my freshman year." "This is all from investing," Lin Xuan said confidently. "So we'll find a time to move in." Li Mengyao's pretty face turned crimson. This was moving in together. "Isn't this happening a bit too quickly? We just met for the second time, and now we're living together." Just as Li Mengyao was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xuan had already parked the car steadily in the community parking lot. Seeing Li Mengyao's worried and cute expression, Lin Xuan couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her soft snow-white face. "Wife, what are you so absorbed in thinking about?" Lin Xuan said gently. "Who is your wife?" Li Mengyao's small face instantly turned crimson as she swatted away his hand, raising the other hand to pinch Lin Xuan's soft waist. "Ouch, that hurts. Wife, be gentle. You're still calling me that." Li Mengyao pretended to increase her strength. Lin Xuan, not wanting to give her a chance, grabbed her delicate hand and smiled. "Stop messing around, let's go check out the house." The two got out of the car, and Li Mengyao quickly noticed a long-bodied Maybach S680 parked not far away. Indeed, it was a high-end community, and just a glance revealed it was a luxury car. Lin Xuan naturally saw it too, but remained silent, holding Li Mengyao's small hand as they walked towards the elevator. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at the house in Jinwan Mansion. It was a spacious flat with a floor area of 200 square meters, featuring a modern minimalist style decorated in shades of gray and white, with 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, all furnished. Li Mengyao walked to the wide balcony and gazed out at the river view, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, draping a layer of golden silk over the river surface. The gentle June breeze brushed against the girl's face, making the whole scene warm and romantic. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Lin Xuan finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward, gently wrapping Li Mengyao in his arms. Li Mengyao was initially startled, but did not struggle. Instead, her delicate face flushed again as she softly asked, "This house must have cost a lot of money, right?" "Yeah, over 8 million. Lin Xuan savored the phrase. "You buy a car and a house, but I can't give you anything. I feel so useless," Li Mengyao murmured, looking down. Lin Xuan gently turned Li Mengyao around, looking into her deep bright eyes, and said firmly, "Who says you're useless? You and the baby in your belly are the greatest gifts. Wife, you gave me a home. I will do my utmost to protect this home." In a moment of deep emotion, Lin Xuan gazed at Li Mengyao, whose eyes were misty and filled with affection, slowly lowering his head as he leaned closer to her enticing cherry lips. Li Mengyao momentarily panicked, her heart racing like a startled deer. She tightly closed her eyes, allowing Lin Xuan to take the lead. Suddenly, a phone ringing interrupted them. Li Mengyao instantly regained her composure, gently pushing Lin Xuan away, saying urgently, "I need to take this call." She hurriedly opened her phone. It was her mother, Huang Shifang, and she pressed the answer button. "Hello? Yao, what have you been busy with lately?" Mom. I haven't been busy with anything recently," Li Mengyao explained in a fluster. "Why do you sound so flustered? Are you hiding something from your mom?" A mother knows her daughter best, and she could tell something was off from her tone. "Is someone bullying you?" "No." Because Lin Xuan was very close, he could clearly hear the conversation between the two. Seeing Li Mengyao's nervous expression, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Li Mengyao shot him a glare, and taking the opportunity, lifted her hand to twist his waist again. "Ouch! Yao, have you gotten yourself a boyfriend?" Hearing a boy's voice next to her daughter, Li's mother had already guessed the general situation. Li Mengyao's face turned red, hesitating as she responded. "Well, it's about time for you to have a boyfriend in college. What is he like?" "He's a really nice person. If you have time next week, bring him home. I want to meet him properly." Li's mother, worried about her daughter who suddenly had a boyfriend while studying in another city, felt she needed to check things out herself. "They'll ask him later." "Okay, I won't disturb you anymore then." After hanging up, Li Mengyao shot a fierce glare. "It's all your fault. My mom found out. It was bound to happen. I'm already prepared to have my legs broken," Lin Xuan said shamelessly. "So are you coming back with me next week?" Li Mengyao tightly clenched her hands together. "We'll go back together and steal someone's precious daughter. Of course, I need to visit personally." "Let's prepare to move in tomorrow then," Lin Xuan said gently. "Okay," Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Then the two prepared to drive to a nearby mall for dinner. When they reached the parking lot downstairs, Li Mengyao was about to take out her car keys when Lin Xuan stopped her. "Let's leave this Xiaomi SU7 in the community parking lot and take my car." "Do you have other cars?" Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. "Of course, look, this one right here." Lin Xuan pointed to the Maybach S680 not far away, took out the car key to unlock it, and as the car started, its headlights shone with a unique beam, dazzling like a meteor shower. "So this Maybach is yours?" Li Mengyao's mouth slightly opened in surprise, her large round almond eyes blinking rapidly. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's small hand and walked to the front passenger seat, ensuring she was comfortably settled in before sitting in the driver's seat, starting the car, and heading towards the mall. Upon reaching their destination, Li Mengyao finally couldn't hold back and asked, Do you have anything else you're hiding from me?" "No, didn't I mention before that I have other cars?" Lin Xuan replied gently. But this car looks as good as new. I just washed it yesterday, Lin Xuan replied firmly, not wanting to mention that it was provided by the system. We'll take your word for now. I don't like being deceived by others, especially by those close to me, Li Mengyao said softly, lowering her head. Why, from now on, if I have anything, I will definitely consult you, okay? Since Li Mengyao liked fish, the two walked hand in hand into a grilled fish restaurant in the mall. After finishing lunch, Li Mengyao was already feeling drowsy. Lin Xuan drove her back to the school dormitory before returning to his own doghouse, where he had lived for over 3 years. Kid's daddy's back. Lin Xuan kicked open the door and said with a smile. That's the one who abducted the school beauty. Zhou Quan pretended to be angry, pointing at Lin Xuan. You little rascal, how dare you do big things behind your father's back? Zhong Zixing chimed in. Confess honestly, and we might go easy on you, Qin Jinming said with a sly smile. Then Lin Xuan was surrounded by the three of them. Lin Xuan recounted the entire situation truthfully, as they had lived together for nearly 4 years, sharing a deep understanding without any reservations. Of course, he did not mention the system. The key was that no one would believe it. This is the situation, Lin Xuan shrugged. Huh, did I hear that right? Zhong Zixing exclaimed in shock. So that's why I saw you with the campus beauty in the obstetrics department of the People's Hospital. While you're moving at rocket speed. I've been dating my girlfriend for 2 years, and we're not even at that stage yet, Zhou Quan said, equally astonished. Qin Jinming placed a hand on Lin Xuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. Keep it a secret from me, I don't want to become the public enemy among all the boys in school. Tomorrow Mengyao and I are planning to move out, and tonight, I'll cover the whole bill. Lin Xuan smiled. Let's get started, I'll treat you all tonight. It was quite normal for 4th-year students to move out, so no one asked where Lin Xuan would be staying, assuming he was just looking for a nearby rental. Quainers, save your big move for the new year. You wouldn't understand, I'm waiting for the right moment. That night the 622 dormitory collectively set out. Zhou Quan had just opened his phone to book a ride when Lin Xuan stopped him. We'll drive there. Where are we getting a car from? Zhou Quan asked in confusion. I just bought one. Stay here, and I'll be right back. Just as the three were curious about what type of car Lin Xuan had bought, a long Maybach slowly approached, rolling down the window to reveal a handsome face. Get in. Isn't this a Maybach? A luxury car worth over 3 million. Brother Xuan, are you this wealthy? I used to think you were so stingy, hiding your riches well. The three were left bewildered. My family just bought it, and it'll be convenient for taking the kids later, Lin Xuan explained with a smile. He then drove to the restaurant where they often gathered for meals near the university dormitory. You're here? Quickly take a seat, I reserved a private room for you. The proprietress warmly welcomed them. Are you graduating soon? Yes, even after graduation we can visit often, Zhou Quan smiled. Just don't forget to give us a discount, the proprietress said with a smile. This restaurant had a unique flavor, and the proprietress often gave discounts to Lin Xuan and his friends, so they frequently dined there. Once the proprietress left, Lin Xuan turned to the three and asked, You're about to graduate, what are your plans next? I've signed up for the civil service exam, joining the ranks of civil servants to become a small public official in the future. Zhou Quan said firmly. My girlfriend and I have both secured recommendations for graduate school. We'll still be at Jinghai University, Qin Jinming smiled. I'm thinking of starting a business, but unfortunately I lack the platform and funds. It'll probably go to a company first. Zhong Zixing said helplessly. Brother Xuan, what about you? What are your plans after graduation? Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xuan. I'll be a full-time dad for now. Lin Xuan said with a smile. You really are something. Back to your bragging ways again, Zhou Quan. In fact, Lin Xuan initially wanted to start a business with Zhong Zixing, as the two were among the top talents in the computer science department at Jinghai University. But plans could not keep up with changes. Now Lin Xuan only wanted to wholeheartedly care for Li Mengyao and their baby on the way. He could only wait for future opportunities. The food is here. The four of them devoured their meal. The next day Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had agreed to move their luggage to Jinwan Mansion at 10 a.m. Lin Xuan drove the Maybach slowly toward the girls' dormitory and soon spotted a familiar figure beneath the dormitory building. Today Li Mengyao wore a solid-color shirt paired with a denim skirt, looking fresh and pleasant like the cool breeze of the morning, refreshing to the soul. His wife really looks good in anything, huh? But why is there another girl beside her? She was tall and had delicate features radiating a cold beauty, her sharp gaze revealing a hint of hostility. Lin Xuan opened the car door and quickly walked to Li Mengyao's side, gently taking her little hand with a tender expression. Didn't I say to wait for me to arrive before coming down? Was it a long wait? Li Mengyao's little face turned slightly red. No, we just came down too. By the way, this is my roommate Lu Yusin, as she insisted on coming with us. Hello, I'm Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao's husband. Lin Xuan smiled. So you're the one who stole my Yao Yao. Seeing Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao holding hands, Lu Yusin said with some irritation. Lu Yusin thought Lin Xuan was indeed handsome and drove a Maybach, suggesting a good family background, but many rich second generation are often unfaithful. As Yao Yao's close friend, she had to keep a close watch. Yes, I'll take good care of Yao Yao from now on, Lin Xuan said firmly. Dream on. If you want to win Yao Yao over, you'll have to get past me first. You said you wanted Yao Yao to move in. I need to see for myself if you can take care of her, Lu Yusin said, pulling Yao Yao's suitcase toward the car. Lin Xuan felt helpless holding Li Mengyao's hand as he followed behind. This time Li Mengyao did not sit in the front passenger seat, but sat in the back with Lu Yusin. The car slowly started and soon arrived at the entrance of Jinwan Mansion. Lu Yusin looked in astonishment at the grand entrance before her. Jinwan Mansion was a well-known upscale community in Jinghai City with a beautiful environment located in a bustling area offering a scenic view of the river. Although Lin Xuan's capabilities were indeed impressive, she wondered how he would treat Yao Yao and whether he would grow tired of her. Soon Lin Xuan parked the car and moved all the luggage into the house. Ding Dong detected that the host is moving for the first time. To better care for the baby in the future, a 5-star culinary skill set is awarded. Please check. In an instant, various culinary knowledge flooded into Lin Xuan's mind, making him the most versatile 5-star chef. Lin Xuan had always wanted to prevent Li Mengyao from eating outside food, especially since she was pregnant. What if the food outside was unsanitary and affected the baby? This 5-star culinary skill came at the perfect time. It was almost mealtime, and he would show off his skills at lunch. Wife, you and your friend rest at home. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables. And what do you want to eat? Lin Xuan smiled. You can cook. Lu Yusin looked at him with a skeptical expression. It was rare to find a man who could cook. I can cook anything. I love everything you make, Li Mengyao said, a hint of happiness flashing across her face. Yao Yao, I'm still here. Lu Yusin said, rolling her eyes at Li Mengyao before continuing. I want sweet and sour ribs, boiled meat slices, potato, braised beef brisket, and braised fish. These were all dishes that Li Mengyao loved. All right, I'll be back soon, Lin Xuan said, putting on his shoes and preparing to leave. Suddenly a petite figure rushed into Lin Xuan's arms, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Come back early, Li Mengyao said, lowering her head and tightly hugging Lin Xuan. Okay, my wife. Lin Xuan gently caressed Li Mengyao's hair. Then Li Mengyao released her hands, her face flushed as she ran back to the room. What a foul odor. It turns out to be the sour smell of love. Lu Yusin looked disdainfully at everything that had just happened. Yusin, please stop. Li Mengyao's little face flushed red. I mean, Yao Yao, how could you move in with Lin Xuan so quickly? You are the campus belle of Jinghai University. What if he treats you poorly with just the two of you alone in a room? That won't happen. He treats me very well and has always taken care of me, and I've liked Lin Xuan for a long time, Li Mengyao murmured. Saw you love-struck fool. But it can't be so quick. Yao Yao, are you hiding something from me? Lu Yusin stared at Li Mengyao. No. Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly, her face turning red as she stammered an explanation, unable to meet Lu Yusin's gaze. You're lying. Tell me, or I might act mischievously. Lu Yusin looked at her with a sneaky grin. Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin had known each other for nearly 4 years, and as close friends Lu Yusin could tell at a glance that Li Mengyao was lying. Ha ha ha, stop. Stop it, that tickles. Lu Yusin lunged at Li Mengyao, her hands incessantly tickling her waist. Are you going to tell me or not? I will. Ha ha. Li Mengyao reluctantly chose to surrender as she was most afraid of being tickled. Wiping away the tears of laughter from her eyes, she shyly said, actually, I'm pregnant. Huh, did I hear that right? Lu Yusin looked shocked, her mouth agape. It's been over 2 months already. Then Li Mengyao recounted the events to Lu Yusin. It seems Lin Xuan is quite responsible. But I must remind you, since you two are living together, you need to hold your ground. Lin Xuan won't be like that. Who knows, you are so beautiful. What if one day he succumbs to his animal instincts? No. That shouldn't happen. Li Mengyao's little face instantly turned crimson. At that moment, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, and Lin Xuan walked in carrying various bags. You're back? Li Mengyao quickly walked up to Lin Xuan and reached out to take the bags. I'm fine on my own. What were you two talking about? Your face is so red. Lin Xuan gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek. I won't tell you. Li Mengyao pouted her lips in a proud manner. He'll go cook now, it won't take long. Lin Xuan found himself unable to do anything about her, and went into the kitchen to start cooking. As expected from the rewards given by the system, looking at these ingredients, the corresponding cooking methods appeared in his mind. Whether frying, stir-frying, roasting, boiling, or steaming, he was well-versed in all. The house provided by the system was fully furnished with all high-end brands. Soon a fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen like an invisible hand pulling Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin closer involuntarily. The dishes are ready. The dining table was filled with delicious dishes prepared by Lin Xuan. Wow, this is so delicious. It's like a five-star chef. Lu Yusin stuffed a piece of beef brisket into her mouth, unable to contain her amazement. Li Mengyao was also eating daintily beside her. Yao Yao, your future days will be truly happy having a chef by your side every day. Li Mengyao had not expected Lin Xuan's cooking to reach the level of a chef, and her face was filled with happiness. Lin Xuan took a bite, and the rich flavor and strong aroma made every mouthful intoxicating. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully preparing a delicious meal for Li Mengyao and the baby. Reward 500 yuan in cash, and a 6x critical hit probability is triggered, rewarding 300 yuan in cash, which has been legally transferred to the host's bank account. Please check. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind again. The system was as impressive as ever, delivering a reward of 3 million at once. After lunch, Lin Xuan drove Lu Yusin back to school, quietly glancing at Lu Yusin sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Hey, why are you staring at me? Lin Xuan said helplessly. When are you two planning to get married? Yao Yao is pregnant with your child. You should at least give her a title. You knew about it. Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. Of course I'm good friends with Yao Yao, and we talk about everything, Lu Yusin said proudly. We plan to go back to Mengyao's hometown together next week, and once we get her mother's consent, we'll get married, Lin Xuan said firmly. Alright, I'll leave Yao Yao in your hands. Her family situation isn't good. Her father passed away in a car accident, leaving just her and her mother, so Yao Yao lacks a sense of security. She hasn't mentioned any of this to me yet, Lin Xuan said with a pained heart. Don't be fooled by her usually delicate appearance. She is actually very strong inside, and sometimes quite stubborn. Since she has decided to be with you, treat her well. If you dare to bully Yao Yao, I will not let you off. Lu Yusin waved her little pink fist. I know that words are not as important as actions. I will definitely not let Mengyao down. You can supervise me anytime. After safely dropping Lu Yusin off, Lin Xuan immediately returned to Jinwan Mansion. No response. Lin Xuan walked into the house and found Li Mengyao sleeping on the sofa, presumably having waited for him to return before dozing off. At this moment, Li Mengyao had changed into a white nightgown, revealing her enchanting long legs. Lin Xuan carefully approached the sofa and squatted down, gazing intently at the beauty in her dreams. Her body curled slightly, her eyes tightly closed, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. Thinking of Li Mengyao's tragic childhood and the hardships faced by her and her mother, Lin Xuan's heart ached. I will be a good husband, Mengyao, Lin Xuan said gently. Li Mengyao seemed to hear him and let out a soft sound. Lin Xuan gently picked her up and slowly walked towards the master bedroom. Li Mengyao had a beautiful dream in which she and Lin Xuan walked down the aisle of marriage, embracing and kissing each other. When Li Mengyao woke up, it was around 5 in the afternoon. There was no helping it. Pregnancy really made one drowsy. She remembered that she seemed to have fallen asleep on the sofa, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in bed. Her face flushed red as she hurriedly got up and opened the door. At this time, Lin Xuan was in the study, sitting in front of the computer, his fingers tapping away on the keyboard, not knowing what he was doing. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Li Mengyao's voice was slightly hoarse, as if she was still immersed in a sweet, wife, you're awake. I'm doing a part-time job. Lin Xuan quickly walked up to Li Mengyao with a gentle expression. Did I disturb you, eh? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. You never disturb me. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat for dinner? Lin Xuan's eyes couldn't hide his affection. Anything is fine, I'm not picky, Li Mengyao said, stretching out her arms playfully. Lin Xuan gently held Li Mengyao in his arms. She emitted a unique fragrance, not strong, but lasting like the tranquil air in a secluded valley. Shall we go shopping at the mall tonight? Lin Xuan asked. Why the sudden desire to go shopping? Li Mengyao looked puzzled. Typically it was girls who initiated shopping trips, and it was rare for a boy to suggest it. I'm taking you to buy something. I don't really need anything. You'll know when you go, but something very important. Alright. Li Mengyao smiled brightly, making hearts flutter. In the evening, Lin Xuan placed free-range chicken shiitake mushrooms and ginger slices into a pot to stew. The umami of the mushrooms blended harmoniously with the unique aroma of the chicken, creating a rich and flavorful shiitake chicken soup. Wife, come taste the chicken soup I made. Lin Xuan set a small bowl of soup in front of Li Mengyao. During her pregnancy, Li Mengyao had been experiencing a lack of appetite and felt disinterested in food. Therefore, Lin Xuan prepared a delicious chicken soup, and coupled with the expertise of a five-star chef, it directly stimulated Li Mengyao's taste buds. Lin Xuan, how did you become so skilled at cooking? Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes, sipping delicately. That's thanks to my mom, as she loves to experiment with new recipes. For instance, kiwi mixed rice and dragon fruit stir-fried meat. In short, her culinary skills are not that great. Lin Xuan recalled painfully, as his mother Zhang Shulan was indeed not much of a cook. So unable to rely on her, I had no choice but to teach myself how to cook during the winter and summer breaks. Over time, I learned how to prepare meals. Even if I couldn't compare to a five-star chef, at least I could make something edible. Li Mengyao chuckled. You shouldn't speak like that about my aunt. Later that evening, the two of them drove a Maybach to a nearby shopping mall, Jinwan Plaza. Jinwan Plaza is the commercial center of the Jinwan district in Jinghai City, with dazzling neon lights and numerous shops creating a whirlwind of glamour. Li Mengyao linked her arm with Lin Xuan as they entered the plaza. What are we buying? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xuan's hand. You'll find out soon, just ahead. Then they entered a maternity supplies store. Welcome. How can I assist you? The store clerk greeted them enthusiastically. Hello, do you have any moisturizing lotion to prevent stretch marks? Lin Xuan inquired. Yes, this one is a very popular product lately and has excellent stretch mark reduction effects with a great cost-performance ratio. The clerk, noticing they were young, didn't immediately recommend the most expensive option, fearing it might scare them. Lin Xuan glanced at the product details and frowned. Although this option had decent stretch mark reduction effects, it wasn't the best. Here are a few other options. Although their stretch mark reduction effects are slightly less effective, they are much cheaper than the previous one and still good. The clerk noticed Lin Xuan's frown and thought they probably had a limited budget. Could you please show me your most expensive and effective option? Lin Xuan asked the clerk with a smile. Certainly, please wait a moment. This is the one. After using it, you can be assured there will be no trace of stretch marks. The clerk quick. Lin Xuan, armed with extensive knowledge about pregnancy from the system rewards, examined the product information and noted that it contained no fragrances, alcohol, or chemical additives. This option was indeed the best for stretch mark prevention. Li Mengyao glanced at the price and gasped. This small bottle costs 100 yuan. She gently tugged at Lin Xuan's shirt and whispered, let's go with the previous one. This one is too expensive. It's okay, your husband has money. Lin Xuan reassured her gently. You wouldn't want to have stretch marks after giving birth, right? If we're going to use it, we should use the best. Lin Xuan softly squeezed Li Mengyao's small hand and said tenderly, hello, please get 5 bottles of this one. Thank you. Sure, please wait a moment while I wrap it up. The clerk was very pleased. They had just made a sale worth 500 yuan. After completing the payment, the two exited the maternity supply store with Lin Xuan holding Li Mengyao's hand as they continued forward. Are we buying anything else? Li Mengyao tried to stop Lin Xuan, not wanting him to spend more money. They should save where they can. We still need this. Lin Xuan pointed ahead and smiled. Li Mengyao looked in the direction he pointed and saw a maternity clothing store. What do we need these for? After 3 months of pregnancy, your belly will start to show and your old clothes won't fit anymore. So we came to buy some maternity wear. Lin Xuan continued to educate Li Mengyao about pregnancy. How do you know all this? Li Mengyao's face flushed with embarrassment. I've done my homework for you and the babies. Lin Xuan, lower your head. I have something to tell you. Li Mengyao playfully blinked her beautiful eyes and softly spoke. What could be so secretive? Lin Xuan obediently bent down, and she gently stood on her tiptoes, leaving a tender kiss on Lin Xuan's cheek. She then quickly stepped back and trotted towards the specialty store. A faint smile appeared on Lin Xuan's face, as if the entire world had become beautiful. After Li Mengyao picked out a few pieces of maternity clothing, she went into the fitting room to try them on. Lin Xuan glanced across the street at a jewelry store, estimated the time, and quickly ran inside. Welcome, greeted a tall, reasonably attractive clerk. Hello, do you have any diamond rings to recommend? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. This one is a 1-carat grade engagement diamond ring. Its innovative design is very popular among young people, priced at only 200 yuan. The clerk, noticing Lin Xuan looked like a college student, presumed he might not have a large budget. Although this design is novel, the diamond's grade is slightly lower. Do you have anything better? Lin Xuan continued to smile and ask. Sir, may I ask what your budget is? Around 500 yuan. The clerk was taken aback. 500,000. A student has so much money. He must be some rich second generation. I only earn a few thousand a month, and it really is disheartening to see how others live. Soon the clerk brought out a new diamond ring. This piece was exquisitely designed with superb cutting craftsmanship, sparkling and translucent, resembling morning dew showcasing its preciousness. This selected ring features a 2-carat grade rare pure diamond, a testament to everlasting love. The grade is completely colorless, the highest grade, and is extremely rare and precious. The price is exactly 500,000. Lin Xuan was momentarily dazzled. It truly is true that you get what you pay for. After all, this is worth 500,000, nearly the price of a small apartment in a county. Alright, thank you, I'll take this one. Lin Xuan said while providing the size he measured while Li Mengyao was asleep the previous day. Okay sir, please come this way to pay, and I will help you with the packaging. The clerk was very happy, and after completing this big order they would earn a substantial commission. After making the payment, Lin Xuan immediately returned to the maternity clothing store pretending as if nothing had happened. Lin Xuan, does this look good? Li Mengyao came out just in time, twirling around. It looks great, and my wife looks good in anything. Lin Xuan praised. Although Li Mengyao's belly had not shown, yet she still exuded a pure beauty. That's just as good as saying nothing. Li Mengyao examined herself in front of the mirror, and feeling satisfied decided to buy it. After purchasing the clothes they drove back to Jinwan Mansion. By the time they returned home, it was already 10 p.m. Li Mengyao was exhausted. I'm going to wash up and sleep now, good night. She yawned. Is there a goodnight kiss? Lin Xuan leaned in, asking gently. No, not anymore, we've already kissed. Li Mengyao's face instantly turned bright red as she quickly turned and walked back to her room. Will there be one tomorrow? We'll see. Li Mengyao returned to her room and gently closed the door. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully accompanying Li Mengyao and purchasing maternity products. Reward, a luxurious store at Jinwan Plaza, please check. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Simultaneously the staff of Jinwan Plaza called. Mr. Lin, hello, I am the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza. The procedures for the luxurious store you purchased are ready. When would you have time to come and check it? Alright, I will come to check in a few days. Lin Xuan hung up the phone, thinking about what time it was. The staff at Jinwan Plaza were still working overtime. The society has become too competitive. During these days Lin Xuan took care of Li Mengyao's 3 meals a day as usual. The weather forecast indicated that a severe thunderstorm would occur in the Jinwan area late at night. At this moment after dinner, Lin Xuan brought out a plate of cherries. Li Mengyao was lazily lying on the recliner watching the shimmering river while accepting Lin Xuan's feeding. Is it delicious? Yes, it is. Hey, let's watch a movie together tonight. Sure, what movie do you want to watch? I want to watch a horror movie. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly. A horror movie? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Li Mengyao, who usually seemed so gentle and weak, liked horror films. I used to not watch horror films either, it was just. After entering university, Yusin often played horror movies in the dorm. Watching them made me enjoy that thrilling feeling. Li Mengyao explained softly. This girl. No, the emotional and psychological state during pregnancy has an impact on the baby's development. Watching horror movies can create emotional fluctuations of tension and fear which may affect the baby. So let's pick a heartwarming movie to watch, okay? Lin Xuan explained gently. Alright. Li Mengyao pouted slightly. In the end they chose the movie A Dog's Tale. In fact, there is another important reason for not watching horror films. Lin Xuan has been afraid of ghosts since he was once frightened by the big sister next door who, taking advantage of being a few years older, insisted on watching horror movies with him, leaving an indelible trauma in his young heart. The living room had a high-definition projector paired with a 200-inch screen, a comfortable sofa, stunning sound effects, and clear picture quality, creating an ultimate viewing experience. After setting up the projector, Li Mengyao brought fruits and snacks, quietly leaning against Lin Xuan as they watched the movie, feeding him along the way. A Dog's Tale tells the profound emotional bond between humans and dogs, reminding us to cherish the people and animals around us, as well as the love and companionship they offer. As expected, after watching the movie, Li Mengyao's tears blurred her eyes, completely immersed in the emotional world of the film. Appropriate crying can help pregnant women release inner pressure, alleviate psychological burden, and ease emotional tension. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan gently held Li Mengyao with one arm, while constantly handing her tissues with the other. Although the movie was touching, Lin Xuan did not experience any emotional fluctuations. Crying was out of the question. How could a grown man cry while watching a movie? That would be quite improper. After the movie, it was already past 10 p.m. Li Mengyao yawned, gently wrapped her jade hand around Lin Xuan's neck, tilted her head slightly, and left a kiss on his face. I'm going to bed now, good night kiss. After saying that, she scampered back to her room. Lin Xuan had no way to deal with such playful antics. After turning off the projector, Lin Xuan returned to his room to get ready for bed. Thunder rumbled. Late at night the wind howled in the darkness, lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down, fiercely pounding the earth. Li Mengyao, who was sound asleep, was startled awake by a thunderclap. The thunder was deafening, and Li Mengyao turned pale with fear, trembling, and curling up. Li Mengyao has been afraid of thunder since childhood. Although she was no longer afraid of ordinary rumbles, as she grew older the current thunder seemed to echo right above Jinwan Mansion, deafening. Moreover, being pregnant amplified her fear. In contrast, Lin Xuan, although awakened by the first loud thunder, quite enjoyed thunderstorm weather. He always felt that sleeping with the sound of thunder made for a better sleep. Just as Lin Xuan was about to drift back into slumber, suddenly his phone buzzed. Who could be messaging him at this late hour? Lin Xuan was reluctant, but couldn't resist his curiosity. Upon opening his phone, it was Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan, can you come over for a moment? After sending the message, Li Mengyao continued to curl up. In the past she could tough it out, but now she thought of Lin Xuan. Worried about disturbing Lin Xuan's sleep, after careful consideration, she decided to send a message first. Honey, I'm coming in. Lin Xuan gently knocked on the door, and then pushed it open to enter. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's voice, Li Mengyao quickly jumped out of bed. Like a startled little bird, she dove into Lin Xuan's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were afraid of thunder. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair. Should I? Lin Xuan looked at the slightly trembling Li Mengyao in his arms. Shall we sleep together? A faint blush crept onto Li Mengyao's face. Is this really happening? Lin Xuan suddenly felt grateful for tonight's weather. He carried Li Mengyao back to bed, lying down beside her, gently holding her in his arms to provide her with enough sense of security. With Lin Xuan holding her, Li Mengyao was no longer that afraid. Instead, she felt very warm. Along with that came a rising temperature on her cheeks. Li Mengyao blushed. Lin Xuan looked at her flushed face and smiled. You're not afraid now, are you? It's not like this is the first time we've slept together, so why are you so shy? The last time. Wasn't it during the pregnancy? Bad. Lin Xuan still dares to tease me at this time. The more Li Mengyao thought about it, the angrier she became, raising her jade hand to pinch Lin Xuan's waist. Alright, I was wrong, I won't tease you anymore. I just wanted to ease your fearful emotions. You've cried enough today, crying more wouldn't be good for the baby. Are you still afraid? Lin Xuan gently coaxed. Not afraid anymore, Li Mengyao murmured. Soon she fell asleep, while Lin Xuan found it harder to rest. This girl doesn't sleep well. She tightly clamped Lin Xuan with her hands and feet, hanging on to him. At this moment Lin Xuan felt quite tormented. The next morning a phone rang at Li Mengyao's ear. Bleary and still half asleep, she reached for the phone and pressed to answer. Hello. Li Mengyao's voice was soft and mellifluous. On the other end, Lin's mother froze stunned. What's going on? I called my son, and a woman's voice answered. Who is this? Where is my son? Lin's mother asked anxiously. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan is sleeping beside me. After saying this, Li Mengyao put the phone close to Lin Xuan, and still cradling him, drifted back to sleep. Having stayed up late the night before, Lin Xuan now slept like a log. From the other end, the voice kept calling hello. Hello. Why is there no one? Hello. 2 hours passed. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and finally came back to life. He gazed at Li Mengyao curled against him, her enticing cherry-like mouth. He almost wanted to steal a bite. In his mind, an angel and a devil appeared. Angel, she trusts you so, Lin Xuan, you must not take advantage of her. Devil, there's already a child on the way, what's wrong with a kiss? Lin Xuan, kiss her hard. Lin Xuan fell into thought. Both arguments held weight. So he chose a middle path. A furtive peck on Li Mengyao's cheek wouldn't be excessive. After all, she had stolen kisses from him several times, tit for tat. Lin Xuan lowered his head and leaned slowly toward Li Mengyao's flawless cheek. A few centimeters away, his breath brushed her brow and her eyelashes trembled. She opened her eyes slowly, her gaze clearing into the fresh innocence of someone just awakened. What are you doing? Li Mengyao regained her wits and spoke weakly. I just wanted to look at you up close. Lin Xuan answered guiltily. Li Mengyao met his eyes, glanced down at her neckline, and her face flushed crimson. Pervert. Lecher. She quickly put space between them and buried her head beneath the covers in shy retreat. Lin Xuan softened with indulgence. Even when his wife scolded him, it was in the gentlest way. Ahem, no more teasing. After a brief daze, Lin Xuan prepared to get up, just as Lin's mother called again. Without thinking much, he answered. Hello, Mom, what's the matter calling so early? You little rascal, where are you now? Me? I am in the dormitory, he lied. Taking in the scene, Lin Xuan felt it was not the moment for explanations, and offered the small falsehood to placate his mother. In the dorm? Then why did a girl answer my call just now? You haven't been sneaking into the girls' dorm, have you? You're incorrigible. I want cover for you then. Zhang Shulan spoke angrily. Lin Xian hurried to his phone and saw several missed calls from Zhang Shulan. The first call had connected. Could it have been Li Mengyao who answered? Li Mengyao had fallen asleep again. Pregnant women could truly sleep anywhere. Mom'll explain later. Lin Xian lowered his voice and hung up. That brat dared to hang up on me. Infurious Zhang Shulan muttered, looking toward Lin Zhenghua, who was idly playing on his phone. Old Lin, if you're idle, go wash the vegetables. Lin Zhenghua cast an innocent glance. What do I have to do with our son's trouble? Reluctantly subdued by household hierarchy, he trudged into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Xian tiptoed from the room, opened his phone's call log, and played back the first recording. Hello, Lin Xian. Lin Xian is sleeping beside me. Li Mengyao's soft voice came through the playback. Oh no, Mom must have misunderstood. Still, perhaps it was time to be honest with the family. After all, such entanglements happened often in youth. Lin Xian quickly dialed his mother's number again. You little brat, how dare you hang up on your mother? Mom, don't be mad. I'm calling back now. Lin Xian put on a mischievous smile. Spit it out. What happened this morning? Mom, you should prepare yourself. Prepare myself. You wouldn't actually. Mom, don't misunderstand. No, I certainly didn't do anything like that. Zhang Shulan considered carefully. She knew her son and thought such behavior unlikely. Then hurry up and tell me you. I heard it very clearly. Mom, it's actually nothing serious. It's just, you're going to be a grandmother. That's fine, that's fine. Zhang Shulan jumped in shock. The one who answered was your daughter-in-law. You little bastard. How did your father and I ever raise you? You let the girl get pregnant before marriage. How can you face her? If I hadn't found out, would you have hidden it your whole— You've really made me furious. Zhang Shulan clenched her fists, itching to rush over and give Lin Xian a sound thrashing. Mom, don't be angry. It's not that we weren't prepared. Besides, I intend to marry her, and Lin Xian hurried to explain. So where are you living now? You can't be in the girls' dorm. Of course not. I live in Jinghai City Jinwan Mansion. You wait. Your father and I will come this afternoon. Send us the address. And send a photo of your wife. Zhang Shulan was furious. Though retired and eager to be a grandmother, she could not accept this happening so suddenly, as she needed to see for herself. Lin, come out. Zhang Shulan called toward the kitchen. What's going on? Why the tension? Lin Zhenghua replied with an innocent look. Take a few days off. This afternoon we're going to Jinghai City. How can I request leave on such short notice? I'm a mid-level manager at a state enterprise. It's difficult to get approved. Your son got the girl pregnant. You're going to be a grandfather. Do you need any more reason to take leave? Zhang Shulan shot Lin Zhenghua a look. Huh? What's going on? After Zhang Shulan's explanation, Lin Zhenghua's forehead veins bulged with anger. That brat. They'll teach him a lesson. Where's my belt? Bring a few extra. Zhang Shulan called a good friend in the countryside and asked her to bring several free-range chickens. The two began rummaging through boxes and packing. Elsewhere, Lin Xian paced the hall in a panic, convinced he would be punished that afternoon. At that moment, Li Mengyao pushed open the door and stepped out, seeing Lin Xian's anxious look. Lin Xian, you're awake, my wife. Are you hungry? I'll make breakfast right away. Seeing Li Mengyao, Lin Xian's anxiety vanished like smoke. A trace of happiness crossed Li Mengyao's face. Soon a fragrant bowl of shiitake mushroom and lean pork congee was brought up. Watching her sip it in small mouthfuls, Lin Xian felt a swell of happiness. What's done was done. He at worst had endured a couple of scoldings and beatings. One from his family, one from hers. Wife, did you get a phone call this morning? Did I? Li Mengyao sipped her congee and strained to recall. I think someone was asking for Lin Xian. And then I? That was my mother, Lin Xian said helplessly. Li Mengyao's eyes widened, her cherry lips parted slightly and would not close for a long time. Li Mengyao could no longer drink her porridge, her eyes filled with shock, unsure of what to do. Lin Xian gently embraced her, speaking softly. Don't be afraid, my dear. This was bound to happen sooner or later. I originally planned to tell them after visiting your mother. My parents are easygoing. They'll be delighted to see such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Li Mengyao furrowed her brows. I still feel a bit nervous. Do you think your parents will think I'm a casual person? They won't. They'll think I have let you down. Lin Xian gently played with Li Mengyao's hair, which emitted a faint fragrance. Right now they're probably busy packing their things. They plan to come over this afternoon to give me a good scolding. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's lips slightly curled up, forming a crescent-like beautiful arc, and she seemed less tense. Hey, how does your parents scold you? My dad has a family heirloom belt, and my mom has a family heirloom clothes hanger. They team up for a mixed double attack, but it's turn-based. This time my dad scolds first, then my mom comforts. Next time my mom scolds first, then my dad comforts. They do it in harmony, Lin Xian recalled painfully. Li Mengyao burst into laughter, her elegant eyes blinking lightly. That must mean you were too mischievous. You were just trying to flirt with me just now. Husband kissing his own wife, can that be called flirting? Lin Xuan shamelessly replied. And we aren't even married yet. As Li Mengyao's little face instantly flushed, she gently punched Lin Xuan's chest with her small hand. It's bound to happen sooner or later. She shot him a glance and then fell into hesitation. I used to have a happy family. But when I was 8 my dad left us early due to a car accident. At that time I was still young and naively thought my dad had just gone on a long trip. The next time I saw him it was the black and white photo on his tombstone. After that my mom worked hard every day to support the family. In school I was often teased as the child without a father. Li Mengyao recounted the many hardships of her childhood, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes reddened as she tightly embraced Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gently wiped her tears with a tissue and then held her close. Don't cry anymore, I will always be here for you from now on. I will provide you and our future children with a beautiful home. Lin Xuan spoke with determination. I believe you. Are you still going to drink the porridge? No, I'm a bit sleepy. Carry me back to bed. Li Mengyao revealed a sweet smile. Little lazy bug. Lin Xuan effortlessly picked her up as if she were a princess. Ouch. Don't bite, I was wrong. Lin Xuan carried Li Mengyao back to the room, and after coming out he noticed an adorable bite mark on his arm and smiled happily. Ding dong, the little rascal sent a message. Zhang Shulan opened it and was instantly captivated. In the photo Li Mengyao wore a white nightgown, her features delicate, fresh, and charming, with her cherry lips biting into a cherry, exuding a sense of comfort and tranquility. Indeed, this was a photo secretly taken by Lin Xuan. Even without beauty filters or makeup she still looked like a fresh beauty. This daughter-in-law is quite attractive. Hey old Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan eagerly handed it to Lin Zhenghua. I'm driving, we'll look when we get there. Listen, when you see your daughter-in-law later, don't wear that sour face, okay? You want to scold your son. Don't scare your daughter-in-law, got it? I know. He'll listen to you. Lin Zhenghua replied helplessly. It seemed his family status was about to decline again. Lin Xuan's hometown is in Yunhai City, 3 hours drive from Jinghai City. So for the time being Lin Xuan could still survive for 3 hours. But what was meant to come still came. In the afternoon Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua arrived at the entrance of Jinwan Mansion and were also attracted by the beautiful scenery of the community. This community is quite beautiful. Zhang Shulan compared it to her own community. Although her community in Yunhai City was considered decent, the difference was not insignificant compared to the one in front of her. This little rascal rented such an expensive place, doesn't he know that getting married and having children costs a lot of money? Another reason to scold Lin Xuan. Then she angrily dialed the phone. Hello little rascal, we're here. Hurry down to pick us up. I'm here, Lin Xuan helplessly replied. So fast. It has only been 2.5 hours. Lin Xuan quickly put on his shoes and ran to the entrance of the community to welcome his parents. Soon Lin Xuan saw 2 familiar figures, familiar faces, and angry eyes. Mom and Dad. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. Don't pull my ear. Little rascal, how did I educate you before? Did it go in one ear and out the other? Zhang Shulan pulled Lin Xuan's ear. Because Lin Xuan was tall, he was forcibly pulled down. People around were looking on with curiosity, making Lin Xuan very embarrassed. Mom, let me explain slowly. Give your son some face in public. Lin Xuan cried out in pain, while casting a pleading look at Lin Zhenghua, who stood beside him. Lin Zhenghua's lips moved, as if using silent language to convey to Lin Xuan. I'm also powerless and I have to scold you later. Lin Xuan looked utterly despairing. Zhang Shulan glanced around before loosening her grip. Let's go up and talk. The 3 of them then walked towards Lin Xuan's house, where he informed his parents of everything that had happened. Strangely, Mom didn't seem very angry. Instead, Dad was smiling slyly. Where's my daughter? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. She's sleeping in the room. She should be waking up around this time. Let her continue sleeping. I'll make some chicken soup to nourish my daughter-in-law. After saying that, Zhang Shulan stood up, preparing to go to the kitchen. The 2 men were taken aback. Mama, I'll do it, you can rest. Lin Xuan hurriedly stopped her. Can you make chicken soup, eh? Of course I can. Right now your daughter-in-law only eats the food I make. If it were you, she might not be used to it. Using the daughter-in-law card, Zhang Shulan had no rebuttal. Then Lin Xuan dove into the kitchen and got to work on the poor chicken. In no time the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the house. At this moment Li Mengyao had just woken up, drawn by the aroma to the living room. Lin Xuan, are you making chicken soup again? It smells so good. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua beside her, both looking at her tenderly. Her expression changed from happiness to shyness in an instant, and she hurriedly dashed back to her room. Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law running away and threw a punch at Lin Zhenghua, though she didn't exert much force. Look at your silly grin. You scared her off, didn't you? Zhang Shulan glared at him, and then walked into the kitchen. Lin Zhenghua felt a bit wronged, thinking, wasn't it you who said not to put on a sour face? And you were grinning too. Of course Lin Zhenghua didn't dare to say this out loud, and could only silently endure planning to take it out on his son later. Son, go check on my daughter-in-law. It seems she ran away after being scared by your dad. Zhang Shulan said to Lin Xian. Did Mengyao wake up? He'll go right away. This chicken soup is almost done, don't overdo it, Mom, Lin Xian reminded as he walked away. Got it, hurry up. Zhang Shulan understood her son's disdain for her cooking and shot him a glare. Lin Xian entered the room and closed the door. Li Mengyao was dressed in a light purple ruffled dress resembling a fairy emerging from a sea of flowers, radiating an enchanting fresh aura. Her subtle makeup made her appear even more refreshing and pleasant. Do I look good? Seeing Lin Xian staring at her, Li Mengyao shyly asked. You look beautiful, just like a little fairy. Lin Xian walked up to Li Mengyao and took her soft little hand. I just woke up from a nap and forgot your parents were coming. Will they like my outfit? Li Mengyao bit her lip, still a bit nervous. No parents in the world would dislike a little fairy like you. Lin Xian squeezed her tender little hand. You're the only one who can talk like that. Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Let's go out together, don't worry, I'm here. The two of them held hands and walked out of the room with Lin Xian in front and Li Mengyao closely following behind. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you. This is Li Mengyao, the child's mother. Mengyao, this is my mom and dad, Lin Xian introduced. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, Li Mengyao greeted nervously. Zhang Shulan and Lin Guozheng looked at their daughter-in-law, realizing she was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. They marveled at their son's good taste. Mengyao, come sit, Annie wants to have a good chat with you. Zhang Shulan warmly approached, pushing Lin Xian aside and pulling Li Mengyao to sit down. Mengyao, where are you from? Jingshui City. Seeing Li Mengyao still quite reserved, Zhang Shulan thought it might be because Lin Zhenghua was nearby and shot him a glare. Old Lin, weren't you supposed to talk to your precious son? You two go discuss outside. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Xian left helplessly. We already know about your situation, it's that little scoundrel's fault. I just gave him a good talking to, and on behalf of the Lin family I apologize to you. Then Zhang Shulan took out a beautiful bracelet from her pocket adorned with exquisite gems that sparkled brilliantly, the unique design resembling a piece of art. We don't have any family heirlooms like bracelets. I bought this bracelet on a trip a few years ago, intending to give it to my daughter-in-law in the future, so consider it a gift for our first meeting. Auntie, I can't accept something so valuable. Li Mengyao hurriedly refused. Take it as this is what that kid owes you. Don't worry, if that kid dares to treat you badly, just tell me, and he'll definitely teach him a lesson. Li Mengyao suddenly thought, could Lin Xian and his dad be going out too? Li Mengyao's face changed drastically, and she quickly ran outside. Just in time, she saw Lin Zhenghua holding a belt ready to discipline Lin Xian, who stood still preparing to accept his punishment. Li Mengyao swiftly pounced on Lin Xian, holding him tightly, while looking directly at Lin Zhenghua. Uncle, please don't hit Lin Xian. Lin Xian did nothing wrong, but it was our carelessness that caused this. Lin Xian has taken care of me during this time, and has been responsible. I really like Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't expect that the usually delicate Li Mengyao would be so brave, especially to protect him. Sigh. Lin Xian, you decide what to do, Lin Zhenghua said helplessly with a sigh. He'll take responsibility and accompany you for a lifetime, taking care of you. Lin Xian said firmly. I believe you. Li Mengyao shyly lowered her head. All right, let's not stand outside any longer. Mengyao must be hungry, come in and have a bowl of chicken soup for nourishment. Zhang Shulan came out to ease the situation, pulling Li Mengyao back to the dining room, with Lin Xian and Lin Zhenghua following. Lin Xian returned to the kitchen to fry a few homestyle dishes. Finally, the family sat down to have dinner together. You little scoundrel, when did your cooking skills improve so much? Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua were both very surprised. The food tasted too good. However, Zhang Shulan didn't forget to keep putting food onto Li Mengyao's plate. Li Mengyao's bowl was never empty. After dinner, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao for a stroll around the neighborhood, as usual, leaving Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua at home. Wife, were you scared just now? Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and asked. A little. Actually, my parents are quite nice. They raised me to be upright, not to stir up trouble or indulge in bad habits. This time they must be both angry and happy. Angry because I bullied you, happy because they have such a beautiful daughter-in-law and will soon be grandparents. So it's normal for them to want to give me a beating. If I had known, I wouldn't have protected you and would have let you take a beating, Li Mengyao said with a slight smile, clearly amused. Meanwhile, Zhang Shulan and Lin Zhenghua stayed at home. Old Lin, we are about to be grandparents, shouldn't we show something? Zhang Shulan asked. Let's have Lin Xian look for a house later, Lin Zhengwa replied. That's all we can do. This spendthrift not saving money renting such a big house, doesn't he know that having a baby costs a lot? Zhang Shulan thought about hitting Lin Xian again, but considering her daughter-in-law's disapproval, she held back. When Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home, that evening Li Mengyao was already feeling sleepy, and went back to her room to rest early. After Lin Xian helped his parents tidy up the room, Zhang Shulan pulled him aside. Son, go check on houses in Jinghai City in a few days. Now that Mengyao is pregnant, we need to buy a house quickly and prepare for the wedding. Here is 1 million, it's what your dad and I saved to help you marry your wife, take it. As she spoke, she took out a bank card and handed it to Lin Xian. Mom, there's no need to buy one, I already have a house. Lin Xian refused. Where did you get a house? Isn't this one rented? This apartment is mine, Lin Xian said proudly. Zhang Shulan was taken aback and then slapped Lin Xian on the head. Scoundrel, where did you get so much money? I started learning to invest when I went to college, and I've also been working part-time as a designer these past few years, so I saved some money. This money is meant for Cici. Lin Xian rubbed his head in explanation. Zhang Shulan never denied her son's intelligence. Thinking about it, aside from this matter, her son was quite reliable, so she believed him. Alright, if you don't have enough money, just tell Mom. Zhang Shulan took back the bank card. By the way, does Cici know about this? Lin Xian has a younger sister who is in high school at Yunhai City. No. One high school. She doesn't know yet as she's at school. Okay, it's getting late. Your dad and I will go back to the room to rest. Seeing that it was already past 10 p.m., Lin Xian was also preparing to return to his room to rest. As he opened the door, he found a stunning figure lying on the bed. Lin Xian went out to check the room again, confirming he hadn't made a mistake. Could it be that this girl? Lin Xian didn't dwell on it any longer. He gently climbed onto the bed and lay down beside Li Mengyao. As Lin Xian looked at the sleeping Li Mengyao, he pondered what delicious meal to prepare for his wife tomorrow. Perhaps a bowl of red date and white fungus soup, as both red dates and white fungus are nourishing and good for the skin. He could also make stir-fried shrimp with broccoli, which would provide protein, vitamins, and folic acid. And maybe another dish. Suddenly Li Mengyao turned over her delicate hands, gently embracing Lin Xian. Her beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. Lin Xian watched Li Mengyao pretending to sleep and chuckled softly. Wife, are you asleep? Lin Xian gently pinched her little face, ignoring him. Although Li Mengyao's brows furrowed slightly. That hurts. You big rogue. Li Mengyao turned over, leaving Lin Xian with a beautiful view of the back of her head. Lin Xian chuckled mischievously and leaned forward to embrace Li Mengyao, gently saying, Wife, how did you end up in my room today? Li Mengyao's face turned crimson as she haughtily replied, This is my room, You must have gotten it wrong. Knowing that Li Mengyao was shy, Lin Xian looked at her with fondness and said, All right, it was my mistake. Then from now on I will always be mistaken, okay? Wife is always right. Li Mengyao couldn't take it anymore and turned away in annoyance, raising her little fist to gently punch Lin Xian. No more talking. Alright, I won't say anything more. Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into his arms. We'll visit your family the day after tomorrow to see your mother, okay? Li Mengyao realized she hadn't seen her mother in a while. By the way, what does your mother like? I need to prepare some gifts for our visit. No need, just buy some fruit when the time comes, and she will be very happy. Li Mengyao gently shook her. That's not acceptable. Let's go to the mall again tomorrow. Okay. Li Mengyao yawned, clearly very sleepy. Taking advantage of Lin Xian's inattention, she secretly pecked him on the cheek. Silly Lin Xian, good night. Then she turned over and began to snore softly. Another instance of teasing and running away. Lin Xian was completely at her mercy. I'll deal with you later, Lin Xian murmured. He then embraced Li Mengyao and gradually fell asleep as well. The next day after lunch, Zhang Shulan and Lin Jingwa prepared to return to Yunhai City. Before leaving, Zhang Shulan pulled Li Mengyao over and whispered something, laughing as she spoke. Lin Xian was very curious, wondering if she was sharing embarrassing stories from her childhood. Lin Xian was just about to lean in to listen when the two stopped talking. Son, take good care of Mengyao. If anything happens, just call home. Make sure to find a time to apologize to Mengyao's family, Zhang Shulan advised, growing fonder of her daughter-in-law with each passing day. Got it, Mom. Well, go tomorrow. Wish you a safe journey, Lin Xian said. After seeing off the elders, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home. Lin Xian curiously asked, What did my mom say to you? You've been smiling the whole time. I won't tell you, Li Mengyao replied, a smile lingering on her lips as she huffed lightly. Tell me, or I'll take action, Lin Xian said, lifting her chin to make her look at him. If you don't say, then I'll just have to carry you like a princess. Lin Xuan suddenly declared firmly, lifting Li Mengyao and slowly walking towards the room. "Oh, what are you doing? Let me down!" Li Mengyao exclaimed, panic evident as she wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Xuan, her legs lightly protesting. Lin Xuan carried Li Mengyao back to the room and gently placed her back on the bed. Gazing at her delicate features, he leaned down to kiss her forehead, saying softly, "Take a nap, after you wake up, we'll go to the mall." Li Mengyao, feeling shy from the kiss, lowered her head like an ostrich. After waking up, the two drove a Maybach to Jinhai Square. Lin Xuan first bought many health products for Li Mengyao's mother, then purchased some handbags suitable for middle-aged women along with some jewelry. Seeing Lin Xuan buy more and more, Li Mengyao finally couldn't hold back and grabbed his hand. "Lin Xuan, don't buy any more, this is already too much." Lin Xuan suddenly had a mischievous idea and pretended to say, "No way, I still want to buy more, this isn't enough." Li Mengyao puffed out her cheeks like a pufferfish. "If you buy more, I'll get angry. If you don't buy, just give me a kiss and I won't buy any more," Lin Xuan shamelessly proposed after all she had teased him and run away the night before. "Let's talk about it when we get back, there are too many people here." Li Mengyao's face flushed as she glanced away. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's little hand cheerfully, saying, "Let me take you to see something." Lin Xuan picked up his phone and dialed the number of the market manager at Jinhai Square. "Hello manager, I purchased a luxury shop at Jinhai Square earlier, can I come over to collect it now?" "Is this Mr. Lin?" the other party responded. "Yes, I'm currently on the first floor of Jinhai Square." "All right, please hold on, I'll be right down to meet you." Before long, a man in a suit with decent looks jogged over. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the market manager of Jinhai Square, my surname is Chun." "Hello Manager Chun, can you take us to see the shop now?" Lin Xuan asked. "Of course, this way please." Manager Chun gestured for them to follow. Li Mengyao was slightly stunned. When had Lin Xuan bought a shop especially in the highly valuable Jinhai Square? They then arrived at the 5th floor of Jinhai Square, where various restaurants were located. Manager Chun led them to the largest shop on this floor. As expected from the system's reward, everything here was top-notch. This shop was a full 150 square meters, priced at 300 per square meter, totaling 4.5 million. "Mr. Lin, just sign here, and it will be done," Manager Chun said, handing Lin Xuan a document. Lin Xuan read it carefully and signed his name. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. If you have any issues later, feel free to call me." "Okay, thank you, Manager Chun." After Manager Chun left, Lin Xuan asked the still-dazed Li Mengyao, "Wife, what do you think we should do with this shop?" "It should definitely be a restaurant, especially since it's so big." Li Mengyao gestured with her little hand. "Then let's make it a fish cuisine restaurant." "Why a fish cuisine restaurant?" Li Mengyao looked puzzled. Lin Xuan squeezed her little hand and said, "Because my wife loves eating fish the most." Li Mengyao's heart was enveloped by a warm feeling, rendering her speechless. She gently wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's waist, resting her head against his chest, savoring his warmth. After a moment of affection, the two drove back to Jinhai Mansion. Lin Xuan returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Li Mengyao wanted to help. However, Lin Xuan gently pushed her out, saying that pregnant women should not be exposed to cooking fumes. Reluctantly, Li Mengyao sat on the sofa to watch a show. Ding dong, a message from Lu Yusin arrived. "My dear Yao Yao, how have you been these days?" Has Lin Xuan I haven't seen my Yao Yao in ages. Crying emoji. Li Mengyao smiled brightly, took her phone, and snapped a picture of Lin Xuan busy in the kitchen, then another of herself watching the show on the sofa, sending it to Lu Yusin. Little Shiba Inu emoji. "No way, is this really going to be dog food? Yao Yao will love really disappear." Little Shiba Inu coughing up blood emoji. "I still love you very much to Shin Shin, just Shin Shin is fine, don't add a dar in front." 50-meter big knife emoji. "Haha, you can come find me directly, really. Your husband won't mind, right? After all, it would disturb your world of two sly smile emoji. He's not really my husband yet." Although Li Mengyao had been calling Lin Xuan husband repeatedly, she felt a bit shy when it came to the term husband. "Still shy, huh?" Completely consumed. Alright, no more talking and getting ready to eat." Lin Xuan brought out 2 bowls of mushroom and chicken clay pot rice, a plate of steamed sweet fish, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. "Wife, dinner is ready." Li Mengyao stepped forward, leaping into Lin Xuan's embrace, murmuring, "Thank you for your hard work. Having such a considerate husband made her heart feel warm." After some more affection, they began to eat dinner. Lin Yusin said she wants to come here to see me, is that okay? Li Mengyao asked, taking small bites. "Of course, you don't need to ask me about this, you are the lady of the house here," Lin Xuan replied gently. "Great." Li Mengyao smiled sweetly. Seeing Li Mengyao eat with great relish, Lin Xuan felt an immense sense of happiness. To this day, he still did not understand why Li Mengyao loved eating fish. However, since Li Mengyao did not bring it up herself, he wouldn't pry you as long as she was happy. Now that was enough. As for the luxurious restaurant meant for fish dishes, Lin Xuan still had no clue. First it needs to be decorated, and after that a reliable manager must be found along with hiring a great chef. With the system's 5-star chef skills I could work as the head chef in the restaurant, but now that my wife is pregnant I can't spare the time. Forget it, take it one step at a time. After all, the system gave it to me for free. Let's first get through the mother-in-law hurdle tomorrow. After finishing their dinner, Lin Xuan washed the dishes, and then teamed up with his roommate for some gaming, while Li Mengyao watched a show in the living room. At around 10 p.m., Lin Xuan prepared a glass of warm milk and brought it to the bedside, pulling Li Mengyao away from her phone. Wife, drink some milk. After finishing the glass, they washed up and lay down in bed. Lin Xuan played with Li Mengyao's hair. Wife, do you want to buy some bird's nest or something tomorrow? No need, it's already enough on my mom, doesn't really value these things. Li Mengyao snuggled into Lin Xuan's embrace, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Are you feeling very nervous? Of course, I'm really afraid of being chased away by Annie. Lin Xuan's face turned awkward. Now that he thought about it, if his daughter suddenly told him she was pregnant and pointed to a young college student saying Lin Xuan would probably break his legs. The current situation seemed somewhat similar. Li Mengyao chuckled as she watched Lin Xuan's nervous expression. Haha, don't worry, my mom has always been very gentle, and besides I will help you. Wife, this afternoon at Jinhai Square you promised to give me a kiss. Li Mengyao was stunned, the transition was too fast. Suddenly Lin Xuan felt a warm sensation on his face accompanied by a faint fragrance and a hint of pain. Wife, do you still bite? Lin Xuan touched his cheek, where he had just been kissed, smiling slightly. I'm going to... Li Mengyao turned her head, not allowing Lin Xuan to see her flushed cheeks. Lin Xuan had grown accustomed to Li Mengyao's playful nature. He then gently embraced Li Mengyao from behind, and they both sank into a dream. The next morning after breakfast, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to set off for Jingshui City. Jingshui City is a small 4th-tier city in Haixing Province, 4 hours by car from the provincial capital Jinghai City. Lin Xuan's hometown Yunhai City is a 3rd-tier city, so it takes less than 3 hours to reach Jinghai City. Lin Xuan, why don't we take the Xiaomi SU7? Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xuan's hand. Huh? Why? Lin Xuan looked puzzled. He still liked that Maybach. In the past he often saw. It's not that the in-laws are unwelcoming, it's just that you didn't arrive in a Maybach. The Maybach is not just about the logo, it's about the dignity that's been hard to maintain for over a decade. Cough cough, getting off track. I just feel that driving a Maybach is a bit too ostentatious. Li, what's wrong with being ostentatious? I'm going to plead with your mom for her approval. Otherwise it would seem besides it takes 4 hours to drive there, which makes it 8 hours round trip. If we take the Xiaomi electric car, we'd need to charge it, which is a bit of a hassle. I need to rely on this Maybach to hold my head high. Lin Xuan pinched Li Mengyao's cheek. Alright, Li Mengyao looked at the purple Xiaomi SU7 parked nearby, noting that she hadn't even driven it once yet. Lin Xuan noticed his wife's thoughts and said gently, when we come back you can take the Xiaomi SU7 to hang out with your girlfriends. Li Mengyao revealed a sweet smile. The two went to the parking lot. Lin Xuan opened the back seat of the Maybach and told Li Mengyao, since we're getting on the highway for safety, sake, you should sit in the back, wife. Pregnant women should avoid sitting in the passenger seat, especially during high-speed driving. Once Li Mengyao settled in the back, Lin Xuan walked around to the driver's seat, started the car, and the Maybach, like a shining pearl, headed towards Jingshui City. As the Maybach glided along the road, Lin Xuan cast a glance at Li Mengyao in the rearview mirror. She was leaning her chin on one hand, gazing quietly out the window, humming a tune softly now, and then her face beaming with happiness. Honey, it's a 4-hour drive. Don't you want to catch some sleep? Lin Xuan asked gently. I woke up not long ago. I'm not sleepy now. Besides, I'll see mom soon, so I'm way too excited to sleep, Li Mengyao said with a radiant smile, her eyes crinkling with joy. Then tell me about life in Jingshui City. Lin Xuan wanted to learn more about the city where Li Mengyao grew up. When you love someone, you yearn to know every detail of their past life. Let me tell you, Jingshui is just a small 4th-tier city with a slow pace and not much hustle and bustle. But it's filled with warm human connections, and the neighbors are all so caring and harmonious. And at night the lights are soft, giving you a sense of tranquil coziness. My home is in the old town. There's a little park downstairs where I used to play hide and seek as a kid. Once my mom couldn't find me and got really worried. But later she gave me a good scolding. Oh, and there's this adorable tabby cat in the park. I wonder if it still remembers me. Whenever Li Mengyao talked about her hometown, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she chattered endlessly with Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan drove in silence, listening attentively. Maybe she had talked herself out. Li Mengyao leaned against the car seat and fell asleep. 4 hours passed quickly. Lin Xian drove out of the Jingshui city toll booth and pulled over. Honey, we're here, Lin Xian said softly, gently pinching Li Mengyao's tender cheek. We're here. Li Mengyao rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking adorably dazed just after waking up. Before her lay the city she knew so well. Did you call Auntie? Lin Xian asked tenderly. I'll call her now. Li Mengyao took out her phone. Hi Mom, we're almost there. That's good. I've made a meal with your favorite braised fish. A warm voice came through the phone. They had set off at 8 in the morning, and now it was noon. We just got off the highway. We'll be home soon, Li Mengyao replied. After hanging up, Lin Xian started the car and soon arrived at Li Mengyao's home. The old town buildings were a bit worn, but the streets were bustling with people full of the vibrancy of life. Li Mengyao's home was a standard 140-square-meter apartment, neither too big nor too small. But living on the 8th floor, climbing the stairs was a bit tiring. Lin Xian carried 2 large bags of gifts and climbed up to the 8th floor with Li Mengyao. Seeing the familiar door, she took out her keys and opened it. Mom, I'm home. A kind-faced, slender-browed, and strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman came forward. Her bright apricot eyes sparkled like stars. Though time had left its marks on her skin, it only added a unique, mature charm to her beauty. Li Mengyao immediately threw herself into Huang Shifang's arms, and the mother and daughter hugged tightly. Good to have you back, Yao. Have you gained some weight lately? Huang Shifang asked, happily stroking her daughter's head. No, not at all, Li Mengyao blushed and mumbled softly. Then Huang Shifang turned her gentle gaze to Lin Xian. Hello, Auntie. I'm Li Mengyao's boyfriend. My name is Lin Xian. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is a small gift for you. With that, Lin Xian handed over the 2 large bags. Hello? You shouldn't have brought anything. Next time don't do this. Come on in. Huang Shifang took the bags with a smile. Entering Li Mengyao's home, though a bit old, everything was tidy and well organized. The furniture was neatly arranged, exuding a sense of comfort and tranquility. You must be hungry. Come wash up and have lunch. Huang Shifang smiled. On the dining table were stir-fried pork with green peppers, oil-braised prawns, boiled fish slices, braised fish, and tomato scrambled eggs. All were Li Mengyao's favorite dishes. Xiao Xian, don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Try my cooking, Huang Shifang said warmly. Li Mengyao plopped down beside Lin Xian and started eating heartily. Xiao Xian hasn't even started yet, and you're already devouring your food. Where are your manners? Huang Shifang pretended to scold, but her eyes were full of amusement. Mom, I'm really hungry. Li Mengyao pouted, looking adorably spoiled. Seeing how close the mother and daughter were, Lin Xian smiled happily. He peeled a few prawns for Li Mengyao before starting to eat. Auntie, your cooking is delicious, he said. Although Huang Shifang's home-style dishes weren't as good as a 5-star chef's, they were warm and carried the taste of home. If you like it, eat more, Huang Shifang said gently. Li Mengyao also put some slices of pork belly on Lin Xian's plate and said happily, Lin Xian, this is good, try it. Thank you, Dar. Li Mengyao shot him a glare and mouthed, Mom's here. Lin Xian swallowed the word. Huang Shifang watched the 2 young people being so affectionate and smiled tenderly. How did you two? Both Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were momentarily taken aback and exchanged glances. We met at a school gathering, Li Mengyao said a little nervously. Yes, that's right. I fell in love with Mengyao at first sight, Lin Xian echoed. Huang Shifang looked at them with gentle eyes, sensing her daughter's unease, but said nothing. After lunch, Huang Shifang cleared the table and washed the dishes in the kitchen. Lin Xian offered to help, but was refused. So he and Li Mengyao could only go back to the living room and sit quietly. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and asked, Lin Xian, are you nervous? Of course I am. But we'll have to face it eventually. To marry such a beautiful wife, even if I get beaten up, it's worth it. Lin Xian held her soft hand back, their fingers intertwined. Even at a time like this, you can't be serious. Li Mengyao gave him a playful glare and lightly tapped him with her other hand. My mom is gentle and generous. She wouldn't hit anyone. After finishing in the kitchen, Huang Shifang came back to the living room and sat down across from them, smiling. What are you two whispering about? Xiao Xian, why did you buy so many expensive things? I can't accept this. Huang Shifang looked at the health supplements and jewelry, all well-known brands, probably costing tens of thousands of yuan. Auntie, these are just a token of my appreciation for our first meeting. Please accept them, Lin Xian said firmly. Huang Shifang noticed her daughter's nervous expression and knew something was up. Yao, is there something you're hiding from Mom? Huang Shifang asked gently. Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind. Mom, there's something I want to tell you. Go ahead, I'm listening. Mom, actually, I'm pregnant. Huang Shifang suspected that her daughter was hiding something from her, perhaps planning to move in with Lin Xian or marry him. She had guessed all of that. But she never expected that her daughter was directly pregnant. Huang Shifang's eyes widened, filled with shock and bewilderment. Yao, are you joking with Mom? Li Mengyao lowered her head and said guiltily, Mom, I'm sorry. Lin Xuan stepped forward and said firmly, Auntie, it's all my fault. I am the one who made Mengyao pregnant. Please rest assured I will take good care of her. If you are still upset, you can beat me. I will accept whatever punishment you give. Huang Shifang closed her eyes, brows furrowed. She knew her daughter would not lie about being pregnant at a time like this, but she still could not accept that the daughter she had raised with so much effort had now. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao tightly clasped each other's hands, as if drawing invisible strength from the gesture. After a while, Huang Shifang opened her eyes, a trace of anger still lingering, but her voice remained gentle. Yao, come into the room with Mom. Let's talk. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan with anxious eyes, and he returned a determined gaze for reassurance. Then the mother and daughter entered the room and closed the door. Yao, what exactly happened? How could you? Huang Shifang asked with a trembling voice. Lin Xuan and I, we couldn't control ourselves. Li Mengyao's eyes were rimmed with red. Seeing her daughter about to cry, Huang Shifang softened her tone and said gently, Mom isn't saying you can't have a boyfriend, but this is too fast. Mom asked you, do you truly love Lin Xuan? Yes, I do. Li Mengyao's face was full of determination. Huang Shifang helplessly touched her forehead. I trust my daughter's judgment. He is handsome, polite, and seems like a fine young man. But making you pregnant before marriage, that still makes me very angry. Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly and spoke in a low voice. Actually, I share a large part of the responsibility. I was the one who approached him first. You. Huang Shifang slumped weakly onto the bed. Mom, as soon as Lin Xuan learned I was pregnant, he said he would take responsibility. He has been taking care of me all this time. I really love Lin Xuan. Li Mengyao sat beside her mother and held her hands tightly. Has he? Huang Shifang asked. He said he would get married only after obtaining your consent. Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed Lin Xuan respected the elder's opinions, and Huang Shifang's impression of him improved a little. In the living room, Lin Xuan was so nervous that sweat beaded on his forehead, wondering why the two had been inside for so long. Would Auntie ultimately say no? Just as Lin Xuan was lost in worry, the mother and daughter came out of the room and sat down opposite him. The difference was that just now Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had sat together, but now the mother and daughter sat side by side. Huang Shifang looked at Lin Xuan and still spoke with a gentle tone. Lin Xuan, Annie wants to ask you a few questions. Don't worry, I won't hit you. Besides, I'm old and couldn't even if I wanted to. Auntie, please ask. Lin Xuan sat up straight and said firmly, I already know what happened. You say you want to take responsibility for Yao. How exactly do you plan to do that? I intend to get your permission and then immediately register the marriage with Mengyao and also give her a grand wedding. Where will you live? You can't keep renting a place when she's pregnant. Huang Shifang thought that while they were dating, renting was fine, but now that Li Mengyao was pregnant, it wouldn't do for the child to be born in a rental. Auntie, I already bought a house. The one Mengyao and I are living in now is it. Look, here are photos and the property deed. Lin Xuan opened his phone and handed it to Huang Shifang. She glanced at it. Although she had rarely been to big cities, she could tell that this apartment complex was expensive. What surprised her even more was that the property deed bore both Lin Xuan's and Li Mengyao's names. This further increased Huang Shifang's good impression of Lin Xuan. Nowadays, many men who buy a house before marriage are unwilling to add the woman's name. What do you plan to do for work after graduation? Huang Shifang continued. I don't plan to work for now. I will stay home and take care of Mengyao until the baby is born and she finishes her postpartum month. Of course I won't be idle. I'll make some investments. Lin Xuan said. With such a powerful system, who would bother working? Being a stay-at-home dad is much better. What about your parents' opinion? Huang Shifang asked doubtfully. My parents came to visit Mengyao and me a few days ago. They adore her. After scolding me, they urged me to come see you and apologize. Lin Xuan suddenly stood up, his eyes and voice full of determination. Auntie, please trust me with your daughter. I will take good care of Mengyao. Li Mengyao then stood up and ran to Lin Xuan's side, grasping his hand tightly, looking at her mother with steadfast eyes. Huang Shifang looked at the two and shook her head helplessly. Lin Xuan's heart sank. Was Auntie going? Li Mengyao's eyes also began to redden when she saw her mother shake her head. The rice is already cooked, and you two love each other. How could Auntie possibly object? I just never thought I would become a grandmother so soon. Huang Shifang looked at them, shook her head involuntarily, then smiled gently. Mom. Li Mengyao's eyes finally welled up. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xuan said gratefully while grabbing tissues to wipe Mengyao's tears. Lin Xuan, remember your promise. My daughter and I have depended on each other since she was little and have endured many hardships. I don't want her to suffer anymore. If I ever find that Yao Yao is not happy, I will hold you accountable. Huang Shifang's tone turned unusually firm, shedding her previous gentleness. Yes, Auntie, you can move in with us. Our place is big enough. That way you and Mengyao can stay. Lin Xuan smiled. An old lady like me doesn't want to live with you young people. Besides, I've spent most of my life in Jingshui City. Oh, I wouldn't be used to a big city. If you two come back to visit often, that will make me happy enough. Huang Shifang smiled. Alright, it's getting late. Lin Xuan, you must be tired from driving. Go to your room and rest. Li Mengyao checked the guest room and asked, Mom, didn't you prepare a guest room for Lin Xuan? Huang Shifang looked at her silly daughter and said with a smile, Lin Xuan will sleep with you in your room. What kind of mother are you? Lin Xuan stepped into Li Mengyao's room, which was decorated warmly and elegantly, with pink walls, soft bedding, and shelves brimming with books exuding a feminine grace. Li Mengyao gave a gentle smile. Lin Xuan, let's go to sleep. Without a word, Lin Xuan changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao turned away blushing. Wife, now that Auntie has agreed, shouldn't you call me husband? It's not yet the wedding. I need to change clothes. You turn around. Li Mengyao said, her face red. Call me husband, and he'll turn around, Lin Xuan teased. Husband? Li Mengyao's voice carried a hint of annoyance as she shot him a glare. Only then did Lin Xuan happily turn his back to her. After changing, Li Mengyao climbed into bed and hugged Lin Xuan. Suddenly a crisp voice sounded in Lin Xuan's mind. Ding dong, congratulations host for passing the mother-in-law's test. Reward 1 penthouse in Jingshui City's Times Garden. Please accept. The system again. Another house. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have triggered the lucky draw mechanism. 1 draw chance awarded. The prize pool includes 1 triple cash burst card, 2 exclusive fish recipe collection, 3 free shop decoration voucher, 4. Thanks for playing. Host, would you like to draw? A lucky draw mode. As long as it's not thanks for playing, it's pure profit. ID trade my roommate Zhou Quan's guaranteed pity in Genshin Impact for the first 3 prizes. Draw. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have obtained a free shop decoration voucher. It has been placed on the desk at Jinfu Mansion. Please accept. The system truly thinks ahead. Now the decoration for the luxury shop at Jingguan Plaza is settled. Ding dong, a friendly reminder, the original draw result should have been thanks for playing. But since the host successfully used Zhou Quan's guaranteed pity condition, it has been changed to a free shop decoration voucher. It can work like this. Quainer, I'm sorry. Maniacal laughter. Lin Xuan came back to reality and found Li Mengyao already fast asleep. Then both fell into a sweet slumber. Elsewhere in the dormitory of Jinghai University, Zhou Quan stubbornly tapped the wish button. I don't believe this. Arg, another guaranteed pity. For in a row. Mahaha, show yourself. Zhou Quan roared in fury. Chun Jingming shot him a contemptuous glance, then pulled out his laptop and performed a temple right in front of Zhou Quan. Whoosh. Gold legendary. Double yokes. You'd better quit this game, it's not for you, Chun Jingming said, patting Zhou Quan's shoulder. You will fight you. Zhou Quan roared in the dormitory. The two started scuffling. 2 hours later, Li Mengyao was still asleep. Lin Xuan woke up first, tiptoed out of the room. His phone suddenly rang, an unfamiliar number. Lin Xuan answered. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Yes. I'm the sales manager of Times Garden. The property you purchased, Unit 1201, Building A Times Garden, is ready. When would you like to come and inspect it? Can I go tomorrow? Of course, I'll wait for you then. After hanging up, Lin Xuan marveled at the system's efficiency. Lin Xuan, you're awake. Come and chat with Auntie. Lin Xuan walked into the living room to find Huang Shifang sitting gracefully on the sofa, looking at him warmly. Just woke up. Mengyao is still asleep. What do you think of Mengyao? Huang Shifang asked. Mengyao is gentle, kind, refined, yet strong and decisive. She never backs down from difficulties and always brings me the warmth of home. Lin Xuan smiled. Mengyao lost her father as a child and lacked paternal love, making her very independent, proud, and somewhat sensitive. So Annie wants to ask you to be a bit more accommodating. I'm entrusting my only daughter to you. Take good care. Huang Shifang looked at Lin Xuan with tender eyes. Don't worry, Auntie. I will take good care of Mengyao, Lin Xuan replied firmly. Then I'm at ease. By the way, what would you like for dinner? I'll cook, Huang Shifang asked. Auntie, can I cook? I want to learn from you how to recreate the taste of home from Mengyao. Although Lin Xuan possessed the skills of a 5-star chef, he could only maximize the flavor of ingredients and couldn't replicate the taste of Li Mengyao's home. Are you sure you want to learn? Huang Shifang was pleasantly surprised. These days, men who cook for their wives. Yes, I want to be able to make it for Mengyao whenever she craves the taste of her childhood. All right, Annie will teach. Huang Shifang smiled and walked into the kitchen. That evening after dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao decided to go for a stroll. Hand in hand they walked to a nearby small park. Though small, the park was exquisitely designed with lush trees and blooming flowers. Under the night's soft illumination, a serene and peaceful atmosphere prevailed. Lin Xuan, this is the small park I used to visit as a child. What do you think? Li Mengyao's face lit up with joy. The park is lovely, feels very warm, but what? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled. But you got the name wrong. You should call me husband. Lin Xuan pulled her into his embrace. I am not used to it. Li Mengyao murmured, lowering her head, her face flushed. You'll get used to it after a few times, Lin Xuan said, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Husband, Li Mengyao said softly. Looking at Li Mengyao's enchanting gaze, her slightly parted lips exuded an indescribable allure. If it weren't for the crowd around the small park. A crisp and melodious meow came from beneath Li Mengyao's feet. A little Li, so you are still. Li Mengyao emerged from Lin Xuan's embrace, squatting down to gently stroke the cat's soft fur with her small hands. This tabby cat had a mottled coat, a clear facial outline, and its fur was soft and shiny, adorned with unique patterns. Its eyes were crystal clear like amber, plump, and certainly not like a stray cat. This is the little cat I used to feed often. Back then it was just a tiny kitten, super adorable. I didn't expect it to remember me, Li Mengyao said with a smile, while stroking the cat, looking back at Lin Xuan. At that moment little Li was squinting its eyes, thoroughly enjoying Li Mengyao's gentle touch. It's indeed very cute, you can't tell it's a stray cat at all. Lin Xuan squatted down, reaching out his hand to pet little Li, but the cat deftly dodged, meowing in protest. You're not familiar with it yet, so of course it won't let you touch it. But I have a way. Li Mengyao then took out a small bag of treats from her bag and handed it to Lin Xuan. Just put the treats in your hand, and little Li will come to you. Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled peacefully. Let me try. Lin Xuan placed the small treats in his palm and extended it towards little Li. Sure enough, little Li approached with light steps and gently licked the treats. In no time the treats were licked clean, and little Li even licked Lin Xuan's palm. Haha, that's quite ticklish. Lin Xuan gently stroked little Li's soft fur. After feeding the cat, the two strolled around a bit before heading back. In the evening, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay in bed playing with their phones. The two were now quite comfortable lying on the same bed. Wife, I'm taking you to a place tomorrow, Lin Xuan said first. Where are you taking me? Li Mengyao blinked innocently. After all, this was her hometown. If anyone should take the other, it should be her. After thinking for a moment, Li Mengyao turned around, wrapped her small hands around Lin Xuan's waist, puffed her cheeks adorably, and proudly tilted her head, saying, Are you hiding something from me? There is something, but it's a good thing. Lin Xuan's eyes revealed an unmistakable fondness. Tell me, let me know. Li Mengyao hummed in Lin Xuan's embrace, rubbing her delicate face against his. If you don't tell me, I won't talk to you anymore. Li Mengyao lifted her head again, pouting slightly, and saying proudly, All right, I can tell, but you have to give me a kiss first, wife. Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to propose his condition. Then, you go ahead and kiss me. Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment before softly saying. She thought to herself, it's just a kiss on the cheek, I'm not that shy anymore. Lin Xuan gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin, slowly leaning in towards her enticing cherry-like lips, and then pressed his lips against hers. Li Mengyao exclaimed, Wasn't that a kiss on the cheek? After a long while their lips parted. You were the one who asked for the kiss, Lin Xuan said, his cheekiness unbounded. Li Mengyao was fuming at this moment. Unable to contain her anger, she raised her delicate hand and pinched Lin Xuan's soft flesh. Ouch! Ouch, wife, I was wrong. Lin Xuan quickly begged for mercy upon seeing this. After Li Mengyao twisted his waist a few times, she finally calmed down. Knowing that his wife was no longer angry, Lin Xuan embraced her again, gently saying, All right, it's getting late. We should go to sleep now. Li Mengyao responded sweetly. They then drifted into dreams together. The next day they woke up at 9 o'clock and Huang Shifeng had already left breakfast and gone to work. At the dining table, Li Mengyao quietly enjoyed her breakfast when she suddenly recalled yesterday's events, her face reddening once more. Suddenly, she realized something. Lin Xuan hadn't mentioned where they were going yesterday. Moreover, why was Lin Xuan so familiar with it? Lin Xuan looked at his wife, noticing her blushing face, and asked, Wife, what's wrong? Li Mengyao gently shook her head, shot Lin Xuan a glare, and angrily said, It's nothing. Lin Xuan saw that Li Mengyao was angry again, surely thinking about yesterday. But they were already preparing to get married, it wasn't a big deal, right? Li Mengyao's lowered eyelids slowly lifted, and unable to resist, she asked, Why? Why are you so skilled at this? Lin Xuan was taken aback, not expecting Li Mengyao to ask such a question. Boys are naturally talented in this aspect, you get the hang of it after a few kisses. Li Mengyao thought of an important matter. Her first kiss was given to Lin Xuan, but was Lin Xuan's first kiss also hers? If he get the hang of it after a few kisses, had he kissed many girls before? If not, then who did he give his first kiss to? Li Mengyao bit her lip in frustration and continued to question. Then are you a first kiss? Tell me the truth. Lin Xuan felt a surge of crisis and hurriedly embraced Li Mengyao. What are you doing? Quickly say yes or no. Li Mengyao angrily punched Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gently rubbed Li Mengyao's cute nose, smiling as he said, of course, last night was my first kiss. In an instant, a wave of shyness surged within Li Mengyao, and she instinctively pulled her hair to cover her slightly flushed cheeks, softly saying, "Oh." After breakfast, the two came to the downstairs where the Maybach was parked. Lin Xuan helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, and then circled back to the driver's seat. You still haven't said where we are going. Li Mengyao blinked her doe-like eyes at Lin Xuan. To Sherdai Garden. Lin Xuan started the car and slowly drove forward. The unique body of the Maybach shimmered in the light as it sped through the streets of Jingshui City, drawing the attention of those around it. It is indeed rare to see a Maybach S680 worth over 3 million in a small city like Jingshui. The two soon arrived at Times Garden. Lin Xuan parked the car and took Li Mengyao's hand as they approached the grand entrance. The entrance of Times Garden resembled a magnificent archway, imposing and solemn, exuding nobility and elegance. Although it cannot compare to the riverside properties in big cities, it is still considered a high-end community here, and due to the exquisite decoration, the price is also around 10,000 per square meter. Husband, are you buying things again? Li Mengyao hesitated for a moment, still unaccustomed to calling him that. No, these are all necessary purchases, not impulsive buys. Lin Xuan smiled. Are you discontent with my old house? Li Mengyao lowered her head and asked softly. It was true, with Lin Xuan's good family background, he must not be used to living in that old house. Lin Xuan brought her to see Times Garden, which surely meant he had already bought it. He noticed his wife's thoughts, squeezed her little hand, and gently said, No, I was very comfortable staying there yesterday. But that's not a long-term solution. We will have to move eventually. I don't want my future mother-in-law to climb to the 8th floor every day, and it's also closer to where Annie works, so she won't have to squeeze onto the bus every morning. Moreover, we will often come back, so it's just convenient to buy it together. Huang Shifeng was not yet of retirement age, and was still working at a nearby shopping mall. Li Mengyao tightly hugged Lin Xuan with both hands, looking up at him, with eyes sparkling with admiration. Thank you, husband. Lin Xuan naturally supported Li Mengyao's waist, leaned down, and kissed her cheek with a bright smile. You should express your gratitude to your husband with real actions. Li Mengyao's face began to flush red as she softly said, We're still outside. All right, let's stop teasing and go inside to take a look. Lin Xuan then picked up his phone and dialed the manager of Times Garden from yesterday. Hello, manager, I am Mr. Lin, who purchased a block 1201 at Times Garden yesterday. May I check in now? Hello, Mr. Lin, of course. Where are you now? They'll come right over. I'm right by the entrance. Please wait a moment, they'll be there shortly. Soon a young man in a neat suit with a confident smile jogged over. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the manager of Times Garden. My surname is Huang. Hello, Manager Huang, can you take us to see it now? Of course, please follow me, both of you. Manager Huang dared not show any neglect. Mr. Lin purchased the King's unit of Times Garden, a mid-level floor unit, one of the most expensive houses in the entire community, and he paid in full. Is this your first time at Times Garden? Manager Huang asked with a smile. Yes, it's our first visit. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao looked around, assessing the community environment. Buying a house worth over 2 million on their first visit shows just how wealthy they are. Let me give you a brief introduction. Times Garden is called a garden because of its greenery rate of up to 50. Upon entering through the gate, one is greeted by lush trees and blooming flowers resembling a vibrant painting. The winding paths of the garden are lined with well-arranged plants with various flowers competing in beauty, and pavilions and corridors interspersed, forming a beautiful landscape that is refreshing to behold. Simply put, the environment of our Times Garden community is second to none in Jingshui City. No other community dares to claim the first place. With Manager Huang's introduction, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao nodded in satisfaction. They soon arrived at the foot of a block in Times Garden, where the design of the King's unit was clearly more prominent and elegant than the other buildings. They then took the elevator to the door of 1201. Manager Huang took out the key and opened the door, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked inside. This house is also around 200 square meters with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the renovation is quite good with meticulous workmanship. Indeed, you get what you pay for. There is a reason for the high price, but it lacks furniture, and it will need some renovation and refurbishment afterward. It seems they still have to work hard for a while before they can move in. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's little hand and went to the large balcony where the king's unit offers a view overlooking the entire Times Garden, providing an exceptionally good perspective. Wife, what do you think? Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao gently. It's beautiful, completely different in style from our Jinwan mansion in Jinghai City. Li Mengyao smiled widely, very happy. Seeing the two in front of him, so satisfied manager Huang was also pleased, having closed a big deal and earning a substantial commission. If you two have no issues, you can sign here. Manager Huang handed Lin Xuan a sales contract, and Lin Xuan carefully read it before signing his name. Congratulations to you both for becoming proud owners of Times Garden. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I won't disturb you any longer. After Manager Huang finished speaking, he took his leave. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao carefully inspected the new house once more before taking the elevator down, preparing to go to the nearby mall to pick up Annie after work. Just as the two walked out of Block A of Times Garden, a crisp voice rang in their ears. Mengyao. Mengyao, is that really you? Have you come home? The person who came was a fresh and pretty girl, though not stunning. Her smile was charming. Ting, I didn't expect to run into you here. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Mengyao, we haven't been together for so long. Come here for a hug. The two then happily embraced. At this moment, Chen Tingting noticed that there was a super handsome guy behind Li Mengyao. Mengyao, aren't you going to introduce us? Chen Tingting narrowed her eyes at Li Mengyao. Mengyao, oh Mengyao, it's only been a few months, and not only have you become prettier, but you also have such a handsome boyfriend. Wow. Li Mengyao turned to link her arm with Lin Xuan's, giving a graceful wink, and smiled brightly. Tingting, let me introduce you. This is my husband Lin Xuan. Though they haven't married yet, they already have a child, and they have done what they should and shouldn't do, so Li Mengyao simply introduced him as her husband. Chen Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. They hadn't seen each other for just a few months, and Li Mengyao was already married. Husband, this is my childhood friend Chen Tingting. Li Mengyao continued to introduce. Chen Tingting quickly pulled Li Mengyao aside and said on the verge of tears, Mengyao, please tell me this isn't true. Li Mengyao was somewhat at a loss, blinking in confusion. It is true. It's only been a few months since we last met, and you're already getting married. Chen Tingting asked. Not married yet, but it should be soon. Li Mengyao's face flushed softly as she snuck a glance at Lin Xuan. Noticing he had been gazing at her the whole time, she quickly turned away. Chen Tingting looked at their exchange and said helplessly, Yao, have you really got him wrapped around your finger? He treats me really well, Li Mengyao replied with a tender nod. Chen Tingting smiled and said, alright, as a good friend of course he'll bless you. But if Li Jia and the others find out you're about to get married, they'll probably wail like ghosts tonight, haha. Li Mengyao said, don't joke around. I've always been just ordinary friends with them. Chen Tingting waved her hand. I know you never gave them any chance. By the way, how come you're at Times Garden? Chen Tingting had recently moved to Times Garden herself. Her parents had helped with a substantial down payment, allowing her to barely afford a small unit of less than 100 square meters. Li Mengyao replied, we came to look at some houses. We're about to head back now. Chen Tingting didn't think much of it, and said, oh okay, come over to my place sometime. They'll tell you the view from my home is amazing. She remembered that Li Mengyao's family wasn't particularly well off, so it seemed unlikely she could afford such an expensive neighborhood. They were probably just looking. Sure, we'll have plenty of chances to hang out together. Li Mengyao smiled softly, and quickly returned to Lin Xuan's side. She linked her arm through his, and said gently, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Xuan pinched Li Mengyao's cheek playfully and chuckled. What were you two talking about? Li Mengyao shook her head lightly and laughed happily. Nothing much, just catching up. Alright, let's head back then. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and started walking toward the parking lot. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Manager Huang came jogging over in a hurry. After finally catching up to Lin Xuan, Manager Huang was panting heavily. Manager Huang, is there something else? Lin Xuan asked with curiosity. I forgot to give you the key card for the community's security gate. I'm terribly sorry. Manager Huang handed the key card to Lin Xuan between breaths. I almost forgot too. Thank you, Lin Xuan said, taking the key card before leaving with Li Mengyao. Not far away, Chen Tingting, who had yet to leave, looked at Manager Huang with confusion. Isn't that the sales manager I bought my apartment from? Could it be that Li Mengyao and her husband already bought a place here? Chen Tingting walked over and asked, Manager Huang, hello. Do you remember me? Manager Huang turned to look at Chen Tingting and said apologetically, I don't quite recall. May I ask what you need? Miss Chun, who bought Unit 3201 in Building E a few months ago. Chen Tingting spoke with some irritation, recalling how before the deal was made he had called daily asking if she wanted to buy, mentioning discounts and promotions. Now he didn't even recognize her. Oh, I remember now. You bought the penthouse, right? Sorry about that. I've been handling a lot of clients lately, so it slipped my mind. So what can I do for you? Manager Huang asked. Chen Tingting said, I'd like to ask, did those two just now also buy a place at Times Garden? Manager Huang replied, yes, they are distinguished guests here. They bought the Crown Jewel, Unit 12 in Building A, and paid in full. Chen Tingting's eyes widened in shock. The Crown Jewel building had sprawling 1,200 square meter apartments, and being on the middle floor, it must have cost over 2 million. She recalled her own situation. Due to insufficient funds, she had reluctantly settled for the rooftop unit. She had just proudly invited Li Mengyao to visit her home, and now she felt so embarrassed. Still, she was genuinely happy for Mengyao. It seemed she had found the right person. Then Chen Tingting pulled out her phone and typed in a group chat. I just ran into your goddess. But it looks like she's about to get married. You guys are out of luck. This can't be true. Tell me it's not true. Who stole my goddess? I'm going to beat him up. She's not married yet, so I still have a chance, right? Meanwhile, Lin Xuan drove Li Mengyao to the supermarket first to buy some groceries, then headed to Heping. Huang Shifang worked at Heping Shopping Mall, and it was just about time for her shift to end. Colleagues leaving work noticed a sleek, elongated black Maybach parked at the entrance. Although some didn't know its exact price, they could tell it was an expensive luxury car. At that moment, Huang Shifang and her colleague Chun Li were heading out together to catch the bus home. As they walked, Chun Li once again tried to set up Huang Shifang's daughter. Shifang, would you reconsider? My son works at a state-owned enterprise. Great salary and benefits. No need, Chun Li. My daughter already has a boyfriend. Huang Shifang declined politely. What? Since when? What does your daughter's boyfriend do? Chun Li asked, surprised. He hasn't graduated yet, Huang Shifang said, not wanting to reveal too much. Not graduated. That means he doesn't have a job yet, right? Let me tell you, finding a good job is tough nowadays. My son works at a state-owned enterprise and tons of people compete to get in every year. Chun Li boasted. Huang Shifang recalled Chun Li's son, who always acted arrogant and disdainful. She had heard he was quite a womanizer, constantly changing girlfriends. No way would she entrust her daughter to someone like that. Just as Huang Shifang stepped out to wait for the bus, the sleek black Maybach pulled up in front of them. Mom, I'm here to take you home. Li Mengyao poked her head out with a bright smile. Yao Yao, is this your car? Huang Shifang asked, stunned. She might not know much about cars, but she could tell the difference between an ordinary one and a luxury vehicle. Auntie, please get in. We've already bought the groceries for lunch, Lin Xuan said with a smile. They'll cook something for you to try when we get back. Li Mengyao noticed Chun Li standing nearby, and said happily, Auntie Chen, are you heading back too? We can give you a ride. No. No need. My son will come pick me up soon. You go ahead, haha, Chun Li said with an awkward smile. This is my son-in-law. He'll be off now. Huang Shifang turned to Chun Li, and then got into the back seat of the Maybach. Chun Li slunk away to catch the next bus. Inside the Maybach, Huang Shifang hesitated before asking, Lin Xuan, did you buy this car? Yes, Auntie. I bought it recently, so I can take Mengyao out conveniently, Lin Xuan replied as he drove steadily. Buying such an expensive car, just to travel. Lin Xuan's family must be very wealthy. Would her future in-laws be hard to get along with? Would they look down on her family? Mom, doesn't Auntie Chen's son never pick her up after work? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Exactly. She's just being stubborn. Her son would never come for her, Huang Shifang said, snapping back to reality. She keeps pestering me about introducing her son to you. I've told her I already have a son-in-law. Now that she's seen him with her own eyes, she should give up. Lin Xuan smiled and said, looks like my wife is very popular. I need to keep a close eye on her. Li Mengyao's face instantly flushed. She shot Lin Xuan a glare and murmured, my mom is right here. Huang Shifang covered her mouth and snickered in the back seat. Upon returning home, Lin Xuan headed to the kitchen to start cooking. Huang Shifang repeatedly tried to help, but was gently refused each time, so she could only sit in the living room watching television with her daughter. Before long, Lin Xuan had prepared a full table of dishes: steamed turbot mushroom and scallop soup, stir-fried beef with scallions, garlic steamed ribs, and sautéed broccoli. Since Li Mengyao loved fish, every meal included a fish dish. Lin Xuan always prepared it in creative ways for her, and Li Mengyao's face radiated a happy smile. Time to eat, Lin Xuan called out. Lin Xuan, you made so many dishes, Huang Shifang said with a laugh. Not too many, 4 dishes and 1 soup. Auntie, please try my cooking. With those words, Lin Xuan first placed a large piece of fish on Li Mengyao's plate, then a generous portion of beef for Huang Shifang. Watching her future son-in-law care so attentively for Yao Yao, Huang Shifang felt even more reassured about Lin Xuan. This. It's even better than the food at many famous restaurants in Jingshui City. Lin Xuan, where did you learn to cook so well? It's absolutely delicious. Huang Shifang's face was full of astonishment as she exclaimed. I just like cooking when I had free time at home. If you like it, eat more. Lin Xuan smiled. After a while, when everyone had nearly finished eating, he spoke, Auntie, I bought a new apartment in Sherdai Garden. After it's renovated, we'll all move there together. Huang Shifang's heart skipped a beat, and she asked in disbelief, Lin Xuan, are you serious? Lin Xuan nodded earnestly. Huang Shifang fell silent for a moment, thinking that apartments in Sherdai Garden were far from cheap. Even if Lin Xuan had money, he shouldn't squander it recklessly. Then she said to Lin Xuan, that must cost a fortune. This house is a bit old, but it's still livable. Lin Xuan, listen to your auntie and cancel the purchase. Lin Xuan said firmly, don't worry, auntie. We'll just leave this old house as it is. Sherdai Garden is very close to your workplace, so you won't have to climb 8 floors anymore. Then he cast a glance at Li Mengyao. Besides Mengyao, and I will come back often. And in the future our baby can play in the Sherdai Garden community. Huang Shifang thought it over and finally agreed. They would move together to Sherdai Garden after some time. After lunch, Lin Xuan wanted to clear the dishes, but Huang Shifang insisted on doing it herself. With nothing to do, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao retreated to the bedroom early. Lin Xuan wrapped one arm around Li Mengyao while playing with her hair with the other. Honey, what decoration style do you want for the new place? Li Mengyao raised her delicate eyebrows and said, new Chinese style. The Jinwan Mansion apartment already has a modern minimalist look, so let's try something different. She showed Lin Xuan pictures she had found on her phone. Alright, this afternoon we'll go check out some decoration companies and furniture stores in Jingshui City. Okay, Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy, and she was as delighted as a little girl. Soon hugging Lin Xuan, she fell fast asleep. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Xuan woke up and looked at Li Mengyao still sound asleep in his arms. He couldn't bear to wake the sleeping beauty, so he tiptoed out of the room. After tidying up a bit, he saw Huang Shifang coming out of her room ready for work. Auntie, let me drive you to work. I'm going to look at some decoration companies anyway. Lin Xuan said with a smile. That's too much trouble. No trouble at all, I've got nothing else to do. Then Lin Xuan drove his Maybach to drop Huang Shifang off at Heping Mall before heading to some well-known decoration companies in Jingshui City. After some time had passed, Li Mengyao's little hand kept patting the bed around her, as if searching for something. Where's my husband? Her hand swept a full circle without finding him. That meant Lin Xuan was no longer in the room. Li Mengyao gently rubbed her eyes, got up with difficulty, and walked out of the bedroom. She searched the entire house, but couldn't find Lin Xuan. Thinking for a moment, she took out her phone. Then she sent a little bear angry emoji. 5 minutes later. Wifey, are you awake? When Li Mengyao saw the message, she made a video call directly. She hadn't called earlier because she was afraid Lin Xuan was driving and couldn't answer. Soon Lin Xuan's handsome face appeared on her phone screen. Why didn't you wake me up? We said we'd go together. Though her tone was calm, the expression in her eyes clearly showed she was a little upset. I saw you sleeping so soundly, so I let you be. I've checked out several places. I'll bring back the plans and renderings for you to see. You stay home and rest. Lin Xuan smiled gently and started coaxing her. Then come back early. Knowing he was looking out for her, she stopped being difficult. She glanced at the time. She had slept until almost 5. How could she sleep that long? Even if Lin Xuan had tried to wake her, she might not have gotten up. Alright, my lady boss, I'll pick up Annie and be home soon. Then Li Mengyao hung up, her cheeks flushed. Calling her wife was fine, but adding boss. Lin Xuan had worked hard all afternoon. He'd probably be hungry when he got back. Tonight she would make dinner herself and let him taste her cooking. So Li Mengyao took out the ingredients bought at noon from the fridge and began bustling in the kitchen. At first she felt nothing unusual, but halfway through a sudden wave of nausea hit her. Li Mengyao covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom, where she began vomiting violently. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged from the bathroom pale-faced, grabbed a small cup of hot water, drank it, and sat blankly on the sofa, slowly recovering. So this is what morning sickness feels like. Just then the door opened and Lin Xuan and Huang Shifang returned. I'm home, Lin Xuan announced with a happy smile. Li Mengyao quickly stood up, hurried over, and threw herself into Lin Xuan's arms. Her voice was a little hoarse. Welcome home. Lin Xuan knew immediately something was wrong. Her voice sounded as if she had been crying. He looked at his wife in his arms. Her eyes were red, faint tear tracks were visible, and her lips were very dry. Honey, what's wrong? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you home alone. It won't happen again. Lin Xuan picked Li Mengyao up and gently placed her on the sofa. No. I was trying to make dinner for you. But halfway through I felt terribly nauseous and threw up. Li Mengyao nuzzled softly into Lin Xuan's chest, her voice tender. Seeing the couple, Huang Shifang knew she was the third wheel, and said to Lin Xuan, I'll make dinner. You take care of Yao Yao. Lin Xuan nodded to Huang Shifeng. All right, Annie. Turning back, he took a tissue and gently wiped away Li Mengyao's tears. Just imagining her vomiting violently in the bathroom made his heart ache. The first 3 months are the peak period for morning sickness. Earlier, Lin Xuan had always given Li Mengyao small, frequent meals and strictly kept her out of the kitchen, trying his best to avoid morning sickness. But it still happened. From now on, don't go into the kitchen. Let your husband handle the housework, okay? Li Mengyao leaned into Lin Xuan's arms, the previous discomfort dissipating as a blissful smile spread across her face. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went for a walk by the river. The Jingshui River is the mother river of Jingshui City, so the residents of Jingshui City come to stroll along the river in the evenings. Since Li Mengyao's home is far from the river, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove there in a Maybach. Upon arriving at the river, Lin Xuan parked the car, took Li Mengyao's small hand, and they walked together by the river. The riverside of Jingshui River was bustling with crowds, with people coming and going, all wearing smiles. The river shimmered with sparkling reflections under the lights, harmonizing beautifully with the neon lights on the shore, filled with the vibrancy of life. Life here is truly pleasant, Lin Xuan remarked as he admired the night view of Jingshui River. Yes, I really like this small fourth-tier city. It lacks the hustle and bustle of first-tier cities, offering only a leisurely lifestyle and a tranquil atmosphere. Li Mengyao smiled sweetly at Lin Xuan. Once the house in Sherdai Garden is renovated, we can come back anytime. Lin Xuan gently squeezed Li Mengyao's small hand and replied with a smile. I used to come here often when I was a child. I remember there was a kind old grandpa who sold candied hawthorns. He would often hand me a skewer of candied hawthorn on a small bamboo stick. Li Mengyao continued reminiscing about her childhood, while Lin Xuan quietly listened beside her. As they walked by the river, they soon passed an ice cream shop. This is a popular shop in Jingshui City known for its delicious ice cream. So many people line up. Honey, do you want some ice cream? Li Mengyao looked at the ice cream in the shop. Her stomach growled unexpectedly, and her cheeks flushed. I do. Due to morning sickness in the afternoon, Li Mengyao had little appetite for dinner, so she didn't eat much. Now out for a walk, she quickly felt hungry. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to the ice cream shop. Since there were still many people in line, he led Li Mengyao to an empty seat. Honey, you sit here first. He'll go line up. What flavor do you want? Li Mengyao gently shook Lin Xuan's hand and said with a smile, I want strawberry flavor, thank you, dear. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's small hand and kissed the back of it. It was delightful. Okay. Li Mengyao quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushing. How could he be so shameless to kiss her in public? Lin Xuan smiled and began to line up at the back. Seeing the long queue, Li Mengyao took out her phone and started watching videos. Lu Yusin, my dear Yao Yao, where are you? I'm coming to find you to hang out. Li Mengyao replied. I'm in Jingshui City, do you want to come? Lu Yusin, why did you suddenly come home? Li Mengyao, I brought my husband home. Lu Yusin, you're calling him husband already. Aren't you still unmarried? Li Mengyao, almost. Lu Yusin, so your mother has agreed. Did she not break his legs? Li Mengyao, don't say that my mom has agreed. Lu Yusin, you're such a waste, you're just so easygoing. Alright, I'm going to play by myself, not eating your dog food. Li Mengyao replied with a little bear nodding emoji. Just as she finished chatting with Lu Yusin, a boy sat down across from her. This boy was quite handsome, dressed neatly, sporting a trendy Korean fluffy hairstyle, and he smiled as he flirted with Li Mengyao. Hello beautiful, can I get your contact information? Li Mengyao glanced at him and politely replied, sorry, I have a husband. The boy, seeing that Li Mengyao looked like a student and noticing no husband beside her, guessed that she was probably making it up. We have a connection, it's just sharing contact information. Li Mengyao, seeing that he was still persistent, coldly said, please stop bothering me, as I said I have. Didn't she say she has a husband? I'm that husband. At that moment, Lin Xuan came over, his gaze fiercely fixed on the man flirting with his wife. Li Mengyao immediately took Lin Xuan's hand and hid behind him. The boy, seeing someone taller and better looking than himself, knew he couldn't compete and left in defeat. Honey, next time someone flirts with you, just call me, and he'll come right away. Lin Xuan smiled and handed Li Mengyao a large strawberry sundae. Oh, why did you only buy one, and it's so big? I can't finish it. Li Mengyao nodded, revealing a sweet. Take your time eating. Lin Xuan patted Li Mengyao's little head, then held her hand and continued walking by the river. Li Mengyao looked at the large strawberry sundae in front of her, thought for a moment, then took out her phone and snapped a photo to send to her good friend Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin, Li Mengyao, it's delicious. Lu Yusin, Yao Yao, be a person. Previously, Lu Yusin had shown off her boyfriend every day in front of Li Mengyao while they were in college, constantly urging Li Mengyao to find someone too. Now that they had broken up, It was Li Mengyao's turn to show off her love to Li Xuan. Li Mengyao tidied her hair and slightly lifted the corners of her mouth. Lin Xuan noticed his wife smiling foolishly at her phone and curiously asked, "What's so funny?" Li Mengyao came to her senses and looked at Lin Xuan with a naive expression. "It's nothing. I can't finish it." Li Mengyao looked at the half-eaten strawberry sundae, which was already a mess. "Then give it to your husband, he'll take care of it." Lin Xuan smiled gently. "Were you planning to eat my share?" Realizing Lin Xuan's scheme, Li Mengyao felt embarrassed to continue and could only glare at Lin Xuan, yet she handed the strawberry sundae to him. Lin Xuan took it and began eating it in large bites, quickly swallowing it down. The two continued their stroll along the riverside, and soon Li Mengyao felt a bit tired. "Honey, I'm a little sleepy, let's go back." Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xuan's hand. "Okay, let's head back the way we..." Just as they were about to return, an old man stood at a bustling street, tending to his candied hawthorn stall, smiling widely as he awaited customers. "That's the grandpa who often gave me candied hawthorns when I was little," Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. "Let's buy a skewer of candied hawthorns. I see he only has one skewer left. Let's let the old man close up early." Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao gently. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and walked forward. "Grandpa, how much are the candied hawthorns?" Lin Xuan could feel how happy Li Mengyao was. 3 yuan for a skewer. I want one. Grandpa, do you remember me? Li Mengyao smiled broadly, very happy. The old man selling candied hawthorns looked up at the girl in front of him, feeling a sense of familiarity, and suddenly remembered. "Are you the little girl who often ate my candied hawthorns when you were small?" It's me. I didn't expect Grandpa to remember me." Li Mengyao's eyes curved with joy as she laughed. "Haha, how could I forget? Back then many kids gathered around me to buy candied hawthorns. You were the one standing not far away, drooling as you watched." The candied hawthorn grandpa smiled kindly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes narrowing into slits. Li Mengyao said a little sheepishly, "I wasn't being greedy. So I always saved one candied hawthorn for you, haha. Here the last stick of strawberry candied hawthorn." Because ordinary candied hawthorns are made with hawthorn berries, and pregnant women should try to avoid foods with hawthorn as they can have adverse effects on the body. But if it's a fruit-based candied hawthorn like the strawberry one, before them a pregnant woman can eat it. Li Mengyao quickly waved her hand. No, well, buy it." Lin Xuan took out his phone to scan the code. "Yes, Grandpa, well, buy it. Thank you for taking care of her when she was little." The candied hawthorn grandpa looked at their tightly clasped hands and smiled with relief. "I just felt sorry for you back then with your 2 little pigtails, so adorable. It reminded me of my own granddaughter, haha. Here, your candied hawthorn." With that, he handed the last stick to Li Mengyao. "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, grinning from ear to ear. As they left, Lin Xuan quietly left 100 yuan for the candied hawthorn grandpa as a token of gratitude for looking after Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao continued back the way they came. Along the way, Li Mengyao ate her candied hawthorn while holding Lin Xuan's hand, swinging it up and down as if she were a child again. "Honey, is it good?" Lin Xuan smiled. "Delicious, just like the taste from childhood, hasn't changed a bit." Li Mengyao nodded happily, then lifted her head to look at Lin Xuan with a dazed expression. "Do you want some?" Lin Xuan looked at the candied hawthorn she was offering and gave a gentle smile. "I just ate, you go ahead." "Oh." Li Mengyao continued enjoying her candied hawthorn, its sweet and sour flavor full of delight. "There's only one left. Are you sure you don't want it?" Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan, her elegant eyes blinking softly. "No." Lin Xuan's tone was firm, but his gaze remained fixed on her tempting cherry-like lips. Li Mengyao felt that Lin Xuan was up to no good, but her innocent mind couldn't grasp it. Since he didn't want, she then popped the last candied hawthorn into her mouth. After holding it for a moment, as she was about to chew, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke with a smile. "Honey, I want to eat a candied hawthorn now. There's none left." Li Mengyao shook the stick in her hand and tilted her head. "Isn't there still one?" "Where?" "There was one. In her mouth." Li Mengyao suddenly realized what he meant and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. "You can't." But someone was faster. Lin Xuan wrapped one arm around her waist, pulled her into his embrace, and with the other hand lifted her chin, leaning in to kiss her tempting lips. Li Mengyao pushed him away forcefully, first glancing around to make sure no one was watching, then glared at Lin Xuan in annoyance. "Why did you steal my candied hawthorn? I like the sweetest candied hawthorn from your lips," Lin Xuan said shamelessly. Li Mengyao was furious and reached out to pinch his waist. "Ow! Stop pinching. My waist is already covered in bruises." The grin on Lin Xuan's face twisted into a grimace of pain. "Oomph." Li Mengyao pouted and turned her face away, refusing to look at him. "All right, honey, I know I was wrong. Let's go back now." Lin Xuan tried to coax her. You always say you know you're wrong, but next time it's the same. Li Mengyao scolded softly, still refusing to face him. Had he actually made her angry? Lin Xuan suddenly felt the candied hawthorn in his mouth turn tasteless. After a moment, Li Mengyao turned to look at the flustered fool Lin Xuan and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Scared? Li Mengyao gently patted Lin Xuan. Scared, honey? Lin Xuan laughed along with her. Next time, don't suddenly. In public. You can. You can kiss me when we get home. Li Mengyao blinked her bright doe-like eyes and whispered. Okay. Lin Xuan agreed without hesitation. The two finally reached the parking spot. Lin Xuan helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, then got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove toward home. In the car, Li Mengyao looked at her belly and asked Lin Xuan, Honey, do you think it's a boy or a girl? Could it be one of each? Lin Xuan replied with a smile while driving steadily. How could we be so lucky as to have twins right away? Li Mengyao raised her pretty eyebrows and smiled happily. It's almost 3 months. Baby, grow up soon. She gently stroked her soft belly. Honey, I want to touch too. Lin Xuan glanced enviously. When we get home. Focus on driving, don't look around. Li Mengyao blushed. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at their apartment building. After parking, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to go inside. Li Mengyao noticed someone standing at their doorstep holding a bouquet of flowers. As they got closer, she saw it was Li Jie. Li Jie had been the class monitor in high school and had always pursued Li Mengyao, but she didn't like him. She had rejected him several times, but Li Jie thought that since she didn't have a boyfriend, he still had a chance, so he kept pestering her. Eventually, Li Mengyao simply ignored him. When Li Jie saw Li Mengyao holding hands with a man and stepping out of a luxury Maybach, his fists clenched, but he forced a smile. So Chen Tingting was telling the truth. Li Mengyao really did have a boyfriend. Mengyao, I heard you were back. Why didn't you say anything? These flowers are for you. Li Jie smiled and handed the bouquet to Li Mengyao, completely ignoring Lin Xuan. Li Mengyao frowned when she saw it was Li Jie. Li Jie, why are you at my doorstep? I've told you before we're not suitable. Please give the flowers to someone else. Thank you. With that, she took Lin Xuan's hand to go inside. But Li Jie blocked their way again and said anxiously, Mengyao, can't you give me a chance? I've been hired by a well-known company in Jingshui City. My parents are both employed. We could have a good life there. Li Mengyao's eyes turned icy cold, and she interrupted angrily. I've said it before, there's no possibility between us. And I already have a husband. Get out of the way. It was the first time Lin Xuan had seen Li Mengyao so furious. He clenched his fists as he looked at the persistent Li Jie. But... Ow. Li Jie tried to explain, but Lin Xuan grabbed his arm, twisted it forcefully, and pinned him down. After the first reward from the system had enhanced his physique, Lin Xuan's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It's been made very clear. If you dare harass my wife again, next time it won't be so polite. Get lost. Lin Xuan then kicked Li Jie hard in the backside, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Li Jie clumsily got up, his face twisted in anger, grinding his teeth as he watched Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao leave. He would not give up easily. He had been pursuing this for many years and had become obsessed. He then limped away. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned home, as it was getting late, the two quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao quietly looked at her phone while Lin Xuan stared at his wife in a daze. Li Mengyao soon sensed something was off, put down her phone, turned around, and hugged Lin Xuan, lifting her head. Honey, what are you thinking about? You've been staring at me. Although they were not yet married, Li Mengyao calling him honey felt very natural, as it was just a matter of time. Lin Xuan came to his senses, extending his arms to tightly embrace Li Mengyao. He said gently, I was thinking, how is my wife so popular? This morning, that aunt's son, the boy from the ice cream shop tonight, and the person downstairs just now. 3 people want to steal my wife in just one day. It's infuriating to think about it. Li Mengyao felt a bit helpless, yet couldn't hide her gentle smile. Is that why? I can't control that. It's not like I can stop them from approaching me. Lin Xuan smiled, lowering his head to touch her forehead, revealing his signature smile. Then I need to keep a closer eye on you from now on. Sure enough, a flurry of kisses followed, starting from her forehead, moving to her nose, and finally landing on her lips. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao continued to stay in Jingshui City for a few days, and after arranging the renovation and furniture placement for the Times Garden, they prepared to set off back to Jinghai City today. The 3 of them came downstairs. Huang Shifeng looked at how Lin Xuan took care of her daughter and smiled with satisfaction, handing the household register to Li Mengyao. Yao, take good care of this household register, and remember to come back often. Li Mengyao stared blankly at the household register in her hand, realizing what her mother meant. Her eyes stung with tears. Seeing this, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's small hand, speaking firmly. Andy, don't worry, we will come. Li Mengyao's face rippled with emotion. Mom, we will definitely come back often. Huang Shifang's eyes also turned slightly red as she spoke gently. Mom understands, be careful on the road. After Lin Xuan helped Li Mengyao settle into the back seat, he got into the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly drove away. Huang Shifang could no longer hold back her tears as her daughter, who had been her only companion for over a decade, was now going to get married. In the Maybach, Li Mengyao also cried like rain, her eyes red. Lin Xuan quietly drove in front, knowing the hardships of the mother and daughter, so he didn't try to comfort them, giving them some time. Soon 4 hours passed. The long black Maybach drove back into the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. After Lin Xuan parked the car steadily, he got out and walked to the back seat. Not long after Li Mengyao got in the car, she cried herself to sleep, now peacefully resting like a lovely little girl. Lin Xuan gently picked up Li Mengyao and slowly walked towards the elevator. Soon the beauty in his arms woke up, their eyes met, and she looked at Lin Xuan in a daze. Awake! Lin Xuan said, unable to hide his affection. Quick! Put me down. Li Mengyao's pretty face turned red. They were still outside, it would be embarrassing if someone saw. It's fine, there's no one here. Saying this, Lin Xuan entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 16th. As the elevator slowly ascended, it suddenly stopped at the first floor. The elevator door opened, and an aunt and uncle entered. The aunt looked at the two, unable to hide her smile. At this moment, Li Mengyao was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Lin Xuan's chest, using her small hands to brush her hair to cover her flushed face. Finally, they reached the 16th floor. Today's elevator was particularly slow. After exiting the elevator, Li Mengyao quickly struggled to get down, and Lin Xuan slowly let her go. Li Mengyao angrily lightly punched Lin Xuan, who was still laughing, not daring to use much strength, worried about hurting herself. The two finally returned home to Jinwan Mansion. As soon as they returned home, Lin Xuan began to clean up, and Li Mengyao joined in doing whatever she could. Initially, Lin Xuan disagreed, wanting her to rest, but Li Mengyao insisted on helping, else she wouldn't let Lin Xuan kiss her tonight. This was a killer move for Lin Xuan. He had no choice but to assign her some very light tasks. With their cooperation, the house was soon tidied up beautifully. In the past few days since returning, Li Mengyao had been preparing for her graduation defense. The two were still fourth-year students and needed to pass their university instructor's graduation defense to officially graduate. In contrast, Lin Xuan seemed completely unfazed, casually playing around. In the evening, Lin Xuan was in the hall engrossed in watching a movie on his 200-inch big screen, when Li Mengyao walked out of her room, hugging Lin Xuan and resting her chin on his shoulder, curiously asking, "Honey, aren't you going to prepare for your graduation defense?" Lin Xuan looked at his lovely wife, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her soft cheek. "Your husband is so talented that he was exempted from the graduation defense due to his outstanding previous performance and can graduate directly," Li Mengyao pouted, complaining. How can it be like this?" Lin Xuan laughed broadly. "Your husband is excellent, didn't you know?" Li Mengyao hooked her small hand around Lin Xuan's neck and softly bit his face. "I know, honey, you are the best." After saying this, she quickly distanced herself and ran back to her room with her little legs pattering. Lin Xuan touched the faint bite mark on his face, a smile creeping onto his lips. Soon the day of the graduation defense arrived. It was a sunny day with fresh air. Li Mengyao's defense was scheduled for the afternoon, and to ensure she would be in good spirits, she took a nap after lunch. After a short nap, she got up early and began to carefully prepare herself. She donned a pure white shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone, paired with a black long skirt. The hem danced gently with her steps, like a butterfly fluttering gracefully. Her glossy black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Li Mengyao approached Lin Xuan, twirled lightly, and with a radiant smile asked, "Honey, do I look good?" Lin Xuan couldn't help but step forward to embrace Li Mengyao, inhaling the enchanting aroma that enveloped her. He replied softly, "You look beautiful, my wife looks good in anything." Li Mengyao playfully scolded him, "Smooth talker. All right, let's head out." Lin Xuan flashed his signature smile, "Can I go in to watch your graduation defense?" Li Mengyao hurriedly shook her head and firmly stated no. "He'll be nervous." "Okay, stop teasing, we're going to be late." Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stepped out of the door and arrived at the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xuan chose to drive his little black car, the name he gave to his Maybach. Before long, Lin Xuan drove the Maybach to the school's parking lot. Since Li Mengyao majored in Chinese language and literature, Lin Xuan held her hand and walked to the teaching building of the School of Arts, finding the corresponding classroom. Looking inside, he saw 5 instructors seated in the front row while the back was filled with anxious students. Lin Xuan gently said to Li Mengyao, "Go on, don't be nervous, I'll wait for you at the door." In fact, with Li Mengyao's diligent study over the past 4 years, she had little pressure regarding this defense, but facing 5 instructors picking at her faults still made her somewhat nervous. Blushing, Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Well, a kiss will make me less nervous." Lin Xuan was taken aback. Was his wife being so proactive today? He then embraced Li Mengyao and gently kissed her forehead. "Go on." Li Mengyao smiled and happily walked into the classroom. Did Lin Xuan really think he would be that honest? He had never seen Li Mengyao give a speech in class. He flashed his signature smile. Lin Xuan returned to the parking lot and took out a black hat from the Maybach. After putting on the hat, Lin Xuan sneaked back into the room for Li Mengyao's defense through the back door, sitting in the last row, hard to notice unless one looked closely. Seeing Li Mengyao still with her eyes closed, relaxing her nerves, Lin Xuan whipped out his phone and started taking numerous photos. He couldn't miss this opportunity since he only met Li Mengyao in the last phase of college. After an unknown amount of time, Li Mengyao finally stepped onto the stage. Unlike her usual delicate self, Li Mengyao appeared extraordinarily confident on stage, her speech smooth and well-structured, with a confident smile gracing her beautiful face. Her profound foundation in Chinese language and culture and exceptional expressive ability earned her high praise from the instructors present. Lin Xuan quickly took out his phone and snapped pictures. As expected of the school beauty, she's not only beautiful, but also outstanding in her studies. "Yeah, but I heard that the school beauty seems to have a boyfriend." "What? Who took our school beauty away?" "I think he's also from our school." Lin Xuan smiled as he overheard a few boys discussing nearby. "Hey classmate, what are you laughing about?" a curious boy asked. "Did I laugh?" Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "You've been smiling the whole time, you haven't stopped." Another boy chimed in. "I just remembered something happy," Lin Xuan said, his smile widening. "What could be so funny? Share it with us." At this moment, Li Mengyao had finished her defense and returned to her seat to pack up. Seeing his wife preparing to come out, Lin Xuan quickly made his exit. "Classmate, I have to leave first. Good luck to you all." He secretly slipped out through the back door of the classroom. "That person seems not to be from our college. Strange." The others continued discussing. Lin Xuan casually looked at his phone as he stood by the door waiting for Li Mengyao. His handsome stature stood tall like a green pine, his attractive face adorned with a faint smile catching the attention of surrounding girls. Finally, one girl couldn't help but approach. "Hello classmate, can I get your contact information to get to know you better?" This girl was quite sweet-looking, petite, and her charming smile made it easy for others to take a liking to her. "Sorry, I already have." Lin Xuan started to refuse. Suddenly a figure rushed to his side. Li Mengyao wrapped her arm around Lin Xuan's, her gaze slightly cold. "Sorry classmate, he already has a girlfriend." The girl, noticing it was the school beauty, felt overshadowed and left in defeat. "Honey, was your graduation defense smooth?" Lin Xuan smiled. "Not smooth. The moment I came out, I saw you with another girl." Li Mengyao's face fell, clearly unhappy. "That's unfair, dear wife. I had just arrived at the classroom door." Lin Xuan quickly defended himself. "Who knows you?" Li Mengyao pouted, looking serious. "I have a way to prove my innocence," Lin Xuan said earnestly. "What way?" Li Mengyao wanted to tease him, having seen the girl approach Lin Xuan first. Lin Xuan pulled out his phone, showing the photos he had secretly taken of Li Mengyao in the classroom. In the photos, Li Mengyao looked stunning, exuding an elegant aura. "Oh, you were spying again." Li Mengyao noticed Lin Xuan wearing a black hat, which actually suited him quite well. However, she was still annoyed and reached out to poke Lin Xuan in the waist. Lin Xuan naturally embraced Li Mengyao, thinking, "Go ahead and poke. I'm tough-skinned. I just wanted to see how you look in class, to experience the feeling of attending class with you. I won't have the chance again in the future." Lin Xuan continued gently. After the graduation defense, it would be the graduation ceremony, and generally, there wouldn't be any more classes afterward. "All right then. Send me the photos." Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed as she spoke softly, lifting her gaze slightly. "Okay." Lin Xuan sent the images to Li Mengyao and casually shared them in a family group chat. "Zhang Shalan, my daughter-in-law, is so beautiful. Lin Jinghua, as expected of my son, his taste is just like mine when I was young. Lin Cici, is this my sister-in-law?" "Zhang Shalan, Cici, are you playing on your phone at school? You've got it wrong." Lin Cici, sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. "Oh, I'm not Cici." Lin Xuan's speechless emoji. At this moment, several boys who had just been discussing beside Lin Xuan also exited the classroom. Seeing the school beauty being embraced by a handsome guy, they gritted their teeth. It seems the rumor about the school beauty having a boyfriend is true. Wait. No way, isn't he the guy who was laughing next to us just now? You said you wanted to experience going to class with me, didn't you? Li Mengyao's eyes twinkled as she tilted her head and flashed a sweet smile. "Yes," said Lin Xuan. "Then let's have dinner at the school cafeteria tonight. You and I have never eaten." Li Mengyao arched her delicate brows and lifted her chin with a hint of arrogance. No, the food outside isn't clean enough. Lin Xuan shook his head. Oh, just this once. Besides, the cafeteria should be cleaner than outside, she persisted with a coaxing tone. Seeing Lin Xuan still frowning in hesitation, Li Mengyao took his hand and began pulling him toward the cafeteria. Come on, let's go. I'm already hungry. If you don't move, I'll go alone. Lin Xuan had no choice but to agree. Soon they arrived at the most popular cafeteria on campus, the Plum Garden. It was already dinner time and students from Jinghai University were streaming in to eat. Any idea like a portion of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 1 braised fish, a stir-fry of broccoli with shrimp, and 2 fried chicken legs. Auntie, please don't shake the spoon. This is our last time eating in the cafeteria as seniors. Li Mengyao spoke cheerfully, her smile as bright as a child's. All right, I'll give you a bit extra, the cafeteria auntie said, heaping a larger portion onto Li Mengyao's tray. Then Lin Xuan casually ordered a few dishes, and the two found a corner table to begin their meal. This is delicious. I used to come to the Plum Garden often, she said, placing half of her braised fish and 1 chicken leg into Lin Xuan's bowl. No wonder I rarely saw you during our college years. Lin Xuan's dormitory and classes were on the south side of campus, where he ate at the bamboo garden, while Li Mengyao lived on the north side, near the Plum Garden. Jinghai University's campus was vast, and Lin Xuan, being rather lazy, would never wander to the north side unless absolutely necessary. But I've seen you before. Li Mengyao murmured softly. What did you say, honey? Lin Xuan asked, unable to hear her clearly as the cafeteria grew noisier. Nothing. Here, have a bite, she said, picking up a shrimp and bringing it to his lips. He devoured it in 1 mouthful. Lin Xuan also picked up a piece of braised pork for Li Mengyao. She took a small bite, leaving half, which Lin Xuan then swallowed. As the two fed each other, they became the center of attention among nearby students. Look, isn't that our university's campus belle? Is that guy beside her boyfriend? Damn it. How does my goddess have a boyfriend? You have to admit he's quite handsome. Handsome, my ass. He's not worthy. Snap a photo and send it to the campus gossip page. Let him become the public enemy of every guy at Jinghai University. Click. The photo of the two feeding each other was posted on Jinghai University's campus gossip page with the headline shocking. Campus belle having dinner with her boyfriend at the cafeteria. Who's that scumbag next to our campus belle? My heart is broken. She has a boyfriend. Just a boyfriend. I still have a chance, lol. Isn't that Lin Xuan, the computer science legend? Shall we storm the CS department tomorrow? While eating his dinner, Lin Xuan felt countless hostile stares boring into his back, sending a chill down his spine. Just then his phone rang. 622 Foodie Group, Zhou Quan, Xian, you've been exposed. Zhong Zushing, from now on wear a mask on campus. Friendly reminder. Chen Jingming, haha Xian, you're doomed. Lin Xuan, what's going on? Zhou Quan, picture. It was the very photo of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao in their affectionate moment. A miscalculation. He'd have to keep a low profile on campus from now on. Noticing Lin Xuan was absorbed in his phone and ignoring her, Li Mengyao pouted reproachfully. Lin Xuan, what are you looking at? You're not paying attention to me. I've become the public enemy of every male student at Jinghai University, Lin Xuan said with a helpless smile. Huh, why? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. See, it's all because my wife is too beautiful, he said, pulling out his phone and showing her the campus gossip page. Li Mengyao covered her mouth, letting out a giggle. Well, I can't help you there. You're on your own. Soon after finishing dinner, the two strolled hand in hand across. Lin Xuan still looked uneasy, as if fearing a sudden blow from behind. He had full confidence in Li Mengyao's charm. What worried him were the occasional fans who might lose control. Honey, do you want me to help you? Seeing his tense expression, Li Mengyao kept snickering. How can you help? Lin Xuan looked at her expectantly. Call me big sister and I'll fix it, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a cheerful grin. She had seen his ID card. Though they were born in the same year, Li Mengyao was a few months older. A few months still counted, so he had to call her big sister. No way. Lin Xuan's face rarely flushed. Calling his own wife big sister was just too embarrassing. I'm older than you. What's the big deal? Just say it once. Li Mengyao pursed her lips, acting cute. Say it, and he'll give you a reward, she added, looking at him. Really? Mom. Both solve your campus crisis and get a reward. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around him, and looked up with a gentle smile. If you don't say it, I'll hold you here forever. Lin Xuan turned his crimson face away and murmured softly, big sister. Hee, what a good little brother. Li Mengyao said, her eyes crinkling with joy as she threw her arms around his neck, planted a kiss on his lips, and quickly pulled away. Usually it was Lin Xuan who made her shy, but today she finally gained the upper hand. How delightful. Is that the reward, eh? Lin Xuan touched his lips. Yes, didn't you like it? She gave an elegant wink. I loved it, Just too short, he said softly. We're still on campus. They continued strolling around the school, Lin Xuan still receiving resentful glares from male students, perhaps even more intense than before. Honey, didn't you say you'd help me? Lin Xuan asked. I already did. Take another look at the campus gossip page. Li Mengyao pursed her lips, smiling. Lin Xuan pulled out his phone and opened the page, immediately spotting a pinned comment posted by Li Mengyao. He's not my boyfriend. He's my husband. What? Already a husband? Beast, a total beast. I have no chance. Crying loudly. Brothers, it's time to unite and take down this man. Lin Xuan stared at the campus intelligence network, his heart sinking. Wife you. Just then Li Mengyao had already secretly walked ahead, while Lin Xuan was looking at his phone, glancing back at him every few steps. Wife, you think you can run? Lin Xuan started sprinting after Li Mengyao. Don't come near me. Ha ha ha. Seeing her plan exposed, Li Mengyao began trotting forward as well. One ran ahead, the other chased behind. On the silent campus, two cheerful laughs echoed. Because Li Mengyao was pregnant, she couldn't run fast, and Lin Xuan easily caught up. He embraced her gently and said softly, Don't run around, be careful. Li Mengyao smoothed her disheveled hair, revealing a charming smile. Under the night sky, the campus with its flowers and trees appeared exceptionally tranquil and mysterious in the moonlight. During graduation season, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao strolled hand in hand, every step filled with sweetness under the moonlight. After the graduation defense, following Lin Xuan's careful guidance for 3 or 4 days, Li Mengyao could drive skillfully in the city. Plus, the Xiaomi SU7 had an auto parking feature, so she didn't worry about parking. Today, Li Mengyao's college dormitory was having a farewell dinner, the last meal after graduation. Since it was all girls, Lin Xuan felt it awkward to join, so Li Mengyao drove herself. When Lin Xuan was training Li Mengyao to drive, he found that she learned quickly and drove steadily. Moreover, the Xiaomi SU7, a smart car, had intelligent driving and emergency avoidance features, so he agreed. Honey, I'm heading out. Li Mengyao wore a simple, white dress accentuating her elegant demeanor. She happily ran to Lin Xuan, gently kissed him on the lips, and was about to leave when Lin Xuan pulled her back into his embrace and kissed her cherry lips with faint lipstick. After some time, come back early, Lin Xuan said with a mischievous grin. Li Mengyao touched her flushed cheeks and slightly reddened lips and replied before leaving, You rascal husband. Li Mengyao arrived at the parking lot, walked to the Xiaomi SU7, got into the driver's seat, started the car skillfully, and even took out a small mirror to reapply her lipstick, all of which Lin Xuan had kissed away. Soon Li Mengyao drove to the dormitory building of Jinghai University and picked up her 3 roommates she hadn't seen for a while. Chen Man. Wow Yao Yao, in just a few months you're driving a car, and it's not cheap. Yang Lin. You tell us we saw your bold confession yesterday. Only Lu Yusin, who knew the whole story, chimed in to tease. Yao Yao has a husband and forgets her sisters. Blushing from her roommates, teasing, Li Mengyao quickly changed the subject. Stop it, just decide where to eat. I'm hungry. Hey, the place we ate last time wasn't bad, but I heard there's a new restaurant nearby. Oh no, I'm paralyzed by choice. I think that one is better. No, I think the other one is better. And so the 4 of them argued in the car for over 10 minutes, finally deciding by vote. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had nothing to do at home. Remembering that the luxury shop given by the system hadn't opened yet, he decided to go to Jinwan Plaza to post a recruitment notice, starting with hiring a store manager. The store manager would be responsible for all affairs, including restaurant operations, hiring chefs and waitstaff, and decoration design. This way, Lin Xuan could be an absentee owner and just focus on being the boss. Lin Xuan immediately drove his Maybach to Jinwan Plaza, printed a recruitment notice, and posted it at the door of the luxury shop. Then Lin Xuan thought this recruitment method was too old-fashioned, so he posted a job listing on a recruitment app, monthly salary of 2,000 yuan with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. This offer should attract quite a few people. After handling everything, Lin Xuan drove home. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was having dinner with her 3 besties. Li Mengyao told her roommates about what had happened in the past few months, though she didn't mention her pregnancy. Your boyfriend is way too good, Yang Lin sighed. Yeah, handsome, cooks every day, and very devoted, Chun Man echoed. Only Lu Yusin remained silent, knowing the truth, though admitting Lin Xuan was indeed good. Hey Yao, you're not even married, why do you call him husband? Did he propose? Lu Yusin couldn't help it. Not yet, but I just got used to it. Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed instantly. Such a devoted girl. My big Yao, Chen Man said with a smile. I remember you had a crush on him since freshman year. Now your dream has finally come true. By the way, Yao, a good man like this is very sought after. You need to keep a close eye on him, Yang Lin reminded. Li Mengyao nodded shyly. How could I not keep an eye? I'm already carrying his child. My Yao Yao has become someone else's. Lu Yusin grumbled inwardly. Alright, we've finally graduated. Hey, race to a bright future. Cheers. The four girls clinked their drinks and downed them. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Li Mengyao dropped her besties off at the dormitory, then drove straight to Jinwan Plaza and entered a jewelry store. Lin Xuan indeed attracted too much attention. Just yesterday, a girl approached him at the classroom door. She needed something to prove he was taken. So Li Mengyao thought of a men's ring. Welcome, miss. How can I help you? A tall saleswoman with decent looks approached. This was the same jewelry store where Lin Xuan had bought her diamond ring, even the same salesperson. Excuse me, do you have any recommendations for men's rings? Li Mengyao asked softly. Yes, please follow me. The saleswoman led Li Mengyao to a display case. Men's rings were displayed, gleaming with dazzling brilliance, each exuding unique charm. Soon Li Mengyao spotted a men's ring that caught her eye. It was simple yet refined with a unique design that showcased understated luxury and elegance. Excuse me, could you show me this one? Li Mengyao pointed with her little finger. Of course, miss. The saleswoman took out the ring and handed it to her. You have great taste, miss. This is the latest design and fits young people's aesthetics. Li Mengyao examined it from all angles, playing with it in her small hands. It was indeed beautiful. How much is it? It's 188 yuan total. Hearing the price, Li Mengyao gritted her teeth, hesitated briefly, then paid. Thank you, please come again. The saleswoman packaged the product with a smile, thinking to herself, which lucky man was so blessed to have such a beautiful girl buy him a ring. Must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Li Mengyao drove back to Jinwan Mansion. Arriving at the front door, she stretched out her small hand and unlocked it with her fingerprint. Li Mengyao darted past and quickly ran back to her room. Lin Xuan was puzzled, wondering what his wife was hiding, acting so mysteriously. After hiding the ring she had just bought, Li Mengyao took a deep breath, patted her small face, and then walked out of the room. Honey, I'm back. What were you hiding so frantically just now? Lin Xuan pulled Li Mengyao in and hugged her. Nothing. Li Mengyao's pupils constricted slightly, her eyes flashing with obvious tension. Really nothing. Lin Xuan smiled his signature smile. That's a girl's secret, you mustn't know. Li Mengyao elegantly blinked her eyes. Alright then. Lin Xuan saw that his wife was unwilling to share and decided to just hold her while watching a movie in the living room. After finishing the movie, it was already 11 p.m., and the two returned to their room to sleep. The next morning a phone ringing woke Lin Xuan from his slumber. To avoid disturbing his wife, he stepped out of the room to answer the call. Xiangu, are you awake? Hee. Zhou Quan asked. Why are you calling so early, Quainer? Lin Xuan was somewhat confused. Usually, they would message each other, only calling if it were urgent. But hearing Zhou Quan's laughter, he knew it was probably nothing serious. Xiangu, are you planning to open a restaurant at Jinwan Square? Zhou Quan continued to inquire. Yeah, how did I saw it on a recruitment app. Do you have someone in mind for the manager position? Why are you asking this? Xiangu, I want to apply. Lin Xuan was surprised. Hadn't Zhou Quan been preparing for civil service exams? Didn't you go for the civil service exams? What made you want to go into business? I didn't pass. I realized that civil service is really competitive now. You have no idea. Oh, I scored 80 but didn't even make it to the interview. I heard the top scorer got 89. Xiangu, how crazy are these people? Zhou Quan complained. Quainer, are you sure about this? Lin Xuan questioned. Of course. My family runs a restaurant. Xiangu, why don't you interview me? Alright, I haven't seen you in a while. Let's meet at our usual place, the cafe near the school. Okay, Xiangu, will go order some good coffee and wait for you. Zhou Quan said happily. After hanging up, Lin Xuan finished washing up and returned to the room, seeing Li Mengyao still fast asleep. He walked over and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Honey, I'm stepping out for a bit. Okay, Li Mengyao's eyelashes fluttered as she responded drowsily. Lin Xuan then left the house, heading to the parking lot and driving his Maybach toward the school. Soon Lin Xuan arrived at the cafe near the school. After parking, he entered and immediately saw Zhou Quan waving happily. Xiangu, over here. Lin Xuan sat down opposite Zhou Quan. Xiangu, please interview me. Zhou Quan suddenly said seriously. Zhou Quan, I'm very glad you came to apply for the manager position. I will ask you a few questions now. Lin Xuan also looked at Zhou Quan seriously. After asking some basic questions about restaurant operations, Lin Xuan was surprised. Wow, you actually know it. Lin Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He didn't know much about these topics and was planning to hire a manager to run things while he took a back seat. Hee Xian, don't forget my family has always run restaurants. I've been helping out at my family's restaurant since I was little. Don't think I can't cook. I can whip up a 9-turn intestine for you to taste. Absolutely delicious. No, I'm afraid you might have intentionally left something out. Alright, you're hired. Lin Xuan smiled. Thank you, Xiangu. When do I start? Zhou Quan was very happy. Once the renovations are completed, I will give you a sum for the renovation costs, and you can start working on the restaurant. As for your salary, if the restaurant is profitable, well, split it 7,030, with me getting 70. If it loses too much, I'll still pay you a monthly salary of 2,000. Really? Xiangu, you're too good to me. Zhou Quan was so excited, he almost jumped up. But don't get too excited. If the restaurant makes a profit, everyone earns money. If it loses too much, I will fire you and sell the restaurant. Lin Xuan still wanted to run the restaurant well, but was not foolish enough to engage in losing ventures. He would let Zhou Quan try first. If it didn't work out, he could sell it since it was a gift from the system. Xiangu, you can rest assured, I will make this restaurant successful. The two continued to chat casually, eventually starting to joke. Xiangu, why have I been so unlucky lately? I've had 6 consecutive guaranteed failures with my primordial spirit. It's really frustrating. Lin Xuan nearly spat out the coffee he had just drunk when he heard this. Cough cough. Quainer, I think you should switch games. Why are you suggesting I change games too? Jingming Gu said the same. No way, I'll give it another shot. Xiangu will head back now and try to finish the restaurant plan by tomorrow. Alright. Afterward, Zhou Quan returned to the school dormitory. Lin Xuan saw that it was still early, so he continued to look at his phone while slowly finishing his coffee. Alright, it's about time for the little lazybones to wake up. I should head back. Just as Lin Xuan was about to leave the cafe, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was his ex-girlfriend Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan was in the same class as Lin Xuan. Since her first year, she had pursued Lin Xuan fervently because of his handsome looks. However, after dating for less than 6 months, Lin Xuan couldn't stand her vanity and chose to break up. At this moment, Yi Xuan, with her striking appearance, wore a white shirt paired with a black short skirt, looking particularly alluring. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting to run into her here. Yi Xuan also spotted Lin Xuan, and her eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance. Lin Xuan felt no lingering attachment to Yi Xuan and merely glanced at her before wanting to leave directly. What a coincidence, Lin Xuan. Yi Xuan spoke first. Yeah, it is quite a coincidence. Lin Xuan replied calmly. How have you been lately? Is it really none of your business how I'm doing, Yi? Lin Xuan responded coldly. Are you treating your first love so coldly? With graduation approaching, have you found a good job yet? By the way, my current boyfriend is a leader at a tech company with very good pay. Since we know each other, I can help you if you're interested. Yi Xuan began to flaunt her boyfriend to belittle Lin Xuan, unable to stand Lin Xuan's seemingly aloof attitude despite his lack of wealth. Then congratulations to you. Lin Xuan merely replied coldly before turning to leave. Without Lin Xuan barely acknowledged, Yi Xuan walked directly to the Maybach parked nearby, started the engine, and drove away. As the car passed the cafe, Yi Xuan, who had just bought coffee, stepped out and saw a sleek black Maybach glide past her. What struck her most was that Lin Xuan was driving, which left her utterly shocked. When had Lin Xuan come to afford a luxury car? Back in freshman year, she never saw him as someone from a wealthy family. Then she reconsidered, thinking it was probably a rental car, and once again looked down on him. Who was he trying to impress? On his way home, Lin Xuan picked up the day's groceries. Sooner enough, Lin Xuan arrived at Jinwan Mansion. As soon as he opened the door, a figure threw herself into his arms. Husband, welcome home. Li Mengyao's face lit up with joy. I'm back. Did you eat the breakfast I left you? Lin Xuan patted Li Mengyao's head. Yes, I did. Husband, I've noticed your cooking keeps getting better. It even tastes like my mother's cooking. Li Mengyao continued, clinging to Lin Xuan. Of course it does. Alright, go to the living room and watch some drama. He'll go to the kitchen and prepare lunch. With that, Lin Xuan plunged into the kitchen and busied himself, while Li Mengyao obediently went back to the living room to catch up on her shows. Before long, Lin Xuan had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, filling the air with rich aromas. Wife, dinner is ready. Coming. Li Mengyao went to the dining table, sat next to Lin Xuan, and they began their lunch. Wife, you know what? My roommate Zhou Quan came to apply for the manager position at our restaurant. Lin Xuan said as he served food to Li Mengyao. Is that cute boy we saw at the hospital last time? Li Mengyao recalled. His family has always been in the restaurant business, so he's quite familiar with it. That's why I'm planning to give him the position. Lin Xuan discussed with his wife. You decide, I have no objections. Li Mengyao felt a warmth in her heart. It seemed Lin Xuan truly cared about her by seeking her opinion. Soon after having finished lunch, they lay together on the sofa in the living room, watching a show. When they grew sleepy, they went back to their room to rest. Lin Xuan lay beside Li Mengyao, mulling over things, and finally decided to tell her. Wife, actually, after I went to meet Zhou Quan, I ran into someone. Li Mengyao lifted her head, her captivating eyes fixed on Lin Xuan. Who did you run into? My ex-girlfriend. Lin Xuan confessed, not wanting to hide it from her. And then, Li Mengyao's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head, and her previously cheerful mood instantly sank. She knew that Lin Xuan had a girlfriend in his freshman year, so now she wondered what he and his ex had said. Would Lin Xuan change his mind? Would he abandon her? A pregnant woman's emotions fluctuate intensely. As she sank into these wild thoughts, her eyes began to sting. Lin Xuan quickly noticed his wife's distress. He reached out and gently pulled Li Mengyao close, lifting her head until their foreheads touched. Looking into her eyes, he could see they were already slightly red. "Wife, I'm sorry. I didn't talk much to her this morning. I was very cold toward her. In my freshman year, I was young and ignorant, and she kept pestering me, so I started dating her. But we were together for less than half a year when I realized she was truly vain, so I broke up with her immediately. Nothing really happened between us," Lin Xuan explained sincerely. Li Mengyao turned her head away, refusing to look at him. She knew she was overthinking it when she thought about it seriously. Lin Xuan wasn't that kind of person. Yet an indescribable pain lingered in her heart. Nothing really happened. "Really?" Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. "Then did you ever kiss her?" Li Mengyao looked at him again and asked in a soft voice. "No, my first kiss was with you," Lin Xuan said, gently holding her tighter. Hearing this, Li Mengyao stopped acting petulant. She returned his embrace, burying her forehead in his solid chest. "Thank you for being honest with me. Actually, I had a crush on you since freshman year, so I knew you had an ex-girlfriend." When did that happen? How come I didn't know?" Lin Xuan was utterly surprised. So his wife had liked him for nearly 4 years. "I used to secretly watch you from afar back then, so of course my silly husband didn't know." Li Mengyao continued to nestle in Lin Xuan's arms, her voice soft and sweet. Actually, Li Mengyao had liked Lin Xuan since freshman year. Apart from his handsome looks and outstanding abilities, there was another little-known secret. Lin Xuan had once saved her. Li Mengyao had started working as a part-time tutor in her freshman year. One evening, because the tutoring session ran late, she took a shortcut to get back to school before curfew. Unfortunately, she was targeted by 2 thugs. Just as she was falling into despair, Lin Xuan happened to pass by and rescued her. She could still clearly remember the image of Lin Xuan wrestling with the 2 thugs. After dealing with the 2 thugs, Lin Xuan led Li Mengyao out of the shortcut and hurried away. At that time, Li Mengyao was wearing a mask, and it was dark, so Lin Xuan didn't recognize her. "Wife, I swear if I ever treat you and our babies poorly, may I be struck by." Lin Xuan raised 3 fingers to make an oath. Suddenly, Li Mengyao lifted her head and pressed her enticing lips against Lin Xuan's. After an unknown length of time, their lips parted. Don't swear. I trust you. How could one not love such a wife?" Lin Xuan quietly held Li Mengyao, and together they drifted into a sweet slumber. In the afternoon, after waking up, Li Mengyao began studying for the teacher certification exam, preparing to become a teacher. Lin Xuan sat beside her quietly, gazing at his wife in a daze. Ding dong! Lin Xuan checked his phone. It was a message from Zhou Quan. "Brother Xuan, take a look at my freshly baked business plan. Wow, Quainer, is this efficient?" Lin Xuan read it carefully and felt that Zhou Quan really had some skills. "Brother Xuan, about the renovation funds. We should get them ready, haha. Wait for me in the dorm." "Got it." Lin Xuan got up quickly, changed clothes, walked over to Li Mengyao, and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Wife, I'm going out with that kid Zhou Quan to look at the restaurant's renovation design." Go ahead." Li Mengyao's face flushed. He had just been lying in bed moments ago, and now in just a few minutes he had changed clothes. Do guys really change that fast? Soon Lin Xuan drove the Maybach and parked it at the dormitory building of Jinghai University. "Brother Xuan, I'm here." Zhou Quan jogged over, opened the door, and plopped into the passenger seat. The seats of a luxury car are so comfortable," Zhou Quan said with a look of enjoyment. "Stop ahang. Here, this is for you." Then Lin Xuan handed a voucher to Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan took it and saw it was a voucher for restaurant renovation. "What is this thing? Is it real or fake?" Zhou Quan asked skeptically. "Of course it's real. Let's go check out the restaurant renovation company in Jinghai City right now." "Will this actually work?" Zhou Quan had never seen anyone exchange a piece of paper for renovation services. "You'll know once we get there." Without letting Zhou Quan continue to doubt, Lin Xuan started the car and drove off. Now he had 100% trust in the system. Could it possibly give him a worthless voucher? Ding dong! Friendly reminder: this store renovation voucher can be used at the highest grade renovation company. The long-lost sound of the system chimed in again. Soon Lin Xuan arrived at the restaurant design company in Jinghai City, driving a Maybach. After parking, Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan walked through the entrance of the design company. It is indeed the best restaurant design company in Jinghai City. The reception area is spacious and bright, elegantly and luxuriously decorated, showcasing a lavish atmosphere. "Welcome, may I ask if you are here for design and decoration?" A tall and elegant young woman in professional attire approached to greet them. Yes, we would like to consult about the restaurant decoration, Lin Xuan replied politely. The young woman smiled and nodded, saying, all right, please follow me. Let me first introduce some of our design cases and styles. As she spoke, she led Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan to the display area. The display area showcased various exquisite design drawings and renderings. Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan carefully observed while the young saleswoman earnestly introduced them. Do you have any specific requirements for your restaurant's design? The young saleswoman inquired. We hope the decoration can reflect a fashionable and comfortable atmosphere while also having a unique personality, Lin Xuan said. How large is your restaurant? The young woman asked while diligently taking notes. Lin Xuan replied, our restaurant is 150 square meters located in Jinwan Plaza. The young saleswoman was slightly taken aback, her note-taking momentarily pausing. Jinwan Plaza. That is indeed a place where every inch is precious, and you have a large area of 150 square meters. You both look very young. It's impressive that you've started your own business at such a young age. The young woman quickly regained her composure and continued. She then recommended several suitable design styles for Lin Xuan's restaurant and detailed the characteristics and advantages of each style. Zhou Quan, which one do you think is more suitable? Lin Xuan wasn't particularly sure about these, so he left it to Zhou Quan. This style looks quite good. Oh, we can further explore the specific design details, Zhou Quan replied. After discussing various details, they reached the most tense part, the payment. Please come this way to make the payment. The young saleswoman maintained her smile. Go ahead, give her this voucher, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Xiangu, are you serious? Does this really work? Zhou Quan looked doubtful, wondering if Lin Xuan was trying to trick him due to a lack of funds. When have I ever lied to you? Just go, Lin Xuan suppressed a laugh. You have tricked me plenty of times. Zhou Quan complained inwardly, but reluctantly braced himself. Hello, can I use this? Zhou Quan nervously handed over the store decoration voucher he was holding. This is the luxurious decoration voucher issued by the headquarters this year. The young saleswoman was instantly dumbfounded. There are only 5 of these nationwide. Ew, I didn't expect to encounter one here. The headquarters had stated that anyone using this voucher would be treated with the highest standard. Zhou Quan watched the stunned saleswoman in front of him, feeling that he was too bizarre, and his face instantly. Xiangu, I told you it wouldn't work. Oh, look, I've embarrassed myself. At this moment, Lin Xuan smiled and walked over, asking, hello, may I ask if I can redeem this? The young saleswoman finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, dear guests, for the earlier oversight. Shall we quickly bring these 2 a cup of coffee and some snacks, the highest standard ones? I truly apologize. Please follow me this way. The young saleswoman led Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan to another side of the reception area, where the luxurious setting was grand, with a magnificent carpet and dazzling crystal chandeliers, along with plush leather sofas and a massive LCD television, creating an opulent atmosphere. Soon 2 cups of floral-scented geisha coffee and French pastries were served in front of Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan was astonished by everything before him. The contrast was simply too great. Dear guest, this voucher has been successfully used. We will assist you with the decoration at the highest standard and the fastest speed. Do you require any other services? This time it was not the young saleswoman from earlier, but the general manager of this branch. He is a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned physique, his face showing marks of time, while his gaze was sharp. Nothing else. If I do, I will contact you. Thank you, Lin Xuan smiled. All right, here's my business card. You are welcome to visit again. The middle-aged man handed Lin Xuan a business card, surprised that someone who looked like a college student would possess such a voucher. He must be a child from some family. After a while, the 2 satisfied and full exited the design company and returned to the Maybach, preparing to head back. Xiangu, how did you manage to do that? Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask. Quainer, it's best not to pry into adult matters. Just focus on being a good store manager. TCH, if you don't want to say it, then don't. By the way, here's this for you. If you have any questions about the decoration, just contact him. Lin Xuan handed Zhou Quan the general manager's business card. All right, Xiangu, where are we going now? Should we go out for a meal? Zhou Quan asked cheerfully. To buy fish, Lin Xuan replied firmly. To buy fish to cook for my wife. You are truly impossible. Lin Xuan noticed it was getting late and simply invited Zhou Quan to join him for dinner. Would you like to come to my house for dinner? Sure. You are the best, Xiangu. Lin Xuan opened his phone to tell Li Mengyao that Zhou Quan would be joining for dinner. He then drove to the market to buy a sole fish and a loach, planning to make loach cakes and garlic vermicelli sole fish for dinner. The 2 quickly returned to Jinwan Mansion. Zhou Quan thought that what happened during the day was already shocking enough, but he didn't expect Lin Xuan to live in the luxurious Jinwan Mansion. Zhou Quan was gradually getting used to it. Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan arrived at the door, unlocked it, and saw Li Mengyao standing there smiling and saying, "Welcome home." "I'm back." At this moment Li Mengyao had changed into a simple blue home outfit, exuding an elegant aura. "Hello, I'm Zhou Quan, Lin Xian's roommate." Zhou Quan greeted with a smile. "Hello, come in quickly." Li Mengyao poured Zhou Quan a drink. Zhou Quan looked around Lin Xian's home, admiring the luxurious community, grand apartment, and opulent decorations. "Sigh, I really envy and hate it, but I can't feel resentful. After all, he is still my boss." "Quainer, come help in the kitchen." Zhou Quan had barely sat down when he was called to work. Although he cursed inwardly, he still went helplessly. "Zhou Quan, can money really allow you to do whatever you want?" "Lin Xian, sorry, it truly can." Zhou Quan helped Lin Xian in the kitchen, washing the vegetables, while Lin Xian busily cooked. Who would have thought that Xian Ge could really cook? Zhou Quan was taken aback. Soon 4 dishes and a soup were ready: fish cakes, garlic vermicelli with sole sweet and sour spare ribs, and celery tofu soup. "Dinner is ready, my dear." Coming, Li Mengyao happily walked over and sat beside Lin Xian, while Zhou Quan sat on the other side with Lin Xian in the middle. "There are new dishes today." Li Mengyao smiled. "Try this." Lin Xian picked up a piece of fish cake and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. "Delicious." Li Mengyao's eyes squinted happily. "Honey, you should try some too." Li Mengyao picked up a piece and placed it in Lin Xian's bowl. At this moment Zhou Quan felt superfluous. He thought he shouldn't have come. He was already full before even starting the meal. However, the food Lin Xian made was indeed fragrant, so he decided to give it a try. Zhou Quan also picked up a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth, instantly stunned, as if his soul had left his body. The fish was fresh, tender, and juicy, melting in his mouth, each bite bursting with exquisite flavor. Truly a delicacy. This was the best fish he had ever eaten in his life. Why hire a chef? Xian Ge was a master chef. "Xian Ge, this is too delicious. I think we don't need to hire a chef, you should be the head chef." Zhou Quan snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Not going to do it, I want to stay home with my wife and kids." "What do you need me as the store manager for?" Lin Xian continued to feed Li Mengyao. Zhou Quan was once again served a wave of dog food. Then a thought crossed his mind. "I got it. Sister-in-law, do you want to know about the embarrassing things Xian Ge did in the dorm?" Zhou Quan said with a sly smile. What embarrassing things?" Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyes, showing curiosity. Don't be fooled by Xian Ge's fearless appearance. He is actually terrified of spiders. Even the tiniest spider makes him panic. Once a tiny spider smaller than a thumb crawled on Xian Ge, and he jumped up flailing around begging me to help him get it out, haha. And there was that time I messed up a game for Xian Ge and he teamed up with his roommates to almost pull down my pants. Zhou Quan's actions could be described as killing 800 enemies while losing 1,000 of his own. And also Lin Xian used to sneak peeks at beauties on the street. Lin Xian quickly covered Zhou Quan's mouth with his hand. "Don't say random things. Honey, it's not like that." At first Li Mengyao was laughing, but then her expression turned slightly cold. "Honey, is it true?" "Of course it's fake. Zhou Quan is just joking, right?" Lin Xian released, Zhou Quan pressing one hand on his shoulder firmly. Zhou Quan frowned and slowly spoke, "Yes. Yes, sister-in-law, I was just joking, haha." Since sister-in-law is so beautiful, of course, Xian Ge wouldn't sneak peeks at other beauties. Lin Xian picked up a piece of spare ribs and stuffed it into Zhou Quan's mouth, his eyes sharp. "Shut your mouth and eat properly." Soon the three finished their dinner. After Zhou Quan washed the dishes, Lin Xian drove him back to the school dormitory. Upon returning to Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian saw that Li Mengyao had already gone back to her room to rest, and he quickly went to the bathroom to take a shower. After showering, Lin Xian arrived at the door wanting to open it, but found it locked. "Honey, why is the door locked?" "Let me in," Lin Xian shouted from outside. "I want to open the door for you, you peeping Tom." Li Mengyao's voice came from inside. Lin Xian cursed Zhou Quan at this moment, deciding to dock his pay in the future. "Honey, it's unfair. Zhou Quan tricked me into looking," Lin Xian protested. After a moment, he heard light footsteps and the sound of the lock being undone. His wife opened the door. Lin Xian hurriedly entered, and at that moment Li Mengyao had quickly returned to bed facing away from him. Lin Xian climbed onto the bed lying next to Li Mengyao. Suddenly Li Mengyao turned around, their eyes met, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. "How did you get tricked?" They suddenly said, "Look, there's something over there." I looked over and realized I had been fooled. Lin Xian patiently explained. "Why did they tease you like that?" Li Mengyao's lips curled up slightly. "Because I was like a wooden block at that time, and I had a nickname called Lin Wooden Block." Lin Xian smiled. "Is that so? I never felt like you were a wooden block. You always kiss me suddenly." Li Mengyao laughed out loud. Li Mengyao actually wasn't angry from the start, she just wanted to tease Lin Xian. If she were truly angry, she wouldn't have opened the door for him. Isn't it just because my wife is too charming, making it irresistible, eh? Lin Xuan reached out and gently hugged Li Mengyao, savoring her faint fragrance. Smooth talker, alright, I want to sleep now. Li Mengyao leaned in closer, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Xuan, hanging on to him. Good night, honey. Lin Xuan kissed Li Mengyao on the forehead, and then they both fell into a deep sleep. A week later, Jinghai University held its graduation ceremony. The sun was shining brightly, the weather was lovely, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stepped into the campus of Jinghai University with excitement and anticipation. It was a place filled with lush trees and fragrant flowers, brimming with a strong academic atmosphere. Hand in hand, they walked through the tree-lined paths of the campus, arriving at the graduate dressing room. Inside the room were neatly arranged brand-new gowns. Li Mengyao dressed Lin Xuan in a black robe. Lin Xuan placed a square hat on Li Mengyao's head and tied her bow tie properly. The two smiled at each other, their eyes filled with dreams for the future. Dressed in his gown, Lin Xuan was charming and distinguished, his handsome figure standing out under the sunlight. Li Mengyao in her gown was beautiful and graceful, her stunning form becoming a vibrant sight on campus. They arrived at Century Square, located at the center of the campus. This square was spacious and grand, surrounded by magnificent teaching buildings and beautiful flower beds. In the center of the square stood a tall statue and a solemn school motto, symbolizing the inheritance of knowledge and wisdom. Standing in the center of the square, Lin Xuan tightly embraced Li Mengyao, their foreheads touching as he felt her warm body and gentle breath. At this moment, the reluctant Zhou Quan stepped in front of them. Stand still, just like this, don't move. Zhou Quan took out his camera, adjusted the angle, and pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. Although it wasn't beautiful for him. Quainer, take a few more shots. Lin Xuan said to Zhou Quan. Got it. If I die from overstuffing, it'll be because of you two feeding me. Then Lin Xuan gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth forehead, and Li Mengyao happily closed her eyes. The working Zhou Quan was back online, lifting his camera, adjusting the angle again, and capturing this wonderful moment. After taking photos, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao each returned to their colleges for group photos. As the setting sun cast its lingering glow, twilight descended. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao strolled hand in hand through the campus, their fingers tightly interlaced. Their steps were light and leisurely, as if they wanted to imprint this familiar land deep into their heart. The school buildings, bathed in the sunset, were coated in a layer of golden radiance. As the sun gradually sank beyond the western hills, that golden glow grew ever more intense, symbolizing the end of their college journey. In the evening, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to Jinwan Mansion. He opened the door and led her by the hand, step by step, toward the living room. Why didn't you turn on the light? The evening light was dim, and Li Mengyao vaguely sensed that the living room felt different from usual. Lin Xuan did not reply, but continued to hold her small hand and led her to the center of the room. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room instantly blazed to life. Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise to find the living room filled with colorful balloons and flowers arranged in a heart shape, with romantic candlelight flickering in the air. Li Mengyao blinked in delight, her small lips slightly parted, utterly at a loss for words. Lin Xuan carefully pulled a delicate little box from his pocket and gently opened the lid. Inside lay a dazzling 2-carat diamond ring radiating brilliant light. The ring was worth as much as 5,000 yuan. Every angle of it refracted intoxicating brilliance, as if narrating boundless luxury and preciousness. Then Lin Xuan dropped to one knee, gazing deeply at Li Mengyao, and said, Mengyao, I feel so fortunate to have met you in the final stage of college. From the moment we knew each other, I knew you would be my lifelong companion. My dear, will you marry me? Let us walk hand in hand through the rest of our lives, and create our own happiness. Li Mengyao, already moved to tears, gently took the ring, took a deep breath to calm her surging emotions, smiled, nodded, and said with firm, yet tender voice, I do. Those 3 words echoed through the air like heavenly music. A blissful smile spread across Lin Xuan's face. He had finally married the one he had dreamed of. Lin Xuan stood up, opened his arms, and held Li Mengyao tightly. Li Mengyao wrapped her small arms around his waist, savoring this moment of happiness. Wifey, let me put it on for you. Lin Xuan gazed tenderly at his blushing wife in his arms, and spoke, They let go simultaneously. Li Mengyao extended her fair left hand, and Lin Xuan picked up the blazing diamond ring, and gently slid it onto her finger. How beautiful! Li Mengyao kept waving her left hand, admiring her ring from different angles. Suddenly she froze. She recalled that she also had a ring for Lin Xuan. Honey, wait a moment. Li Mengyao quickly dashed back to the bedroom and retrieved a men's ring from the cabinet. Glancing at her own diamond ring, she instantly felt that the ring she had bought was far too cheap. After a while, Li Mengyao came out of the room hesitantly, her expression conflicted as she approached Lin Xuan, her hands clenched tightly behind her back. Honey, you hold out your hand. Lin Xuan looked at his somewhat nervous wife, smiled, and extended his left hand. Li Mengyao gently placed the men's ring onto Lin Xuan's finger. I also prepared a ring for you. But mine is relatively cheap. Please don't mind it. I'll work hard to earn more and buy you a better one in the future. After speaking, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, her small hands once again tightly clasped together. Lin Xuan looked at the exquisite and unique ring in his hand and laughed heartily. Wifey, I love it. Lin Xuan hugged Li Mengyao tightly again, cheek to cheek, and gently kissed her soft cheek, then the tip of her nose and finally her alluring lips. All right, let me tidy up. You rest first, honey, Lin Xuan said with a smile. No, I haven't had enough of looking yet. Let's clean up tomorrow, okay? Li Mengyao coaxed him. Okay, Lin Xuan replied, his eyes full of adoration. Then the two curled up on the sofa, watching a show together on the big screen. Both Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao posted on their moments. They shared photos of their graduation pictures at the school's Century Plaza and the proposal scene, along with a final shot of a large hand holding a small one, both adorned with dazzling, eye-catching rings. Comments on Lin Xuan's post: Zhang Shulan, son, well done. Lin Zhenghua only sent a thumbs up. Lin Cici, bro, you just got it. Zhang Shulan, Cici, aren't you supposed to be preparing for finals? Lin Cici withdrew a comment. Zhou Quan, congratulations. Wishing you 100 years of happiness. Zhong Zixing, congratulations. Xian Gu, you sure act fast. Chun Jingming, am reserving a spot as best man. On Li Mengyao's side, there were fewer comments. She had only a few close friends in college. Lu Yusin, Yao Yao, my Yao Yao. Chen Man, congratulations. Yusin, wake up, Yao Yao is no longer yours. Yang Lin, oh my god, congratulations. That was faster than a rocket, wasn't it? Lin Xuan was reading the comments with great amusement when the crisp sound of the system rang in his ears again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for a successful proposal. Reward 100 shares of Jinghai City, Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Effective tomorrow. Please check and accept. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, rewarding 1 lottery chance. Current prize pool 1. A 3x cash burst card 2. A complete exclusive fish recipe book 3. Thank you for your participation. Does the host wish to draw now? Last time, he got a free shop decoration voucher, and this time the items were directly removed, meaning as long as he drew often enough, he would eventually hit everything in the pool. This time, he wouldn't trick Zhou Quan, he would just draw directly. Draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive fish recipe book placed on the study desk at Jinwan Mansion. Please check and accept. Our lottery pool removes 1 item per draw. If only thank you for your participation remains, the system will refresh the pool. The system is too powerful. Before going to sleep, Li Mengyao lay in Lin Xuan's arms, constantly playing with the diamond ring in her hand, unable to tire of looking at it. Honey, how much did you pay for this diamond ring? Li Mengyao knew the ring was expensive, but couldn't help asking. 500,000. Lin Xuan answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She hadn't expected it to be so costly. Why buy such an expensive one? It makes the one I gave you seem so cheap. Li Mengyao's forehead pressed tightly against Lin Xuan's chest. It's fine, I like whatever my wife gives me. If you really feel unbalanced, then let me kiss you a few more times. Lin Xuan said with a mischievous grin. Lin Xuan knew that the ring his wife bought was certainly inferior to his, but he could tell at a glance that the ring in his hand was not cheap either. It was at least worth tens of thousands. For a family like Li Mengyao's, she must have saved up that money through frugal living in university. Lin Xuan was deeply moved. Hiss. How did you pinch me again? A sharp pain came from his waist. Lin Xuan quickly reached out and grabbed the restless little hand. All you do is kiss every day. Don't you ever get tired of it? Li Mengyao lifted her head, pretending to be angry. No, I'll never get tired of kissing my wife. After saying that, Lin Xuan rubbed his face against hers. I'm going to sleep. Li Mengyao struggled slightly. His wife said she was sleepy, so Lin Xuan had no choice but to obediently release her. The moment he let go, Li Mengyao suddenly attacked, leaning in to give Lin Xuan a kiss on the lips, then quickly pulling away, turning around to sleep. Classic Tiziandrin. What could he do? Just spoil her. Lin Xuan also fell asleep. On a July morning, the sun had just risen, and the first rays of golden light fell upon the earth like a gauze veil. Lin Xuan got up early, and while making breakfast in the kitchen, flipped through the exclusive fish recipe collection the system had given him yesterday. This recipe collection contained various fish cooking methods and secret seasonings. According to the book, it could elevate the tenderness of fish to a new level. Lin Xuan decided to try it at noon. Suddenly his phone rang. He opened it and answered. Son, Zhang Shulan's delighted voice came through the phone. Mom, you weren't this happy even when I came first in exams, Lin Xuan said helplessly. How can you compare? Soon I'll have a beautiful daughter-in-law and a chubby grandson. By the way, Mom, quickly pick a good day for us to get our marriage certificate. Lin Xuan suddenly thought. Right, I almost forgot in my excitement. Wait, son. Zhang Shulan then hung up and hurried off to check the 2024 calendar. She just hung up on me. Am I even her real son? Lin Xuan went back to making breakfast. Not long after, Zhang Shulan called again. Son, the 7th of this month is great. July 7th, how perfect for getting married. Her tone was full of anticipation and excitement. Then Zhang Shulan continued to explain. On the lunar calendar, July 7th is when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Magpie Bridge, symbolizing that lovers will finally get married. Moreover, the character 7 also implies reunion and perfection. Choosing this day to marry will surely bring you happiness and good luck. Okay, Mom, will discuss it with Mengyao later. Lin Xuan said. Where's my daughter-in-law? She's still sleeping. All right, take good care of her. Call me if anything comes up. Got it. After hanging up, Lin Xuan also felt that July 7th was a very good day. Soon the lovingly made breakfast was ready. Just as Lin Xuan was about to wake up the little sleepyhead, the phone rang again. He thought it was his mother forgetting to tell him something, but when he looked it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Yi Tianxing, chairman of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Hello, Chairman Yi. Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the system to be so efficient. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to disturb you so early. Do you have time to come to the company today? I'd like to discuss the specific matters of the company handover. Yi Tianxing's tone was very polite. A person who can acquire all shares of Jinwan Technology at a high price must be a big shot. Okay, I'll come over soon. Lin Xuan hung up, ate a simple breakfast, and put Li Mengyao's portion in the warming cabinet. Then he walked into the room and gently shook Li Mengyao awake. Honey, I'm going out for a while. Remember to eat breakfast. After saying that, Lin Xuan kissed her fair cheek. Take care on the road, honey. Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes sleepily and reminded him. Soon Lin Xuan drove his Maybach to Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Although the company didn't look large, its architectural design was ingenious, simple and elegant on the outside with a lush green courtyard. The company's logo was striking and unique, showcasing its brand image. After parking, Lin Xuan saw a tall, upright figure downstairs wearing a well-tailored high-quality suit that exuded extraordinary elegance. Compared to Lin Xuan, who was simply dressed in casual wear, this man was none other than Yi Tianxing, chairman of Jinwan Technology. He hadn't expected Chairman Yi to be waiting for him downstairs so early. I'm sorry, Chairman Yi, for keeping you waiting. Lin Xuan walked forward with a smile. You are? Lin Xuan, we just spoke on the phone. Yi Tianxing couldn't believe that this casually dressed young man, who looked like a fresh graduate, could have acquired Jinwan Technology at a high price. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lin. Young and promising. I never imagined the new chairman would be so young. Yi Tianxing proactively extended his hand to shake Lin Xuan's. This young man must have a powerful family background. Yi Tianxing dared not show any negligence. Mr. Lin, please follow me. I'll show you around the company. Yi Tianxing personally led Lin Xuan to tour the company's various departments. First, they came to the R&D department, where a group of top tech talents were engrossed in researching cutting-edge technologies, barely looking up. My technical R&D team is the most outstanding and exceptional. Suddenly Lin Xuan spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't that his roommate, Zhong Zixing? He was engrossed in his research and didn't notice at all. So the company he said he worked at was Jinwan Technology. Lin Xuan revealed a faint smile. Then they went to the marketing department. Watching the employees working busily yet orderly, Yi Tianxing continued. Our marketing team is very professional and efficient, capable of quickly capturing market dynamics and making precise decisions. Afterwards, they also visited other important departments such as finance and administration. At each location, Yi Tianxing detailed the department's main responsibilities and operations, giving Lin Xuan a clearer understanding of the company's overall structure. Finally, they arrived at the chairman's office. Yi Tianxing handed a document to Lin Xuan. Mr. Lin, I'm very glad you're acquiring this company. Sign your name, and you'll be the new chairman of Jinwan Technology. In the end, Lin Xuan smoothly completed the company handover procedures. Lin Xuan looked at the chairman's office before him, the spacious and bright workspace adorned with luxurious furnishings, showcasing the high-end image of the enterprise. Unexpectedly overnight, he became the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Lin Xuan sat in the large black leather chair, turning it as he fell into deep thought. Suddenly a faint knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Chairman Lin, is it convenient for me to come in now? Please come in." With that, a young woman resembling a secretary walked in with a smile. Dressed in professional attire, she exuded grace and elegance, her steps light, with a subtle smile on her face. "Hello, Chairman Lin, I am your secretary Zhou Siyue." Zhou Siyue felt quite surprised upon entering, not expecting the new chairman to be so young and particularly handsome. "Hello, Secretary Zhou. I am new here, so I will need your guidance in the future." Lin Xuan smiled. "Not at all, Chairman Lin, just let me know if you need anything." Zhou Siyue was taken aback by Lin Xuan's humility. "Alright then, could you please show me the list of all company personnel? I want to familiarize myself a bit." "Sure, Chairman Lin, please wait a moment." After saying that, Zhou Siyue first prepared tea for Lin Xuan before returning to her desk to organize materials. While sipping the tea, Lin Xuan pondered how to manage this company, feeling a headache, as he couldn't leave his wife either. Before long, Zhou Siyue placed the list of company personnel in front of Lin Xuan. "Chairman Lin, here is the current list of all personnel in the company for your review." "Thank you, that will be all. I can manage from here," Lin Xuan said while looking over the personnel list. "Alright." Zhou Siyue exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Lin Xuan first examined Zhou Siyue's personnel file, realizing she was also a graduate of Jinghai University, having graduated a year earlier than him. It seemed he would have to call her senior sister after work. He continued to review, finding that Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. had a general manager responsible for the daily operations and management of the company, coordinating the work of various departments. There were also several department managers tasked with daily management and completing assignments from higher-ups. As the chairman of this company, Lin Xuan bore significant leadership and decision-making responsibilities. This was indeed quite stressful. How could Lin Xuan still spend every day with his wife and children, happily playing the role of a stay-at-home dad? Maybe he should consider selling the company. Just as Lin Xuan furrowed his brows in thought, another faint knock on the door, accompanied by some heavy breathing, interrupted him. "Come in." A mature and composed middle-aged man hurriedly approached. It was Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. "Sorry, Chairman Lin, I just met with an important client and couldn't make it in time for your appointment." Lu Wendy was equally astonished. The chairman before him seemed nothing like a chairman, but rather a fresh university graduate. Had it not been for Yi Tiancheng sending a message confirming the change of chairman, he would have thought it was all. "No worries, Secretary Zhou, please prepare a cup of tea for Manager Lu." After saying that, Zhou Siyue served a cup of tea to Lu Wendy. "Manager Lu, I've just taken over the company, and I have many things to consult with you." Lin Xuan took a sip of tea. Lu Wendy quickly followed suit, saying, "Of course, I will follow Chairman Lin's." Lin Xuan then inquired about various aspects of the company, including its main directions, personnel structure, salary standards, and future plans. Lu Wendy answered fluently, while also offering his insights, demonstrating his thorough understanding of the company's operations. Lin Xuan was very satisfied with the current general manager, Lu Wendy, deciding to observe for a while longer. "Okay, I will visit various departments in the company later. Manager Lu, you can go back to your work for now." Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Chairman Lin, let me take you there. I can give you a detailed introduction," Lu Wendy said. "No need, I just want to see the true state of the company." Lin Xuan stood up, extending his hand to shake hands with Lu Wendy. "Manager Lu, let us work together to grow the company stronger." "Alright, Chairman Lin, I will do my utmost," Lu Wendy replied firmly. Afterwards, Lu Wendy returned to his office to begin working, while Lin Xuan continued to review the personnel list, finding it too lengthy and deciding to only look at the information of middle management and above. Lin Xuan exited the chairman's office. The offices of the company's leadership were on the 6th floor, so he took the elevator down to the 2nd floor, where the finance department was located. As he walked around the finance department, he saw that everyone was working diligently, though a few were slacking off on their phones. Lin Xuan thought nothing of it. Taking a break to play on the phone while working hard was acceptable, as long as they kept up with their responsibilities. The people in the finance department also saw a handsome young stranger walking around, and assumed he was could you please deliver this document to Manager Lu when you get a chance? The finance department manager asked me to, but I'm too busy. Thank you." A slightly older woman handed Lin Xuan a document, clearly mistaking him for a new intern. "Sure." Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Only General Manager Lu Wendy and Secretary Zhou Siyue knew his true identity, so he agreed to help with this small task. Afterwards, Lin Xuan took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where the administrative department was located. The administrative staff were also diligently working the department, harmonious and orderly, filled with positive energy. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction once more, then smiled as he left, continuing to the fourth floor, where the marketing department was also filled with a vibrant and passionate atmosphere. Lin Xian had no desire to cross paths with Yi Xuan, yet he couldn't help but feel a slight surprise at seeing her. What a small world. She worked at this very company, and by some twist of fate, she had become his subordinate. If his wife found out, would she storm out? No. Yi Xuan was also startled to see Lin Xian. How did he get in? Could he still have feelings for her? Had he tracked her down after learning she worked here? Lin Xian walked past Yi Xuan with an impassive expression. Hey Lin Xian, what do you mean by this? Lin Xian turned around and looked at Yi Xuan as if, it's been years. Why can't you let go? I told you I already have a boyfriend. Why did you follow me here? Or do you want to work in the R&D department of Jinwan Technology Company? Let me tell you the truth. My boyfriend is the R&D manager. If you beg me now, I might put in a good word. Seeing that Lin Xian still wore an air of superiority, Yi Xuan wanted to make him bow his head. You work in R&D too? Yes, Yi Xuan said, crossing her arms proudly. I recall you don't know how to code, Lin Xian said with a smile, already having guessed something. Yi Xuan had studied finance, but because her boyfriend was a leader in R&D, she could slack off there. I don't know how, but my boyfriend is the boss. In R&D, I can do whatever I want. In other words, whether you can join the R&D department is up to me. Yi Xuan said smugly. Ha, you're still as vain as ever. Lin Xian flashed his trademark smile, then turned and walked into the R&D office. Who are you pretending to be? Think you're so aloof? Yi Xuan was furious. She picked up her phone and called her boyfriend. Honey, a newbie in R&D just bullied me. Her voice tinged with feigned tears. Damn it, someone dared to mess with his girlfriend. And a rookie acting so cocky. Don't be upset, Xianer. They'll be back to deal with him. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoran, still outside the company, was furious and sped back in his car. Lin Xian arrived at the R&D office and immediately sensed a difference from other departments. The R&D members were all listless with heavy dark circles under their eyes, utterly exhausted. The entire department was steeped in a tense, oppressive atmosphere. Even Zhong Zixing, who was usually energetic at school, looked like he was about to collapse. It was clearly the result of excessive overtime and late nights. Lin Xian inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy. After all, these were now his employees. He quietly approached Zhong Zixing from behind, gently patted his shoulder, and called out, Zixing. Holy shit. Zhong Zixing shuddered, nearly jumping out of his skin. He turned around to see his college roommate Lin Xian. Lin Xian was smiling at him. Brother Xian, what are you doing here? I came to see you. Zhong Zixing was confused. Came to see me. Did you join Jinwan Technology's R&D department too? Lin Xian smiled without speaking. Zhong Zixing suddenly grabbed Lin Xian and pulled him into the nearby break room, looking for a private spot. Brother Xian, get out of here quick. This place is hell, Zhong Zixing whispered. What's going on? Lin Xian asked. The company overall is decent and other departments are comfortable with a good atmosphere. But this R&D department is the worst. The department head is insane. He doesn't know any tech himself, just forces us to work overtime every day and pockets our overtime pay. Zhong Zixing continued complaining. Is it that serious? Lin Xian hadn't expected Yi Xuan's boyfriend to treat employees so inhumanely. As true as a pearl. Trust me, run, Zhong Zixing urged. Why don't you leave? Lin Xian, I just joined not long ago. If I quit immediately, it'll hurt my future job prospects, so I decided to tough it out for 3 months. Zhong Zixing glanced at his phone and said hurriedly, that idiot leader is about to come back. I'm heading to my desk. Brother Xian, get out now and don't look back. With that, Zhong Zixing dashed back to his cubicle. Thinking about how his good brother was being exploited, Lin Xian sighed. It seemed he would have to clean up the R&D department on his very first day. As Lin Xian was about to leave the R&D office, he was blocked by a bespectacled man with a barrel-like waist and a receding hairline. This was Zheng Haoran, the R&D manager, who had rushed back. You're the new guy, eh? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, looking utterly indifferent. That's me. Zheng Haoran was steaming with anger. He had never seen a rookie act so arrogantly on the first day. You're the one who bullied our Yi Xuan. A scumbag like you. Get the hell out of here. Lin Xian remained unfazed. Manager Zheng, quite the big talk. What if I don't? With that, Lin Xian took out his phone and called Lu Wendy. President Lu, please come to the R&D office. Hearing Lin Xian mention President Lu, Zheng Haoran looked him over again. The guy didn't seem like someone who knew President Lu, just an ordinary kid from a normal family. Stop pretending. Who do you think you are? President Lu. Get lost now, or he'll call security. Zheng Haoran continued to humiliate Lin Xian, but Lin Xian only smiled faintly, completely unbothered, like a heavy punch hitting cotton. Furious, Zheng Haoran grabbed his phone and shouted, security, come up to the 5th floor R&D office. Someone's causing trouble and refusing to leave. Get him out. Then he glared viciously at Lin Xuan. Kid, just wait to be thrown out. Okay, I'll wait, Lin Xuan said, finding a seat and sitting down leisurely. The RD employees were whispering among themselves. Who's that guy? So bold. Looks like a newbie. Admirable courage. First time I've seen someone stand up to Zheng Haoran like that. Huh. Only Zhong Zixing was still worried. He walked over to Lin Xuan and whispered, Brother Xuan, you should leave now, or the security guards will really throw you out. Lin Xuan glanced at him and smiled. It's fine. Seeing Zhong Zixing whispering to Lin Xuan, Zheng Haoran grew even angrier. Zhong Zixing, do you know him? Neglecting your work. I'm docking a month's pay. He's my roommate. What's wrong with talking to him? Unable to tolerate such a leader any longer, Zhong Zixing snapped. So you're cut from the same cloth. Even better. Both of you get the hell out. Hearing that Lin Xuan was Zhong Zixing's college roommate, Zheng Haoran was even more certain the guy had no other identity. Fine, let's go. Who wants to work under a useless dog of a leader? Lin Xuan, let's leave. As he spoke, Zhong Zixing tried to pull Lin Xuan away. Suddenly President Liu hurried into the RD office. President Liu, perfect timing. These two. Before Zheng Haoran could finish, Liu Wendy quickly walked up to Lin Xuan and said respectfully, Chairman Lin, my apologies for being late. What are your orders? Lin Xuan stood up unhurriedly and handed a document to Liu Wendy. This is a document from the finance department for you. I had nothing to do, so I brought it along. How could such a trivial matter trouble you, Chairman Lin? Liu Wendy hastily took the document. Also, President Liu, please notify everyone that there will be a company-wide meeting in the 7th floor conference room in 1 hour. I have an important announcement to make. With that, Lin Xuan strode confidently out of the RD office. Zixing, come with me. Lin Xuan glanced back at Zhong Zixing, then cast a disdainful look toward Zheng Haoran, who stood frozen in place. Coming. Still reeling from shock, Zhong Zixing hesitated a moment before replying. The two then took the elevator together to the 6th floor, the CEO's office. Zheng Haoran's face turned deathly pale, fine beads of sweat broke out across his forehead, and disbelief flooded his eyes. Liu. President Liu? Could he truly be the new CEO? Where is President Yi? General Manager Liu Wendy's expression grew grave. He could clearly sense Lin Xuan's simmering fury, and yet with unruffled composure he addressed Zheng Haoran. Manager Zheng, do not presume your arrogance is justified merely because President Yi once stood behind you. President Yi has departed. Tread carefully henceforth. Liu Wendy then left the RD department office, leaving Zheng Haoran standing utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Zhong Zixing returned to the CEO's office. Brother Xuan, what just happened? Are you really the new CEO? Zhong Zixing couldn't contain his curiosity. Yes, I acquired the company yesterday and began assuming control today. I hadn't expected such a scene so soon. Lin Xuan poured Zhong Zixing a cup of tea. Their bond was fraternal and easygoing. Lin Xuan bore no airs of authority. Brother Xuan, you've kept yourself well hidden. Zhong Zixing chuckled. Low-key. Zixing, rest assured. I'll soon root out these rotten elements. Lin Xuan sipped his tea thoughtfully, exuding the calm demeanor of a seasoned leader. Brother Xuan, how exactly do you plan to deal with them? Zhong Zixing leaned in, eyes gleaming with admiration. He'd long dreamed of seeing Zheng Haoran humbled. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Xuan replied with his signature smile. At that grin, Zhong Zixing knew Zheng Haoran's fate was sealed. A soft knock sounded. Knock. CEO Lin, good morning. May I come in? Please enter. General Manager Liu Wendy stepped into the office. CEO Lin, the conference room is ready. Zixing, you may return to your post for now. I'll discuss matters with General Manager Liu. After Zhong Zixing departed, Lin Xuan poured a cup of tea for Liu Wendy. CEO Lin, I'll handle it myself. Liu Wendy flinched slightly. No need for such formality, General Manager Liu. You're my senior by virtue of age. I'm only honoring due respect. Lin Xuan smiled warmly. Still, I have a question. How did Zheng Haoran, so lacking in empathy for subordinates and so deficient in technical expertise, ever rise to become RD department manager? Lin Xuan posed the question abruptly. That appointment was made by the previous CEO. I opposed it, but ultimately had no recourse. Liu Wendy stammered, nearly choking on his words. What do you think of Zhong Zixing? Lin Xuan asked, smiling faintly. That young man was personally interviewed by me. His technical mastery is exceptional, and he is both diligent and capable. Given proper mentorship, he will one day stand independently as a pillar of this company. Liu Wendy held Zhong Zixing in high regard. Very well, I understand. It's nearly time. We should head to the 7th floor conference room. Lin Xuan nodded approvingly. He and Liu Wendy ascended to the 7th floor grand conference room and took their places at the front podium. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for sparing this precious time. Due to extraordinary circumstances, President Yi Tianqing has stepped down. Effective today, I, Lin Xuan, assumed the role of CEO of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome. Over 200 employees applauded enthusiastically. After all, a leader who doesn't schedule meetings past working hours is already a rare gem. Only two remained paralyzed by shock: Zheng Haoran, RD Department Manager, and Yi Zixuan. Their expressions were more wretched than tears. Good morning, colleagues. It is a profound honor to serve as CEO of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. As a newcomer, I welcome your candid feedback, and I pledge full transparency and accountability. United in purpose and driven by diligence, I am confident our collective efforts will elevate every one of us. As any corporate leader knows, a vision must be painted. Moreover, I wish to announce another matter. Lin Xuan cast a quiet, knowing glance toward Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan. This morning during my departmental rounds, I discovered that RD Department Manager Zheng Haoran abused his authority, exploiting staff relentlessly, even installing his girlfriend in the department without merit. Such conduct cannot be tolerated. Their positions will be reassigned immediately. Preposterous. What evidence do you have? Knowing Lin Xuan would not spare him, Zheng Haoran chose confrontation. Evidence? I require none to remove you. But since you insist, I shall oblige. Lin Xuan retrieved his phone and murmured instructions to his secretary Zhou. The entire conference room then filled with recordings: Lin Xuan's earlier exchange with Yi Zixuan and his tense confrontation with Zheng Haoran in the RD department. My boyfriend is the RD department manager. If you beg me nicely, I might speak a word in your favor later. I won't, but my boyfriend is the boss. In RD I can do as I please. Scum like you belong nowhere near this company. Get out now. Indeed, Lin Xuan had recorded everything from the outset. Now every employee knew the truth, and Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan wore masks of utter humiliation. Go ahead, fire me if you dare. Zheng Haoran erupted in shame-fueled rage. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. How delightfully naive. You imagine I'd dismiss you. Your particular talents have other uses. Coincidentally, we are currently seeking a security guard and a custodian. Your qualifications align perfectly. Lin Xuan held no contempt for either profession. Rather, he intended to compel their voluntary resignation, avoiding severance liabilities that dismissal would entail. Of course, standard personnel optimization would entitle them to full compensation, and Lin Xuan pledged he would honor every cent owed. Yet their misconduct rendered them unworthy of such remuneration. Regarding the new RD department manager, General Manager Liu, do you have a recommendation? Lin Xuan turned to Liu Wendy. Zhong Zixing is an excellent choice. Exceptional technical acumen, unwavering diligence. Liu Wendy affirmed. Lin Xuan nodded again, satisfied. It is decided, effective immediately. Zhong Zixing assumes the position of RD department manager. Thank you all for your time. Meeting adjourned. Lin Xuan and Liu Wendy exited first. Employees rose and turned, buzzing with conversation. Our new CEO is remarkably young and strikingly handsome and extraordinarily decisive. He eradicated the company's cancer in his very first act. Indeed, Zheng Haoran always strutted about as though he owned the place. I've resented him for ages. I just asked the CEO to deliver some documents for me. Only Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan remained frozen in silent disbelief. Lin Xuan returned to the chairman's office, once again preparing to tidy up and head home to cook for his wife. A faint knocking sound echoed at the door. Come in. Brother Xuan, are you really letting me be the manager of the RD department? Zhong Zixing walked into the office, incredulously asking, is there a problem? Lin Xuan trusted Zhong Zixing's technical skills, and since Jinhai Technology Company was primarily technology-driven, he felt reassured letting his good brother oversee a key department. I'm worried I might not do well. Zhong Zixing said, a bit anxious. I believe in you, just dive in, and he'll support you if anything comes up. And by the way, how many times have I told you? When at work, use your title. Lin Xuan joked in a tone mimicking a certain TV drama. Okay, Lin title. Zhong Zixing laughed as well. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back now. Lin Xuan thought of his wife. Aren't we going to have lunch together, Lin title? Zhong Zixing placed his hand on Lin Xuan's shoulder, just like in college. No, I need to get home to cook for my wife. Lin Xuan declined. I'll going Alversai again. Well, we can gather in the dormitory when there's free time. Sure. Zhong Zixing still didn't know that Zhou Quan was also working for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan drove out of the company gate in his Maybach, first stopping by the market to buy some vegetables before returning home. And back. A petite figure darted into Lin Xuan's embrace. Welcome home. Li Mengyao looked up, smiling brightly at Lin Xuan. Be careful. Lin Xuan lifted Li Mengyao's chin and gently kissed her lips. Did you eat breakfast? I did. What time did you eat? You're acting just like my mom. Lin Xuan lightly pinched Li Mengyao's little nose. Husbands need to take good care of you too. I'll go cook now. Got it. Li Mengyao obediently returned to the sofa to continue watching her show. For today's lunch, Lin Xuan tried the exclusive fish recipe provided by the system. Wow, husband, your cooking skills have improved again, Li Mengyao exclaimed. With Lin Xuan's 5-star culinary skills combined with secret seasonings, it was certainly more delicious. Then eat more. Lin Xuan continued to serve Li Mengyao. If I eat more, I'll get fat. Li Mengyao pouted gently, putting the meat back into her bowl. When you're pregnant, you need to eat more. Besides, you're not fat at all. Lin Xuan kept serving meat to Li Mengyao, who happily continued to eat. Wife, let's go get our marriage certificate on July 7th. Li Mengyao's cheeks turned slightly red. She didn't expect to get married and obtain a certificate right after graduating. After finishing lunch, the two returned to their room for a nap. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao had been pregnant for over 3 months and needed to go to the hospital for another checkup. Glancing at the time, it was already past 3. Wife, wake up. Lin Xuan gently shook her. What is it? Don't disturb my sleep. Li Mengyao murmured, rubbing her beautiful eyes. Wife, we need to go for a prenatal checkup. Lin Xuan gently lifted Li Mengyao. Oh, Li Mengyao's body became soft again. There was no choice but to pamper his sleepy wife. Half an hour passed. Husband, let's head out. Li Mengyao quickly tidied herself up and smiled at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and walked to the parking lot. After they settled in, he started the car and headed towards Jinghai People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xuan carefully assisted Li Mengyao out of the car. Entering the hospital lobby, Lin Xuan busily registered and paid, while Li Mengyao quietly waited beside him. Li Mengyao was already 13 weeks pregnant at this point. This prenatal checkup mainly focused on assessing the health of the embryo, the mother's health, and checking for any congenital defects. When it was Li Mengyao's turn for the examination, Lin Xuan nervously stayed by her side. He saw a kind middle-aged female doctor carefully conducting the checkup, and his gaze never left Li Mengyao. How many weeks pregnant are you? About 13 weeks, Li Mengyao replied softly. The female doctor thought to herself how fortunate this young couple was to have a child, especially since Li Mengyao was so beautiful. Soon the examination was over. Everything is normal with the fetus. Both little ones are doing well. 2. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Yes, based on the ultrasound examination, it has been confirmed that there are 2 embryos. Congratulations, you are having twins. Previously, when Lin Xuan brought Li Mengyao for a checkup, they didn't perform an ultrasound, so he was unaware of the twins. But you still need to maintain a balanced diet, exercise appropriately, and pay attention to rest. The female doctor smiled as she advised. Thank you, doctor. Lin Xuan smiled in gratitude, while taking Li Mengyao's hand as they left. At that moment, Li Mengyao thought about having twins, and the babies were growing healthily every day, bringing a blissful smile to her face. In fact, a dragon and phoenix twin is a type of twin specifically fraternal twins. However, due to domestic laws prohibiting non-medical gender determination of fetuses, many parents only discover whether they are having dragon and phoenix twins after childbirth. Arriving at the hospital parking lot, Lin Xuan helped Li Mengyao into the car, then drove the Maybach back to Jinghai Mansion. Husband, wait a moment. I need to pick up a package. Li Mengyao suddenly called from the passenger seat. Send me the pickup code, and he'll go get it. Lin Xuan parked the car aside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and prepared to retrieve the package. Li Mengyao elegantly blinked her eyes, reached out with her small hand to embrace Lin Xuan, and kissed his lips. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Is that all? Li Mengyao only gave a light peck, and Lin Xuan barely felt anything. What else do you want? Lin Xuan directly raised his hand to cup her forehead, pulling her closer to continue sealing her enticing lips with a kiss. After a while, Lin Xuan finally released Li Mengyao. Hurry up. Li Mengyao's delicate face flushed with a rosy glow as she gave him a playful glare. Only then did Lin Xuan, feeling satisfied, get out of the car to pick up the package. Soon he returned to the car with 2 packages. Wife, what did you buy? If I won't tell you. Back home, Li Mengyao eagerly opened the package box. Lin Xuan stepped forward to see that it was 2 sets of couple outfits. So what do you think? Do they look good? Li Mengyao held up the clothes and modeled them on herself, smiling slightly. Wife, try them on and let me see. Li Mengyao took the clothes and returned to the room. Lin Xuan picked up his outfit, took a look, and felt there was no need to try it on. It would definitely fit, as boys are generally this casual, especially with his great physique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby for a prenatal checkup again. Reward 1 million yuan in cash with a 5x critical hit triggered for a total reward of 5 million yuan, which has been transferred to your bank account. through regular channels? Please check. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, granting one chance to draw. The current prize pool includes 1. A cash 3x critical hit card. 2. Thank you for your patronage. Does the host wish to draw? Draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a cash 3x critical hit card, which has been successfully used for the host. Please check. The voice of the system echoed again in Lin Xuan's mind. What does the cash triple critical hit card mean? Lin Xuan asked, somewhat puzzled. The cash triple critical hit card means that the amount you currently possess is multiplied by 3. Can I save it for later? No, it takes effect immediately once drawn. Lin Xuan wanted to save up more cash to use it all at once, thus allowing for a greater exchange. The account of Jinwan Technology Co., Ltd. still had 50 million. If used with the triple effect, that would amount to 150 million. Alas, what a pity. Lin Xuan opened his phone and saw that his bank card had over 20 million instantly, making him a millionaire. Just as Lin Xuan was feeling pleased with himself, Li Mengyao came out after changing her clothes. Li Mengyao wore a snow-white shirt paired with an elegant gray miniskirt. What stood out was that her outfit was adorned with a cute little bear pattern, making her look fresh, refined, and playfully charming. She gracefully walked in front of Lin Xuan, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Her long straight legs swayed slightly. Then she twirled around like a dancing butterfly, her skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding an enchantment. Lin Xuan's eyes were fixed on Li Mengyao as he swallowed hard. Li Mengyao felt something was off. Just as she thought to escape, Lin Xuan acted first, gently pulling her into his embrace. Wife, you are truly stunning. Lin Xuan placed a kiss on her soft pink lips and smiled. Why don't you change? Li Mengyao lightly pressed her small hand against Lin Xuan's firm chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. He'll change right now. Lin Xuan let go of Li Mengyao and began to take off his clothes. Why are you taking off your clothes like that? Li Mengyao covered her eyes with her small hands, pretending to be angry. How can I change if I don't take off my clothes? Lin Xuan laughed heartily. Then go change in the room. Li Mengyao continued to cover her eyes, but she left a small gap between her fingers, her fair cheeks instantly turning red. Wife, it's not like you haven't seen it before, why be so shy? Lin Xuan continued to tease her. Then a sofa pillow was tossed over, soft and harmless. Boys, change clothes quickly, you just put it on. Lin Xuan wore a snow-white short-sleeved shirt paired with long black pants, his outfit also adorned with a cute little bear pattern. His tall stature of 180 centimeters became even more striking, his fair skin glowing softly under the light, while his dark glossy hair curled slightly. His sword-like brows and bright eyes radiated a deep brilliance, his high nose slightly upturned as he smiled at Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao stared blankly at Lin Xuan. Her husband was simply a male model. Are you dumbfounded? You are the one who looks dumbfounded. Li Mengyao came back to her senses and playfully scolded him. Then the two stood in front of the mirror. Li Mengyao adjusted Lin Xuan's collar and then linked arms with him to carefully observe their reflections. As they prepared for bed that night, Lin Xuan suddenly asked, "Why did you suddenly buy clothes? Plus there's a cartoon pattern on the chest which makes me look childish. It's very cute. When we go to get our marriage certificate, we will wear this outfit. No objections allowed." Li Mengyao lightly tapped Lin Xuan's lips with her index finger. Whatever my wife says goes. Lin Xuan took the opportunity to gently bite her, smiling. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes and then hugged Lin Xuan as they fell asleep together. A few days later, July 7th finally arrived. At 9 a.m., Li Mengyao, still in a dream, felt something crawling on her face, as if something was kissing her. Then she stretched out her delicate hand and lightly slapped it, murmuring, "Don't mess around. Wife, did you forget what day it is today?" Lin Xuan continued to breathe near Li Mengyao's ear. What does it matter what day it is? Li Mengyao still groggily refused to open her eyes. Today is July 7th, our wedding certificate day. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao instantly opened her eyes wide and blinked in confusion. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? I called you ages ago, but you wouldn't wake up even with kisses, Lin Xuan said with an exasperated expression. Li Mengyao quickly got out of bed and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, they both changed into the couple outfits they bought yesterday and left the house, heading to the parking lot. Lin Xuan started the Maybach and headed straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jinghai City. Soon they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and walked into the hall, which was already filled with people waiting to register their marriages. The two quietly waited at the back. An hour later, Lin Xuan tightly held Li Mengyao's hand as they exited the hall, carefully examining the vibrant red marriage certificate, which displayed their names and photos. Both of their faces radiated with happy smiles. Li Mengyao similarly gazed at the marriage certificate, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a sweet smile. Wi-Fi finally brought you home. Lin Xuan looked at her gently. Haven't I been home for a long time? Li Mengyao playfully pinched Lin Xuan's face, smiling faintly. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao's stunning looks attracted envious glances from passers-by. They truly were a celestial couple. Back in the Maybach, they shared their marriage certificates on their social media. Zhang Shulan, my son has made it big. Lin Jinghua looks good. Huang Shifeng, when will you bring it back for mom to see? Zhou Quan, congratulations. I knew I'd be struck by love today. Zhang Zixing, congratulations on your marriage. Xian Ge. Shun Jingming, when will you hold the banquet? Hurry up. Lu Yusin, congratulations Yao Yao. At this moment Lin Cici had her phone confiscated, so she did not make any comments. A phone suddenly rang. Hello mom. Lin Xian picked up the phone. Son, have you got the certificate? Zhang Shulan's joyful laughter came through the receiver. Just got it on my way back. Put your wife on the phone and quickly add her to our family group chat. Am I still your dear son? You only want to talk to her after one sentence. Lin Xian grumbled. Hurry up. Honey, it's my mom. Lin Xian helplessly handed the phone to Li Mengyao. Hello, auntie. Nervous Li Mengyao forgot to change the title. Still calling me auntie. Time to change that, my dear daughter-in-law. Zhang Shulan chuckled. Mom. Li Mengyao was still a little unaccustomed. Yes, dear. From the driver's seat, Lin Xian could only see Li Mengyao's lips gradually curling upward, occasionally glancing at him. Okay, Mom. Then Li Mengyao smiled softly and returned the phone to Lin Xian. Honey, what did Mom say to you? Lin Xian asked curiously. You want to know? Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes twinkled. Lin Xian nodded. Mom said that after marriage a husband should hand over his bank card. Sweat. Mom is really setting her son up. Darling, don't you think so? Li Mengyao leaned forward with, it was the familiar scene, the familiar distance, the familiar lips. Lin Xian took the chance to cup Li Mengyao's chin and kissed her again. After a moment Lin Xian let go satisfied. Angry Li Mengyao gave him a hard punch. Li Mengyao had been joking. She didn't really want Lin Xian's bank card, just to tease him. But she ended up losing again. Still during the call, Zhang Shulan had taught her how to hold the reins of a husband, and the most important tip was to make him hand over his bank card. Now Li Mengyao turned her face away, ignoring Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled silently, started the car, and drove out of Jinghai City Civil Affairs Bureau. After driving for a while, Li Mengyao finally realized something was off. This wasn't the way home. Darling, Li Mengyao turned around and couldn't help asking. Let's go somewhere first. Lin Xian said with a smile. Soon a sleek black Maybach pulled into the parking lot of a bank in Jinghai City. What are we doing at the bank? Didn't you say you wanted my bank card? I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Xian smiled, unbuckled his seatbelt, and leaned over to help Li Mengyao unbuckle hers. I was joking. I don't want your bank card. Li Mengyao shook her head adorably. My money is your money. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's cheek. Then, I'll keep it safe for you. If you need money, just tell me. Li Mengyao murmured. Then the two got out of the car hand in hand and entered the hall of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked to the counter. Lin Xian handed his bank card to the teller and said he wanted to transfer all the money in the card to Li Mengyao. The teller swiped Lin Xian's card and was instantly shocked. There was 20 million yuan, and the owner was so young. May I ask what this lady is to you? Due to the large amount involved, the teller had to be thorough to prevent any fraud. She's my wife. Lin Xian smiled. Can you prove it? Sorry, but with such a large transfer we need to verify. Lin Xian handed over the marriage certificate he had just obtained. After a few moments of operation, the teller informed Lin Xian that the transfer was successful. A few minutes later, a message arrived on Li Mengyao's phone. 20 million yuan had been credited to her account. Li Mengyao stared at Lin Xian in surprise. Darling, that's so much. Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mengyao's cheek again. Yes, now you hold my lifeline. You'll have to take good care of me from now on. Li Mengyao shot Lin Xian a playful glare. I'll keep it safe for you. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave the bank, a figure appeared before them without warning. It was a middle-aged man standing tall and straight as a pine, dressed impeccably, exuding calm confidence in every gesture. Please wait, esteemed guests. I am Lu Yong, branch manager of Wanha Bank in Jinghai City. It is an absolute honor to meet you both here today. Hello, Manager Lu. Is there something you need? Lin Xian politely shook hands with Lu Yong. Well, our bank noticed that your account holds 20 million yuan in a current deposit, which earns very low interest. Would you be interested in learning about our latest time deposit products? A sales pitch, and personally handled by the branch manager. Sure, tell me more. Please follow me. With a warm smile, Lu Yong led the two into the VIP room of Wanha Bank, which was lavishly decorated and serene. As soon as they entered, someone served cups of aromatic premium coffee and delicate, delicious pastries. Lu Yong took out a brochure and handed it to Lin Xuan. Currently, you have 20 million in a current deposit with a paltry 0.5 interest rate yielding only 100 yuan per year. 100,000 a year for doing nothing. That's already many people's annual income. But if you were to put that 20 million into a one-year time deposit, we can offer an interest rate of 2.3, giving you 460 yuan per year, over 4 times the current deposit interest. Additionally, Wanha Bank will present you both with exclusive VIP black cards entitling you to personal account managers, premium benefits, shopping discounts, and other high-quality services. If you don't need the funds urgently, you might consider a one-year time deposit. Lin Xuan hesitated slightly. The 20 million from the system had no immediate use, so keeping it in the bank was best. But if all of it was locked in a time deposit, withdrawing it in an emergency would be troublesome. Darling, you can put 10 million in a time deposit and leave the rest as a current deposit, Li Mengyao whispered, sensing his dilemma. Lin Xuan suddenly saw the light. He quickly kissed Li Mengyao on the cheek and said with a smile, "My wife is so smart." Li Mengyao shot him a glare, her pretty face flushed. There were other people around. "So can we deposit 10 million as a time deposit and keep the other 10 million as a current deposit?" Lin Xuan asked. "Of course. Please follow me." Lu Yong's face lit up. His monthly target was secured. He led them to the VIP counter. 10 minutes later, the couple had finally handled the 20 million. VIP counter was indeed fast. Ordinary counters would have taken at least an hour. Lu Yong bowed slightly, solemnly handing 2 luxurious VIP black cards to Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, and said with a smile, "Congratulations on becoming Wanha Bank's honored guests. From now on, you will enjoy the highest level of service." Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao took the black cards, feeling their substantial weight and exquisite patterns. After bidding farewell to manager Lu Yong, they left the Wanha Bank Hall and returned to the Maybach. "Honey, are you hungry?" "Starving." Li Mengyao showed a blissful smile. "Let's go home and eat." Lin Xuan started the car and drove home. After they returned to Jinwan Mansion, he prepared a sumptuous lunch, while Li Mengyao ate in small, delicate bites. Lin Xuan took out his phone, added Li Mengyao to the family group chat, and snapped a photo of his wife eating daintily before posting it in the group. "Zhang Shulan, our daughter-in-law, is eating so heartily. Lin Jingua, it looks tastier than your mother's cooking." Lin Sisi was taking her final exams. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw her photo posted in the group. "Lin Xuan, you took a candid shot of me again." She glared at him. When angry, she always called him by his full name. Lin Xuan put the dishes into the dishwasher and heard his wife calling him. "I think it looks quite nice," he said, sitting down beside Li Mengyao with a smile. Still annoyed, she pinched his waist. "Hello, Mom and Dad, I'm Li Mengyao," she greeted in the group chat. All right, take this money. Wishing you a happy marriage." Then Zhang Shulan sent a transfer of 10001 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. Though she and Lin Xuan no longer needed the money, it was still a considerable sum for an ordinary family, and it was a gesture from his parents. Refusing it would seem disrespectful. "Honey, take it. We'll buy them gifts when we visit them in Yunhai City," Lin Xuan said, understanding her concern, and smiled gently. "All right." Li Mengyao nodded and accepted the money. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Lin Xuan, "Mom, what about Zhang Shulan? Go play by yourself." "Definitely a biological son." That afternoon, just after waking up from a nap, Lin Xuan received a message from Zhou Quan. "Zhou Quan, Brother Xuan, the restaurant renovation is done. When can you come take a look?" Lin Xuan was a bit startled. What a hassle. He preferred staying home with his wife, but now he had a restaurant to manage. He then kissed the still sleeping Li Mengyao, sent a message to inform her, and left the room. After washing his face to wake up, he picked up his phone and called Zhou Quan. "Quainer, where are you now?" Since graduation, they no longer lived in the dorm. "Brother Xianim at the rental. Send me your location. They'll pick you up, and we'll go check out the restaurant together." "Sure." 20 minutes later, Lin Xuan drove his Maybach to Zhou Quan's rental place. Zhou Quan rushed downstairs, pulled open the car door, and climbed in. "Brother Xianim here. Happy wedding." He handed Lin Xuan a red envelope. "Thanks, Quainer. Let's go." Lin Xuan took the envelope and started the car heading to Jinwan Plaza. After parking, Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan arrived on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza, immediately captivated by the luxurious, resplendent decor before them. The entire restaurant was adorned with high-end materials and exquisite design. The walls were covered in ornate wallpaper, and the floor was paved with spotless mirror-like marble. Chandeliers of dazzling crystals hung from the ceiling, casting a soft, warm glow that illuminated the entire space. The dining tables and chairs were neatly arranged, covered with pristine white tablecloths, accompanied by fine tableware and fresh flowers, creating an elegant and comfortable dining atmosphere. Lin Xuan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected such lavish decoration. Hey brother Xuan, pretty good renovation, huh? Zhou Quan said proudly. Lin Xuan walked into the restaurant scrutinizing it carefully. It was truly a five-star establishment. Very nice. Now we just need to start preparing for the opening. Lin Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Brother Xuan, you're right, but aren't you forgetting something? Zhou Quan, what did I forget? Lin Xuan asked puzzled. Money, brother Xuan. I have no funds. How can I recruit staff without money? Zhou Quan complained emphatically. Oh, I almost forgot. I've been too busy recently. Send me your bank account number. Yes, you've been busy. Just tell me if you want it or not. I want it. Hey, erase my account number. Zhou Quan quickly replied. Then Lin Xuan transferred him 1 million yuan via his phone. Hey, erase 1 million in startup funds. Let me know if it's not enough. From now on you'll be in charge of everything at the restaurant, and we'll split the profits 70-30. Got it. That's our brother Xuan. Drops a million like it's nothing. Zhou Quan laughed happily. Stop flattering me. If you do a bad job, I'll fire you. Lin Xuan joked. Yes, boss. By the way, shouldn't we name the restaurant? Zhou Quan asked. Let's call it Xianming Restaurant. The specialty will be fish dishes, but you can add other cuisines. Lin Xuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He combined one character from his name and one from Li Mengyao's. It felt quite nice. Anyway, you're the manager now. Don't let me down. Lin Xuan patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder. He trusted him. Though sometimes a bit silly, Zhou Quan was serious when it came to work. Mission guaranteed. Zhou Quan even saluted. How old was he? Well, Lin Xuan retracted that last thought. After wrapping up the restaurant matters, Lin Xuan dropped Zhou Quan back at his rental and then went to Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. As he walked through the company entrance, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Good day, Chairman Lin. Hello, Lin Xuan replied with a polite smile. Every employee he passed greeted him enthusiastically, and he responded to each one. So this is what it feels like to be the chairman of a company. It's amazing. Lin Xuan arrived at the chairman's office and saw 2 resignation letters and a red envelope on the desk. He opened the envelope first, which contained several hundred yuan bills and a small note. Chairman Lin, happy wedding. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. That kid. Then he picked up the 2 resignation letters, just as expected, from Zheng Haoran and Yi Xuan. Without hesitation, he stamped them approved. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Lin Xuan left the company and drove home. In fact, the company's day-to-day affairs were handled by General Manager Lu Wendy. Those 2 resignation letters had ended up on the chairman's desk due to special circumstances. Hunting him home, Lin Xuan changed his shoes and strode into the living room, embracing Li Mengyao as she ran toward him. Husband, why have you been going out so often lately? Are you up to something secret? Li Mengyao pouted adorably. I went to inspect the restaurant's renovation. Lin Xuan pulled out his phone and showed her the photos he'd taken that afternoon. Wow, this is so luxurious. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened. Husband, have you named the restaurant yet? She asked eagerly. I have, Lin Xuan said, getting up to start cooking. What's the name? Li Mengyao grabbed him and pressed Xianming Restaurant. What do you think? Lin Xuan pinched her cheek gently and smiled. Xianming Restaurant, a name brimming with poetic romance, seemed to embody the love between Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, symbolizing his deep affection for her. Li Mengyao fixed her limpid autumn water eyes on Lin Xuan, and gradually a ripple of emotion spread across her delicate features. Seeing tears welling in her eyes, Lin Xuan instantly became flustered. What's wrong, honey? Did I hurt you just now? I'm sorry, it's my fault. Li Mengyao gently shook her head, then burrowed into Lin Xuan's embrace, hugging him tightly. She parted her rosy lips and murmured dreamlike, Darling, why are you so good to me? Lin Xuan took a deep breath, gently lifted her little forehead, and gazed at her with tender eyes. Because you are the only one in my life, the person I love most in this world. You are my wife, the mother of our child. I am willing to use all my strength to protect you, to care for you, and to keep you happy forever. Lin Xuan's gaze was firm and passionate, as if burning with an inextinguishable flame. Li Mengyao stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's neck, and offered him her sweet kiss. Darling, I'm going to cook. Lin Xuan smiled. Then he turned and walked to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Li Mengyao nodded shyly. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao watched a drama on the big screen in the living room. She rested her long legs on his, nestled in his arms, and watched with great interest. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan picked up a tablet to read the daily enterprise report sent by General Manager Lu. Whenever he didn't go to the company, he would take time in the evening to glance through the enterprise report, checking what important tasks had been done that day and how much profit the company had made, rather than leaving everything unattended. What are you looking at, darling? Li Mengyao's little head leaned in, and she saw a string of data reports. In reading the company's daily operation report, Lin Xuan smiled. Company? What company? Li Mengyao blinked in confusion. Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Did you go to work, darling? She thought that over the past few months Lin Xuan had been taking care of her and hadn't looked for a job, so it was normal for him to start working now. Darling, you just focus on work, I can take care of myself. Li Mengyao pursed her lips. What are you thinking? Your husband has tens of millions in assets, there's no way I'd go to work. Lin Xuan pinched her cute nose. Then what's this company? She asked curiously. It's my company. I'm the chairman of Jinwan Technology, and you're the chairman's wife. Lin Xuan chuckled. Li Mengyao froze utterly astonished. Then take me to visit it next time. Okay, silly. You're the silly one. After watching the drama, they went back to their room to rest. The next morning Lin Xuan woke up naturally and began making breakfast. While he was still eating, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhou Quan. Brother Xuan, have you had breakfast? I have something to discuss with you. I'm eating. Go ahead. It's about the chef for the restaurant. I found someone, my cousin and his wife. They ran a fish restaurant in Jinghai City, but recently the rent got too expensive, so they're looking for a new place. They specialize in fish dishes and have an excellent reputation in Jinghai. They can bring customers directly to Xianming Restaurant, so I'd like to hire them as chefs. Zhou Quan blurted out a long speech. Have they agreed to work as chefs at Xianming Restaurant? Lin Xuan, of course. Who wouldn't want to work in such a prime location with such luxurious decoration? All right, have them come to the restaurant later. I want to see them in person. The chef is the soul of a restaurant, so Lin Xuan had to personally vet them. Got it. After hanging up, Lin Xuan put Li Mengyao's breakfast in the warming cabinet, as usual went into the bedroom to give her a kiss, and then left. Half an hour later Lin Xuan arrived at the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza at Xianming Restaurant. As he walked in he saw Zhou Quan and a young couple. Brother Xuan, you're here? Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Zhou Yong, and this is his wife Wang Li. Zhou Quan said. Hello boss Lin. I'm Zhou Yong, and this is my wife Wang Li. Lin Xuan exchanged a polite handshake with Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong was tall and slightly plump with an honest, simple look. Wang Li was petite with a clear and attractive face exuding a mature beauty. Both were in their early 30s, not much older than Lin Xuan. Hello, I'm Lin Xuan, college roommate of Zhou Quan. I've heard him praise your exquisite culinary skills many times. You flatter us. Zhou Yong grinned. Could you make me a steamed turbot to taste? Lin Xuan smiled. Zhou Yong knew full well that Lin Xuan was testing his cooking skills. Without hesitation he strode into the kitchen area and began preparing. Lin Xuan followed closely, observing every subtle movement and technique. Zhou Yong skillfully selected a fresh plump turbot, quickly cleaned it, and set it aside. Then he lit the stove, expertly controlling the heat and timing until the water in the steamer came to a boil. Soon an enticing aroma filled the kitchen and a delicious steamed turbot was brought out. Lin Xuan picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. Tender, juicy melt in the mouth. Paired with the special savory sauce, it was the perfect finishing touch, absolutely irresistible. Truly a master chef. Exquisite. I warmly welcome you both to join Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, boss Lin. However, I can take your culinary skills to an even higher level. What a... Zhou Yong was quite confident in his own cooking. Could this man, several years his junior, really be a master? After saying this, Lin Xuan returned to the kitchen, and everyone followed closely. He too skillfully selected a fresh plump turbot, cleaned it even faster, lit the stove, and controlled the heat and timing with even greater precision, while personally blending a secret sauce. In no time the kitchen exuded an even more enticing aroma than before, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. A steaming, fragrant steamed turbot with enticing colors was brought to the table, its exquisite presentation like a work of art. Everyone please have a taste. The others eagerly picked up their chopsticks, taking a piece of tender fish meat and placing it in their mouths. Before their teeth could even chew, the delicate umami flavor cascaded through their mouths like a clear spring, instantly stimulating every taste bud. This. Zhou Yong was so stunned he could barely speak. Xingu, it has to be you? This is incredible. Zhou Quan couldn't stop eating. Wang Li sat quietly beside him, eating in silence, but her expression betrayed her amazement at the deliciousness. Soon the large platter of turbot was completely cleaned out. Zhou Quan even licked the plate. Boss Lin, can I become your apprentice? Zhou Yong looked at Lin Xuan with reverence. Cough, there's no need to apprentice. If you work as head chef in my restaurant, I'll teach you for free. Lin Xuan felt a bit awkward being asked to take an apprentice by someone several years older. Really? That's wonderful. Zhou Yong jumped for joy. Boss Lin, can I learn too? Wang Li asked softly. Of course. What about me, Xingu? Zhou Quan shamelessly edged closer. You go play somewhere else and manage the restaurant well. Lin Xuan turned back to Zhou Quan and Wang Li suddenly serious. But I have one condition. What condition? Zhou Yong asked hastily. Add a confidentiality clause to your labor contracts. They'll teach you my complete exclusive fish recipe collection, which will greatly improve your culinary skills. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. What confidentiality clause? You must not disclose the exclusive fish recipes to any outsider in any form. If you do, you'll be liable for 5 million yuan. Lin Xuan's tone shifted firm and resolute. 5 million was no small sum for an ordinary family. Many worked a lifetime and never earned that much. I agree. I Zhou Yong am no treacherous, faithless man. His eyes were unwavering. I agree too. Whatever my husband can do, I can do as well. Wang Li's tone was equally resolute. Good. Zhou Quan, go prepare the labor contracts. We'll sign them right away. On it. Zhou Quan scurried off to get the contracts ready. While Zhou Quan was preparing the contracts, Lin Xuan chatted with the couple. Suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his wife. Hey darling. Li Mengyao was momentarily taken aback by him calling her darling. What had gotten into him today? Honey, where are you? I'm still at the restaurant. My roommates want to come over for a meal later. Is that okay? Earlier in Li Mengyao's roommate group chat, Chen Manman and Yang Lin had been pestering her to come over, with Lu Yusin egging them on. Li Mengyao had no choice but to call and ask Lin Xuan's opinion. Of course. I'll buy more groceries on my way back. Lin Xuan smiled. Okay, sweetie, remember to eat breakfast. Lin Xuan reminded her affectionately. Li Mengyao shyly hung up. First darling, now sweetie. What was up with her husband today? Li Mengyao patted her cheeks, gently picked up her phone, and opened the roommate group chat. Rich girls quadruple. You can come over now. Chen Manman, hee hee, yao yao, I'm coming. Yang Lin, what's the address? How can we go without it? Li Mengyao shared a location. Chen Manman, Yang Lin. Neither of them had expected Li Mengyao to live in Jinwan Mansion, the most prestigious district in Jinghai City. On the other side, Zhou Quan finally returned with 2 labor contracts to the restaurant. Xiangu, I've got them ready. Take a look. Lin Xuan carefully reviewed both contracts. Finding nothing wrong, he signed his name and handed them to Zhou Yong and Wang Li. If there are no issues, please sign these labor contracts. I have a question. Does Zhou Quan count as an outsider? Zhou Yong glanced at his cousin with a grin. Yes, he does. Lin Xuan smiled back at Zhou Quan, joking. Xiangu, come on. We were roommates for 4 years. Alright, I'm just kidding. I've put you in charge of the restaurant. Don't I trust you enough? Lin Xuan laughed heartily. Hee hee, Xiangu, I'll make this restaurant big and strong. Zhou Quan said he'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading home if there's nothing else. After saying goodbye, Lin Xuan drove his Maybach to the supermarket to buy some groceries before going home. Back to Li Mengyao's side. Ding dong, a crisp doorbell rang. Li Mengyao put down what she was doing, walked to the entrance, and confirmed through the smart lock screen that it was her roommates. Only then did she open the door. Ma Yao Yao, congratulations on your marriage. Yang Lin stepped forward to hug her and handed over a gift. And mine too. Happy wedding, Yao Yao. Chen Manman followed her in and passed her present to Li Mengyao. Hey, race mine. Congratulations, Yao Yao. Lu Yusin also smiled. Thank you. Li Mengyao beamed with joy. Chen Manman plopped down on the sofa, looking thoroughly content. Yang Lin followed suit, while only Lu Yusin helped Li Mengyao prepare drinks and fruit. Yao Yao, this is way too comfortable. You're practically a little rich girl. Chen Manman exclaimed. Yes, such a huge apartment with a river view. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Yang Lin sighed in agreement. Here, have some drinks and fruit. Li Mengyao set a platter of fruit and several glasses of beverages in front of them. Chen Manman, Yang Lin, and Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, while Li Mengyao lounged in a lazy chair. They chatted and gossiped about recent events. Yao Yao, you have no idea. My internship is killing me. I have to work overtime every day, you know. Chen Manman complained. Tell me about it. I have to stay up late grading assignments. It's such a headache. Yang Lin joined in the grumbling. Yao Yao, why don't you have to work? Chen Manman asked. He'll work later. Li Mengyao lowered her head, stammering. Yao Yao, you're lying. Haha, own up. You can't fool your besties. Yang Lin saw through her immediately. She's a priority now. How could Lin Xuan let her work? Lu Yusin felt there was no need to hide it from their sisters anymore, since Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were already married. What do you mean? Priority? Something's fishy. Chen Manman grinned mischievously at Li Mengyao. It's because I'm pregnant. Li Mengyao blushed and whispered. What? Yao Yao, you're pregnant. Yang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, when did this happen? So soon. Chen Manman was also incredulous. It's been over 3 months. Li Mengyao's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Only Lu Yusin remained silent, as she had known all along. Yang Lin, 3 months ago, meaning before you even graduated. Shin Man, and pregnant before marriage. Yusin, aren't you surprised? I'm very surprised, can't you tell? Lu Yusin deliberately put on an exaggerated expression of shock. Young Lin. Oh, so you knew all along and didn't tell us. Shin Man. Exactly, are we even sisters? Lin, let's get her together. In morning you don't come closer. If you do, I'll scream. Lu Yusin clutched a pillow, feigning fear. Yang Lin and Shin Man ganged up on her, reaching out to tickle her. Shin Man, go ahead, scream. Scream all you want, no one will hear you, ha ha ha. Yao, save me, ha. Lu Yusin was tickled into begging for mercy, tears of laughter streaming down her face. Alright, stop messing around. I told Xin not to say anything. Li Mengyao quickly intervened. Shin Man, fine, since a pregnant woman is pleading for you, let it slide. Yang Lin, by the way, Yao, is Lin Xuan treating you well? Shin Man, yes, is he good to you? Lin Xuan treats me very well. I love him deeply, Li Mengyao said, blushing. Was this still the pure and aloof campus belle of Jinghai University, who in our usual impression always maintained an icy demeanor toward boys? Young Lin, married, and with a baby, Yao, you're truly a winner in life. Hey, do you think senior Deng Junyi should finally give up? Shin Man suddenly recalled that there was a senior at school who was deeply infatuated with Li Mengyao and had been pursuing her. Young Lin, yeah, I heard he's planning to come back home. Let him give up. Yao is already taken. Lu Yusin had never liked Deng Junyi. I've rejected him many times. He shouldn't come looking for me again. Li Mengyao pursed her lips. Suddenly the sound of the door unlocking was heard. Honey, I'm home. Lin Xuan walked in carrying a large bag. Shin Man and the others only saw Li Mengyao quickly get off the lounger, put on her shoes, trot over, and throw herself into Lin Xuan's arms. Welcome home. Every time Lin Xuan returned home, he was always greeted by a wave of warmth. The source of that warmth was Li Mengyao's embrace, which made him deeply feel the coziness and happiness of home. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair and asked softly, Honey, how are you feeling today? Li Mengyao shook her head lightly. I'm fine. Ahem. Li Mengyao turned around to see Shin Man and the others watching them with excited expressions. She let go of Lin Xuan, her face blushing like a little tomato. Hello, I'm Li Mengyao's husband, Lin Xuan. Hi, I'm Shin Man. Shin Man gave a cheerful smile. Shin Man was tall and slender with a neat short haircut exuding a free-spirited and unrestrained vibe. Hello, I'm Yang Lin. Yang Lin also smiled softly. Yang Lin was the complete opposite, with a petite and delicate figure and long jet-black flowing hair, giving off a quiet and elegant impression. As for Lu Yusin, there was no need for much introduction, as she was the epitome of a domineering and confident queen. You ladies keep chatting. He'll go cook in the kitchen. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then walked into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. The four women returned to their spots and continued talking. Yao, your husband is really handsome. Oh my god, how did you wrap him around your finger? Teach us. Li Mengyao's pretty face was now completely flushed. After a while, Lin Xuan brought out the last dish. Time to eat. Everyone followed the aroma and came over. So fragrant. Today we have scallion lamb cumin ribs, soy sauce beef short ribs, spicy diced chicken, and a big platter of grilled fish. Wow, this is incredible. I've never eaten anything this good in my life. Shin Man took a bite, her face radiating happiness. Exactly, even top hotel chefs couldn't make anything this delicious. Yang Lin sighed in admiration. Indeed, very tasty. Lu Yusin pretended to be casual lest her two roommates discover she had been here before and gang up on her again. Soon Shin Man and the others finished their meal and prepared to leave. Shin Man, Lin Xuan, we're entrusting Yao to you. Please take good care of her. Young Lin. Yeah, or else we sisters won't let you off. Don't worry, I will protect Mengyao as the most precious person in my life. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand, his tone resolute. After Shin Man and the others left, Lin Xuan cleaned up the dishes. Having worked up a sweat, he went to the bathroom for a quick shower, then returned to the bedroom. Li Mengyao was leaning against the headboard, quietly reading a book. Lin Xuan climbed onto the bed and lay down beside her. Baby, what are you reading? You? Why did you suddenly call me baby? Li Mengyao's cheeks reddened. She wasn't used to it. Because you are my baby, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Shameless. Li Mengyao's face turned crimson. She silently continued reading, as if trying to hide her embarrassment and shyness behind the book. Seeing his wife ignore him, Lin Xuan's gaze involuntarily fell on her soft belly. He slowly reached out, gently lifted her clothes, and pressed his ear softly against her abdomen. A faint fragrance wafted around, and a strange, wonderful feeling surged in his heart. Honey, what are you doing? Li Mengyao was startled by Lin Xuan's sudden move and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Her face grew even redder. Li Mengyao pushed with her small hands, but he didn't budge. Unable to push him away, she started pinching and kneading Lin Xian's handsome face. "Honey, I want to hear the baby's voice," Lin Xian said tenderly. Even though Li Mengyao was already 13 weeks pregnant and the fetus had developed to a certain stage, Lin Xian still couldn't hear any movement from the baby by pressing his ear to her belly. Li Mengyao was amused by his innocent and adorable behavior, and a warm feeling welled up inside her. "So did you hear anything?" "Yes," the baby said. "Daddy is so handsome." "Shameless." Li Mengyao quietly watched Lin Xian, who at that moment seemed just like a child. Suddenly a phone rang. Lin Xian reluctantly picked up his phone and saw it was his mother calling. He quickly answered. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" "Son, have you eaten?" "Yes, I have." "Good. When are you bringing my daughter-in-law home?" Zhang Shulan said eagerly. Lin Xian put down the phone and turned to look at Li Mengyao. "Honey, can we go back to Yunhai City tomorrow morning?" Li Mengyao nodded obediently. "Mom, will head back tomorrow morning." In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao planned to go to Jinwan Mall to buy some gifts to bring back to Yunhai City. "Honey, let's go." Li Mengyao changed into a dark blue denim dress, tied a black belt around her waist, and finished with a pair of white canvas shoes exuding a youthful freshness and vitality. "You look beautiful today, honey." Lin Xian stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her, savoring Li Mengyao's fragrance. "All right, stop hugging. Let's go." Li Mengyao gently pushed him away. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and led her to the parking lot, started the Maybach, and drove to Jinwan Plaza. The two arrived at the second floor of Jinwan Mall, found a jewelry store, and walked in. "Hello, welcome to our store." "Hello, do you have any bracelets to recommend?" "We're looking for a gift for an elder." "Yes, please wait a moment." The shop assistant smiled and brought out several bracelets, showing them to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao while explaining their features. "Honey, how about this one?" "Will Mom like it?" Li Mengyao took a fancy to a jadeite bracelet, crystal clear and warm in texture like an emerald lake. "She'll probably like anything her daughter-in-law gives her." Lin Xian smiled. He, as the biological son, was losing his status more and more. "Hello, how much is this one?" Li Mengyao asked politely. "Miss, you have excellent taste. This is the most popular model among elders. All the materials used are ice-type jadeite, so the price is a bit higher, 100 yuan. Li Mengyao turned to look at Lin Xian as if seeking his opinion. "Honey, all the money at home is in your hands. You decide." Lin Xian saw through her thoughts and smiled slightly. "Hello, we'll take this one." Li Mengyao revealed a smile. "Okay, you'll wrap it up right away. Please pay over here." The shop assistant was overjoyed, selling such a big order right at the start of the afternoon shift. These two youngsters were really wealthy. "Miss, here you are. Please come again." After receiving the bracelet, Li Mengyao returned to Lin Xian's side, linked her arm with his, and walked out of the jewelry store. "Let's go see if there's any gift Dad would like." Lin Xian gently took the shopping bag from her. "My dad doesn't have many hobbies, just one. He loves fishing. Sometimes he even stays up all night doing it, so let's buy him a fishing rod." Is it true that all men start liking fishing when they reach middle age? But it seems there's no fishing gear store nearby, Li Mengyao said, blinking her beautiful eyes. "Look, there seems to be one over there." Li Mengyao followed Lin Xian's gaze and spotted a store in a corner of Jinwan Mall. "Let's go." Li Mengyao happily pulled Lin Xian toward the store. The two walked into the shop. Since Li Mengyao didn't know how to choose a fishing rod, she left it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed a competition-grade fishing rod, examining it carefully. The rod was pitch black with a faint shimmer on its surface, as if imbued with infinite power. Lin Xian gently held the handle, feeling the texture, and gave it a few swings. It felt pretty good. "This is really nice. Dad should love it." Lin Xian gave a slight smile. "Then let's take this one," Li Mengyao said with a smile. The two went to the counter to pay. The owner, a middle-aged man, was preparing the bait for the evening, clearly a seasoned fishing enthusiast. "Hello, boss. How much is this?" Li Mengyao asked with a smile. "This one is 600,000 yuan. Since it's a competition rod, the materials are top-notch." The fishing store owner hadn't expected such young people to buy a fishing rod. "A fishing rod costs 600,000 yuan. Boss, can you give us a discount?" Li Mengyao looked at the chubby, middle-aged man with pleading eyes. "Do you like fishing?" the boss asked, looking at them. MHM, we love fishing the most." Li Mengyao. Lin Xian looked at his wife in shock. Was this how she bargained? "All right, since you're both young and love fishing, I'll sell it to you cheaper. 500 yuan. I really can't go any lower." "Thank you, boss." Li Mengyao was so happy she almost jumped. After walking out of the shop, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Honey, what are you laughing at?" Li Mengyao pouted. "I'm laughing because you're so virtuous, honey. Do you actually know how to fish?" "Huh." Li Mengyao's pretty face flushed red, and she raised her delicate hand to pinch his familiar spot. Alright, honey, I'm wrong. By the way, honey, what is your sister like? Li Mengyao suddenly remembered that Lin Xuan had a younger sister. Cece, you don't need to buy her anything. If you really want to, I think you can get her the 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulation. Lin Xuan gave his signature smile. Lin Cece, bro, just you wait. Be serious. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xuan, then suddenly noticed an Apple store upstairs. I know what to buy. Let's go. Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xuan's hand and headed upstairs. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the phone store. Honey, you want to buy a phone for Cece? Lin Xuan asked. Yes, Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Her phone was just confiscated at school, haha. Lin Xuan laughed heartily. It's okay, just let her use it at home. Li Mengyao felt that children shouldn't be strictly disciplined, they need some relaxation. Lin Cece's sister-in-law. My wonderful sister-in-law. I love you. Then the two walked inside. Hello, how can I help you? A shop assistant greeted them. Hello, do you have the latest Apple phone? Li Mengyao asked politely. Yes, this is our latest iPhone 15 model. It not only features the most advanced chip technology, but also comes with an ultra-high-definition camera, allowing you to easily capture high-quality, clear, and detailed photos and videos. The design is stylish and minimalist with multiple colors to choose from, showcasing your personality. The assistant explained in detail. How much is the top configuration? The top configuration is 18,999 yuan. Li Mengyao hesitated a little. She had spent 5,000 and 1,000 on the parents, but only 1,000 on Lin Xuan's sister. Would she be seen as a bad sister-in-law? The shop assistant noticed Li Mengyao frowning, suddenly realizing that both of them still looked like students and probably couldn't afford such an expensive item. If the top-tier model is too pricey, you could take a look at the standard version. No need. Do you have the latest laptops? Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. We do. Still the top-tier model. The shop assistant was slightly taken aback. Yes, the top-tier one. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Alright, please wait a moment. Soon the assistant placed a laptop before Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. This is our latest top-tier Apple laptop. It boasts astonishing processing speed, vast memory space, and is incredibly lightweight. The price is a bit high, 22,399 yuan. Honey, what do you think? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xuan. I think Cece is already laughing her head off, Lin Xuan replied with a resigned nod. Well, take these two. Li Mengyao smiled lightly. Alright, please wait a moment. The assistant left, but quickly returned. Ma'am, if you're taking both, why not consider our latest full-set bundle? It includes a phone, iPad, laptop, and wireless earbuds, all top-tier models. The original price is 7,788 yuan, but with the discount it's 6,788 yuan. Buying the whole set is more cost-effective. The assistant introduced. Li Mengyao bit her lip and looked hesitantly at Lin Xuan again. Buy it, honey. You're not short on cash. Consider it a generous gift for Cece. Lin Xuan chuckled. Alright, well, take the full set. A smile once again graced Li Mengyao's face. Great, please wait a moment. The assistant excitedly began packing. Another big deal completed. Even Lin Cece's gift was more valuable than what Lin Xuan got. Family status truly determined worth. Lin Xuan glanced at Li Mengyao playing with her phone and suddenly realized his wife was still using it. But Li Mengyao was meticulous about cleanliness, always wiping her phone spotless, so it looked brand new even though she had bought it in her freshman year of college. Excuse me, please add the latest top-tier iPhone 15, Lin Xuan said to the assistant, who was still packaging. Sure, coming right up. The assistant beamed even brighter. Honey, why buy another phone? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xuan's hand. How many years have you been using that phone? Lin Xuan looked at her tenderly. Not long. It still works fine. Li Mengyao blushed slightly and murmured. I'm sorry, I only noticed now. Honey, you don't have to scrimp anymore. Use it lavishly. Lin Xuan gently wrapped his arm around her. No, we need to be thrifty and manage our household well, Li Mengyao murmured. This girl was utterly lovable. Be good, Lin Xuan said softly. Oh, soon Lin Xuan emerged from the store laden with bags, while Li Mengyao, holding his arm, continued to look around to see if there was anything else they needed. Honey, stop buying. I can't carry any more. It's fine, I can still take some. Undeterred, Li Mengyao spotted a men's clothing boutique. Let's go check that out. Li Mengyao pointed happily with her little finger. Clothes. I have enough clothes, Lin Xuan said. You only wear the same few outfits. I'm tired of seeing them. Be good. Li Mengyao tugged Lin Xuan's hand and headed into the store. Don't guys just rotate a few sets of clothes? Lin Xuan didn't quite understand, but obediently followed his wife inside. Once in the store, Li Mengyao looked around, picked up a few garments, and held them against Lin Xuan. This style isn't flattering. Li Mengyao shook her head gently. The color of this one is too flashy. She continued her selection. This polo shirt and that short-sleeve t-shirt are both nice. Go try them on, dear. Li Mengyao nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Lin Xuan took the two garments and headed to the fitting room. After he tried them on, Li Mengyao smiled approvingly. These two would do. She then glanced at a suit on the side. She had never seen Lin Xuan in a suit before, so how could she let this opportunity slip today? She picked one and handed it to Lin Xuan. Honey, go try this on too. A subtle smile curled at the corners of her lips. Huh. Again. Lin Xuan took the clothes resignedly and went back to the fitting room while Li Mengyao waited quietly outside. Before long, Lin Xuan emerged from the fitting room wearing a crisp white dress, shirt, a classic black suit jacket, a refined black belt, and long black suit trousers. He looked exceptionally vibrant and dignified. Honey, how do I look? Haha, great, really great. But you look a bit like an insurance salesman, haha. Li Mengyao laughed so hard her eyes curved. You're teasing me. Embarrassed, Lin Xuan hurried back. Li Mengyao was truly happy. Her husband could be so adorably dense sometimes. Excuse me, please pack these two items and the suit he just tried on. Right away, please wait. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finally left them all. Honey, let's go home. Lin Xuan took his wife's hand to leave, but she stood still, her eyes fixed on a barbecue restaurant upstairs. Honey, I want barbecue. No, it's too smoky. I'm afraid you'll get morning sickness again. Lin Xuan refused. Each table there has an exhaust fan. It's not smoky at all. Still no? Who knows if their meat is fresh? Lin Xuan refused again. This barbecue place is the highest rated in Jinghai City. The meat is very fresh. Please. Li Mengyao pouted slightly and coaxed him. They had shopped all afternoon, and she didn't want Lin Xuan to go home exhausted and cook. Besides, that barbecue was truly delicious. Under Li Mengyao's persistent cajoling and adorable begging, Lin Xuan reluctantly agreed. But with one condition: he would taste the meat first to check freshness. If it wasn't fresh, they would go home for dinner. Soon the couple entered the barbecue restaurant happily. Before long, the server brought all the ingredients. Lin Xuan picked up a slice of beef, placed it on the grill, and after it was cooked, savored it carefully. How is it? Pretty good, huh? Li Mengyao was almost drooling. She was genuinely hungry. The meat is decent and quite fresh. With that, Lin Xuan picked up another slice, placed it on the grill, and once it was fully cooked, gently blew away the surface heat before bringing it to Li Mengyao's lips. Careful, it's hot, honey. Li Mengyao opened her mouth slightly and took a small bite. Instantly, a look of pure satisfaction spread across her face. At that moment, in a corner nearby, a figure was watching Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. Isn't that our school's top beauty, Li? Zhanghua is a friend of Deng Junyi, and at this moment, he happens to be dining in the same barbecue restaurant. He slowly pulls out his phone from his pocket, opens the camera, and aims the lens at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. As Lin Xuan gently brings food to Li Mengyao's mouth, he presses the shutter button and sends the photo to Deng Junyi. An hour later, Li Mengyao links her arm with Lin Xuan's and leaves the barbecue restaurant satisfied. Wife, let's grill at home next time, Lin Xuan said tenderly, looking at Li Mengyao. Sure, Li Mengyao replied with a sweet smile. Just as Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao are about to leave Jinwan shopping mall, an unexpected guest suddenly blocks their way: Deng Junyi. Deng Junyi is 180 centimeters tall, on par with Lin Xuan. He has a handsome appearance with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a face like jade, but still falls a bit short compared to Lin Xuan. He looks at Lin Xuan with an arrogant expression. Long time no see, Mengyao Jr. Deng Junyi looks at Li Mengyao gently. Long time no see, Senior Deng. Li Mengyao responds politely. This is a gift I brought for you from abroad. Do you like it? Deng Junyi completely ignores Lin Xuan and hands a delicate high-end perfume to Li Mengyao. I'm sorry, but I don't like this perfume. You can keep it, Senior Deng, Li Mengyao replies calmly. If you don't like this, it's fine. What do you like? He'll buy you another one. Deng Junyi continued. No need, Senior Deng, you don't have to give me anything, Li Mengyao said coldly. Don't you understand my feelings? I've liked you for 4 years. Who is this person next to you? Deng Junyi clenched his fists, seeing the shining diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand. He said angrily. I know, but I've said long ago that we are not suitable. This person next to me is my husband. Li Mengyao tightened her grip on Lin Xuan's hand. Why? Why did you get married only a year after I left? He's just a pretty boy. Mengyao, don't be deceived by him. Deng Junyi said angrily. To casually malign others often reveals a dark heart. My husband is not for you to judge. Please don't harass me anymore. Husband, let's go. Li Mengyao's gaze instantly turned cold as she said angrily. Li Mengyao did not like Deng Junyi, and she only referred to him as Senior Deng out of politeness. However, since he slandered Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao certainly couldn't agree. If I'm a pretty boy, then what are you? A parasite. Lin Xuan looked at Deng Junyi and laughed disdainfully. Then Li Mengyao tightly grasped Lin Xuan's hand and confidently walked past Deng Junyi. At this moment, Deng Junyi's expression turned exceptionally grim. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. Suddenly, he turned around violently. Deng Junyi seemed to lose his sanity, swinging his fist and lunging straight at Lin Xuan. Faced with the sudden attack, Lin Xuan remained remarkably calm. He seemed to have sensed the movement behind him beforehand, quickly releasing Li Mengyao's hand and turning around in a flash. Lin Xuan accurately caught Deng Junyi's incoming punch, then pushed forcefully, following up with a beautiful shoulder throw, slamming Deng Junyi harshly to the ground. Up! Deng Junyi cried out in pain, lying on the ground, unable to move for a moment. Attacking from behind, truly a parasite. There are cameras here. I warn you, if you keep causing trouble, well, call the police, Lin Xuan said coldly. Husband, are you okay? Li Mengyao was frightened and quickly returned to Lin Xuan's side, carefully examining to see if he was injured. I'm fine, just a desperate fool who can't hurt me. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Let's hurry and leave. Li Mengyao noticed the strange looks from those nearby and pulled Lin Xuan's hand to leave. After returning home in the evening, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao began to pack their luggage. After packing, Li Mengyao went into the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Xuan lay on the sofa reading the corporate daily of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Husband, please help me get a nightgown. Li Mengyao peeked through a crack in the bathroom door, showing a shy little face. Sure, where did you put your nightgown? Lin Xuan smiled. I forgot. Can you help me find it? Li Mengyao said nervously. Lin Xuan first went to the wardrobe, but did not find it, then went to the large balcony, where he quickly spotted a cute nightgown hanging there. Soon Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's cute nightgown and arrived at the bathroom door. At this moment, Li Mengyao quickly pulled her cute little head back into the bathroom, leaving only a fair and delicate arm exposed, radiating a charming glow. Lin Xuan was stunned. Is it ready? Li Mengyao asked softly. Here. Lin Xuan, coming back to his senses, handed the nightgown to Li Mengyao. Thank you, husband. Li Mengyao just wanted to take the nightgown back, but found that no matter how she pulled it wouldn't budge. Lin Xuan, let go. Li Mengyao said somewhat angrily. Wife, why don't we wash together? Lin Xuan showed his signature smile. No, big pervert. Alright, I was just joking, wife. Lin Xuan gently released his hand. Big bad guy. After Li Mengyao pulled her little hand back, she quickly closed the door, not forgetting to scold Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled as he returned to the living room. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally came out of the bathroom and shot a glare at Lin Xuan, who was still grinning on the sofa, before heading to the bedroom to rest. The way my wife gets angry is really cute. Then Lin Xuan also walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Halfway through, he suddenly realized. Where's my towel? Where did it go? After searching the bathroom for a long time, Lin Xuan had no choice but to slightly open the bathroom door. Wife, my towel is missing. Can you help me find it? I can't hear you. Wife, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Sorry for teasing you. Will you dare to do it? I want dare again. There was no response from Li Mengyao. Just as Lin Xuan continued to admit his mistake, he suddenly heard a light footstep approaching the bathroom. Suddenly a blue light flashed before Lin Xuan's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Mengyao holding a blue towel, standing at the bathroom door. Her movements were very quick, as if she were stealing. She hung the towel on the bathroom doorknob, and then turned to run back into the room, seemingly accompanied by a hint of laughter. After taking a bath, Lin Xuan returned to the room and saw Li Mengyao pretending to read with a forced look of concentration. A barely concealed smile tugged at her lips, and her eyes stole occasional glances at Lin Xuan, standing by the window. Lin Xuan had already figured out what was going on. Honey, where did you find that towel? He asked, settling onto the bed and pressing close to Li Mengyao. On the balcony, Li Mengyao replied calmly. That's strange. I found your pajamas on the balcony earlier, but I didn't see my towel hanging there, Lin Xuan said with a knowing smile. You must have missed it, Li Mengyao continued to feign composure. Could it be that my dear wife secretly took my towel and then pretended not to know? Lin Xuan flashed his trademark smile again. No such possibility. Honey, I'm tired. Good night. Li Mengyao set down her book with almost lightning speed, then climbed onto the bed as gracefully as a cat. She lay flat, eyes closed, her breathing soft and steady as if she had already drifted into slumber. Yet the faint upward curve at the corners of her mouth betrayed her. Lin Xuan, not one to let it slide, leaned down and kissed those tempting lips. I'm not talking to you. Li Mengyao turned over, presenting him with nothing but the lovely back of her head. Once again, she ended up being the one at a disadvantage, unable to figure out why, until a thought suddenly struck her. She turned back to face Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with worry. Honey, do you think Cece will dislike me as her sister-in-law? Of course not. My wife is so gentle and beautiful like a celestial maiden. Anyone would adore her, Lin Xuan said casually, reaching out to stroke her silky hair, which exuded a captivating fragrance. Stop it, I'm serious. Li Mengyao retorted with a hint of embarrassment. Cece is a lively soul, the more excitement the happier she is. Just rest assured, honey. Alright, it's getting late. Time for these two little ones to sleep, Lin Xuan said, pulling Li Mengyao into a tight embrace to soothe her. They soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, it wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finally stirred. After washing up, Lin Xuan headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Li Mengyao checked their luggage to make sure nothing was left behind. Soon after finishing breakfast, the two arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwanfu. Just as Lin Xuan was about to walk toward his Maybach, Li Mengyao suddenly pulled him back. Honey, let's take the Xiaomi SU7 this time, Li Mengyao said with a gentle smile. Why? Lin Xuan asked in confusion. Because you spoil Xiaohei too much. Don't you think it's too serious? We've barely driven this Xiaomi, she said, her elegant eyes blinking lightly. Lin Xuan considered it, and realized she was right. Alright, whatever my wife says. He took Li Mengyao's hand, and led her to the Xiaomi SU7. After she settled into the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat, and started the car. Ding! Detected that the host needs to drive a Xiaomi smart car on a long journey. For the safety of the babies, the system will upgrade the Xiaomi SU7's intelligent driving system and battery free of charge. 1 minute later. Congratulations, host. The Xiaomi SU7 has been successfully upgraded. The intelligent driving system has been enhanced to a world-class level. No manual driving is required. The battery has also been upgraded successfully. A single charge now lasts for an entire year. What a pleasant surprise. Lin Xuan had planned to drive manually, but the system offered a free upgrade. Shall AI enable intelligent driving mode? Lin Xuan said with anticipation. A gentle voice responded, okay. Where would you like to go, master? To Yunhai City, Lin Xuan replied. Okay. Destination set, to Yunhai City. Departing now. Please fasten your seatbelt and relax. After the Xiaomi SU7's intelligent system chimed, the vehicle started smoothly and headed steadily toward Yunhai City. Lin Xuan sat quietly in the driver's seat, lightly holding the steering wheel. At first, he couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy, afraid of an unexpected accident, so he remained ready to take over at any moment. But soon he witnessed the system's formidable capabilities and couldn't help feeling a surge of admiration. The system was incredibly powerful. The upgraded intelligent driving was so advanced that its reaction time was even faster than a human's. Along the way, Lin Xuan admired the scenery while telling Li Mengyao about his hometown Yunhai City. It was a beautiful coastal city with a charming coastline and unique allure. Can I go see the sea then? Li Mengyao asked with eager anticipation. She had never seen the ocean in her entire life. Of course you can, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. As they chatted, Li Mengyao fell asleep again. 3 hours passed quickly. Lin Xuan drove through the Yunhai City toll booth and arrived at a familiar place. Honey, wake up. We're in Yunhai City, he said, gently patting Li Mengyao. We're here. Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes with her little hands, then looked out the window in astonishment. The city lay beside the vast blue ocean, its edges blending with the sea. The azure waters merged seamlessly with the sky, forming a breathtaking tableau. Wow, it's so beautiful. We can take a walk by the seaside tonight, but first let's go home, Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile. Okay, a flicker of joy crossed Li Mengyao's face. The Xiaomi SU7 started again and glided smoothly toward Lin Xuan's old home. Soon the two arrived at a cozy-looking neighborhood with lush greenery and a pleasant environment. Though the neighborhood was several years old, it still appeared fresh and well-maintained. Lin Xuan parked the car and took Li Mengyao's hand as they walked toward the elevator. As they stepped into the elevator, Lin Xuan could feel Li Mengyao's little hand slightly sweating, which made him chuckle. Still nervous? It's okay, you've already met her at home before, right? Just relax. Only my mom should be here now. Lin Xuan smiled warmly. I still feel nervous. Li Mengyao murmured softly. By then they were at Lin Xuan's doorstep. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Mom, I'm home, Lin Xuan announced happily. Oh, my daughter-in-law is here. You must have had a tiring journey. Zhang Shulan greeted them warmly, completely bypassing Lin Xuan. Come in. This is your home now, make yourself at ease. Thank you, Mom, Li Mengyao. After Li Mengyao sat down, Zhang Shulan finally turned to her son. What are you standing there for? Bring the— Got it, Lin Xuan said with a resigned sigh. After he brought in the luggage, Li Mengyao took out the jade bracelet from inside and handed it to Zhang Shulan with a smile. Mom, this is a gift for you. Zhang Shulan beamed with joy. Why buy a gift? You are the best gift. She picked up the translucent jade bracelet and could tell at a glance that it wasn't cheap. Mom loves it, but don't buy any more next time, okay? Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao just kept smiling, pretending not to hear. Of course they would still buy presents in the future. Daughter-in-law, have you been to the hospital recently? How are the babies? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. The babies are developing very healthily, and the doctor even said. Li Mengyao nervously lowered her eyes. What else did the doctor say? Zhang Shulan pressed anxiously. The doctor said him carrying twins. Zhang Shulan stood frozen, speechless. What? Twins? Zhang Shulan sprang up from the sofa as if propelled by a spring, quickly walking over to sit beside Li Mengyao, tightly grasping her small hand with a beaming smile, her mouth almost stretching to her ears. Mengyao, are you really having twins? Zhang Shulan exclaimed excitedly. Yes. It's true, Li Mengyao replied, startled by her mother-in-law's series of unusual reactions. Here, this is the pregnancy check report. Lin Xuan quickly handed his mother the latest pregnancy check report for Li Mengyao. Zhang Shulan took the report and saw the clear words twins written on it, her hands trembling with excitement. That's great. Son, you really did well. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, causing Li Mengyao's cheeks to blush. Zhang Shulan kept looking at the pregnancy report, murmuring, twins are great, twins are great. Suddenly she thought of something else. Son, did you bring your marriage certificate with you? Let me see it, she asked. It's right here. Lin Xuan continued to hand the little red book to his mother. Zhang Shulan examined the certificate from left to right, her face radiating a joyful smile. Her silly son had finally married, and his wife was truly beautiful. Simply like a celestial beauty, a stunning presence. What was even more delightful was that his daughter-in-law was expecting twins. Perhaps even a pair of a dragon and phoenix. Li Mengyao blinked in confusion, completely unprepared for her mother-in-law's exuberance. How could she not be excited? Bringing two little ones at once meant they would soon become grandparents. After a while, Zhang Shulan realized she had lost her composure and returned to sit next to Li Mengyao, smiling. I'm just so happy, don't mind me. Li Mengyao, still a bit nervous, replied, Mom, I understand. She was also quite shocked when she found out she was having twins. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mengyao's belly, noticing it was already 14 weeks along, but it hadn't shown yet. You little brat, didn't you give my daughter-in-law enough nutrition? Why hasn't her belly shown yet? Zhang Shulan glared at Lin Xuan. Mom, some pregnant women just show later, Lin Xuan explained helplessly. Mom, Lin Xuan is really good to me, Li Mengyao said softly. I was just too anxious. Zhang Shulan immediately softened her expression, smiling at Li Mengyao. Son, hurry to the kitchen and make lunch. Also remember to stew an old hen soup for Mengyao to nourish her. Zhang Shulan had a different expression towards Lin Xuan. Huh, why do I have to cook when I just got home? Lin Xuan complained. Isn't it because you little brat have always disliked my cooking? Go now. Lin Xuan reluctantly walked into the kitchen and started getting busy. Li Mengyao clasped her hands tightly together, feeling even more anxious after he left. Zhang Shulan immediately spotted the diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand and the bracelet she had given her daughter-in-law, her heart swelling with joy. Mengyao, there's no need to be so nervous, just treat it like your own home. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Just then the front door was suddenly opened. Comrade Lin Zhenghua had returned. Honey, I'm back. He walked in with a frown, burdened by the stress of working at a state-owned enterprise, only to be met with a fierce glare from Zhang Shulan that made him shiver. He then noticed his daughter-in-law Li Mengyao sitting gracefully on the sofa, a bit constrained and nervous. Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly and called out softly, Mengyao, you're here. Ha ha. Lin Zhenghua quickly changed to a warm smile, responding enthusiastically. Did that rascal Lin Xuan bully you? Tell Dad, and I'll deal with him. Lin Zhenghua sat down on the opposite sofa with a smile. No, he didn't. Lin Xuan is really good to me. Li Mengyao's cheeks turned crimson. A kiss should not count as bullying, right? Dad, this is a gift I brought for you from Jinghai City. Li Mengyao handed Lin Zhenghua a specialized fishing rod she had bought at the mall. Lin Zhenghua recognized the fishing rod was quite valuable, stroking it in his hands, exclaiming, what if he had wanted to buy such a fishing rod long ago, but unfortunately the financial power was held by Zhang Shulan, who thought spending thousands on a fishing rod was too extravagant. Thank you, Mengyao, I really like it. Lin Zhenghua said joyfully. By the way, Lao Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan pointed to the little red book and a pregnancy report on the table. Lin Zhenghua picked up the marriage certificate, glanced at it, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Then he picked up the pregnancy report and was instantly stunned. Moments later his face broke into a broad smile. Where's Lin Xuan? Lin Zhenghua asked eagerly. In the kitchen cooking, Zhang Shulan replied. Then I'll go help you all continue chatting. After saying that, he cheerfully walked into the kitchen like a child. Zhang Shulan felt a bit surprised. Usually Lao Lin had a calm and restrained demeanor, But this time, he completely disregarded his image. Arriving in the kitchen, Lin Zhenghua gave his son Lin Xuan a hearty slap on the back. "You little brat, you've made me a grandpa to 2 kids at once." Lin Zhenghua exclaimed joyfully. "Dad, easy on me." Lin Xuan looked at his father helplessly. "Is there anything else to cook? Dad will help you with it." "Dad, aren't you tired after work?" In Lin Xuan's memory, Lin Zhenghua always looked exhausted after a day at work. "Tired? Not at all. Right now I'm full of energy, so I'm here to help you and prepare more dishes for the babies." Then Lin Zhenghua picked up a kitchen knife and began to get busy. After a while, the father and son had prepared a whole table of dishes. "Dinner is ready." At the dinner table, Zhang Shulan kept serving Li Mengyao food, her bowl never empty. However, Li Mengyao really couldn't eat that much, so she raised her eyes to Lin Xuan and raised her eyebrows. Lin Xuan understood and quickly finished what Li Mengyao couldn't eat. "Mengyao, how about we go back to my hometown in a few days? Her grandparents have always wanted to meet you," Zhang Shulan asked. "Sure," Li Mengyao nodded slightly. After lunch this time, it was Zhang Shulan who cleared the dishes. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and returned to his room. Once inside, Li Mengyao carefully looked around. It was a spacious and tidy room with a bed. Opposite the bed was a wardrobe, simple yet practical. Next to the bed was a desk with a laptop on it, and the bookshelf was filled with various books, as well as some mecha models. "Husband, you still play with this?" Li Mengyao picked up one of the models, smiling slightly. "Those are from when I was a kid. All right, it's time for a nap." Then the two embraced each other and fell into a sweet slumber. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the beautiful woman still deep in slumber in his arms, he carefully attempted to rise without waking her. Just as Lin Xuan was changing clothes, Li Mengyao's sensitive hand detected his departure, and she opened her eyes in a daze. "Honey, where are you going?" Li Mengyao propped herself up with one hand, while gently rubbing her eyes with the other, her voice tinged with coquettish inquiry. "I'm going to pick up Cece. She's about to start summer break." "You keep sleeping, darling," Lin Xuan responded tenderly. "I want to go too." Li Mengyao swiftly sat up and threw her arms around Lin Xuan. She wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Cece. "All right, let's go together." Lin Xuan gently tousled Li Mengyao's hair. Another half hour passed. "Honey, let's—" Li Mengyao had changed into a simple white blouse paired with an elegant black skirt with light makeup that exuded a fresh and natural aura, accentuating her purity and captivating charm. Lin Xuan stared at her intently again. "Don't kiss me. I just fixed this outfit," she said, extending a small hand to gently push him away, thwarting his advance. But Li Mengyao's girlish strength was no match for Lin Xuan. With lightning speed, he planted a soft peck on her tempting lips. "Just one kiss," Lin Xuan said with a smile. All right, let's hurry." Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed as she quickly extricated herself from his embrace, took his hand, and pulled him toward the door. The couple arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. "Shall I navigate to Yunhai City now?" "One high school," Lin Xuan instructed. "Yes, master." The Xiaomi SU7 started smoothly and headed toward Yunhai City now. One high school. After more than 20 minutes, the car came to a steady stop in the school's parking lot. It was now 4:30 p.m., half an hour before Lin Cece finished her last final exam. Lin Xuan had initially planned to wait in the car for his sister. "Honey, can we look around the campus?" Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xuan's hand, smiling softly. "Sure, let's." Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got out of the car hand in hand and walked to the security booth at the school gate. "Uncle, do you remember me?" Lin Xuan greeted the guard with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Xian? What brings you here?" The guard chuckled in response. "I brought my wife to revisit our alma mater and pick up my sister for the holidays. May we come in for a look?" Lin Xuan gave a hearty laugh. "Xiao Xian is a school celebrity, of course. Come on in." The guard pressed a button, and the school gate slowly swung open. "A perfect match." "Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to get married so soon," the guard remarked, looking them over with kind eyes. "Uncle, you're about to retire, aren't you?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Yes, I'm finishing up this year." "Well, go on in," the guard said with a smile. "Thank you," Li Mengyao responded politely. No need, ha ha ha." Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao entered Yunhai City No. 1 high school, the top institution in the city, gathering the finest students from across the region. The campus was shaded by lush trees adorned with blossoming flowers and lined with modern teaching buildings in neat rows. Every corner exuded rigor and order. They walked side by side along the green path, their footsteps light, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, quietly absorbing the unique atmosphere of the campus. A gentle breeze brushed her face, carrying a faint scent of fresh grass. She imagined every day Lin Xuan had spent in this high school, his focused expression in class, his laughter and play with classmates after school, and an involuntary joy surged within her. On both sides of the green path, every dozen meters or so stood display boards showcasing glorious college entrance exam achievements over the years. Li Mengyao strolled among them, her gaze casually sweeping over the boards. Suddenly her eyes stopped on one board. She stepped closer for a better look. Wasn't that her husband Lin? On the board it was clearly written Lin Xuan in 2020 achieved an astonishing score of 687 points, securing the top spot in the science stream of Yunhai City, and was admitted to Jinghai University. Li Mengyao was stunned. She knew Lin Xuan was intelligent and quick to learn, but she had never imagined he was the top scorer. No wonder the guard had called him a school celebrity. Honey, why didn't you ever tell me about this? Li Mengyao looked up, gently smiling. Your husband is a low-key person. Besides, you never asked. Lin Xuan grinned smugly. He reached out to pinch Li Mengyao's cheek, but she dodged easily. We're in high school. Restrain yourself. Lin Xuan desisted. Isn't that Lin Xuan? What brings you back? A middle-aged woman approached dressed in a light blue dress and white high heels, her steps light and graceful. She was none other than Lin Xuan's senior-year homeroom teacher, Teacher Chiu. Teacher Chiu, long time no see. You're still as beautiful as ever, even looking younger. Lin Xuan's face lit up with delight. You, after college you've changed. Now you're teasing your teacher. Chiu Ruishu couldn't help but. Lin Xuan chuckled, then introduced the woman beside him. This is my wife Li Mengyao. Turning to Li Mengyao, he said, Darling, this is my senior-year homeroom teacher, Teacher Chiu. Hello, Teacher Chiu, Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, young lady. You're really beautiful. You two make a perfect couple. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so soon, Chiu Ruishu said with a satisfied smile. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly at Chiu Rui's praise. You might not know, but Lin Xuan was very handsome in high school. Many girls approached him. Some of them were exceptionally pretty, but he remained indifferent, only focused on studying, so everyone called him a bookworm. But none of those girls were as beautiful as you. Our Xiao Xian has excellent taste, Chiu Ruishu recalled with a smile. Li Mengyao felt a bit puzzled after hearing this. A bookworm? How could a bookworm hold her close and kiss her every night? Jingle. The exam time has ended. Candidates, please stop answering. The bells signaling the conclusion of the examination rang. I have some matters to attend to, but do come back to visit your alma mater whenever you have time. Chiu Ruishu bid farewell with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at the base of the teaching building where Lin Cece studied, waiting patiently. Before long, a girl emerged from the school building, the first to exit. Her skin was as pure and white as snow, her features delicate with a high-bridged nose and eyes as deep and luminous as Lin Xuan's. Her high ponytail bobbed with each step, accentuating her innocence and charm. A hint of intelligence in her brow immediately caught one's eye. Brother. Lin Cece spotted Lin Xuan immediately and waved excitedly, calling out loudly. She also noticed the elegant, beautiful woman standing beside him. That must be her sister-in-law. Lin Cece trotted over, excitedly grabbed Lin Xuan's hand and said happily, Big brother, you came to pick me up? Lin Xuan reached out and gently patted Lin Cece's head, smiling. Yes, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Li Mengyao. Lin Cece then happily said to Li Mengyao, Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lin Cece, Lin Xuan's sister. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Hello, Cece. Her sister-in-law was simply too beautiful. She had seen photos in the group chat and knew she was a stunning beauty, but the real person was even more exquisite, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Then Lin Cece shot Lin Xuan a skeptical look. How on earth did her foolish brother manage to marry such a gorgeous woman? She was utterly baffled. Lin Xuan instantly saw through his younger sister's thoughts and gave her a light flick on the head. What are you thinking? Hurry back to the dormitory and pack your luggage. Brother, aren't you going to help me move? Lin Cece covered her forehead and complained with a frown. It's not convenient for me to enter your girl's dorm. They'll drive the car to your dorm building, and you just bring your stuff down directly. Lin Xuan explained. Oh, after all, Lin Xuan had only just graduated from university. He wasn't much older than high school students. It wouldn't look good for him to enter the girl's dormitory under the pretext of being a parent. Cece, let me help you with your luggage, Li Mengyao said softly to Lin Cece. Sister-in-law, absolutely not. Your pregnant sister-in-law. If my mother finds out, she'll beat me to death. Lin Cece waved her hands, frantically refusing. It's fine. I can help with some light items, Li Mengyao said with a gentle smile. No way. The school is about to break for the holidays, and the dormitory corridors will be crowded. What if someone bumps into you? Lin Xuan quickly stopped Li Mengyao. All right then. Li Mengyao murmured softly. Cece, go pack up quickly. We'll wait for you downstairs at the dorm. Lin Xuan smiled. Lin Cece replied, then dashed off like a little rabbit toward her dormitory building. Cece is really adorable, Li Mengyao said with a smile. She's a lively little girl, very cheerful and spirited. Alright, let's head back to the car. Shortly after the two returned to the vehicle, started the Xiaomi SU7 and drove to the base of Lin Cici's dormitory building. Half an hour later, Lin Cici emerged carrying a delicate backpack, dragging a huge suitcase with one hand, and, surprisingly, casually sipping an iced drink with the other. Lin Cici stood by the roadside looking left and right, but failing to see her father's car. She muttered to herself, "Why is that annoying brother of mine so slow?" Beep. Lin Xuan honked the horn. Following the sound, Lin Cici saw her brother sitting inside a brand new Xiaomi SU7. Lin Cici's eyes lit up, and she immediately trotted over, dragging her suitcase. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan pushed open the car door, stepped out, walked quickly toward her, and effortlessly took the large suitcase from her hand. "Wow, brother. When did you buy a new car? It's so cool." Lin Cici exclaimed, her face full of delighted surprise. "I just bought it recently," Lin Xuan said as he swiftly stuffed her luggage into the trunk. "Then can you stop right there? You don't even have a driver's license. Don't even think about it. Get in the car and sit tight." Before Lin Cici could finish, Lin Xuan cut her off mercilessly. Defeated, Lin Cici fell silent and got into the car without a word. After putting away the luggage and closing the trunk, Lin Xuan got into the driver's seat. He turned around and saw his sister sitting in the back wearing a pitiful expression. "Once you graduate from high school and get your driver's license, your brother will buy you a brand new car. How about that?" Lin Xuan said gently. "Really?" Lin Cici's face instantly broke into a radiant smile. "Have I ever lied to you?" Lin Xuan laughed heartily. "Didn't you trick me out of my New Year's gift money every year?" Lin Cici pouted playfully. "Ahem, how can you call it tricking between siblings? It was just a temporary loan," Lin Xuan defended without a hint of shame, his audacity truly remarkable. Li Mengyao couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "I don't care about that. I'm charging interest. Once I get my license, you have to buy me a shiny new car," Lin Cici said coquettishly. I know. Your brother will buy it for you as a high school graduation gift," Lin Xuan said with a smile. Speaking of gifts, Li Mengyao suddenly remembered. She took out the complete Apple gift set she had bought at the mall and handed it to Lin Cici, saying with a gentle smile, "Cici, this is a little something from your sister-in-law." "Wow, sister-in-law. You're my lifesaver." "Thank you." Lin Cici opened the Apple gift set, which contained everything she had been longing for: a phone, a computer, and iPad earphones. "Don't get too excited. You can only use these during breaks, not at school," Lin Xuan said with a warm smile, starting the car and activating the advanced intelligent driving mode. The Xiaomi SU7 slowly made its way home. "Oh, why? I've never let playing with my phone affect my studies. I've always stayed in the top 10 of my grade." Lin Cici pouted discontentedly and protested. Admittedly, Lin Cici's grades at Yinhai No. One high school had always been among the best. Barring any surprises, she was sure to get into Jinghai University. With a little more effort, she might even follow in her brother's footsteps and become the city's top scorer. Being in the top 10 now doesn't guarantee you'll stay there. "I think I need to add another condition: if I find out you've sneaked your phone to school, no car for you." Lin Xuan's tone was gentle, but the unwavering determination behind it was unmistakable. Lin Cici could only nod in assent, murmuring that she understood. "Elder brother, don't you need to keep your hands on the wheel?" "No need, it's on autonomous driving now." Lin Xuan smiled in reply. Lin Cici's eyes lit with wonder. "Wow, this is incredible," she breathed, longing for the day she might also drive a smart car. Before long, the Xiaomi SU7 glided to a steady stop in the neighborhood parking lot, and the three of them returned home together. On nothing beats the comfort of home, Lin Cici sighed, collapsing heavily onto the soft sofa with an expression of pure contentment. Li Mengyao looked weary as well, and sat down gently beside Lin Cici. "Elder brother, tonight I want braised beef, Sichuan-style boiled pork slices, pickled fish, and roasted lamb chops." Lin Cici adored the meals her brother cooked, and had not tasted them for a long while. "You glutton," Lin Xuan teased, ruffling Lin Cici's hair, before turning to the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. A man who can cook cannot escape the fate of cooking, no matter where he is. Watching her brother head into the kitchen, Lin Cici turned to her sister-in-law, Li Mengyao, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful and elegant. How did you meet my brother, and how did he win you over?" Lin Cici could not help but ask in a soft voice. Li Mengyao smiled faintly. "Well, we met in the library, and then it was love at first sight, I suppose." A blush warmed her delicate features. Lin Cici's eyes brightened. With a grin, she said that she had always known her brother was a bookish sort. She defended him, though he sometimes appeared absent-minded. He was truly a good person. She extended a cute little hand, and began to enumerate his virtues. Not only can he cook, he is adept at household chores, his studies are excellent, and he cares for his family deeply. With each item, she listed. Pride shone on Lin Cici's face. You must be misunderstanding your brother, she thought to herself. Far from merely absent-minded, he's practically a man who cannot resist showing affection. At that moment, Li Mengyao's private thoughts remained unspoken. A door opened, and a voice called Mengyao. Cici, you're back. Zhang Shulan had returned and saw her daughter and daughter-in-law chatting on the sofa. Mom, you're home. Lin Cici hurried forward and took the large bag from her mother's hands. Zhang Shulan smiled and asked about the final exams. Zhang Shulan asked with a smile. Lin Cici answered confidently, reassuring her mother that there was nothing to worry about. Welcome back, Mom. Li Mengyao said, looking a little tired as she stepped forward to greet Zhang Shulan. Mengyao, are you feeling unwell? Seeing Li Mengyao's fatigued expression, Zhang Shulan anxiously asked whether that rascal had been bothering her. No, I'm just a bit sleepy, Li Mengyao replied softly. Li Mengyao was particular about her bed, so she had not slept well that afternoon in Lin Xian's room, otherwise she would have noticed her husband getting up earlier. Then quickly go back to your room and rest. We'll call you when dinner is ready. With that, Zhang Shulan took Li Mengyao's hand and returned to her room. Li Mengyao obediently nodded and lay down quietly, and only when Zhang Shulan left the room did the mother feel at ease. Li Mengyao was indeed exhausted and soon fell into a deep sleep. Mumbled and half-awake, Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes and sat up on the bed, stretching lazily. What time is it, she wondered. A gentle voice answered, Darling, it's already 8 o'clock. Husband, you nearly gave me a Startled, Li Mengyao realized Lin Xian was lying beside her. She had been too groggy to notice it. I'm sorry, my love, I didn't mean to scare you, Lin Xian said, rising quickly to embrace her and soothe her with a soft voice. I know, she murmured. Li Mengyao wrapped her arms around Lin Xian, as well basking in his warmth and the security of his embrace. Her heartbeat slowly steadied and a gentle happiness settled over her. Looking up into Lin Xian's eyes, Li Mengyao asked if they had eaten dinner. We already ate. We saved a portion especially for you, he replied. Lin Xian said softly. Li Mengyao playfully scolded him for not waking her, feigning offense, and he smiled, saying he could not bear to rouse her from such peaceful sleep. Come on, let's go eat. The little ones are starving. He stroked Li Mengyao's hair with tenderness, his eyes full of adoration. Linking fingers, they went to the dining table. Once Li Mengyao was seated comfortably, Lin Xian took a portion of dinner from the food warmer and placed it gently before her. All her favorite dishes were there. Now truly famished, Li Mengyao began to eat in small eager bites, while Lin Xian watched quietly at her side. Where are Mom, Dad, and Cici? She asked between mouthfuls. Li Mengyao glanced up to find that it was only the two of them at home. Mom and Dad went out for a walk after they ate, and Cici went out to see her classmates, Lin Xian explained with a smile. Oh, Li Mengyao murmured and resumed eating. Soon she was full and let out a contented little belch. Darling, after a rest, let's go for a walk. Okay, Li Mengyao replied with a happy smile. After a brief rest of 10 minutes or so, the two of them stepped out together. Hand in hand, Lin Xian led Li Mengyao to a small electric scooter. Husband, weren't we going for a walk? Li Mengyao asked, puzzled as she looked at the cute little vehicle. Lin Xian smiled and said they were going to stroll by the sea. The distance was a bit far to walk, so they would ride the scooter instead. Hearing they would visit the seaside, Li Mengyao's eyes curved with joy. Hop on, my love, Lin Xian said as he mounted the scooter and handed her a small pink helmet with a smile. The helmet belonged to Lin Cici. Lin Xian had often taken her out for rides in the past. Li Mengyao fastened the helmet and placed a hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. With an elegant, practiced motion, she swung her long, graceful leg over and settled securely behind him, her arms winding tightly around his waist as she laughed, ready for the ride. Then let's go. Lin Xian started the scooter, and they set off slowly toward the sea. With each turn, the shoreline drew nearer. The sea breeze, laden with a faint salt tang, brushed over them and cleared the mind. Li Mengyao closed her eyes and let the wind embrace her, delighting in the tranquil pleasure it brought. At last they reached the seaside. The shore at night was hushed and mysterious, moonlight spilling like liquid across the waves and setting the surface shimmering. Lin Xian parked the scooter, and Li Mengyao alighted eagerly. She opened her arms to the wind, basking in the cleansing breath of the ocean and savoring the peace and freedom it bestowed. Lin Xian stood quietly nearby, admiring Li Mengyao's graceful silhouette, his heart full of tender affection. It's truly beautiful here, Li Mengyao exclaimed in admiration, taking out her phone. With a soft smile and a click, she successfully captured the enchanting scenery before her. Just then Lin Xian quietly approached from behind, gently extending his arms to embrace Li Mengyao, sharing the beauty of the nighttime seaside with his wife. Lin Xian had grown up here and often visited the beach, so this stretch of sand was intimately familiar to him. Yet he wondered why he had never realized it could be so breathtaking. After Li Mengyao captured the magnificent sight of waves crashing against the shore, her delicate finger tapped the screen, instantly switching the phone to selfie mode. Two faces brimming with happiness appeared before the lens, freezing this beautiful moment in time. "Honey, let's take a stroll along the shoreline," Lin Xian asked softly, his tone tender. Li Mengyao nodded lightly. Hand in hand, they ambled along the beach, their steps slow and leisurely. The waves occasionally washed ashore, gently brushing Li Mengyao's feet, bringing a cool, refreshing sensation. Li Mengyao recalled how her father used to carry her everywhere on his back. Whenever he met an acquaintance, he would joyfully introduce her, saying, "Look, this is my daughter, ha ha." Back then she was small, and simply enjoyed playing on his back, feeling how sturdy his shoulders were. Ever since her father suddenly passed away, Li Mengyao had never let anyone carry her again. They continued strolling leisurely, until suddenly Li Mengyao stopped in her tracks, as if frozen. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian turned back and asked gently. "Honey, I can't walk anymore." Li Mengyao's watery eyes blinked as she gazed directly at Lin Xian. What should we do then? Maybe we should head back." Lin Xian knew exactly what his wife had in mind, but he deliberately pretended not to notice. "If I can't make it back either." Li Mengyao puffed out her cheeks, feigning anger. "Then, how about I—" Lin Xian curled his lips into a doting smile, then turned around and crouched down. Li Mengyao was as delighted as a child. She took a small step back, then quickly quickened her pace into a— Finally, she leaped nimbly, landing steadily on Lin Xian's broad back, and wrapped her arms tightly around. "Careful." Lin Xian quickly used both hands to firmly support Li Mengyao's long legs. Li Mengyao shouted excitedly, "At your command, my dear wife." Lin Xian turned around and started walking back. "Honey, why are you heading back? I haven't had my fill of the view yet." Li Mengyao tugged at Lin Xian's clothes anxiously. Didn't you say you couldn't walk? So I'm carrying you back now." Lin Xian laughed heartily. Li Mengyao quickly realized Lin Xian was teasing her, then lowered her head and gently bit his shoulder. "Ow. Honey, I'm sorry. They'll turn around right away." Lin Xian hastily changed direction again. After that bite, Lin Xian became a bit more well-behaved. Li Mengyao saw the small teeth marks she had left on Lin Xian's shoulder and smiled happily. "Honey, am I heavy?" "Not at all." Lin Xian felt a surge of crisis awareness. "But I weighed myself yesterday, and I've gained 2 kg." Li Mengyao pouted. "It's perfectly normal to gain weight during pregnancy. Besides, you're carrying 2 little ones." Lin Xian explained patiently. "What if I can't lose the weight after giving birth?" Li Mengyao pressed her cheek against Lin Xian's shoulder and asked. "That won't happen. I'm sure you'll get back in shape." Lin Xian said firmly. "But what if—" Li Mengyao smiled at him. "Then I'll eat my way up too, and we'll both be pleasantly plump." Lin Xian said tenderly. As soon as he finished, Li Mengyao planted a fervent kiss on his right cheek. "Honey, why did you steal a kiss?" Lin Xian tried to turn his head, but Li Mengyao leaned to the other side. When he turned the other way, she dodged back, not letting him see her. "How can you talk? Who was it that used to steal kisses from me, all the time kissing me until I could barely breathe?" Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed as she spoke. "I was just training you. Practice makes perfect." Lin Xian said shamelessly. "Stop it." Li Mengyao reached out and lightly tapped him. Lin Xian continued carrying Li Mengyao forward, both of them savoring the refreshing sea breeze and listening to the sound of the waves. "Honey, you can put me down now." Li Mengyao patted Lin Xian's back and whispered, "Okay." Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully set her back on the ground. After landing, Li Mengyao stretched a little and was about to turn back when a gentle hand softly pulled her, drawing her back into Lin Xian's warm embrace. "Honey, what are you doing?" Li Mengyao's eyes met Lin Xian's deep gaze, and she instantly understood his intention. "You stole a kiss from me earlier. As a matter of reciprocity, shouldn't I kiss you back?" Lin Xian murmured. Before the words faded, Lin Xian gave her no chance to resist. He gently lifted her chin and unhesitatingly captured her enticing lips. At that moment, their world consisted only of each other, everything around them blurred into oblivion. From a distance, their figures clung together in a tight embrace, like a flawless painting, together with the sea and moon forming a captivating vista. After returning home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took their showers separately and lay down in bed. Snuggled in Lin Xian's arms, Li Mengyao's mind drifted back to the passionate kiss on the beach, and her cheeks flushed once more. "Honey, why do you love the sea so much?" Lin Xian asked tenderly, looking at his wife in his arms. He could tell that Li Mengyao yearned for the ocean. "Because before he passed away, my father promised to take me to see the sea." Li Mengyao lowered her head. "Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." Lin Xian quickly held her tighter, stroking her hair to comfort her. It's okay. I'm already very content now. Li Mengyao lifted her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian, and smiled softly. Then how about we take our wedding photos by the sea? Lin Xian smiled at her. Yes. The next morning Lin Xian was the first to awaken. He crept out of the room, made his way to the kitchen, and began preparing breakfast for the whole family. Strangely enough, ever since he received the system's 5-star chef skill, Lin Xian had actually come to enjoy cooking. He loved seeing his family relish his delicious dishes, loved their praises for his culinary prowess, and cherished the joyful smiles on their faces. Soon a large pot of fragrant shrimp porridge was brought to the table along with steaming pumpkin pies and silky tender egg custard. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan had already risen and were sitting on the sofa waiting for the meal to begin. Lin Xian first went to his sister Lin Cici's room and gently pushed open the door. His eyes immediately fell upon the little one still sound asleep on the bed. She was lying in a sprawling person shape with the blanket kicked aside her mouth, slightly open occasionally, letting out soft snores. Little sis, time to get up and eat breakfast. Lin Xian shook Lin Cici gently and called softly. I finally have a break, why can't I sleep a little longer? Complaining, Lin Cici burrowed her head back into the covers and continued to immerse herself in her sweet dreams. Lin Xian, helpless against his sleepy sister, turned and left the room. As for his wife Li Mengyao, Lin Xian always doted on her immensely. He usually let her wake up naturally. Lin Cici. Lin Xian returned to the dining table and had to eat breakfast with his parents first, placing the rest in the warming cabinet. An hour later, Li Mengyao felt the baby in her belly growing hungry. She gently rubbed her captivating eyes, then struggled to sit up in bed. Due to her pregnancy, her movements were somewhat clumsy and laborious, but she still managed to get out of bed and slowly walk to the bathroom to wash up. When she had finished washing and entered the living room, Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law awake and immediately went over, taking her hand and leading her to the dining table. Mom, good morning, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Zhang Shulan took a breakfast portion from the warming cabinet and placed it before Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao began to enjoy her breakfast in small bites when she suddenly realized her husband wasn't home. Mom, where's Lin Xian? She asked. I sent him to the rooftop to hang the laundry. He hasn't come back yet. Okay. Li Mengyao nodded lightly and continued eating. Soon the sound of the door opening was heard. Lin Xian had returned. Honey, you're awake. He came over, sat beside Li Mengyao, and asked softly. Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Zhang Shulan looked at the couple and then at Lin Zhenghua watching TV in the living room. Suddenly, she realized someone was missing. Lin Cici. The little sleepyhead was still in bed. Mengyao, take your time eating. They'll go wake Cici up. With that, Zhang Shulan got up and headed toward Lin Cici's room. 10 minutes later, a reluctant Lin Cici came to the dining room to eat breakfast, her face full of resentment. Fortunately, her brother's cooking was on point, and the delicious food lifted her spirits a bit. Lin Xian glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. Honey, want to visit the aquarium later? He asked with a smile. Sure, I've never been before. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Well, Cici, are you coming? Lin Xian turned to his sister and asked playfully. No way. If I go, we'll just be eating your lovey-dovey crumbs. I'm going back to sleep. Lin Cici, still sleepy, muttered with a hint of grogginess. After Li Mengyao finished her breakfast, she went back to the room to dress up carefully, then left home with Lin Xian. The two arrived at the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Just as Lin Xian was about to start the car, he heard a familiar shout from behind. Bro, wait for me. I haven't gotten in yet. Lin Cici called out anxiously from behind. She climbed into the back seat, panting heavily. Cici, didn't you say you weren't coming? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud and teased. If I don't go, Mom will make me study and do homework. I'd rather eat your lovey-dovey crumbs. Lin Cici pouted, complaining unwillingly. Then come along. When we get there, you can have fun on your own. Lin Xian started the car and set the navigation to Yunhai City Aquarium. The Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove toward the destination. Before long, it came to a steady stop in the aquarium's parking lot. The three got out of the car. Li Mengyao stared in awe at the breathtaking sight before her. The Yunhai City Aquarium building was magnificent in scale. The museum skillfully utilized advanced technology to project a three-dimensional whale onto its surface. The gigantic whale appeared lifelike, as if it were swimming freely across the facade. The whale was so realistic that it seemed ready to leap out of the building at any moment, delivering an unparalleled sense of awe. Stepping inside, the aquarium resembled a dreamlike underwater palace, lavishly decorated with many marine animals swimming around, making one feel as if they were in an undersea world. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao first visited the Marine Life Hall, which showcased a dazzling array of sea creatures, vibrant fish, colorful corals, ancient and dignified sea turtles, and more. The exhibit vividly illustrated the diversity of marine life. Lin Cece wandered off on her own. Wow, it's amazing. This turtle is so cute. Li Mengyao exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a small turtle slowly swimming past her face beaming with joy. Lin Xuan quietly captured his wife's moments of surprise with his phone. Then the three moved on to the under specially designed lighting. The jellyfish shimmered like ethereal spirits, radiating a mysterious and captivating glow. Their graceful, drifting movements filled the hall with a poetic and romantic atmosphere. These jellyfish are gorgeous. Li Mengyao was delighted beyond words. Honey, let's take a souvenir. Lin Xuan smiled. Sure. Li Mengyao's face radiated happiness. Cece, come take a picture for us. Lin Xuan called out to his sister not far away. I knew it. Lin Cece pouted. Reluctantly, she took out her phone and earnestly snapped a few photos of Lin Xuan and his sister-in-law Li Mengyao. Noticing Lin Cece's sulkiness, Li Mengyao asked gently, Cece, do you want to join us for a group? Sure. Lin Cece immediately broke into a bright smile. It had been a long time since she took a picture with her brother. She ran over and stood between Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan randomly asked a passing stranger to take the photo. He approached politely and said, Excuse me, could you please take a picture for us? Of course. Thank you. The stranger took the phone Lin Xuan handed over, aimed the lens at the trio, and said, Ready. 1, 2, 3. Click. In the photo, the three of them were all smiles, overflowing with happiness. After visiting the jellyfish pavilion, Lin Xuan and his companions arrived at the undersea tunnel, as if stepping into a magical underwater world. Soft blue light bathed them, surrounded by shimmering seawater where fish darted freely. The massive glass wall brought people and marine life intimately together. Holding Li Mengyao's hand, Lin Xuan strolled slowly along the tunnel, with Lin Cece still trailing behind. Li Mengyao was thoroughly enjoying the beautiful scenery when suddenly a shark swept overhead, startling her into clutching Lin Xuan's arm tightly. Honey, why doesn't the shark eat the other marine creatures? Li Mengyao blinked in bewilderment, asking, Because these sharks have adapted to artificial feeding. They lack no food, so naturally they don't prey on other marine life. Lin Xuan explained patiently. Oh, then let's go to the shark pavilion, Li Mengyao said with a happy smile. Aren't you afraid? Lin Xuan smiled. What's there to be afraid of? Li Mengyao retorted playfully. Then the three left the undersea tunnel and headed toward the shark pavilion. Entering the shark pavilion felt like stepping into the domain of sharks. Behind the enormous glass screen, sharks roamed. Fierce great whites, tiny lemon sharks, docile nurse sharks, and lightning-fast mako sharks. Li Mengyao was seeing these giant marine creatures up close for the first time. She held tight to Lin Xuan's arm. Though her words claimed she wasn't scared, her boda's reaction honestly betrayed her inner fear. Lin Xuan soon noticed and said with a smile, All right, we've seen enough. Time to head back. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Indeed, there was a sense of thalassophobia. The three left the Yunhai City Aquarium together, returned to the Xiaomi Su-7, and Lin Xuan started the car, which slowly drove out of the parking lot. On the way home, Li Mengyao suddenly spotted a BMW 4S dealership and had an idea. Honey, wait, Li Mengyao called out urgently. What's wrong? Lin Xuan quickly took over, pulling the Xiaomi Su-7 over. Let's go check out the BMW 4S store. Li Mengyao pointed with her little finger. Han, do you want a new car? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. No, I'm thinking of buying one for Dad. Didn't you say he loves BMW the most? Li Mengyao shook her head gently and smiled. She had noticed Lin Zhengguo's old BMW that morning. It had been driven for nearly 10 years. Sure, let's take a look. Lin Xuan smiled. His heart stirred. He knew his father had always adored BMW cars, but hadn't replaced his for various reasons. Now that Lin Xuan was not short on money, it was time to upgrade the family car. Bro, can you buy me one? Lin Cece asked expectantly. Dream on. You can look for now, but he'll buy you one after you graduate and get your license. Lin Xuan turned to his sister. Then Lin Xuan drove into the BMW 4S parking lot. The three got out and walked into the store. Welcome. Are you here to buy a car? A young saleswoman with a graceful figure dressed in a professional outfit with sexy stockings stepped lightly forward. True to the saying, the more expensive the product, the younger and prettier the salesperson. Yes, we're here to buy. What BMW series do you recommend? Lin Xuan asked. What's your budget, sir? The saleswoman inquired. Han, how much should we spend? Lin Xuan turned to Li Mengyao, asking gently. You decide. Oh, I don't know much about this. Li Mengyao lowered her eyes and spoke softly. Around 1 to 1. 5 million yuan. Having received his wife's permission, Lin Xuan answered without hesitation. Li Mengyao was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered knowing they now had tens of millions in assets. The saleswoman and Lin Cece, however, were stunned. The saleswoman had assumed these three young people, one of them looking like a high schooler, would go for the cheapest BMW. She never expected a million-level choice. Lin Cece was equally shocked. When did her brother become so rich? For that price, I highly recommend the BMW 8 Series. It boasts a sporty dynamic exterior, exquisite interior, and ultimate driving experience, a perfect blend of luxury and performance. The saleswoman led Lin Xuan and his companions to a BMW 8 Series car and introduced. Lin Xuan stepped forward, carefully examining the sleek sedan, then sat in the driver's seat to feel it. He was very satisfied. Dad would surely love this model. Is this the top-tier version of the 8 Series? Lin Xuan looked up and continued asking. The saleswoman smiled and shook her head. No, sir. If you want the top-tier version, please follow me to see this car. With that, she led them to another BMW parked nearby. This is the BMW 8 Series i840, the top-tier model. The saleswoman opened the door and invited Lin Xuan to try it inside. Lin Xuan sat in the car feeling the comfort and quality of a top luxury sedan and was thoroughly pleased. Then the saleswoman detailed the BMW 8 Series i840 from its stunning exterior design to its exquisite interior details and advanced features. He'll take this one. Lin Xuan revealed a satisfied smile. Thank you for your choice, sir. However, since the store has only this one top-tier 8 Series in stock, the car you've ordered will be ready for delivery in 3 days. The saleswoman handed a contract to Lin Xuan. Thank you. Lin Xuan glanced through the contract, saw no issues, and paid the deposit. After the transaction, Lin Xuan and the others left the BMW 4S store, returned to the Xiaomi SU7 Oi, and Lin Xuan started the car heading home. Cece, did you see any car you liked? Li Mengyao turned to look at Lin Cece, asking gently. Not yet, sister-in-law. Lin Cece showed a sly grin. Initially, she thought even if her brother bought her a new car, it wouldn't be too expensive, at most 0 yuan. Now that her brother was so rich, buying a million-yuan car on a whim, she had to think carefully. How could she fleece her brother thoroughly? Soon the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the community lot. The three took the elevator to their door. We're home, Lin Xuan called out as he opened the door. Zhang Shulan heard the sound and came out of the kitchen beaming. Oh, you're back. Did you enjoy the aquarium? It was fun, Li Mengyao smiled. Good, now wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Zhang Shulan turned and went back into the kitchen. Lin Xuan and Lin Cece exchanged glances. Mom cooking lunch today. Lin Xuan and Lin Cece, the siblings, had always held a skeptical attitude towards their mother's culinary skills, so they secretly sneaked into the kitchen to take a look. It turned out that their father Lin Jingwa was inside guiding Zhang Shulan in cooking. Zhang Shulan was actually not too bad at cooking, but to ensure that her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao could enjoy a more delicious meal, she had Lin Jingwa assist her. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan and Lin Cece finally felt relieved. Not long after, 4 exquisite dishes and a bowl of delicious soup were neatly arranged on the dining table. Dinner is ready, Zhang Shulan called out loudly. The family gathered around the dining table, and Lin Xuan first picked up a piece of rib and tasted it. Although it wasn't as delicious as his own cooking, it was still quite good. How is it? Don't think that I can't cook, Zhang Shulan said, noticing the shocked expression on her son's face. Mengyao, come and try this piece of rib. Zhang Shulan picked up a fragrant rib and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. As Mengyao's mother-in-law, she naturally had to personally prepare a sumptuous meal for her daughter-in-law. Delicious. Li Mengyao took a bite and revealed a satisfied and blissful smile. Mom, just cook like this from now on. Oh, I really like it. Yummy. Lin Cece said, satisfied with a piece of beef in her mouth. All right, I will make sure to cook this for you in the future, Zhang Shulan happily replied. The family enjoyed this warm lunch together in harmony. After lunch, everyone returned to their rooms to pack their bags, preparing to visit Lin Xuan's grandparents in his hometown in the afternoon. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished packing, they lay down together on the bed to take a nap. At this moment, Li Mengyao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Noticing something amiss, Lin Xuan gently hugged Li Mengyao. Honey, are you feeling nervous? He asked him. Li Mengyao tucked her little head into Lin Xuan's embrace, her voice soft as she replied. There's no need to be nervous. My grandparents are very easygoing people, and soon you'll be giving them a great-grandson or great-granddaughter. They will be thrilled and can't wait to meet you. Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, lowering his head slightly to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. So, will your grandparents prefer boys over girls? Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. What if I give birth to 2 girls? My grandfather might be a bit biased, but my grandmother is not. She particularly loves children. Just look at Cece in comparison. My grandmother dotes on Cece a bit more. Lin Xuan smiled. After all, they are from an older generation, so it's impossible for them to have no bias at all. But in Lin Xuan's view, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. Besides, who knows, it might be twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Xuan continued to smile. How could that be so coincidental? Li Mengyao chuckled softly, and hearing Lin Xuan say this, she felt less anxious. After all, the decision of whether the baby is a boy or a girl depends on her husband and has nothing to do with her. Nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, Li Mengyao felt the warmth he provided and quickly fell asleep. Time soon passed to the afternoon, and after their nap, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to head to Yunshan Town, their hometown. Honey, let's get going. Li Mengyao applied a light touch of makeup and changed into a snow-white dress. The dress was tailored perfectly, complemented by a lovely bow tie at the neckline, perfectly showcasing the unique, gentle, and fresh feeling of summer, making her appear elegant and lively. Lin Xuan couldn't take his eyes off her, and after a moment he came back to himself and murmured 2 words, beautiful. Then let's hurry up and go. Li Mengyao smiled lightly, reaching out to pull Lin Xuan, who was still in a daze, as they walked out of the room together. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were also ready, with Lin Cece closely following her parents. The group arrived at the parking lot of the community. Cece, whose car are you going to take? Lin Zhenghua asked as he opened the door of his slightly outdated BMW. Of course I'm going in my brother's car. Lin Cece plopped down in the back seat of the new Xiaomi SU7, while still feeling more comfortable in the new car. Lin Zhenghua glanced at his old BMW and sighed. It was time to buy a new one, as even his daughter found it outdated. Then Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan got in the car and began driving toward Yunshan Town. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan carefully ensured that Li Mengyao was securely seated in the back before quickly starting the car, with the Xiaomi SU7 closely following behind. At first, in the urban area of Yunhai City, Lin Xuan's Xiaomi SU7 closely tailed his father's car, but as soon as they got on the highway, Lin Xuan unhesitatingly increased his speed, leaving his father's car far behind in an instant. Why is that brat driving so fast? Zhang Shulan exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Dear, it's not that our son is driving fast, it's just that our car is too slow. Lin Zhenghua explained. Is that so? Then you should find time to buy a new one. Zhang Shulan looked at the old BMW, and indeed felt it was time for a change. In the past, she always thought about saving money for Lin Xuan to marry a wife, fearing that this wooden-head son would not be able to find a partner. Unexpectedly, that money was no longer needed, as he already had a wife and a child. Thinking of this, Zhang Shulan felt that her son was quite capable. All right then, Lin Zhenghua chuckled. He finally got his wife's permission to buy a new car. An hour and a half later, Lin Xuan arrived first at the Yunshan Town Highway exit and parked his car by the roadside to wait for his father. 15 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua finally drove off the highway and headed toward their hometown again, with Lin Xuan following closely behind as he did in the city. Soon the 2 cars slowly entered a small, independent villa. Lin Xuan's grandparents had long been waiting at the door. Grandpa, Grandma. Lin Cece was the first to open the car door and happily ran forward. Hey, Cece, how have you been at school recently? Grandma asked with a kind smile. Very well. Lin Cece replied happily. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan also got out of the car and approached their parents. Mom and Dad, we are back. Lin Zhenghua greeted. It's good that you are back. By the way, where's my granddaughter-in-law? Grandma asked eagerly. At this moment, she vaguely saw a petite figure inside the Xiaomi car. It turned out that Li Mengyao had already fallen asleep in the car. Honey, we have arrived. Lin Xuan gently called out to Li Mengyao. Have we arrived? Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes and responded, still half asleep. What caught Li Mengyao's eye was a villa nestled in the mountains, towering into the clouds with a height of 5 stories. The entire villa sprawled across a vast area with a deep courtyard, lush green grass, and mist swirling around, as if one were in a fairyland, showcasing opulence and grandeur. Li Mengyao did not expect Lin Xuan's family home to have such a luxurious villa. Lin Xuan, holding Li Mengyao, who was still in a daze, got out of the car, and as soon as they stepped out, his grandparents warmly welcomed them. Shinna, you've gained some weight recently, haha. Grandfather laughed heartily. Shinna, is this our granddaughter-in-law? Grandmother asked with a beaming smile. Lin Xuan's grandfather had his white hair neatly combed, appearing to be a righteous elder, quite similar to Lin Zhenghua. His body was slightly hunched, yet his straight posture and resolute gaze revealed his steadiness and determination. Lin Xuan's grandmother, on the other hand, had a kind and serene face, always radiating a warm smile. Her voice was gentle and soft, like a spring breeze caressing one's face. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. My name is Li Mengyao, and I am Lin Xuan's wife. Li Mengyao politely introduced herself. Good. Oh my, our granddaughter-in-law is truly beautiful. Grandmother smiled broadly. Grandfather also showed a satisfied smile nearby. Grandpa and Grandma, please wait a moment. After greeting, Li Mengyao turned back to the trunk of the Xiaomi Su-7 and called Lin Xuan to help carry 2 beautifully packaged boxes of health products. Grandpa and Grandma, this is a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting. Li Mengyao handed the health products to her grandparents. Child, you came here and still brought gifts. Let's go inside and sit down, Grandmother said gently. Then she carefully took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly walked into the villa. Once inside, Li Mengyao was stunned by the luxurious sights before her. The decoration of the villa was exceedingly exquisite, with every detail showcasing the owner's taste and wealth. Various precious mahogany furniture was neatly arranged. Everyone took their seats in the spacious and bright hall. Child, from now on this place is also your home. There's no need to be reserved, Grandmother said with a kindly expression. Thank you, Grandma. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, replying softly, though still feeling a bit nervous. Child, how many weeks pregnant are you now? Grandmother fixed her gaze on Li Mengyao's belly, eagerly asking. Ever since hearing that their granddaughter-in-law was pregnant, the 2 elderly people had been extremely happy. I'm already 14 weeks along, Li Mengyao said shyly in a low voice. How is the baby's development? Have you been to the hospital yet? Grandmother continued to inquire. Grandma, the babies are developing well, and the doctor said they are twins. At this moment, Lin Xuan walked to Li Mengyao's side, gently taking her hand to ease her nervousness. Then he smiled and said to Grandma, Xuan, you didn't just make us elders happy, did you? Is it really twins? Grandmother was so surprised her mouth couldn't close. It's true. Look, I brought you the pregnancy check report, Lin Xuan said, handing a report to Grandma. Old man, quickly get my reading glasses. Grandmother hurriedly said to Grandfather beside her. Grandfather was evidently shocked by the news. He stood up in a flurry and rushed back to the room to fetch 2 pairs of glasses. After the 2 elderly people put on their glasses, they focused intently on the pregnancy report, where the words twins were clearly written. Grandmother's eyes glistened with excitement, tears forming as joy sparkled in her gaze. Even the usually composed grandfather couldn't help but show delight, with a broad smile on his face. Wonderful, wonderful, old man. Grandmother excitedly grasped Grandfather's arm. Yes, dear, quickly go prepare dinner, everyone is hungry. Grandfather responded excitedly, oh, right now is the time to supplement nutrition, the babies must be hungry. I'm so happy I forgot. Granddaughter-in-law, I'll go prepare dinner right away, it will be ready soon. Grandmother smiled at Li Mengyao, and then quickly walked into the kitchen. Wife, I'll go help Grandma cook, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Go ahead, Li Mengyao nodded. With Lin Xuan's help, the dining table was soon filled with delicious dishes. Grandmother continuously served Li Mengyao food as if afraid she would go hungry. This scene reminded Li Mengyao of when she first arrived at Lin Xuan's home, where Zhang Shulan had similarly enthusiastically served her food. Lin Xuan, meanwhile, was devouring all the food that Li Mengyao couldn't eat. Of course, Grandmother also served Lin Xuan and Lin Sisi, and the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. After dinner, everyone sat together in the spacious and bright hall watching television. Li Mengyao gently leaned against Lin Xuan, feeling an immense sense of happiness as his family treated her so well. As night fell, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay together on the soft and comfortable large bed. Honey, I didn't expect your family home to have such a luxurious villa. Li Mengyao couldn't help but ask curiously. My grandfather used to be in business, so he saved up some money. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and explained. So did Grandma only give birth to 1 child? Li Mengyao had yet to meet Lin Xuan's other relatives. Of course not, Grandma gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters. My dad is the youngest. Lin Xuan said. In the 70s and 80s, many families had several children. Did they all not come back? Li Mengyao continued to ask. They are all in other cities. One of my aunts is even in another province. They usually only come back during the new year. Lin Xuan smiled. Alright, it's getting late. Hey, let's go to bed early. Tomorrow I'll take you to explore the town. Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao, soothing her to sleep. Li Mengyao felt Lin Xuan's warmth and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, painting the earth in golden hues. After breakfast, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand as they strolled through Yinshan town. They walked hand in hand, meandering through the streets and alleys of Yinshan town. Surrounded by mountains, Yinshan town was lush and green, resembling a secluded paradise. The streets of the town were filled with a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Residents greeted each other, faces adorned with bright smiles, creating a warm and cozy ambience. Xuan, you're back. Suddenly a voice called out. Lin Xuan turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman approaching. Yes, Aunt Wu just arrived last night. Lin Xuan smiled. Oh, who is this? Aunt Wu's gaze fell on the hands tightly clasped between Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, her face breaking into a warm smile. She is my wife, Lin Xuan introduced with a smile. Hello, Aunt Li Mengyao greeted politely. Hello, little girl, you're really beautiful, so fresh and lovely. Aunt Wu praised. Hearing this, Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head. Little girl, you have no idea, when Xiao Xian was little. Aunt Wu, noticing Li Mengyao's shyness, was about to recount some embarrassing tales of Lin Xian's childhood when he hurriedly interrupted. Hey, Aunt Wu, could you please not mention my childhood in front of my wife? Let Aunt Wu continue to speak. Look, even your wife wants to hear it. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes blinked curiously. Aunt Wu chuckled lightly and continued, don't let Xiao Xian's tall and handsome appearance fool you. He was quite the crybaby when he was young. At the slightest inconvenience or a gentle nudge, he would burst into tears. He was so prideful back then that we all called him Little Crying Xian Ha. Li Mengyao couldn't help but giggle, realizing her husband used to be such a crybaby. Aunt Wu, weren't you going out to buy something? You should hurry, and just wander around a bit more. Lin Xuan scratched his head awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Ha, I won't disturb you lovebirds any longer. Aunt Wu laughed as she left. Watching Aunt Wu's departing figure, Li Mengyao's lips curled into a slight smile as she looked at Lin Xuan. Hubby, I didn't know you were such a crybaby when you were young. How come I never noticed? A real man should not dwell on past glories. Lin Xuan's face turned slightly red. Li Mengyao made a dismissive sound. Then Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at a shop selling local specialties from Yinshan town. Uncle Yi. Lin Xuan called out. Oh, isn't this Xiao Xian? When did you come back? A slightly plump, jovial, middle-aged man turned around, speaking in a friendly tone. He was wearing a white chef's uniform dusted with flour and held a spoon in his hand, clearly busy making pastries just moments before. I just got back last night, and here I am looking for you first thing this morning. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. You sweet talker, you want to eat Yinshan pastries, right? Ha. Uncle Yi chuckled, his eye wrinkles bunching together. Lin Xuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Hee, Uncle Yi knows me well, but this time I'm not alone. As he spoke, he stepped aside, revealing a beautiful woman standing next to him. This is my wife. Oh, I brought her to try your Yinshan pastries. Lin Xuan introduced, holding Li Mengyao's hand. Hello, Uncle Yi. Li Mengyao politely greeted. Hello. Your wife is truly beautiful. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so young. Wait a moment. I'll personally make 2 portions of Yinshan pastries for you, and also wish you a happy marriage. With that, Uncle Yi turned back to his workbench and began skillfully bustling about. He first rolled the pre-prepared dough into balls, then gently flattened them with a rolling pin, added various fillings, and finally shaped them into exquisite forms. Every movement appeared so skillful and confident, as if he were crafting a piece of art. Before long, the sweet fragrance of pastries filled the air. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao couldn't help but lean in closer, inhaling the enticing aroma, eagerly awaiting their treats. Moments later, Uncle Yi handed them 2 carefully made Yinshan pastries. These pastries were vibrant and alluring, small and delicate, adorned with a few glistening candied fruits resembling exquisite works of art. Wow, they're so beautiful! Li Mengyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Hurry and try them. Let's see how they taste. Uncle Yi looked proudly at his creations. Li Mengyao carefully picked up a piece of pastry and gently took. Instantly, a rich sweetness melted in her mouth, the outer layer crispy, while the inside was soft, leaving one craving for more. Delicious! Li Mengyao's eyes lit up with joy. Seeing his wife enjoying it so much, Lin Xuan also took a piece and bit into it. Uncle Yi, your skills have truly improved. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you like them. How long are you 2 planning to stay? When you leave, I'll make some more for you to take back with you. Uncle Yi smiled. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude. Ha. When did Xiao Xian become so polite? You used to come here often to eat and drink without thanking me. Uncle Yi laughed heartily. Well, I've grown up now. Lin Xuan scratched his head awkwardly. Let's continue wandering, Uncle Yi, goodbye. Alright, come back next time. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and continued walking through the town. Soon they arrived at an old bridge with a river flowing beneath it and small boats occasionally passing through. They continued walking and arrived at a small creek surrounded by several houses, giving off a quaint feeling of a waterside village. The creek's clear waters revealed little shrimp swimming about. Li Mengyao approached the creek and dipped her small hand in to feel the water. The water here is so icy and refreshing. Lin Xuan laughed. I used to bathe here during the hot. How shameless. Li Mengyao smiled, slightly playfully retorting. Wife, we should probably head back. Lin Xuan glanced at the time and said, Oh. Li Mengyao nodded gently. The 2 quickly returned home. We're back. Lin Xuan shouted loudly. Mengyao must be tired from walking, come over, and rest for a bit. Grandma pulled Li Mengyao over to sit beside her. Big brother, did you bring back pastries for me? At that moment Lin Cece dashed out from the house eagerly asking. Here your sister-in-law knows you like them, so she specially bought some for you. Lin Xuan pulled out a portion of Yinshan pastries from behind and handed them to his sister. The aroma of these pastries was tantalizing, making one salivate. Earlier when Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned home, Lin Xuan casually mentioned that his sister also liked Yinshan pastries. Without a second thought, Li Mengyao immediately turned back to the pastry shop to buy another portion. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Cece sat beside Li Mengyao, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lin Xuan then dove into the kitchen busy preparing lunch. After a hearty lunch, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xuan received a message from his father Lin Jinghua's son. Want to go fishing? Lin Xuan looked back at the still sleeping Li Mengyao, leaning slightly to whisper in her ear, Wife, I'm going to accompany Dad fishing, is that okay? Oh, go ahead, Li Mengyao mumbled instinctively, then fell back asleep. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan went out fishing with Lin Zhenghua and Grandpa. After Li Mengyao woke up and felt a bit bored, she quietly sat in the hall playing on her phone to pass the time. At that moment, Grandma came over with a wobbly gait, holding a thick photo album. She approached Li Mengyao. Grandma, what is this? Li Mengyao asked curiously. This is Lin Xuan's childhood photo album, Grandma replied with a smile. Li Mengyao opened the photo album, and what caught her eye were pictures of Lin Xuan as a child. There was an adorable one-month-old photo with round, curious eyes gazing at the world, a small mouth slightly open revealing an innocent smile. Also a picture of him at over a year old hugging a colorful ball and grinning foolishly, and another of him wobbling as he took his first steps at 2. There was even one of him running around the house naked. She studied each photo carefully, feeling the joy of Lin Xuan's childhood. Grandma, was Lin Xuan very mischievous when he was little? Li Mengyao asked. Yes, he was quite naughty and often wet the bed, Grandma recalled with a smile. Li Mengyao continued to the next page, which showed Lin Xuan holding hands with a little girl, both laughing happily. This is Lin Xuan and his childhood playmate. Grandma pointed at the little girl in the picture. Oh, a girl. Li Mengyao felt a flicker of curiosity in her heart. She flipped further and found many more photos with the same little girl. They must have been very close. Li Mengyao murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, along with his father Lin Zhenghua and his grandfather, arrived at the reservoir near Yinshan town to begin their fishing outing. The three prepared their fishing gear, adjusted the rods, hooked the bait they had prepared earlier, cast their lines with a flick, and began to wait for the fish to bite. Same old rules. Whoever catches the most by weight wins, Lin Zhenghua declared with confidence. Dad, have you forgotten how badly you lost last time? Lin Xuan said with a smile. That was bad luck, it doesn't count, Lin Zhenghua retorted. Now that Lin Zhenghua had a new fishing rod gifted by his daughter-in-law, he felt he could defy fate and turn the tables. Alright, let's race again with sunset as the deadline, Grandfather chimed in with a laugh. About half an hour later, Lin Xuan's bell rang first, and the rod began to jerk violently. A bite. A bite. Looks like a big one. Lin Xuan excitedly grabbed the rod, quickly reeled in the line, and began a tug-of-war with the fish. Before long, the big fish's strength waned. Lin Xuan slowly tightened the line, then gave a sharp pull, hauling a sizable bass onto the bank. Lin Xuan quickly grabbed the fish, weighed it in his hands, and a delighted grin spread across his face. Hey, it's over 3 Gene. Bah, I'll catch a bigger one later. Lin Zhenghua watched envy flickering in his eyes, but he feigned indifferent. Time ticked by. 10 minutes later, Grandfather's bell also rang, and his rod shook, though not as violently as Lin Xuan's had. Grandfather, an old hand at fishing, calmly reeled in the line with practiced steady movements. Soon a grass carp broke the surface, weighing about a Gene. Zhenghua, you're the only one who hasn't caught anything yet, Grandfather said with a smile to his son. The big fish are still coming, ooh, just wait. Lin Zhenghua kept his eyes glued to his rod, not daring to slack off, as if afraid of missing any chance at a bite. Meanwhile, beside him, Lin Xuan and Grandfather leisurely sipped premium Tiguanyin tea, their spirits high. Hey, another one. Lin Xuan shouted excitedly. His bell rang again, and the rod began to tremble. I've got something. Almost simultaneously, Grandfather's bell chimed melodiously. As the sun neared the horizon, Lin Xuan's bucket held 4 fish. The first one over 3 Gene, and the rest around a Gene, each totaling about 6 Gene. Beside him, Grandfather had caught 3 fish, each around a Gene, roughly 4 Gene in total. Turning to Lin Zhenghua's bucket, there was nothing but water, not even a tiny fish. Lin Zhenghua looked utterly baffled. Why couldn't he catch a single one? Dad, the sun is setting. Maybe we should call it a day. Lin Xuan walked over to comfort his father. There's still a bit of time, let's wait a little longer. Lin Zhenghua held on to a faint hope. How about I give you one? Pick any you like. I need to go back and cook for my wife. Lin Xian continued. Indeed, he was missing his wife. No need. Lin Zhenghua sighed slightly then said, never mind, let's go. Just as Lin Zhenghua was about to pack up his rod, suddenly the bell rang, and the rod began to shake violently, as fiercely as when Lin Xian had his first big catch. Clearly a monster was on the line. Got one. The fish has bitten. Lin Zhenghua exclaimed in ecstasy. Lin Zhenghua rushed forward like lightning, gripping the rod firmly, but the enormous fish was incredibly strong. Even using all his might, he could barely hold on, let alone reel it in. Son, come help me. Lin Zhenghua urgently called for assistance. Coming. Lin Xian joined the fight, and together they gradually applied pressure. The big fish slowly lost its strength, being pulled closer and closer to the shore. Just as it was about to break the surface, the fish suddenly mustered its last strength and dived back down. Fortunately, the experienced grandfather stepped in with a long net, successfully scooping the fish onto the bank. This fish was noticeably larger than Lin Xian's 3-gene grass carp. It was a massive carp weighing over 8 gene. What a monster. Haha, I told you I'd catch a big one. So I win this time, right? Lin Zheng was, yes, Dad, you win. Lin Xian smiled. His father rarely looked this happy. Lin Zhenghua struggled to lift the carp, but the fish was large and slippery. After much effort, he finally managed to hoist it. With a broad grin, he said to his son, Son, come take a picture of Dad with this big fish for a keepsake. Lin Xian quickly pulled out his phone, aiming at Lin Zhenghua's joyous face. Just as he was about to snap the photo, something unexpected occurred. The fish in Lin Zhenghua's hands suddenly writhed violently. Completely immersed in delight, he lost his grip. The big carp slithered from his hands, and with a splash fell back into the water. Lin Zhenghua stared at the fleeing carp, a look of utter dismay on his face. Lin Xian's phone, still raised, was deeply awkward. Should he take the photo or not? He decided to go ahead. Click. Lin Xian captured the photo of Lin Zhenghua's pitiful Did you catch a big one? And no. And Lin Zhenghua was on the verge of tears. And it was 7 p.m. And we're back. Lin Xian, Lin Zhenghua, and their grandfather returned home together. And you're back. How did it go? Any luck? Grandma asked with a warm smile. Yes, we did. Xian caught a 3-catty bass, Grandpa chuckled. And really? Xian's so skilled, Grandma praised warmly. Yet when Grandma glanced at the 3 fish buckets, she noticed Lin Zhenghua's held only a single fish, the least of all. Earlier on the way home, Lin Xian had seen his father slumped in the front passenger seat, face clouded with dejection, and unable to bear it, quietly gave him one of his own fish. Zhenghua, why is there only 1 fish in your bucket? Grandma asked curiously. Yeah, Dad. How come you only caught this little? At that moment, Lin Cici dashed over to take a look. I'd actually hooked an 8-catty carp, but my hand slipped, and I lost my grip. It got away. Lin Zhenghua's voice grew increasingly despondent. Just blowing smoke again. No fish means no fish. Zhang Shulan happened to walk by, scoffed dismissively upon hearing him. Lin Zhenghua had no retort. He'd truly fumbled it, and without photographic proof, he could only silently endure his wife's mockery. Where's Mengyao? And Lin Xian scanned the room left and right, but his wife wasn't there to greet him. She looked through your childhood photo album this afternoon, then went upstairs to rest. Grandma replied, she's probably still asleep, so we didn't disturb her. I'll check on her. And before the words even faded, Lin Xian was already at the bedroom door, easing it open with quiet reverence. Inside, the room lay wrapped in darkness. No light switched on, and on the bed reclined a slender figure, Li Mengyao, fast asleep. Lin Xian tiptoed to the bedside, sat down gently, and leaned forward, gazing tenderly at Mengyao's serene sleeping face, when suddenly he noticed glistening tears tracing paths down her cheeks. In her dream, Mengyao witnessed a chilling scene. The girl from the photograph had returned and found Lin Xian. Yet Lin Xian turned away without hesitation, walking off hand in hand with his childhood sweetheart. Husband, don't leave me. Li Mengyao jolted awake from the nightmare. Her eyes rimmed red, tears spilling silently, her expression heartbreakingly fragile and vulnerable. Lin Xian's heart clenched with urgency. He reached out instantly, drawing her close in a soothing embrace, fingers gliding softly through her silken hair. Sweetheart, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll never ever leave you. His voice was hushed, tender, unwavering. Mengyao realized it had been only a dream, and seeing Lin Xian standing before her, the weight pressing on her chest finally lifted. Husband, you're back. I'm sorry I frightened you. I just had a terrible dream. She lifted her head slightly, a faint tender smile gracing her lips as she gazed steady and trusting at the man who anchored her world. What kind of nightmare made you cry like that? And Lin Xian's face softened with profound tenderness. He picked up a tissue from the nightstand and gently, meticulously wiped away the tears from her fair, delicate cheeks. Nothing, just a frightening dream. Don't worry, I'm fine now. A gentle smile flickered across Mengyao's face. With Lin Xian's return, Mengyao felt profoundly reassured. And truly all right. Lin Xian sensed something subtly amiss. Though she claimed all was well, he sensed deep unease stirring beneath her calm. Yet he hesitated, unsure how to broach it. Just then Mengyao reached up, looped her arms around his neck, and pressed a soft, lingering kiss to his cheek. And it's true. Let's go eat, husband. And her eyes were still faintly reddened, tear traces lingered visibly on her skin. And if Lin Xian brought her downstairs like this, he'd surely be scolded. Or worse. No, absolutely not. And Yuri not quite ready to go out yet. And I caught a 3 catty bass today. I'll make you a fragrant bass stew. Rest here while I prepare it. Lin Xian spoke quickly. And, Mengyao nodded gently. And then Lin Xian bent low, brushing a tender kiss against her forehead, before slipping quietly from the room. Once outside, Lin Xian headed straight to the kitchen to cook. And Zhang Shulan entered soon after and asked, "And son, where's your wife?" "Still resting. She hasn't woken yet. I'll bring her meal upstairs once it's ready. You all go ahead and eat at the table." And as he spoke, his knife flashed rhythmically, cleanly dicing the fish. "All right then, just keep an eye on her," Zhang Shulan reminded gently. And soon after, Lin Xian prepared 2 steaming servings of bass stew. One placed on the dining table for the family, the other carried carefully upstairs. "Sweetheart, dinner's ready." Lin Xian set the tray down, a fragrant bass stew, braised spare ribs, and a crisp green vegetable dish. The bass stew featured tender cubes of fish slow-simmered with seasonal vegetables and tofu enriched with a secret seasoning granted by the system. Its aroma rich, deep, and utterly intoxicating. Wow, so delicious. Mengyao's eyes lit up. It was all her favorite food. "And here, let me feed you." Lin Xian lifted a succulent, glistening piece of fish and gently placed it into her waiting mouth. So tasty. Her eyes crinkled with pure delight. And after a joyful dinner, Lin Xian cleared the dishes and returned to the kitchen. "Let Grandma wash them." With a gentle smile, Grandma took the stack of dishes from Lin Xian's hands. "And Grandma, what photo album did you show Mengyao this afternoon?" Lin Xian handed over the dishes and asked curiously. "In your childhood one. Look, it's still on the living room table," Grandma replied, gesturing warmly. Lin Xian walked into the living room, and sure enough, a photo album rested quietly on the table. He opened it, page after page of his childhood snapshots, nothing unusual at first glance. He turned further, then paused abruptly. His gaze locked onto a photograph himself and a little girl, hand in hand, faces glowing with unguarded closeness. Now he understood. Ni's wife was jealous. And Lin Xian returned to the bedroom door, pushed it open, and saw Mengyao seated before her vanity, delicately dabbing away the last traces of tears with a cotton pad. "Husband, does it look better now?" She turned, offering him a radiant, captivating smile. "And, yes, it's completely gone." Lin Xian gazed at her with quiet tenderness, stepped forward, and gently cupped her cheek. "And, let's go to the rooftop and watch the moon. This town's starry sky is breathtaking," he added softly. "And, yes," Mengyao beamed. Bright, luminous, and utterly whole. Hand in hand they arrived at the rooftop. The gentle night breeze brushed against their faces, carrying a hint of coolness. Above them the starry sky sparkled brilliantly, and a bright moon hung at the horizon, casting a silvery glow. Lin Xian brought over a double lounger he had bought during his college years. Every night he returned to his hometown, he would lie comfortably on it, playing on his phone while gazing at the moon high in the sky. Lin Xian carefully supported Li Mengyao, helping her settle securely into the lounger. Then he gently lay down beside her and tenderly pulled her into his arms. "The moon is so beautiful tonight," Li Mengyao whispered to Lin Xian as she gazed at the stars. "Yes, but my wife is even more beautiful." Lin Xian smiled. "Always got a quick tongue." Li Mengyao rolled her eyes playfully. "Wife, is this photo what gave you nightmares?" Lin Xian took out the photo he had found in the album. How did you know?" Li Mengyao's cheeks flushed, and she stammered in response. "From here, can you see that villa across the way?" Lin Xian pointed toward the opposite side. Following his gesture, Li Mengyao indeed spotted a villa similar to the Lin family's. "She was my close childhood friend. You could say we grew up together." "Oh." The words "grew up together" instantly dampened Li Mengyao's spirits. "I haven't finished yet." Lin Xian gently cupped Li Mengyao's face, looked into her eyes, and smiled. "We played together since we were kids. She saw me as a younger brother, and I saw her as an older sister. There's nothing like what you're imagining." I understand." Li Mengyao now realized she had been overthinking. But she had always been insecure, and coupled with her pregnancy, she couldn't help letting her mind wander. So don't be jealous, wife. Lin Xuan lowered his head slightly, until his forehead gently touched hers. I'm not jealous. Li Mengyao tried to defend herself, but Lin Xuan sealed her lips with a kiss. There was nothing a deep affectionate kiss couldn't resolve. If not, then another kiss. We're still at home. What if someone sees? Li Mengyao angrily pinched Lin Xuan's waist hard. Don't worry, I just locked the rooftop door. They can't get up. Lin Xuan didn't flinch letting his wife pinch him. Li Mengyao was at a complete loss with her shameless husband. From now on, don't bottle things up inside. Always talk it over with your husband, okay? Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao close and spoke softly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Their eyes met, and the same thought crossed their minds. As their faces drew closer about to kiss. Dong, dong, dong. A sudden urgent knock came from the door. Brother, sister-in-law, are you up there? Lin Xuan thought, bratty little sister ruining my moment. We're here. Li Mengyao snapped back to reality, flustered as she pushed Lin Xuan away and stood up. Helplessly, Lin Xuan walked to the door and reluctantly opened it. Lin Cece stood outside, her eyes fixed on her sister-in-law, Li Mengyao's flushed face. She asked curiously, brother, sister-in-law, grandma sent me to call you down for fruit. Then she winked mischievously, a sly grin appearing on her face. She was no 3-year-old. As a high school student, she naturally knew something about romance. Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Lin Cece teased. It's a bit warm. Li Mengyao stammered an explanation. No, it's pretty cool up here with the breeze blowing. Lin Cece paused to feel the air. All right, grown-up matters. Kids shouldn't pry. Go downstairs, we'll be there in a minute. Lin Xuan quickly sent his little sister away. Lin Cece skipped downstairs. If it's all your fault. Li Mengyao shot him a reproachful glare. Yes, all my fault. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's soft little hand and carefully helped her down the stairs. As soon as Grandma saw her granddaughter-in-law, she greeted her with a beaming smile. Mengyao, are you feeling any discomfort? Grandma asked with concern. No, I was just a bit drowsy. Li Mengyao explained softly. That's good. Have some fruit. Grandma placed a beautifully arranged platter of colorful fruit in front of Li Mengyao and smiled. Li Mengyao first picked up a small piece of cantaloupe and quickly popped it into Lin Xuan's mouth, then took a piece for herself and nibbled on it. Everyone who saw this exchanged knowing smiles. Then they all happily stayed in the warm, spacious, and bright living room to watch TV. Afterward, each went to their own room to rest and sleep. Time quickly passed to the next morning. After breakfast, the family received a visit from neighbor Lin Yaowen and his family. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Yaowen had grown up together in Yunhai Town, close brothers since childhood. Lin Yaowen had been doing business away, but when he heard that his good brother was about to become a grandfather, he insisted on coming back to congratulate him. Along with Lin Yaowen came his wife Li Yinxia and their daughter Lin Wanxing. It was worth noting that this Lin Wanxing was the cute little girl holding hands with Lin Xuan in the photo. Comrade Jinghua, I never expected you to beat me to it, ha ha ha. Lin Yaowen entered Lin Zhengguo's villa holding an exquisite gift. That's right. I've always been a step ahead of you since childhood, ha ha. Lin Zhenghua responded cheerfully, and the two exchanged a smile before launching into a lively conversation. Don't just stand at the door, everyone. Come in and sit down. The more people, the merrier. You must stay for a meal today. Grandma greeted everyone with a beaming smile. Hey, bratty little brother. How have you been lately? A tall, delicately featured woman rushed forward impatiently and gave Lin Xuan a firm slap on the shoulder. This was Lin Wanxing, the epitome of a domineering older sister. Sister Qing, take it easy. That hurt. Lin Xuan rubbed his shoulder where a red mark had already appeared. Li Mengyao stood by watching with utter bewilderment. I got a bit too carried away. Well, little bro, I never thought I'd see the day you got married after just a few months apart. Where's my sister-in-law? Lin Wanxing burst into laughter. Right here, Lin Xuan said, pulling Li Mengyao into his embrace, a blissful smile spreading across his face. This is my wife Li Mengyao, Lin Xuan introduced to Lin Wanxing. Lin Wanxing narrowed her eyes, sizing up Li Mengyao from head to toe. Before her stood a woman with a tall, slender figure and a face of breathtaking beauty, especially her enchanting eyes that seemed capable of captivating one's soul. How on earth did this blockhead little brother manage to win over such a stunning girl? It was simply incredible. Hello, Sister Qing. Li Mengyao, feeling a bit uneasy under the scrutiny, took the initiative to speak. Hello Mengyao. Our sister-in-law is simply too beautiful. Lin Wanxing snapped out of her trance, quickly reached out to take Li Mengyao's hand and praised her with a smile. You're very pretty too, Sister Qing. Li Mengyao blushed and replied softly. You two make such a perfect couple. Here wishing you a happy marriage. Lin Xuan pulled a thick red envelope from her bag and pressed it into Li Mengyao's hand. What about mine, Sister Qing? Lin Xuan asked shamelessly. Now it's the woman who holds the purse strings. Yours went to Mengyao too. Lin Xuan winked playfully and replied with a laugh. Lin Xuan. Soon after, everyone chatted and laughed in the spacious bright living room, and time flew by quickly, reaching noon. Little bro, hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Lin Xuan shouted to Lin Xuan. A devoted foodie at heart, she had always loved Lin Xuan's cooking. Got it. Lin Xuan reluctantly walked into the kitchen. After all, his cooking was the best in the house. 40 minutes later, the dining table was laden with dishes that were a feast for both the eyes and the palate. Time to eat. Lin Xuan called out to everyone. They all took their seats at the table and began to enjoy the delicious meal. Wow, this flavor is absolutely incredible. Little bro, your culinary skills have become even more exquisite. Lin Xuan exclaimed while chewing on a piece of beef, her words slightly muffled. She seemed completely immersed in the world of gastronomy, unable to stop eating. Haha, this is even more delicious than what I've had at 5-star hotels. Xianna, you're truly amazing. Lin Yaowen also praised without reservation. Yes, Xianna, could you teach Annie how to make this another day? Li Yinxia chimed in. Of course. Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, everyone finished the hearty and pleasant lunch with contentment. After lunch, Lin Yaowen's family went home. Before leaving, Lin Xuan invited Li Mengyao to come over to her place after the afternoon nap, and Li Mengyao agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan went with his father Lin Jinghua to the reservoir from yesterday for another round of fishing, and Lin Yaowen joined them as well. In the afternoon, after waking up from his nap, Lin Xuan drove his Xiaomi SU7 to the reservoir with his father and uncle Lin Yaowen. Once they arrived, Lin Jinghua went to the spot he had fished at yesterday and started angling. Dad, why did you pick the same spot as yesterday? Lin Xuan said. If I caught one here once, I'll catch another. Just wait, son, today, it'll be the winner. Lin Jinghua replied, staring intently at the water without turning his head. Oh, come off it. I think you're just full of hot air. An 8-gene carp, my foot. Lin Yaowen had heard Lin Jinghua boasting about catching an 8-gene carp yesterday on the way and immediately expressed his doubt. Since Lin Jinghua hadn't taken a picture to prove it, he simply ignored Lin Yaowen's skepticism and kept talking to himself about how big that carp really was. Time passed minute by minute, and 3 hours flew by. Haha, another one. Lin Yaowen gleefully showed off to Lin Jinghua. His bucket already held 5 fish, though none were particularly large. At the same time, Lin Xuan also managed to catch a fish. He was having a bit of bad luck today, but he still had 3 small ones. As for Lin Jinghua, he had yet to catch anything. Just as Lin Jinghua was beginning to think he wasn't cut out for fishing, his bell rang with a clear sound, and the rod began to shake violently. Here it comes. Lin Jinghua excitedly grabbed the rod, giving it his all in a fierce battle with the big fish. Lin Xuan immediately joined in, helping his father slowly reel in the line. This must be a huge one. Lin Yaowen was equally thrilled, picking up the long net ready to finish the job. Before long, with the father-son duo working together, the big fish gradually lost its strength and slowly surfaced. Lin Yaowen quick and steady scooped it up, bringing the thrilling fight to a successful end. The 3 eagerly went forward to inspect it and found it was a big carp, and it was the very one that had gotten away yesterday. Quick, put it in the bucket. Lin Jinghua urged, afraid it might escape again. After the big carp was tossed into the bucket, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, this is the fish I caught yesterday. It slipped away, but today I reeled it in again, he said overjoyed. Well done, you. It really is about 8-gene. Lin Yaowen praised. Meanwhile, after her afternoon nap, Li Mengyao arrived at Lin Xuan's house. Lin Xuan's home had a similar interior style to Lin Xuan's, both being standalone villas. Sister-in-law's here. Come on in, Lin Xuan said, still in her pajamas with sleepy eyes, clearly just waking up. She warmly invited Li Mengyao to sit on the soft sofa, then brought drinks and fruit from the fridge and placed them on the table. Mengyao, I heard you're pregnant. Lin Xuan asked curiously. Yes, Li Mengyao replied with a gentle nod. You just graduated not too long ago. Lin Xuan really doesn't know how to cherish a woman. Lin Xuan said with a hint of reproach. Mengyao, don't worry. If Lin Xuan bullies you, tell me, and I'll sort him out, she continued. No need, Lin Xuan is very good to me. Li Mengyao took a gentle sip of her drink and replied softly. Lin Xuan found herself liking her sister-in-law more and more. Mengyao, let me tell you, Lin Xuan may be a bit thick-skinned, but he has one weakness: he's afraid of ghosts. Lin Xuan said with a mysterious smile. Huh, afraid of ghosts? Li Mengyao asked in confusion. She thought men weren't supposed to be scared of such things, especially her handsome husband. Yes, When he was a child, I once showed him a horror film about wandering ghosts, and he burst into tears. He truly cried at the slightest provocation. No wonder Lin Xuan had so adamantly opposed Li Mengyao's suggestion to watch a ghost movie last time. She suppressed a private chuckle, another marital leverage secured. Li Mengyao and Lin Xuan chatted animatedly about Lin Xuan's various anecdotes until the sun dipped low on the horizon, then returned home. No sooner had Li Mengyao settled onto the sofa than Lin Xuan and Lin Zhenghua walked in together. "We're back, ha ha ha." Lin Zhenghua boomed as he strode through the doorway. "What's got you grinning like a fool? Did you swallow a bee?" Zhang Shulan asked, eyeing her husband's beaming face. "Ha ha ha. Honey, guess what? I reeled in that enormous fish I lost yesterday. It weighs 8 Jin." Lin Zhenghua could barely contain his elation as he swept Zhang Shulan into a tight embrace. "Let go. The child's right here." Zhang Shulan flushed with embarrassment and wriggled free. Lin Zhenghua released her with an awkward chuckle. Zhang Shulan stepped forward and examined the catch closely. Sure enough, a magnificent glistening fish lay before her. "Did you buy this somewhere? A fish this large?" she asked, half skeptical. "Mom, Dad truly caught it himself," Lin Xuan interjected with a gentle smile. Well, I never imagined you had such talent." Zhang Shulan smiled warmly. "All thanks to my daughter-in-law's gift, a premium fishing rod," Lin Zhenghua declared, beaming. "Son, come help me clean this giant carp. We'll feast tonight while it's still fresh." Straight onto the dine. Lin Zhenghua rubbed his palms together eagerly. "You got it," Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. Father and son worked in seamless harmony, soon rinsing the fish spotlessly clean. "Mission accomplished. The rest is yours." Lin Zhenghua patted his rear and departed, leaving Lin Xuan alone in the kitchen to stoke the fire and begin cooking. Before him lay a plump, gleaming carp, ample for several exquisite dishes: braised carp rich with aroma, steamed carp preserving its pristine essence, sweet and sour carp tantalizing the palate, and a nourishing fish head soup brimming with umami. In no time, Lin Xuan, armed with 5-star culinary mastery, had laid out a lavish spread. The family gathered joyfully around the table, savoring every bite. "Try this, dear," Lin Xuan said tenderly, placing a succulent, glistening piece of sweet and sour carp into Li Mengyao's bowl. It's delicious," she beamed, radiant with delight. Freshly caught, the fish truly possessed an extraordinary delicate sweetness. After dinner, the family settled into their spacious living room as usual, chatting and watching dramas together. Suddenly a phone rang. Li Mengyao glanced at the screen. Her mother, Huang Shifang. Though they video called nearly every evening, today's call came unexpectedly by voice. "Hello, Mom," Li Mengyao answered softly. "Have you eaten dinner yet?" Huang Shifang's voice flowed warmly from the other end. Smiling, Li Mengyao replied, "Yes, I'm watching TV in the living room right now." At once, Zhang Shulan quietly lowered the television volume to avoid interrupting their conversation. The others instinctively fell silent. Only soft, rhythmic breathing filled the room. "Mom, have you eaten?" Li Mengyao asked, her tone full of care. "Yes, I've already eaten." "Is your mother-in-law nearby?" Huang Shifang asked gently, feeling it long overdue to speak with her daughter's new family. "She's here," Li Mengyao replied. "Would you like to speak with her?" Her mother's voice carried quiet and Li Mengyao lowered the phone and turned toward Zhang Shulan. "Mom, my mom would like to speak with you. May I put her through?" Zhang Shulan nodded graciously and extended her hand for the phone. "Hello. Is this the mother-in-law?" she asked softly. "Hello, yes. I'm Li Mengyao's mother, Huang Shifang," came the reply, warm and poised. "Hello, I'm Lin Xuan's mother, Zhang Shulan," she replied politely. "We plan to visit Jingshui City in a few days. Would any particular day suit you best?" Zhang Shulan broached the subject directly. Huang Shifang paused thoughtfully, then answered, "How about this Saturday?" They settled on the date with cheerful ease, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then hung up with mutual warmth. Li Mengyao learned they'd soon return to Jingshui City, and at last she'd see her beloved mother again. Her heart swelled with pure, uncontainable joy. Night descended. Moonlight spilled like liquid silver across the windowsill. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished their evening ablutions and sank into the soft expanse of their bed, ready to drift into serene slumber. "Honey, are you afraid of ghosts?" Li Mengyao tilted her head, slightly smiling. Lin Xuan's heart lurched, but he steadied his voice. "Afraid? Impossible. Your husband fears nothing under heaven or earth. How could he fear ghosts?" "Truly not afraid," she teased, eyes dancing. "Not afraid," he insisted, jaw clenched. Li Mengyao leaned in playfully. "Then let me show you something special." With practiced ease, she picked up her phone, tapped open a video, and held the glowing screen close to Lin Xuan's face. "Damn!" Lin Xuan recoiled, shuddering violently. "Ha ha ha. You claimed you weren't scared, but even I feel nothing watching this. Ha ha ha. Li Mengyao laughed until her eyes crinkled into crescent slits. Lin Xuan realized. Only one person knew his secret fear, Lin Xuan. She must have told Li Mengyao. Honey, please stop laughing, he sighed, utterly defeated. No way. You just boasted you feared nothing. So why are you crumbling now? She wiped away tears of mirth as she spoke. Watching him puff up with bravado only to deflate so comically made her laugh all the more. Honey, you've gone corrupt, Lin Xuan murmured, pulling her close with his signature grin. Li Mengyao glimpsed his smile and instantly sensed mischief. Honey, I'm sorry. I'll stop laughing. She tried to slip free, but his arms held her fast, unyielding. Too late. His lips met hers, soft, certain, and inevitable. After spending a few more days in their hometown, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao embarked on their journey back to Yunhai City at 10 o'clock this morning. Mom, that's enough, I still have. Zhang Shulan tried to dissuade her, but the grandmother refused to listen and continued stuffing the trunk with local agricultural products, even cramming in a few home-raised chickens and geese until no more could fit. All right, make sure to nourish our granddaughter-in-law well. When you get back, you hear. The grandmother instructed. Safe journey, the grandfather said with a smile, offering his blessings. Grandpa, Grandma, we'll be going now, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Li Mengyao politely bid farewell. Okay, remember to come back and visit when you have time. The grandmother's face radiated a warm smile. Then Lin Xuan and Lin Zhenghua started their cars one after another and slowly drove out of Yunshan town. Once on the expressway, Lin Xuan showed no respect for his father and mercilessly left him in the dust. After an hour and a half of driving, the family finally arrived at their home in Yunhai City. Lin Xuan went into the kitchen and began bustling about. Lin Zhenghua and Lin Sisi took charge of cleaning, while Zhang Shulan prepared the gifts for their visit to Jingshui City the next day. Li Mengyao also wanted to help, but was rejected each time, so she had no choice but to sit quietly on the sofa. After lunch, everyone went to their respective rooms to rest. In the afternoon, Lin Zhenghua went to work at his unit as usual. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was awakened from his sleep by the urgent ringing of his phone. He groggily picked up the phone and asked, "Hello, who is this?" A gentle female voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" She continued. "I'm a salesperson from the BMW 4S store. The top spec BMW 8 Series i840 you ordered has arrived. When would it be convenient for you to pick up the car?" Lin Xuan then remembered the luxury car he had ordered earlier and immediately perked up. "I'm free this afternoon. They'll be waiting for you at the store." After hanging up, Lin Xuan glanced at his wife, who was still sound asleep beside him, gently kissed her on the cheek, then got up and changed into a neat set of clothes ready to go out. After stepping out, Lin Xuan hailed a ride-sharing car and soon arrived at the BMW 4S store. As he entered, the same graceful female salesperson from before quickly approached him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Hello, where is my new car? This way, please follow me." Soon, under the saleswoman's guidance, Lin Xuan arrived in front of a brand-new silver-white BMW. The car boasted sleek lines and a dazzling appearance, exuding a noble and elegant aura. Lin Xuan walked around the car, reaching out to touch the bodywork, feeling the metallic texture and smoothness. He nodded with satisfaction. His father should really like this. Lin Xuan sat in the driver's seat, experiencing the roaring sound of the engine like a wild beast. He carefully inspected all the interior equipment and instruments, confirmed everything was normal, and drove off. Just as Lin Xuan left the BMW 4S store, a passing high school classmate coincidentally spotted him. "Isn't that Lin Xuan? Damn, when did he become so rich? Driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1 million. Before long, Lin Xuan had smoothly parked the car in the residential parking lot. He locked the car door and took the elevator back home. The moment Lin Xuan pushed open the door, a delicate figure immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Honey, where did you go?" Li Mengyao asked with a smile, her eyes full of concern. Lin Xuan smiled gently and replied, "I went to pick up the car. The one I ordered earlier finally arrived." Li Mengyao blinked and pouted with slight dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you wake me up to come along? You were sleeping soundly. If you want to see the new car, you can go now," Lin Xuan said softly. "Ahem. I'm still here." Lin Sisi deliberately coughed. Li Mengyao instantly released Lin Xuan. Seeing him back, she subconsciously thought they were at home in Jinghai City. "Bro, the new car is here. I want to see it," Lin Sisi exclaimed excitedly. "Come on, it's in the community." Lin Xuan smiled. Then the three of them went to the parking lot together. As they approached the new car, they heard a familiar voice. "Is this the property management? My parking spot has been taken by someone unknown. Can you come and notify the owner?" The speaker was none other than Lin Zhenghua, who had just returned from work. It turned out that after Lin Xuan bought his father the new car, he casually parked it in his father's spot. Lin Zhenghua hung up the phone and although he immediately recognized it as his favorite BMW, he was still furious. Damn it, who's so inconsiderate to take someone else's parking spot? There are plenty of empty spots around, why mine? Lin Zhenghua grumbled. Hearing his father's words, Lin Xuan felt a wave of helplessness. Li Mengyao and Lin Cixi saw the scene and immediately understood what had happened, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. What are you all doing here? Lin Zhenghua turned around and spotted the three standing nearby. That I know who parked the car. Lin Xuan said helplessly. Who? Call them over to move the car. Lin Zhenghua was still angry. It was me. Lin Xuan smiled. Dad, this car was specially bought for you. A BMW 8 Series i840. With that, Lin Xuan gently handed a sleek set of car keys to Lin Zhenghua. Lin Zhenghua was utterly astonished, pressing the button in disbelief. The next moment, the cool BMW 8 Series beside him seemed to awaken, instantly unlocking as the headlights flashed with dazzling brilliance. Son, why didn't you say so earlier, ha? Lin Zhenghua was ecstatic, eagerly pulling open the luxury door and plopping into the driver's seat, savoring the comfort and opulent ambience of the top-class vehicle. In truth, he had long wanted to buy a new BMW. Dad, do you like it? Lin Xuan came to the front of the BMW 8 Series, his hands naturally resting on the door, asking. I love it. It's gorgeous. Lin Zhenghua exclaimed as he caressed the interior trim, praising repeatedly. But amid his delight, a crucial question suddenly struck him. Son, where did you get so much money to buy a BMW 8 Series? Lin Zhenghua had secretly checked the BMW 8 Series at the 4S store before. It cost over $1 million, and from what he just saw, it seemed to be the top-spec version. Don't worry, it's all from my previous investments, Lin Xuan said with a smile. That's good then. Lin Zhenghua beamed, secretly glad that his son's intelligence was indeed inherited from him. Dad, want to take it for a test drive? Lin Xuan smiled slightly. Alright, I'll give it a try. Lin Zhenghua couldn't wait to start the engine, but just as he was about to drive off, the community property management arrived. Excuse me, who reported that their parking spot was taken? It was me. Lin Zhenghua sat in the car smiling. The property management staff looked at him as if he were an idiot. As night fell and the city lights began to glow, the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Zhang Shulan inadvertently noticed that Lin Zhenghua had been wearing a broad smile ever since he stepped through the door, and it hadn't faded. Hey old Lin, are you okay? What's got you grinning like that? Zhang Shulan couldn't help asking. Our son bought me a BMW 8 Series sedan. Of course I'm happy. Lin Zhenghua said delightedly. How much did that car cost? Zhang Shulan asked in astonishment. Over $1 million. Son, I know you've made a lot from your investments, but we still need to be frugal. There's no need to buy something so expensive. Zhang Shulan frowned and spoke earnestly. It's fine as long as you're both happy. Besides, it was Mengyao who suggested buying a new car for the family. Lin Xuan said with a smile. At that moment, Li Mengyao, who had been quietly eating, paused slightly at his words. Hearing this, a gratified smile spread across Zhang Shulan's face. My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Here, have more. With that, Zhang Shulan picked up another piece of tender fish and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. After dinner, Lin Xuan received a call from his close friends Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, inviting him out for a get-together. Honey, my friends are asking me to go out for a bit. Lin Xuan said with a smile. Male friends or female friends? Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes playfully. Male, Lin Xuan replied. Go ahead, but remember to come back early. Li Mengyao let out a light laugh. Got it. With her approval, Lin Xuan headed out to meet his friends. Lin Xuan drove his Xiaomi SU7 and soon arrived at a barbecue stall, an old haunt of theirs. Xiangu, we're over here. Qiu Wei's waved his arm and called out loudly. Lin Xuan's gaze quickly locked onto Qiu Wei's and Huang Xinkai, who were sitting in the corner and seemed to have been waiting for some time. Lin Xuan walked over to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, asking with concern, How have you guys been lately? Oh, don't even mention it. I haven't closed a single deal this month. Nobody has money to buy houses anymore. Huang Xinkai complained with a gloomy face. Huang Xinkai was a stocky young man about the same height as Lin Xuan, looking quite sturdy. After graduating from university, he returned to Yunhai City and became a sales manager at a real estate company. Tell me about it. This month we're barely making ends meet. If nobody buys houses, there's no one for me to decorate either. It's way too tough. Qiu Wei's chimed in with his own complaints. Qiu Wei's was small and lean, radiating an air of cleverness, his mind full of all sorts of inventive ideas. After graduation, he also returned to Yunhai City and worked at a decoration company. The two of them often worked together. Whenever Huang Xinkai closed a sale with a homebuyer, he would immediately refer the client to Qiu Wei's for decoration. What about you, Xiangu? Qiu Wei's asked. Me? No job, planning to be a stay-at-home dad. Lin Xuan smiled. The two of them looked at him with envy. Just then the owner of the stall came up warmly and asked, "Hello, 3 handsome young men. What would you like?" Chiu Wee Eyes eagerly placed the order, first 3 grilled chicken legs, then 10 lamb skewers, and 10 beef skewers, plus a plate of stir-fried snails, and finally 10 big lamb kidneys. "Okay, please wait a moment." The owner noted down the order and went back to grilling. Wee Eyes am not one to judge, but why are you ordering so many kidneys? Huang Xingkai couldn't help laughing. "Kaiga, you just don't get it. As they say, eat what you lack. My kidneys, man, they're in perfect shape." Chiu Wee Eyes grinned smugly. "Well, stop it. What's the use of having good kidneys if you don't even have a girlfriend?" Huang Xingkai teased him. "I don't have one, but Xiange does. So I've got to make sure he gets some proper nourishment." Chiu Wee Eyes said with a sly smirk. "Yeah, that's true, haha. But seriously, Xiange, you're amazing. Getting married so fast, and the baby's almost here." Huang Xingkai added, "You'd better have your red envelopes ready when the time comes." Lin Xuan smiled. "Of course we're brothers, right?" Huang Xingkai laughed. "By the way, what about Zhang Hu? She had a crush on you back in high school. I heard she's planning to come back from abroad soon." Chiu Wee Eyes suddenly remembered and asked. He recalled Zhang Huiyin from their high school days, a passionate, outgoing girl with stunning beauty and a wealthy background. Her father was a well-known local businessman in Yunhai City. She had taken a liking to him since high school. Unfortunately, back then Lin Xuan was focused entirely on his studies and didn't give much thought to romantic matters. Zhang Huiyin's grades weren't great, so after high school her family sent her abroad to study. "There's nothing between us." Lin Xuan shrugged in response. Then the 3 continued chatting and catching up. Soon after finishing their late-night snacks, they all went home. It was almost 11 p.m. when Lin Xuan got home. After showering, he carefully opened the bedroom door and walked in. However, when he stepped into the bedroom, he found Li Mengyao so sleepy that her eyes could barely stay open, yet she was still forcing herself to stay awake, waiting for her husband to return. Hearing the noise, Li Mengyao managed to open her eyes and smiled faintly. "Honey, you're back." Lin Xuan quickly climbed into bed, wrapped his arms tightly around her, and said tenderly, "If you're tired, just go to sleep first." "No, I want to sleep holding you," Li Mengyao said playfully. "All right then, let's go to sleep now." Lin Xuan gently kissed her forehead. They soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lin Xuan opened his eyes and looked at Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep beside him, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He quietly got up, finished washing up, and then returned to the bedside to wake Li Mengyao. Today their family would set off for Li Mengyao's hometown, Jingshui City. "Mom, that's enough, you don't need to take so many gifts." Li Mengyao tried to dissuade her. "It's not much, just a small token of appreciation." Zhang Shulan smiled. With everything ready, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove the Xiaomi SU7, while Lin Jinghua, Zhang Shulan, and Lin Sisi took the BMW 8 Series. The 2 cars set off in a grand procession. Yunhai City and Jingshui City were not far apart, just about an hour and a half's drive. This time on the highway, Lin Jinghua didn't get left behind by Lin Xuan. The 2 cars traveled smoothly along the road and soon arrived in Jingshui City. Once there, they went directly to an upscale restaurant. This restaurant had been booked in advance by Li Mengyao's mother, Huang Shifang, to welcome Lin Xuan's family. The group rode the elevator upward and eventually stopped in front of a luxurious private room. Before they even stepped out of the elevator, they saw an elegant middle-aged woman standing there with a warm smile on her face. Huang Shifang had been waiting for some time, accompanied by Li Mengyao's aunt and uncle. When she saw the group step out of the elevator, she immediately came forward and said enthusiastically, "My dear in-laws, we've finally met. We are finally able to meet you, and we are truly delighted." Zhang Shulan approached with a smile, tightly grasping Huang Shifang's hand and speaking with warmth. Huang Shifang noticed Lin Xuan and Lin Jinghua behind her carrying various gifts, and her eyes revealed genuine affection. "In-laws, why bring so many things? This is too formal. We are family now, no need for such Zhang Shulan quickly waved her hand and chuckled, "Not at all, this is only proper. For our first meeting, we must prepare some gifts to visit. It's the thought that counts. Please accept it, in-law." "Well, all right, thank you, in-law, I will accept it." Huang Shifang hesitated for a moment, but still gladly accepted the generous gift. When she opened the gift box, the items inside were surprisingly precious and substantial. After the gifts were properly placed, Huang Shifang continued, "These 2 are Mengyao's aunt and uncle. They have always taken great care of her." Aunt Huang Shizhen, who resembled Huang Shifang, was a gentle and gracious middle-aged woman. Uncle Luo Qingchuan gave off a warm and kind impression. After the unexpected passing of Meng Yao's father, the aunt and uncle frequently supported her, showering her with care. "Hello. Thank you for taking care of Meng Yao." "Hello. I've heard that Yao Yao found a handsome husband now. It truly seems like a match made in heaven." After polite greetings, everyone entered the luxurious private room. The room was filled with a faint floral fragrance and soft music intertwined like silk, as if bestowing the couple with the most beautiful blessings. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Lin Zhenghua chatted with Luo, Qingchuan Zhang Shulan, and Huang Shifang. Meanwhile, Huang Shizhen sat alone. Yao Yao, come sit with your aunt. Huang Shizhen smiled and waved to Li Mengyao. Honey, I'll go over for her. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. All right, go ahead. Lin Xuan smiled back. Thus Li Mengyao walked gracefully to her aunt's side and smiled. Aunt Yao Yao, why do you need to inform your husband when coming to see your aunt? Huang Shizhen teased jokingly. No way. Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of shyness. How have you been lately? Has Lin Xuan been taking good care of you? Aunt Huang Shizhen, aware that Li Mengyao was already pregnant, asked with concern. Lin Xuan has been very good to me, really very good. Li Mengyao's face radiated with happiness. That's good. Don't forget you have your aunt supporting you. If you ever encounter any issues, you can always come to me. Huang Shizhen had always worried that her niece might be wronged, but seeing Li Mengyao's blissful smile, she felt relieved. Soon the restaurant began serving the dishes. As usual, Lin Xuan kept serving Li Mengyao her favorite food. Luo Qingchuan and Huang Shizhen smiled with satisfaction seeing how well Lin Xuan cared for Li Mengyao. Everyone finished the warm lunch together. In the afternoon, Mengyao's aunt and uncle left first, while Lin Xuan's family followed Huang Shifang to Li Mengyao's home for tea and chatting. Li Mengyao felt a bit drowsy and returned to her room to sleep. Lin Xuan was watching Lin Cece, who was playing with her phone in boredom. He smiled slightly, revealing his signature grin. Little sister, I'm taking you somewhere. Where to? You're not planning to sell me, are you? Lin Cece looked up at Lin Xuan, seeing that familiar smile on her brother's face, certain that it was not a good thing. You'll find out when we get there. Are you scared to go? Lin Xuan seemed to see through his sister's thoughts and deliberately provoked her. Fine, I'll go. Lin Cece was naturally stubborn and couldn't stand being challenged. Staying here was boring anyway, so it was better to follow her brother out to explore. Thus the two quickly went downstairs, got into the Xiaomi Su7, and soon arrived at the Times Garden. At the downstairs delivery store, it turned out Lin Xuan had previously purchased some small furniture intending to place it in the house at Times Garden. Coincidentally, these packages had been delivered yesterday. At this moment, Lin Xuan and Lin Cece were busy transporting the packages to the trunk of the Xiaomi Su7. Brother, you called me all the way here just to help you move packages? Lin Cece asked, puffing up with anger. She simply could not understand why they had to come such a long way for packages. Not entirely. Lin Xuan burst into laughter and said mysteriously, later, I'll buy you ice cream. I want the most expensive one. After moving the packages, Lin Xuan took Lin Cece to the underground parking lot of Times Garden. Brother, aren't we going back? I'm exhausted. Lin Cece said tiredly while eating the ice cream her brother had just bought for her. First, let me show you my... Lin Xuan smiled. New house. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of building A1201 of Times Garden. At this moment, it had already been replaced with a smart door, which was intricately engraved with special patterns, exuding a sense of solemnity and grandeur. After Lin Xuan entered the password, he pushed the door open, carrying the packages inside. Brother, when did you buy this? Lin Cece eagerly ran into the room, starting to examine the new house. She excitedly moved through each room, not sparing any corner. After Lin Xuan placed the packages properly, he began to carefully inspect the house's decoration. Different from the modern minimalist style of Jinwan Mansion, the style of decoration in Times Garden was Chinese, emphasizing symmetry and the beauty of round and square. The entire space was dominated by dark red, creating a solemn yet elegant atmosphere. Stepping into the spacious and bright hall, the first thing that caught the eye was a magnificent landscape mural, which acted like a window to nature, capturing the stunning scenery. Each room featured traditional Chinese layouts and decorative techniques, with a round Chinese mural hung in each windows adorned with carved wooden lattice, and the floor paved with smooth fine marble. It seemed the renovation was nearly complete. Lin Xuan was quite satisfied with the quality and style of this renovation. The only thing left was to place the furniture, which would likely take about half a month before moving in. Brother, I want this room. Lin Cece pointed to a sunlit room with a wide view. All right, I'll save it for you. Lin Xuan smiled. After everything was settled, Lin Xuan and Lin Cece returned to the community parking lot and started the Xiaomi Su7 back the way they came. At that moment, Chen Tingting quietly watched everything from a distance and secretly took out her phone to take pictures. She never expected to stumble upon such a shocking secret. Lin Xuan had betrayed Yao Yao so quickly, being with another woman. What a true scumbag. Chen Tingting swiftly sent the recently taken photos to Li Mengyao. Yao Yao, there's a serious problem. Your husband brought another woman home. At this moment Li Mengyao was still sleeping soundly at home. It wasn't long before Lin Xuan and Lin Cixi arrived at Li Mengyao's house, where Huang Shifang had already prepared the guest room. Everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. Lin Xuan also stepped into Li Mengyao's boudoir. His footsteps were light, afraid of waking her. Carefully he climbed onto the bed, gently extended his arm, and pulled Li Mengyao tightly into his embrace, then drifted into slumber with her. Because Li Mengyao had slept early at noon, she was the first to wake up. When she opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xuan sleeping soundly beside her, she suddenly felt that her husband looked particularly adorable while asleep. So she picked up her phone, intending to secretly take a few pictures. As soon as she unlocked it, she saw a message from Chun Tingting. Yao Yao, something terrible. Your husband brought another woman home. Upon reading this message, Li Mengyao's mind was filled with huge question marks. My husband is sleeping right next to me. Then she clicked to view the photo and burst into laughter. At that moment Lin Xuan's long eyelashes suddenly fluttered slightly, but Li Mengyao did not notice. Li Mengyao said, Tingting, you've misunderstood. She is Lin Xuan's biological sister. Chun Tingting, ah. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Li Mengyao picked up her phone again and started taking pictures of the sleeping Lin Xuan. After a few consecutive shots, she felt it wasn't enough. So she brought her delicate little face close, gently pressed it against Lin Xuan's cheek, and raised her phone to take a selfie of the two of them. However, seeing that her silly husband still showed no reaction, Li Mengyao grew bolder. First she gently kissed Lin Xuan's cheek, then quickly grabbed her phone and snapped another picture. Then she looked at Lin Xuan's lips, lightly kissed them, and quickly photographed it again. Unexpectedly Lin Xuan wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao and kissed her back. Naughty husband, you were pretending to sleep. Li Mengyao angrily bumped Lin Xuan's chin lightly with her head. Haha, who told you to sneak a kiss on your husband, huh? Lin Xuan wore a mischievous grin. Li Mengyao, pouting with anger, lowered her head and pressed her small face against Lin Xuan's chest, ignoring him. After a moment Lin Xuan broke the silence. Let me see the photos you took earlier. No, Li Mengyao answered firmly. After another stretch of silence, Li Mengyao suddenly raised her head and questioned Lin Xuan, where did you take Cixi just now? Honey, how did you know? Lin Xuan asked in surprise. Because I'm a little fairy, so I know everything. Li Mengyao said proudly. I did take Cixi to Sherdai Garden to pick up some packages and took a look at the house renovation progress. Lin Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're indeed Cixi's biological brother. How's the renovation going? Why didn't you take me? Li Mengyao continued to ask. There's still some slight formaldehyde residue in the new house. You're pregnant, so you can't go. Lin Xuan gently explained. All right. Li Mengyao felt a bit disappointed. But I recorded a video, you can watch it. As the words fell, Lin Xuan handed his phone to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao watched the renovation of Sherdai Garden and was very satisfied. After everyone woke up from their nap, Lin Xuan told his parents Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan about the new house. They expressed their support and also went to Sherdai Garden to take a look and were very pleased. Night fell. Huang Shifang and Zhang Shulan prepared dinner together, which made Lin Xuan feel deeply grateful that he didn't have to cook this time. After dinner, Lin Xuan's family began to prepare to return to Yanhai City. In-laws want you stay a few more days. Huang Shifang earnestly persuaded. I'm really sorry, in-law. Old Lin's annual leave is almost over. He has to go back to work tomorrow. Zhang Shulan politely declined. All right then. Come again when there's a chance in the future. Here are some specialties from Jingshui City. Take them back and enjoy. Huang Shifang said softly. All right, in-laws, feel free to come visit us in Yanhai City sometime. We'll be heading home now. Mom, I'm off now. Li Mengyao stepped forward and hugged Huang Shifang tightly. Remember to come back often when you have time. Go ahead. Huang Shifang gently stroked Li Mengyao's lovely head, full of maternal affection. Seeing how her in-laws took such good care of Li Mengyao, she felt at ease in trusting her daughter to them. Once the renovation at Sherdai Garden is done, we'll come back. Lin Xuan nodded gently. All right, I'll wait for you, Huang Shifang said tenderly. Next, the group set off on the journey home. After an hour and a half's drive, they finally arrived at their home in Yanhai City. By now it was late, with night shrouding the entire city. Everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. Just as Lin Xuan lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, a long-missed voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for bringing the two families together. Reward 4 million yuan in cash with a 5x critical hit totaling 20 million yuan. It has been transferred to the host's bank account through legitimate means. Please check. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for triggering the lottery mechanism. You have been awarded one lottery chance. Since the previous prize pool has been exhausted, a new prize pool is now being updated. The new prize pool includes 1. Large luxury Riva 88 Yacht 2. Lamborghini Sion Lightning Limited Edition 3. Heart of the Ocean Necklace 4. Future Couples Tech Watch of 5. Thank you for playing. Would the host like to draw? System, you finally showed up. I thought you had disappeared. Lin Xuan, I'm just asking if you want to draw or not. The system urged again. Draw. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heart of the Ocean necklace worth 5 million yuan. Please check. Indeed, the system is generous, directly gifting Lin Xuan 2 million yuan. What surprises Lin Xuan the most is that the prize pool contains luxury items like a Lamborghini Sion limited edition and a large luxury Riva 88 yacht. Their value amounts to tens of millions. With the constant lottery draws from the system, these prizes will eventually be his. However, Lin Xuan is unsure about that future couple smartwatch. This time, he drew a Heart of the Ocean necklace, just perfect to give to his wife for their wedding photos. Hey, what are you suddenly biting me for? Lin Xuan suddenly felt a gentle nibble on his face and looked down at his wife in his arms. Honey, what are you thinking about? You're ignoring me while I'm talking to you. Li Mengyao pouted cutely. I was thinking about when we should take our wedding photos, Lin Xuan replied gently. How about the day after tomorrow? A glimmer of joy flashed across Li Mengyao's face. Great, let's go try on wedding dresses tomorrow. Sounds good. Lin Xuan smiled. Okay, Li Mengyao revealed a sweet smile. Then the two embraced and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xuan was awakened by the crisp sound of a phone ringing. He groggily picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. Good morning, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Haiqing, the manager of the Royal Jewelry Store in Yunhai City. Hello, Lin Xuan replied with a hint of sleepiness. Zhang Haiqing respectfully said, the Heart of the Ocean necklace you ordered yesterday has arrived at our store. When would you be free to come pick it up? After all, being able to pay in full for a necklace worth 5 million is certainly not something ordinary people can do. I'm free this morning, Lin Xuan casually replied. Then I will wait for you at the store. After hanging up, Lin Xuan gently woke Li Mengyao, and the two went to the dining room to enjoy breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the parking lot, got into their Xiaomi Su70, and slowly drove out of the community. Soon the car stopped in front of a high-end community by the sea. This was the sales office of Yunhai residence. Honey, didn't we agree to pick out wedding dresses? Why are we here? Li Mengyao asked with a puzzled expression. First, let's buy a little something. Lin Xuan unbuckled his seatbelt and smiled. Buying a house again? Is a house a little thing? After Lin Xuan's previous secret house purchases, Li Mengyao had already guessed. Lin Xuan didn't continue explaining to his wife, leaning over to help her unbuckle her seatbelt, and then kissed her on the slightly parted cherry lips. Li Mengyao was suddenly ambushed by Lin Xuan, playfully pinching his chest with her little hand. Don't you like the sea, honey? Let's buy a seaside property. How much will that cost? Li Mengyao asked softly. No worries, your husband has money, plus it's time to upgrade our community house, Lin Xuan smiled. All right then. Li Mengyao did indeed want to see what a seaside property was like. At this moment in the car, Lin Xuan's face was very close to Li Mengyao's, close enough to feel each other's breath. Li Mengyao felt Lin Xuan's mischievous gaze, causing a blush to rise on her cheeks. Get away from me. Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xuan away, quickly opened the car door, and fled outside. Lin Xuan, do you only want to kiss every day? Won't you get tired of it? Lin Xuan smiled as he got out of the car. The two walked hand in hand into the sales office of Yunhai. Hello, are you two here to buy a house? A graceful and beautiful female salesperson approached them. Yes, may I ask if there are any seaside properties available here? Lin Xuan inquired. Yes, please follow me. The female salesperson led them to the model of Yunhai residence, pointing at the highest floor of one building, introducing, currently Unit C3201 is still for sale, with a very open view. Is it only the top floor? Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Yes, currently it is indeed only the top floor left. Then forget it, I don't like top floors. After saying that, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and was about to leave. Just then a familiar voice, Xingu, what are you doing here? Huang Xinkai had just seen off a customer and returned to find Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao preparing to leave. Xinkai, I didn't know you worked here. Lin Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this must be your sister-in-law, right? Hello, sister-in-law. Huang Xinkai greeted with a smile. Hello, Li Mengyao politely responded. Hey Xingu, come to me. When buying a house, we shouldn't let outsiders profit, huh? Huang Xinkai patted Lin Xuan's shoulder and said generously. If I had known you worked here, I would have definitely looked for you, Lin Xuan said. By the way, is it true that you don't have any other seaside properties left? Lin Xuan asked. Ordinary houses are definitely sold out. However, we do have a seaside villa, but it's too expensive, let's forget about it. I'll check if anyone cancels their order and contact you later, Huang Xinkai said. No need, just take us to see the seaside villa, Lin Xuan replied with a smile and a firm tone. What a Xian, good, do you know that villa is worth 20 million? That's not a small amount. Huang Xinkai set his eyes wide in shock. Li Mengyao was equally astonished. 20 million. Isn't that too expensive? However, Lin Xuan appeared exceptionally calm, casually saying, no problem, let's go take a look, and if we are satisfied we'll buy it right away. Brother Xian, do you really have that much money? Huang Xinkai still couldn't believe it, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Xuan. Of course it's true. I can show you my bank deposit if you don't believe me. Lin Xuan took out his phone, opened the banking app, and turned the screen toward Huang Xinkai. Huang Xinkai looked closely and saw an astonishing figure on the screen, a 2 followed by 7 zeros. He gasped sharply. Holy crap, Brother Xian really does have that much money. Brother Xian, hold on, I'll go prepare the sales contract. With that, Huang Xinkai immediately went to prepare it. Li Mengyao was also astonished, but she no longer doubted Lin Xian's ability to generate wealth. While Huang Xinkai prepared the contract, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and leisurely surveyed the beautiful seaside villa. They strolled through the courtyard, feeling the fresh sea breeze and warm sunlight. When they reached the pool in the villa's garden, Lin Xuan stopped, pointed at the shimmering water, and asked, Honey, can you swim? No. Li Mengyao shook her head gently. After we move in, I'll teach you. And swimming during mid-pregnancy is good for you and the baby. It can ease joint stress and relieve discomfort during pregnancy. Lin Xuan gently squeezed her hand and said tenderly, A happy smile spread across her face. Soon Huang Xinkai returned with a sales contract. Brother Xian, if everything looks fine, you can pay by card, Huang Xinkai said excitedly. The real estate industry had been sluggish recently, so the company had raised the commission rate from 1% to 2%. For this 20 million yuan house, he would receive a commission of 400,000. No problem. Lin Xuan glanced at the contract, confirmed it was correct, and handed his bank card to Huang Xinkai. Thanks, Brother Xian, you're a real tycoon. In a few days he'll treat you and Xiao Wei eyes to a big feast, ha. Huang Xinkai beamed. That works, though it's a pity the villa is already fully furnished, otherwise I could have had him design it. Lin Xuan smiled. He just doesn't have that luck, but it's fine. He'll just treat him to a few more meals. Doesn't he love grilled lamb kidneys? Tonight, I'll order 20 skewers for him. Huang Xinkai laughed heartily. Xiao Wei eyes you too. After the transaction was completed smoothly, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove the Xiaomi SU7 to the Royal Jewelry Store of Yanhai City. The Royal Jewelry Store of Yanhai City was the most renowned jewelry shop in the city, filled with rare and exquisite ornaments. Honey, why are we going to the jewelry store again? Li Mengyao asked, full of suspicion. To pick up something. Lin Xuan smiled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Just as he was about to help Li Mengyao with hers, she quickly unbuckled it herself and hurriedly got out of the car, as if afraid Lin Xuan would hold her and kiss her again. They walked into the store together. A young, beautiful saleswoman immediately approached with a professional smile and asked, Hello, are you here to purchase jewelry? No, I'm looking for your store manager, Zhang Haiqing. Could you please contact him? Lin Xuan replied with a polite, Certainly. May I ask your name? The saleswoman inquired. My surname is Lin. Lin Xuan answered succinctly. Please wait a moment. With that, the saleswoman turned and walked into a luxuriously decorated office. Manager Zhang, there's a young man outside who wishes to see you. He said his surname is Lin. The saleswoman reported to a middle-aged man leisurely sipping tea at his desk. A young man. What does some brat want with me? Tell him I'm not here. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, without even looking up. He sat at the tea table, savoring the fragrance of the tea with an air of complacency. This man was Zhang Haiqing, the store manager of the Royal Jewelry Store. Very well, I'll inform him, the saleswoman said and left. Zhang Haiqing picked up a cup of superior Longjing tea and took a delicate sip. What did she just say? Surname Lin. Mr. Lin. Zhang Haiqing shot up from his seat, as if pricked by needles, and sprinted toward the door. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lin, but our manager happens to be out. Perhaps you could come another time, the saleswoman explained politely. All right, Lin Xuan said with a slight frown, but he quickly composed himself. Perhaps Zhang Haiqing really had urgent business to attend to. Just as Lin Xuan was about to leave with Li Mengyao, a hurried voice called out from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait. Zhang Haiqing ran over, panting heavily. This young lady just said you weren't in, so I thought you had stepped out, Lin Xuan said with a smile, extending his hand for a firm handshake. Lin Xuan shook hands with Zhang Haiqing. I only just returned, ha. Please come in. Zhang Haiqing warmly led Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao into his lavish office and personally brewed a cup of aromatic Longjing tea for them at the tea table. Lin Xian noticed that Zhang Haiqing's teacup was still steaming, realizing the man had definitely not been out earlier. However, Lin Xian didn't mind, he just wanted to retrieve the heart of the ocean necklace given by the system. Zhang Haiqing had never expected the person who bought the 5 million yuan heart of the ocean necklace to be so young, looking like a fresh college graduate. Manager Zhang, the heart of the ocean necklace I ordered yesterday. Can you deliver it now? Lin Xian took a delicate sip of tea and asked directly. Of course. Please wait a moment. Soon an exquisite gift box appeared before Lin Xian and Li. The box was emblazoned with the words, Heart of the Ocean, making it especially eye-catching. Honey, open it, and see, Lin Xian said with a smile, handing the box to Li Mengyao. Lin Xian smiled and handed the gift box to Li Mengyao's hand. Li Mengyao carefully opened the exquisite box and a dazzling, enchanting light burst forth. Inside was a sapphire necklace. This necklace features an extremely rare cornflower blue sapphire. Its deep blue hue is as captivating as the vast ocean's heart. Moreover, the sapphire is meticulously carved into a heart shape, symbolizing boundless love, hence the romantic name Heart of the Ocean, Zhang Haiqing elaborated. Not only that, but around the heart-shaped gem a circle of dazzling diamonds is set. They shimmer like countless stars twinkling on the waves, he continued. Honey, do you like it? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao tenderly. I love it. Li Mengyao beamed a sweet smile. After Li Mengyao happily put away the heart of the ocean, she and Lin Xian bid farewell to Zhang Haiqing and prepared to turn and leave. However, just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to step out of Zhang Haiqing's office, they inadvertently caught sight of an exquisitely crafted pair of earrings displayed on the showcase. Involuntarily, Lin Xian stepped forward. President Zhang, these earrings are very beautiful. May I ask their name? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Mr. Lin, you have excellent taste. This is our latest masterpiece from Yunhai Royal Jewelry Shop, the charm of the ocean. Zhang Haiqing sensed a potential business opportunity. He elaborated, the charm of the ocean also uses extremely rare cornflower blue sapphires meticulously cut into an elegant droplet shape, like dewdrops condensing on the tips of grass at dawn, crystal clear and flawlessly pure. The diamonds are set around the sapphires with an extraordinary setting technique, forming a dazzling halo that further enhances the earring's enchanting allure. May I ask the price of this charm of the ocean? Lin Xian continued. Zhang Haiqing thought for a moment and replied, the preliminary price is set at 3 million, but it hasn't been officially released yet. Lin Xian interjected without hesitation. I'm willing to add 500,000. What do you think, President Zhang? His tone was resolute, and his eyes revealed an unwavering determination. Honey, there's really no need to buy these. Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand, pouting playfully. Listen to your husband. Lin Xian turned and smiled at Li Mengyao. Seeing this, Zhang Haiqing couldn't help but anxiously shout, deal. In no time, the pair of earrings named Charm of the Ocean were carefully wrapped in exquisite packaging by the staff and handed to Li Mengyao. It was nearly 11 o'clock, so Lin Xian and Li Mengyao decided to go home for lunch first and head to the wedding photography studio in the afternoon. On the way home, Li Mengyao carefully guarded her bag, which contained items worth 5 million yuan. Even selling herself wouldn't fetch that much. After a hearty lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao lay comfortably on the bed. Honey, do you know how much money we have left now? How much is left? Lin Xian asked, lovingly stroking Li Mengyao's hair. We only have 5 million left in our checking account. Li Mengyao said softly. Only 5 million. Lin Xian was a bit surprised, but then he thought about it and understood. The 20 million the system had just given him was spent in an instant, followed by the 5 million earrings. When he thought about it, it was indeed quite extravagant. So I think it's unnecessary to buy these. One pair of earrings costs 3 million, and you even added a premium. Li Mengyao felt they should be thrifty, even though the charm of the ocean was indeed very beautiful. Sweetheart, do you know why I added the premium? Lin Xian continued, gently stroking Li Mengyao's hair, smiling. Why? Li Mengyao looked up curiously. Because this jewelry hasn't been officially released yet. If my wife wears it now, wouldn't she be one of a kind? I thought that when my wife wears it for our wedding photos, she will surely become the most beautiful bride in the world. Lin Xian replied, his eyes full of affection. Honey, you're going to spoil me. Li Mengyao wrapped her arms around Lin Xian's neck, pressing her adorable little face tightly against his neck, murmuring softly. If you're spoiled, then it'll just have to keep spoiling you. Lin Xian gently placed a soft kiss on Li Mengyao's. Hearing this, Li Mengyao looked up again, gazing at Lin Xian with deep affection. She slightly parted her cherry-like lips and unreservedly gave him a sweet kiss. In the afternoon, after waking up from their nap, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went together to a famous wedding photography studio in Yanhai City. After careful selection and discussion, they finally settled on a perfect shooting plan, and the price was as high as 3,000 yuan. They had originally planned to start the wedding photos tomorrow, but the weather forecast showed bad weather, so they had to postpone the shooting to the day after tomorrow. So Li Mengyao went to the wedding dress section to carefully select a gown that suited her. After careful selection, she finally chose her favorite styles and went into the fitting room one by one to try them on. Soon Li Mengyao came out of the fitting room. She was wearing a wedding dress as white as snow, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps like a sacred flower blooming in the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. "Honey, does this one look good?" Li Mengyao asked shyly. "Beautiful." Lin Xuan was already stunned. You said the same thing about the last one." Li Mengyao pouted in mock anger. "I can't help it. My wife looks good in everything. Why not wear them all the day after tomorrow?" Lin Xuan smiled. A flash of joy crossed Li Mengyao's face. "Honey, why haven't you changed yet?" she asked curiously. "I'm waiting for my wife to pick for me," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Come here, silly husband." Li Mengyao went to the suit section and began selecting. Her eyes swept over the exquisite suits, and she already had a preliminary idea. Soon she picked out several suits that perfectly suited Lin Xuan in style and color. She then handed them to him with a smile, signaling him to try them on. Lin Xuan took the suits, went into the fitting room, and changed. Shortly he came out dressed. He wore the tuxedo, his upright posture and handsome features complementing each other, perfectly embodying handsomeness and elegance, exuding captivating charm. Seeing Lin Xuan's appearance, Li Mengyao showed a satisfied smile. She gently took his hand, went to the mirror, and took a few beautiful photos. In the evening, the family was sitting around the dining table, enjoying their meal. "Mom, Dad, let's move tomorrow," Lin Xuan suddenly spoke with a smile. These words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Except for Li Mengyao, everyone at the table was stunned, their faces full of confusion. "Move? What move?" Zhang Shulan frowned, puzzled. Could it be that her son had failed in investment and mortgaged the family's property? "It's just moving, we are changing our residence," Lin Xuan said lightly, a slight smile on his lips. "If you are short on money, just tell Mom I still have some here." Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Shulan hurried back to her room and brought out a bank card, stuffing it into Lin Xuan's hand. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, thinking how unique his mom's thought process was. "Mom, you've misunderstood. We are moving to a new house." Li Mengyao watched the scene and smiled as she explained, "Moving to a new house. Where to?" Zhang Shulan asked, looking puzzled. "Yanhai residence," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "Why the sudden purchase of a new house?" Lin Zhonghua couldn't help but ask. "We've lived in this neighborhood for several years, so it's time for a change of environment." "Bro, what is the new house?" Lin Cici couldn't hide her excitement, eagerly inquiring. "You'll find out tomorrow," Lin Xuan maintained his smile. Soon the next day arrived, and the Lin family packed their large and small luggage neatly into the trunk. Lin Xuan and Lin Zhonghua each started their vehicles, slowly driving towards the direction of Yanhai residence. This time Lin Xuan led the way, with his father Lin Zhonghua closely following behind. Before long they arrived at the ordinary residential area of Yanhai residence. However, Lin Xuan did not stop there, but continued straight to the more luxurious villa area of Yanhai residence. "Aren't we supposed to be at Yanhai residence? Why are we driving further?" Zhang Shulan asked in confusion. "It seems like we are heading to the villa area," Lin Zhonghua said seriously while driving. "Villa area?" Zhang Shulan exclaimed in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the Xiaomi SU7 and BMW 8 series came to a steady stop in front of a seaside villa within Yanhai residence. As everyone stepped out of the car, Lin Zhonghua and Zhang Shulan were left stunned, while Lin Cici dashed forward without a care. "Bro, you actually bought such a large villa." As the family entered the first floor, they were greeted by a spacious 7-meter-high atrium living room where anyone in any corner could easily enjoy the breathtaking sea view. Next to the living room was an incredibly spacious kitchen divided into two completely different areas. The left side was for Western cuisine, and the right side was for Chinese cuisine. On the other side of the living room, there was an exquisitely decorated tea room displaying various precious and rare tea sets and teas. The second floor had 5 rooms in total, 4 of which were spacious and bright bedrooms, each offering a stunning sea view, allowing one to fully enjoy the tranquility and beauty brought by the ocean. The other room was transformed into an elegantly designed study, filled with a variety of books. Climbing up to the third floor, the first thing that caught the eye was the incredibly spacious, beautifully decorated. Here there was not only a comfortable soft bed and luxurious furniture, but also a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling glass windows revealing the vast and boundless sea of clouds outside. Additionally, this floor featured a spacious and beautiful observation terrace where one could feel the gentle breeze and gaze at the distant clouds and the line where the sea meets the sky, providing immense comfort. How much did this cost? Zhang Shulan couldn't help but exclaim. 20 million, Lin Xuan casually replied while unloading luggage from the car. At that moment, Lin Zheng suddenly pulled Lin Xuan aside. Son, tell your dad the truth. Did you earn all this money from investments? Lin Zheng found it hard to believe. Buying a BMW 8 Series for over $1 million was one thing, but now he had actually purchased a seaside villa worth over 20 million, which was truly unbelievable. Not entirely, Dad. Actually, I have a company in Jinghai City that gives me a monthly bonus of $1 million. What company? Jinwan Technology Co., Ltd. At that moment, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Co., Ltd., Lu Wendy, was hard at work in his office, having not seen his boss for several days. I knew you could do it, son, ha, Lin Zheng said, patting Lin Xian's shoulder with forced smiling. Dad, you were just questioning me a moment ago. Lin Xian rubbed his shoulder, which was sore from the pad, and helplessly said, come on, let's continue moving the luggage. Lin Zheng hurriedly changed the subject. After spending the entire morning, Lin Xian and Lin Zheng finally finished placing all the luggage. Since the seaside villa had not prepared any food supplies, the Lin family had to return to their old home to solve the lunch problem. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the market to buy groceries. When they arrived at the market, Lin Xuan suddenly had a bright idea, remembering that his new home had a dedicated area for Western cuisine. Honey, do you want to eat Western food tonight? Lin Xuan smiled as he turned to Li Mengyao. Huh, husband, you can cook Western food. Li Mengyao couldn't help but show a surprised expression. What can't your husband do? What Western food do you want to eat tonight? Lin Xuan smiled. I want to eat pasta and steak. Li Mengyao smiled brightly, very happy. Okay, Lin Xuan readily agreed. He thought that occasionally changing flavors was quite nice. Before long, Lin Xuan completed all the ingredient shopping and then drove back to the seaside villa. We are back. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stood at the door, calling out loudly with bags of groceries. However, the house was eerily quiet with no one responding. Then the two entered the house, searching for their family's presence. They soon found that Dad Lin Zhenghua was completely engrossed in the exquisite tea room, playing with all sorts of tea sets, unable to put them down. And where is Mom? They went to the kitchen and finally saw Zhang Shulan busying herself with something. At that moment, Zhang Shulan thought that with such a spacious and complete kitchen, she could surely come up with many new dishes. Having such a large villa also had its troubles. It was a bit hard to find people. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao sat side by side on the spacious, comfortable sofa in the living room, silently gazing out at the vast and boundless sea view. Where is Cece? Lin Xuan suddenly thought he hadn't seen her all afternoon. Thus he stood up and began to search for his sister in the various corners of the villa. He started searching from the third floor, but every room was empty, and he couldn't find Lin Cece's shadow anywhere. Could she be in the basement? Lin Xuan then took the elevator down to the basement. The basement was mainly an area for entertainment and relaxation. It featured a luxurious home theater, an advanced game room, and a fully equipped gym, etc. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Lin Xuan caught sight of a familiar figure in the game room. At that moment, Lin Cece was completely focused on the screen, wearing headphones, gripping the game controller tightly, and repeatedly shouting, "Ladies, let's go together." Lin Xuan watched quietly at Lin Cece from behind, a wave of helplessness surging within him. He gently reached out and unplugged the network cable. Suddenly the screen froze and the once lively gaming world fell into absolute silence. Hey, why isn't it moving? Frustrated, Lin Cece tore off her headphones and turned around in anger, only to be astonished to find her elder brother Lin Xuan standing behind her. A sheepish grin crept across her face as she tried to mask her fluster. Bro, what are you doing here? Lin Cece let out a dry chuckle, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and asked sternly, Sis, have you finished your homework? Lin Cece lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, and murmured softly, Almost there. I'm sorry, bro, for sneaking in some gaming. Her voice trailed off. Lin Xuan shook his head, his tone resolute. No? Do you know what you're truly wrong about? Lin Cece looked up, bewildered, staring at Lin Xuan. An hour later, Li Mengyao was still lounging on the spacious and comfortable sofa, playing with her phone. Why hasn't my husband returned after an hour? Li Mengyao murmured to herself. She set down her phone, rose, and began searching for Lin Xuan. Soon in the basement game room, she spotted two familiar figures. Lin Xuan and Lin Cece were utterly absorbed, staring at the screen, headphones on, gripping game controllers tightly, and shouting incessantly, Sis, there's an enemy on the left, take him down. Where? So slow. Brother's got it. Li Mengyao, witnessing the profound sibling bond, beamed with satisfaction and warmth. Honey Cece, don't forget to hydrate while gaming. She gently picked up 2 exquisite little cups and placed them before Lin Xuan and Lin Cece. Ah, darling. Lin Xuan spun around, flustered at the sight of Li Mengyao, and hastily dropped the game controller. Bro, why did you stop? Lin Cece turned her head, as well, her gaze meeting sister-in-law Li Mengyao's, and without hesitation, she also put down the controller. Why aren't you playing? Li Mengyao asked, tenderly settling down close to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan quickly recovered and deflected the blame. It's all Cece's fault for dragging me into this game. Huh. Nonsense, bro. You insisted on joining. Lin Cece retorted without backing down. I never said you couldn't game. Quite the opposite, I find it heartwarming. Li Mengyao let out a soft laugh. Go on playing. They'll just watch quietly from the side. Her eyes radiated love and leniency. Darling, want to join? Lin Xuan smiled at Li Mengyao. May I? But I'm not very good. Li Mengyao hesitated. At that moment, Lin Cece chimed in with a grin. No worries, sister-in-law. Let bro charge ahead to draw fire, and we'll hang back and play it safe. All right. A delighted smile spread across Li Mengyao's face. Time flew by, and soon it was almost dinner time. Zhang Shulan stared at the Western ingredients Lin Xuan had bought, perplexed. How to cook this? Son, the groceries you bought this afternoon. Where are they? Zhang Shulan stepped out of the kitchen only to find neither Lin Xuan nor Li Mengyao in the living room. So she began searching every corner of the villa for them. The trouble with a big house is that finding people is especially hard. Eventually, in the basement game room, Zhang Shulan spotted 3 familiar figures. The trio were happily playing games, and Li Mengyao was laughing heartily. She had rarely experienced such childhood joy when she was little. Just then Zhang Shulan approached Lin Xuan. Son, stop playing. Go prepare dinner. Don't let Mengyao and the little ones go hungry. Zhang Shulan said softly. Okay, I'm on it. Lin Xuan promptly put down the controller, took the elevator to the kitchen, and busied himself with dinner preparations. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao and Lin Cece also stopped playing. They looked like 2 children who had done something wrong, staring at Zhang Shulan with aggrieved expressions. Mengyao, it's fine. Keep playing. Wait till Lin Xuan finishes dinner, then he'll call you. Zhang Shulan consoled with a smile before turning and leaving the room. Lin Cece was dumbfounded. Was this still her mother? In the past, she'd often get caught by mom and get a spanking on her bottom. An hour later, with his 5-star culinary skills, Lin Xuan prepared a lavish Western feast: spaghetti bolognese, pan-seared foie gras, crispy codfish, and chips, and beef Wellington. Every dish was mouth-wateringly tempting. The whole family sat at the spacious dining table ready to enjoy dinner. Bro, you can cook Western food. Lin Cece exclaimed in surprise. Just a change of taste now and then. Dig in. Lin Xuan smiled. Wow, this is amazing. Lin Cece cut a piece of beef Wellington and stuffed it into her mouth, her face brimming with bliss. Zhang Shulan took a bite as well, and had to admit her son's cooking was truly impeccable. Lin Zhenghua also ate with great relish. Is it good? Lin Xuan gazed tenderly at Li Mengyao. Delicious. Li Mengyao's eyes curved in a happy crescent. After dinner, Lin Cece was urged by her mother Zhang Shulan to head to the study to finish her homework. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went up to the 3rd-floor observation terrace, gazing out at the vast, boundless sea with gentle waves caressing their ears. Honey, we're taking wedding photos tomorrow. Li Mengyao nestled like a little bird in Lin Xuan's broad embrace, her voice soft and tender. Want a preview tonight? Lin Xuan flashed a doting smile. How would we preview tonight? Li Mengyao looked up curiously, blinking her lively big eyes puzzled. I bought all the wedding dresses you tried on. They're in our wardrobe now. Lin Xuan grinned. Wasting Li Mengyao scolded playfully, but deep down she was overjoyed. I'd spend any amount on you, darling. Lin Xuan gently kissed her delicate cheek. Thank you, honey. Li Mengyao was deeply moved, reached out her small hands to wrap around his neck, and quickly pressed a sweet lingering kiss on his lips. Then she scurried off to the master bedroom to change. Since putting on a wedding dress was quite complicated, Lin Xuan sat waiting while casually playing on his phone. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Xuan heard light footsteps. He slowly lifted his head, and the sight before him left him utterly spellbound. There she stood, draped in a pristine white wedding gown like a radiant pearl in the dark night, graceful, the heart of the ocean around her neck and the charm of the sea hanging from her ears shimmered with a dazzling blue light in the darkness, as if a beautiful sprite had descended upon the night sky, capturing the world in awe. Beautiful. The gentle sea breeze softly caressed Li Mengyao's jet-black silky hair. She lightly tucked a strand behind her ear, a serene smile curving at the corners of her lips. Lin Xuan's gaze was deeply immersed in his wife's breathtaking beauty, as if time itself had frozen. "Honey, say something." Li Mengyao reached out her small hand and gently pinched Lin Xian's cheek. Lin Xian snapped back to reality as if awakening from a dream and took the opportunity to pull Li Mengyao tightly into his arms. "Honey, you are truly stunning. I feel like everything is a dream," Li Mengyao murmured, nestled in Lin Xian's warm embrace. "A dream?" Lin Xian asked in confusion. "Yes, wearing this beautiful wedding dress and becoming your wife, all of this is as wonderful as a dream to me." Li Mengyao gazed at Lin Xian with affectionate eyes, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Do you know why I have liked you since our freshman year?" Li Mengyao suddenly asked. "Isn't it because of my handsome and dashing appearance?" Lin Xian grinned, playfully, a hint of smugness on his face. "Stop flattering yourself. Although my husband is indeed very handsome, that alone wasn't enough to make me fall completely for you," Li Mengyao said with a playful pout. "Then why?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Do you remember during freshman year in that narrow alley a girl was being harassed by two thugs?" Li Mengyao recalled the past, a trace of emotion in her eyes. "One night during freshman year, I casually saved a girl. Could it be?" Lin Xian was so astonished his mouth fell open. "That girl was me." Li Mengyao shyly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "How could it be?" Lin Xian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. "At that time I was wearing a mask, and it was late at night with dim lighting, so it's normal that you didn't recognize me," Li Mengyao explained gently. "I was really terrified then, but fortunately you saved me." Li Mengyao pressed her small face against Lin Xian's firm, broad chest. "From that moment on I started silently watching you all the way until graduation." Li Mengyao continued, murmuring. Lin Xian never expected that the girl he had casually saved when passing by 4 years ago was none other than Li Mengyao before him. If he had been one step later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long, for meeting you so late." Lin Xian held Li Mengyao tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to melt her into his own body. "Don't say sorry, I am truly happy now." Li Mengyao gently reached out, pressing her index finger against Lin Xian's lips to stop him from continuing. "Honey, from now on we will walk together hand in hand." Lin Xian gazed deeply into Li Mengyao's eyes and solemnly made a promise. Li Mengyao nodded heavily, her eyes shining with happiness. Lin Xian slowly lowered his head gently and firmly kissed those tempting lips. The silhouettes of the two intertwined with the magnificent sea beside them and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, forming a breathtakingly beautiful tableau. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. Early in the morning the sun had just risen, golden sunlight spilling over the sea, glittering and beautiful. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao got up early, ready to start shooting their dream wedding photos. Since the villa was right by the sea, for convenience they directly invited the photography team to their home. First, professional makeup artists carefully designed suitable looks for Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, making them even more beautiful and stunning. After everything was ready, the shooting officially began. The photographers skillfully utilized the natural seaside scenery, capturing many beautiful moments for the couple. They either walked hand in hand along the beach, enjoying the sea breeze, or with the surging waves as a backdrop. Li Mengyao sat elegantly on a rock, while Lin Xian knelt on one knee and proposed to her affectionately. There was also Lin Xian holding Li Mengyao tightly and spinning by the sea, her dress fluttering in the wind like a descending fairy. And more scenes of Li Mengyao standing quietly by the sea, Lin Xian gently wrapping his arms around her waist from behind as they admired the picturesque sunset. After a day of hard work, the wedding photos were finally finished. Though extremely tired, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao both felt it was well worth it. All that remained was to wait and select their favorite photos later. Night fell, and the family sat around the dining table enjoying a simple and warm dinner. After dinner, Li Mengyao, dragging her tired body, lay down on her soft and comfortable big bed, gazing at the charming sea view outside the window, filled with emotion, so tired but finally done shooting. At that moment, Lin Xian walked to the bedside and asked gently, "Would you like to go to the home theater in the basement to watch a movie and relax?" "Yes, I want a horror movie." Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian and Li Mengyao went to the home theater in the basement. The decoration here was exquisite and luxurious, with top-tier high-definition projectors and large projection screens complementing each other, plus a first-class sound system, making one feel as if immersed in a cinematic world. Li Mengyao wanted to watch a horror movie, but Lin Xian did not. After some argument, they finally compromised and chose a disaster film, Armageddon. 3 hours slipped by quietly. The movie finally ended and Lin Xian was still immersed in its gripping plot. This disaster film seemed to remind us to cherish everything we have in the present. "Honey, this movie is really..." He turned his head only to find Li Mengyao fast asleep from exhaustion. Lin Xuan carefully picked her up, left the home theater, and took the elevator back to the master bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed, then held her tightly, just about to fall asleep together when the system's voice sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the wedding photo shoot. Reward of 3 million yuan cash, but no critical hit probability triggered. It has been transferred to the host's bank account through legal means, please check. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, rewarded with 1 lottery chance. The current prize pool includes 1 large luxury Riva 88 Yacht 2, Lamborghini Sion Limited Edition 3, Future Couple Tech Watch 04. Thank you for participating. May the host wish to draw. Draw. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning a pair of Future Couple Tech Watches. They will be placed on your bedside table tomorrow morning. Please check. The system was indeed considerate, knowing that Lin Xuan had just spent most of his money and came to replenish it. However, what exactly was this Future Couple Tech Watch? System, could you give a brief introduction? Certainly. This Future Couple Tech Watch is akin to an upgraded version of the Xiaomi SU7, employing cutting-edge technology from a future era. The system's answer only piqued Lin Xuan's curiosity further. According to the system's introduction, once this couple's watch was worn, it could not only monitor various bodily indicators and provide timely warnings of potential diseases, but also preemptively sense external dangers, sending danger signals, precise location information, and enabling call functions to both parties. More miraculously, in critical moments, it would automatically trigger a protective mechanism based on the surrounding terrain and actual conditions, though this mechanism could only be used once per day. The system could do this. Lin Xuan was filled with anticipation for the Future Couple Tech Watch arriving tomorrow. With it, if his wife encountered any danger while wearing it, he would know immediately. Overflowing with joy, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao tightly as they drifted into a sweet slumber. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room, while the sea outside was as calm as a mirror. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes to find Li Mengyao quietly leaning beside him, her eyes clear and innocent like a fawn's gazing at him. "Honey, you're awake." Li Mengyao smiled softly. "Why are you up so early today?" Lin Xuan reached out and gently caressed her lovely face. "I went to bed quite early last night," Li Mengyao replied. "What's that gift box on the nightstand?" she asked. She had noticed this exquisite gift box early in the morning. Its exterior design was unique, made of a special metallic material that exuded an aura of mystery and technology. "Honey, why don't you open it and see for yourself?" Lin Xuan said with a smile. "I know it's yours and it looks very valuable. I'm afraid I might accidentally break it." Li Mengyao murmured softly. Seeing his wife's adorable expression, Lin Xuan couldn't help but lean in and give her a kiss. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Li Mengyao quickly pushed him away, pouting playfully. "It's fine, your husband doesn't mind," Lin Xuan chuckled. Then Lin Xuan reached out, picked up the exquisite gift box from the nightstand, and gently opened it. A dazzling light immediately burst forth. Focusing his gaze, he saw 2 exquisitely crafted watches lying inside. The first watch had a uniquely designed appearance with a cool metallic texture embedded with mysterious deep black diamonds that sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, as if condensed with boundless power, inspiring awe. The other watch was petite and delicate, adorned with charming pink diamonds twinkling like stars, exuding a sweet aura and radiating elegance and nobility. "Honey, I had these couple watches custom made for us earlier," Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Mengyao was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She eagerly put on the petite pink diamond. Lin Xuan also put on the mysterious cool black diamond watch. "Wow, it's so beautiful." "Thank you, honey." Li Mengyao was as happy as a child, gently shaking her wrist to admire the beautiful accessory. "Honey, let's freshen up quickly. We still need to prepare breakfast later," Lin Xuan reminded her gently. Li Mengyao nodded obediently and followed Lin Xuan into the bathroom to wash up. Shortly after, the two finished their morning routine and hand in hand walked into the living room on the ground floor. Li Mengyao sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze drifting out the window as she waited serenely. Lin Xuan meanwhile dove into the kitchen and busied himself preparing breakfast. Soon a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the table, and the family gathered around enjoying the delicious meal with laughter and chatter. After breakfast, everyone began attending to their own affairs. Zhang Shulan went shopping nearby, Lin Zhenghua left for work, Lin Sisi was doing homework in the study, and Li Mengyao sat quietly on the observation deck on the 3rd floor, basking in the warm sunlight as she flipped through a book. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was in his room attending a high-level meeting for Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Although Lin Xuan had always prioritized family over the trivial and complicated affairs of the company, he still needed to personally participate in matters of great importance. During this video conference, Lin Xuan saw his good roommate, Zhong Zixing, passionately introducing the latest product developed by their department. Seeing Zhong Zixing so confident and professional, Lin Xuan felt immensely gratified. Clearly, Zhong Zixing had fully adapted to his new role as department head and was actively driving the company's development, creating products with greater market competitiveness. After 2 long hours, the tedious meeting finally ended. Even as the company's boss, Lin Xuan, disliked meetings. At noon, Lin Xuan once again carefully prepared a hearty lunch. After the family ate their fill, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, and just after waking up, Lin Xuan was called by Zhang Shulan to work in the garden outside the villa. Then a sudden urgent phone ring pierced the air, ringing several times incessantly. The ringing startled Li Mengyao from her deep slumber. Sleepy-eyed and groggy, she picked up the phone and answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" Li Mengyao's voice still carried a trace of drowsiness. "I'm Lin Xuan's high school classmate. My name is Zhang Huiyan. You must be Lin Xuan's new wife, right?" A woman's voice came through the phone. "Yes, I am. May I ask what you need from my husband?" Li Mengyao instantly snapped awake, a strange feeling rising in her heart. An indescribable sense of alertness. "There's a high school reunion tonight. Would like to invite Lin Xuan. Could you please pass the message to him?" Zhang Huiyan said. "Sure, I'll ask him about it later." After hanging up, Li Mengyao clearly sensed something was off with the other party. A high school reunion. Couldn't they just post a notice in the group chat? Why did she call personally to inform Lin Xuan? Moreover, Li Mengyao detected a faint, almost imperceptible hint of hostility from her. Just then Lin Xuan returned. He saw his wife sitting blankly on the bed, her eyes vacant, as if lost in thought. "Honey, you're awake. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xuan walked over and asked with concern. "Honey, I have something I want to ask you." "What is it?" "Who is Zhang Huiyan?" "Zhang Huiyan. She's my high school classmate. What's wrong?" Lin Xuan gently embraced Li Mengyao and asked softly. "She just called your phone saying she invited you to a class reunion." Li Mengyao lowered her head and whispered, "Then honey, you." Lin Xuan didn't have time to finish. Li Mengyao continued, "Does she like you?" Her eyelids slowly lifted, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan. "Well, back in high school she had been pursuing me, but I never agreed." Lin Xuan answered truthfully. "So she's still holding a torch for you?" Li Mengyao pouted, biting her lip and muttering. Lin Xuan quickly comforted her. "Honey, I wasn't planning on going to any class reunion anyway. He'll stay home and keep you company." His tone was exceedingly tender, making Li Mengyao's heart feel warm. "Honey, you should go. I trust you." Li Mengyao wriggled out of his embrace, tilting her face up to look at him. "No," Lin Xuan said firmly. "Just go. This time you can put an end to her hopes once and for all. So she won't set her sights on my husband anymore." Li Mengyao's lips curled into a sweet smile. Lin Xuan chuckled, unable to resist kissing her forehead. So that was it. His wife wanted him to personally crush Zhang Huiyan's hopes. Night fell quietly, the city lights began to glow, and moonlight spilled like water across the sea. In the master bedroom, Li Mengyao gently and gracefully helped Lin Xuan tidy his clothes. "All right, honey, how do I look?" "Handsome." Li Mengyao smiled, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and sweetness. Lin Xuan looked at himself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and replied with a smile, "A handsome man looks good in anything." "Then go, wearing my dress." Li Mengyao suddenly blurted out. "Lin Xuan." With everything ready, Lin Xuan walked to the garage of his villa. As he just sat into the driver's seat of the Xiaomi SU7, Li Mengyao suddenly came over. "Honey, aren't you going back inside?" Lin Xuan asked in confusion. Li Mengyao glanced around, making sure no one else was nearby. Then she quickly pulled open the car door, gracefully swung her long, slender legs over, and sat on Lin Xuan's lap. In one fluid motion, she reached back and closed the door. "Honey, what are you?" Lin Xuan was taken aback. However, Li Mengyao gave him no chance to ask. She extended her delicate little hands to wrap around Lin Xuan's neck, pressing her alluring, fragrant lips tightly against his neck. A minute passed, and Li Mengyao hurriedly got out of the car, but before leaving she didn't forget to remind Lin Xuan, "Husband, come back soon." Lin Xuan turned on the interior light and checked his neck in the rearview mirror. A small strawberry-shaped hickey had appeared on his neck, strikingly obvious. When did his wife learn to plant a strawberry? Lin Xuan curled his lips, slightly, gently pressed the start button of the Xiaomi SU7, and the car smoothly and slowly drove out of the villa. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived at Jude Restaurant. He skillfully parked the car, then strode through the restaurant entrance and into a private dining room. As soon as he entered, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Xuan, you're finally here." Huang Xinkai approached with a beaming smile. Traffic was a bit heavy, so I'm a little late, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, another discordant voice chimed in. Oh, if it isn't our great Lin. Why are you late? What car did you drive to cause such a delay? The speaker was none other than Chen Feiyu, who walked up to Lin Xuan with a contemptuous look. Lin Xuan ignored his provocation and replied calmly, the one I just drove, a Xiaomi. Chen Feiyu's sneer deepened. Haha, that PCO funk Xiaomi. No wonder you hit traffic. Look at my newly purchased Mercedes-Benz SL. It never runs into traffic. As he spoke, he deliberately flaunted the car key in his hand. Chen Feiyu was a minor rich kid from Yunhai City, who used his family's money to buy his way into Yunhai No. 1 high school, ending up in the same class as Lin Xuan. He had always liked Zhang Huiyan, but unfortunately Zhang Huiyan only had eyes for Lin Xuan. Thus Chen Feiyu was jealous of Lin Xuan and always tried to make trouble for him. However, Lin Xuan excelled academically and was a key prospect of the school, so Chen Feiyu's petty schemes always ended in failure. At that moment, the classmates in the private room were ready to watch the drama, knowing the bad blood between Lin Xuan and Chen Feiyu. Hey Chen Feiyu, who are you trying to impress here? My brother Xian just paid in full for a 20 million yuan Seaview villa at Yunhai residence. What the hell are you? What's there to show off? Huang Xinkai stepped forward to defend Lin Xuan. A Seaview villa at Yunhai residence. Paid in full. Oh, drop it. Stop boasting here. Chen Feiyu replied disdainfully. Although he himself was a slightly wealthy rich kid, it was still quite unlikely for him to pull out tens of millions at once to buy a house. Xinkai, there's no need to argue with someone like him. It's like casting pearls before swine, Lin Xuan said casually, placing his right hand on Huang Xingkai's shoulder. Just then Chen Feiyu's eyes suddenly fell on Lin Xuan's wrist, where he spotted a mysterious and cool black diamond watch. Black diamonds are even more expensive than ordinary diamonds, an extremely rare variety. Chen Feiyu's heart jolted. Could everything Huang Xinkai said be true? Was Lin Xuan really that wealthy? Huang Xinkai felt he couldn't let Chen Feiyu be so arrogant. He quickly pulled out his phone, found the transaction screenshot of Lin Xuan's purchase of the Yunhai residence Seaview villa, and showed it to everyone. Then he sneered at Chen Feiyu. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. How embarrassing. Wow, brother Xian is really loaded. Lin Xuan, you're way too low-key. Yeah, great Lin, can I latch onto your coattails? Take me under your wing. I saw Lin Xuan driving a BMW 8 Series worth over $1 million a few days ago. Lin Xuan's high school classmates flocked around him, showering him with flattery and ingratiating behavior. Left behind, Chen Feiyu stood frozen, his face full of disbelief. Afterward, Lin Xuan and Huang Xinkai went to a corner and sat down next to each other. Just then a pair of eyes had been fixed on Lin Xuan from the moment he stepped into the room, never leaving his sight. And this person was none other than Zhang Huiyan. At this moment, Zhang Huiyan was wearing a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring curves, paired with a delicate face that made it hard to look away. Zhang Huiyan walked over with light steps, slowly sitting down beside Lin Xuan, and said in a soft voice, Lin Xuan, you finally made it. Yeah, long time no see, Lin Xuan replied flatly. Indeed, it has been a long time. Zhang Huiyan nodded gently and continued, how have you been lately? Not bad. Lin Xuan remained as indifferent as before. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to serve the dishes. As the two fell into silence, the class monitor, Chun Dong, interjected at just the right moment to break the tension. Then the waiters began to bring the delicious dishes to the table one after another. During dinner, Zhang Huiyan would always find various topics to chat with Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan only responded casually. However, at that moment, Zhang Huiyan suddenly noticed the faint strawberry mark on Lin Xuan's neck. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the originally prominent strawberry mark had now faded slightly, yet it could still be discerned upon closer inspection. Zhang Huiyan clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, someone suggested that a high school reunion without drinks wouldn't be complete. Soon everyone began to toast one another. Many wanted to drink with Lin Xuan. Come on, Xiangu, I toast you a drink. Xiangu, I want to toast you too. Sorry, I have to drive later, I can't drink. Can't you just call a designated drink? It's rare for classmates to gather, let's enjoy ourselves. After saying this, the two of them downed a full glass of alcohol in one go. In fact, Lin Xuan was not unable to drink, but getting drunk and returning home with the smell of alcohol might make Li Mengyao uncomfortable. So he softly said, you all drink slowly, I need to step out for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xuan stepped out of the private room. As Lin Xuan took a deep breath of fresh air outdoors, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels tapping on the ground behind him. Lin Xuan, are you really married? Zhang Huiyan hurriedly approached and asked. Lin Xuan slowly turned around and calmly replied, that's right. Why? Zhang Huiyan pressed on. What do you mean, wife? Lin Xuan looked puzzled. Why is it that after I liked you for so many years, just when I was about to return to find you, you suddenly got married? Zhang Huiyan finally lost control of her emotions, tears gushing from her eyes like a flood, her voice filled with despair and reluctance. Because I met the right person, Lin Xuan said firmly. This statement struck Zhang Huiyan's heart like, do you really love her? Zhang Huiyan asked. Lin Xian's mind began to recall the moments spent. The figure who always lacked a sense of security but would unhesitatingly rush to protect Lin Xian in times of danger, the gentle face that would always rush to his embrace as soon as he returned home, and the adorable manner of tightly hugging Lin Xian every night to fall asleep peacefully. These beautiful memories made Lin Xian's lips involuntarily curve into a smile. Yes, I love my wife very much, Lin Xian said with conviction. What about me? Am I not as good as her? Where exactly am I inferior to her? Zhang Huiyan asked, her eyes wide open, unwilling to accept the truth. Lin Xian looked at her and softly said, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone. You have your own unique charm that is not inferior to anyone. It's just that we lack that fateful connection between us. Zhang Huiyan gazed into Lin Xian's steady and calm eyes, understanding in her heart that no matter what, this fact could not be changed. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, all right then. Lin Xian, I wish you happiness. From now on I won't disturb you anymore. Thank you, I also hope you can find the right partner, Lin Xian replied. Then Zhang Huiyan turned and left. At this moment Lin Xian thought to himself that this should put an end to any entanglement, as he certainly did not want his wife to be upset over this matter. Lin Xian stayed outside for a while longer, estimating that it was about time to head home, and returned to the private room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Huang Xinkai had already gotten completely drunk. As soon as Huang Xinkai saw Xian Ge walk in, he swayed to his feet and stumbled over to Lin Xian, tightly hugging his thigh without letting go. I want to tell you, Xian Ge is super rich. He bought a seaside villa outright. He's just too low. At this moment Lin Xian was quite speechless. Lin Xian, could you please take Huang Xinkai home? Class monitor Chen Tang asked Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian and Huang Xinkai had been good friends since high school, Chen Tang asked Lin Xian to take Huang Xinkai home. All right, leave it to me. Lin Xian then struggled to get Huang Xinkai into the car and started the engine, driving towards Huang Xingkai's rental apartment. Huang Xingkai's home was in a small county in Yunhai City, so he could only rent a place to live here. Lin Xian exerted a lot of effort to bring Huang Xinkai to the bottom of the rental building. Xinkai, what floor do you live on? Lin Xian asked. 7. Huang Xinkai answered drowsily. Lin Xian looked up and couldn't help but groan. There was no elevator here. If he had known earlier, he would have just found a nearby hotel to stay in. With no other choice, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to carry Huang Xinkai on his back, step by step, making his way upstairs. Finally, he managed to carry Huang Xinkai to the 7th floor. If it hadn't been for the system initially granting him a 100 enhancement to his physical attributes, Lin Xian would have probably collapsed from exhaustion, considering Huang Xinkai weighed 180 pounds. Where's the key? Lin Xian asked anxiously. However, at that moment Huang Xinkai had long since fallen into a deep sleep, completely unresponsive to Lin Xian's inquiries. Thus he could only search Huang Xinkai, hoping to find the key. However, after a thorough search, Lin Xian was quite speechless. He should not have attended this high school reunion. Lin Xian certainly would not leave Huang Xinkai outside for the entire night. With no other choice, he had to carry Huang Xinkai on his back once again and head toward a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mengyao lay alone in bed, her eyes reflecting clear signs of worry. It was almost 11 p.m. Why hadn't her husband returned yet? Calling him only prompted a notice that his phone was off. Could something have happened? At that moment, she suddenly remembered the pink diamond watch Lin Xian had given her earlier, and how the black diamond watch he wore had a mutual positioning function. Thinking of this, Li Mengyao hurriedly sat up, quickly rummaging through the drawer of the bedside table for the small, exquisite, and dazzling pink diamond watch. Then she activated the positioning function of the watch and nervously stared at the information displayed on the screen. However, when she saw the positioning result, her face instantly turned pale as a sheet. The result clearly indicated that Lin Xian was actually in a hotel. Why would my husband appear at a hotel? Could he have been seduced by Zhang Huiyan? No, Lin Xian is not that kind of man. Or perhaps his high school classmates got him drunk, and Zhang Huiyan took advantage of the situation. The more Li Mengyao thought about it, the more terrified she became. Her anxiety intensified and her gaze remained fixed on the phone's location tracker, not daring to relax for a single moment. 10 minutes later, Li Mengyao noticed that Lin Xian's location was moving toward their home, and she finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. After another long 20 minutes, Lin Xian finally returned to the villa and entered the master bedroom. When he pushed open the door, the sight before him caught him completely off guard. Li Mengyao lunged at him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. "Honey, where have you been? Coming back so late without even answering a single call." Li Mengyao pouted angrily, her little fists raining down on Lin Xuan like a storm. "Call a." Lin Xuan, while enduring the flurry of tiny punches, fumbled in his pocket to pull out his phone. It was dead. It turned out that after settling Huang Xinkai, Lin Xuan had driven straight home, without a moment's pause, never once checking his phone, unaware that it had already run out of battery and shut down automatically. "Sweetheart, my phone died," Lin Xuan quickly explained. At that moment, Li Mengyao simply hugged him tightly, pressing her face against his chest, refusing to let go. "Honey, let me take a shower first, and then I'll explain everything, okay?" Lin Xuan gently lifted Li Mengyao and softly placed her back on the bed. Li Mengyao nodded, faintly, lying quietly. Ever since Lin Xuan had returned, the unease in her heart gradually dissipated. Immediately after, Lin Xuan stepped into the bathroom to shower. In just 10 minutes he was out again. Having lived together for so long, Li Mengyao had grown accustomed to her husband's lightning-fast showers. Are all men this quick? At that moment, Lin Xuan climbed onto the bed and gently wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao from behind. "Baby, are you still angry? Calling me baby won't help. Then what should I call you? Call me whatever you like." Li Mengyao still had her back to Lin Xuan, refusing to acknowledge him. Seeing that his wife wouldn't respond, Lin Xuan could only continue holding her. "Get away." Li Mengyao turned around, extending her small hands to push against his chest, trying to shove him off. However, Lin Xuan had been waiting for this moment. He swiftly stretched out his arms, pulling Li Mengyao tightly into his embrace. "Honey, I was wrong." A gentle smile spread across Lin Xuan's face as he spoke softly. "What were you doing coming back so late?" Li Mengyao pouted and demanded angrily. "I went to a class reunion," Lin Xuan explained. "And then? Nothing else." Li Mengyao pressed on. "Then as I was about to leave, I saw Huang Xinkai completely drunk, so I took him back," Lin Xuan replied. "Back where?" Li Mengyao immediately asked. "I tried to take him home, but I couldn't find his keys anywhere. So I had no choice but to find a nearby hotel and settle him in." Lin Xuan recounted the entire story in detail. "Oh." Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, seemingly lost in thought. "What, honey? What did you think I was doing?" "My." Lin Xuan lifted her chin and asked with a smile. "Nothing. Nothing." Li Mengyao's gaze darted away, unable to meet his eyes. "I just saw on your watch that you were at a hotel and you weren't answering your calls, so I got really worried." Li Mengyao mumbled, her eyes lowered. "Worried about what?" Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he asked softly. "That some vixen had seduced you." Li Mengyao huffed, annoyed that he had to press the issue when he knew she was thin-skinned. Then she raised her little hand and pinched Lin Xuan's waist. Of course, Lin Xuan didn't dodge. He even offered his waist willingly for his wife to pinch. After all, he had indeed made her worry this time. "And did you make things clear with Zhang Huiyin?" Li Mengyao suddenly remembered and asked. "I did. I told her I love my wife deeply. She won't bother me anymore," Lin Xuan said gently. "Oh." Li Mengyao lowered her head again. "Honey, are you still angry now?" Lin Xuan gazed at her tenderly and asked once more. "A little bit, mm." Lin Xuan bent down and captured her delicate red lips. Time quickly passed to the next morning, and sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Lin Xuan was awakened by his biological clock. He stretched lazily, then quickly got up, ready to prepare a hearty, loving breakfast for his family. After breakfast, Lin Xuan received a phone call. "Hello, your package has arrived. I've placed it in the parcel locker at the entrance of your villa. Please pick it up at your convenience." A young courier's voice came from the other end. "Okay, thank you," Lin Xuan replied politely. "Honey, who was that?" Li Mengyao leaned in curiously and asked. "It's the package. He'll go get it," Lin Xuan said, giving Li Mengyao a kiss and smiling. "I have a few packages too. Honey, bring them back together," Li Mengyao said with a laugh. "Sure." Lin Xuan stood up, walked to the door, changed into a pair of comfortable flip-flops, and headed out. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived at the parcel locker at the villa entrance. He entered the pickup code as instructed and successfully retrieved his own package. However, after waiting for a while, his wife still hadn't sent the pickup codes. Just as Lin Xuan was about to call and ask, a series of pickup codes suddenly popped up on his phone screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Xuan counted. There were over a dozen packages in total. His eyes widened. What on earth had his wife bought? Lin Xuan had no choice but to go to the villa's storage room, fetch a small cart, and bring all the parcels back home. "Thank you, dear." Li Mengyao stepped forward to greet him, her face radiant with a blissful smile. Gently rising on tiptoe, she left a sweet kiss on Lin Xuan's cheek. Then she eagerly began opening the packages one after another. "Honey, what exactly did you buy? How can there be so many?" Lin Xuan asked curiously. I bought new clothes for everyone in our family, 2 sets each. Li Mengyao replied tenderly, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction. She first picked out clothes for herself and Lin Xuan, and after trying them on, both appeared even more spirited. Then she selected 2 beautiful dresses for Lin Cc, 2 exquisite cheongsams for Zhang Shulan, and 2 high-end suits for Lin Zhenghua. Honey, what about you? What did you buy? Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xuan. I bought clothes for you too. Lin Xuan's lips curled into his signature charming smile. You bought clothes for me? Li Mengyao was a bit surprised. Were the clothes her husband bought proper? Well, didn't I mention earlier that I was going to teach you swimming? So I bought you a swimsuit. Lin Xuan's tone carried a hint of mystery. What kind of swimsuit did you buy? Li Mengyao asked curiously. You'll see when you put it on later. Then Lin Xuan left the master bedroom and walked to the swimming pool in front of the villa's garden. He took out his tools, opened the drain valve, watched the clear water flow out slowly, then began scrubbing the pool walls and bottom meticulously with a brush. The camera cut back to the master bedroom, where Li Mengyao sat on the bed, holding the package Lin Xuan had just brought. She opened it to reveal a swimsuit, and a blush crept across her delicate face. Lin Xuan busied himself by the pool for half an hour, finishing all preparations. Considering Li Mengyao's pregnancy, he deliberately raised the water temperature to 30 degrees Celsius. Yet after waiting a while, why wasn't his wife coming down? Was changing into a swimsuit that difficult? Just as Lin Xuan was about to go upstairs to check, Li Mengyao finally descended slowly. Stop staring. Li Mengyao's face flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks puffed. Lin Xuan snapped back to reality and took her hand, leading her toward the pool. Lin Xuan leaped into the pool first, then spread his arms, a gentle smile on his face, and called softly, "Dear, come on in." Li Mengyao stood by the pool, hesitating slightly, a trace of fear flickering in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, "I am still a bit scared." She cautiously extended one slender leg, gently touched the pool surface, and found the water pleasant. "It's okay, your husband is here," Lin Xuan quickly reassured her. "Then you have to catch me," Li Mengyao said in a coquettish tone. "I promise to catch you," Lin Xuan vowed. Then Li Mengyao gathered her courage, closed her eyes tightly, and leaped into the pool. With swift reflexes, Lin Xuan caught her firmly in his arms. To Li Mengyao's surprise, she didn't sink. She opened her beautiful eyes curiously and saw Lin Xuan's handsome, charming face. They floated quietly above the pool. At this moment, Li Mengyao could only hold on to Lin Xuan tightly, afraid to let go, fearing she might sink to the bottom. "Honey, you don't have to hold on so tightly," Lin Xuan said with a gentle laugh. "No," Li Mengyao insisted, shaking her cute little head firmly. Lin Xuan sighed helplessly and continued to soothe her. "Dear, holding me like this isn't a solution. Let me get a float ring for you." With that, Lin Xuan carried Li Mengyao and swam toward the shore. Why hadn't he given her the float ring from the start? That rascal husband did it on purpose again. As these thoughts ran through her mind, Li Mengyao lowered her head and bit him. "Ouch! Why does my wife bite people again?" Lin Xuan winced in pain. "Phil bite you." Li Mengyao pouted. Then Lin Xuan gently set Li Mengyao back on the shore, took out a cute float ring from the side, handed it to her, and said tenderly, "Dear, put this on and try swimming." Li Mengyao took the float ring, carefully slipped it on, and jumped into the pool. She floated nervously on the surface, afraid to make any big movements. Seeing this, Lin Xuan quickly took her hand and encouraged her, "Don't be afraid, dear. Try kicking backward with your calves and feel the force of the water." Li Mengyao nodded, following Lin Xuan's instructions, and moved her calves diligently, swimming forward. Since Li Mengyao was currently pregnant, practicing breath control would require frequent breath holding, which could affect oxygen supply and lead to hypoxia for both mother and fetus. So for safety, Lin Xuan advised her not to practice breath control. Instead, he patiently guided her to first get familiar with the water. Gradually, Li Mengyao's movements became more proficient, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, in the game room on the villa's basement level, Lin Cc sat at the computer desk, both hands gripping the mouse, eyes fixed on the screen, her face full of tension and focus. However, despite her best efforts, she had lost several rounds in a row, which infuriated her. "Enough is enough." Lin Cc angrily slapped the table, stood up, and went upstairs to find some snacks to comfort her wounded spirit. She entered the villa's elevator, pressed the button, and soon arrived on the ground floor. After exiting the elevator, she headed straight to the kitchen and took out a large bag of snacks. Just as she tore open the package ready to eat, she suddenly heard laughter not far away. Lin Cc turned around and saw her brother and sister-in-law happily swimming in the villa garden. "That rascal brother didn't even call me. No wonder he told me this morning to enjoy myself in the game room." Lin Cc had loved swimming since childhood. So she put down the snacks, hurried back to her room to change into a tight swimsuit, then quickly jogged to the garden pool and leaped in. Brother sister-in-law am joining the fun too. In the blink of an eye it was afternoon. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, after a satisfying sleep, received the seaside wedding photo album carefully selected by the photography company. In the spacious and bright hall there was a set of soft and comfortable sofas. Zhang Shulan sat elegantly in one with her daughter-in-law Li Mengyao on her left and her son Lin Xuan on her right. Above the sofa a small and adorable head popped up. It was Lin Cece. So beautiful, Zhang Shulan murmured as she flipped through the album, her admiration evident. Every page is a classic, she continued. Mom, which picture do you like the most? Li Mengyao asked with, This one is truly stunning. Zhang Shulan pointed to a photo. There Li Mengyao sat gracefully on a rock like a fairy while Lin Xuan knelt on one knee gazing at her with deep affection as he proposed. At that moment Lin Zhenghua paced back and forth behind them wanting to join in. However, four little heads huddled together, closely, completely blocking the album from view. Lin Zhenghua had no choice but to silently return to the sofa across from them. Ding dong. Suddenly Lin Xian's phone rang with a bright, clear tone. Lin Zhenghua, son, I want to see too. Lin Xian, Dad, wait a moment, I have the online version. Lin Zhenghua sent it over quickly. Then Lin Xian sent the online album pictures to the family group chat. Lin Zhenghua began to closely examine the beautiful wedding photos of his son and daughter-in-law by the seaside, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips. Lin Xian picked 9 photos from these which perfectly formed a grid of 9 and posted a dynamic on. In the caption Lin Xian wrote, Memories of the Sea, Traces of Love. Soon a series of comments appeared. Zhou Quan, wow Xiange, you are so romantic. Zhong Zixing, Xiange, you really know how to sprinkle dog food. Shun Jingming, what about the wedding? Lin Wanqing, my sister-in-law is so beautiful. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao also posted the same content on her moments. Her caption read, Your companionship, the harbor of my heart. Ah, Yao Yao is simply stunning. Yang Lin, oh my, this is so sweet. Lu Yusin, my Yao Yao must be happy. After dinner in the evening, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and took a stroll in the park near Yanhai home. The park was incredibly beautiful, not only accompanied by the sea, but also surrounded by lush trees, making it quite pleasant. There were aunties dancing in the square, children playing on the slide, and young people jogging for exercise. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand, chatting and laughing in the park. Suddenly Li Mengyao stopped in her tracks, staring intently at the food street, not far ahead. Lin Xuan quickly realized, swiftly blocking her view with his tall figure. He gently suggested, Wife, we've walked quite a bit already, shall we head back? However, Li Mengyao did not respond, but instead smiled brightly, saying, Hubby, I want to eat that. Her slender hand pointed towards the food street ahead. Lin Xuan helplessly said, Wife, I can cook whatever you want at home. I'm just worried about the hygiene of the food outside. Li Mengyao pouted, looking at Lin Xuan with big, innocent eyes, and pleaded, Hubby, I really want to eat it just this once, okay? As she said that, she raised a finger, making a one gesture indicating she would only eat a little bit. No way, Lin Xuan said sternly. Just this once. Hubby, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao immediately became anxious, grabbing Lin Xian's arm and shaking it. Although hubby cooks delicious meals, we should occasionally taste the flavors of the world. Li Mengyao pouted, her cute lips, her round eyes wide open, looking adorable. Under Li Mengyao's persistent persuasion and her adorable antics, Lin Xuan ultimately agreed. They then joined hands and walked into a bustling food street. The place was bustling with people, and the aroma of various delicious dishes wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Li Mengyao excitedly pulled Lin Xuan to a small stall. Boss, please give us 2 skewers of grilled lamb, she cheerfully shouted. Sure, 10 yuan per skewer, a total of 20 yuan. The boss responded enthusiastically. In no time, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had a steaming lamb skewer in hand. Lin Xuan took a bite. Although the meat was not of the best quality, at least it was fresh. Hubby, here you go. Li Mengyao handed Lin Xuan the remaining half of her skewer. What's wrong? Can't finish it. Lin Xuan took the opportunity to say, If you can't finish, we can head back. Not at all. I want to taste a little bit of everything, and then I'll leave the rest for you, hubby. Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her cute little tongue, blinking her lively big eyes. This girl was really cool. Lin Xuan chuckled helplessly, and then he was pulled by Li Mengyao to continue exploring the lively food street. Boss, please give us 2 portions of pan-fried buns. Boss, please give us 2 portions of grilled squid. Wow, this looks so delicious. Boss, let's have 2 portions of takoyaki. Just then Li Mengyao suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar stinky smell, and an excited smile spread across her face. Boss, please give us 2 portions of stinky. Lin Xuan quickly grabbed Li Mengyao, covering her mouth, before she could blurt it out. He awkwardly said to the boss, "We'll skip the stinky tofu." Wife, stinky tofu is a fermented food. Since you are pregnant, it's best not to eat it, okay? Lin Xuan gently advised. All right. Although Li Mengyao felt a bit disappointed, she nodded obediently. Soon they were nearly full. After Li Mengyao fed Lin Xuan the last takoyaki, she patted her belly contentedly, ready to head home. At that moment, Lin Xuan casually glanced over and suddenly noticed a small stall selling candied hawthorns not far ahead. His eyes brightened and a smile crept onto his lips as he turned to his wife beside him, gently asking, "Wife, do you want to eat candied hawthorns?" "No." Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Huiyin quietly observed everything. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao continued to stay in Yunhai City for a few more days, and today they began preparing to return to Jinghai City. At noon, the family gathered for a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Zhang Shulan carried a large pile of luggage to the Xiaomi SU7 and began stuffing it into the trunk. "Mom, that's enough. If you stuff any more, it won't fit." Lin Xuan looked helplessly at his mother's busy figure and tried to dissuade her. "It's fine, trust Mom's ability," Zhang Shulan replied, without looking up, her hands continuing to work. She stuffed one bag after another into the trunk until the entire space was filled. After finishing the back, she could still stuff things in the front. Finally, all the luggage was loaded into the car. Zhang Shulan clapped her hands with satisfaction. "All right, that should be about it," she said. Everything was ready. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao bid farewell to his parents. "Son Mengyao, come back and visit us when you have time," Zhang Shulan reminded with a smile. "Be safe on the road," Lin Zhengwei added. "Brother, sister-in-law, make sure to come back often." Lin Sisi held Li Mengyao's hand and said reluctantly, "Okay, Mom and Dad." Lin Xuan smiled. "Sisi, you can come to Jinghai City to play when you're free," Li Mengyao said to Lin Sisi with a smile. "Great, I'll definitely go." Lin Sisi nodded happily. Then Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got into the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system automatically navigated to Jinwan Mansion in Jinghai City, and the car slowly started driving away from the Yunhai home villa. Lin Xuan looked back through the window and saw his parents and sister standing at the door waving goodbye to them. His heart was filled with warmth and emotion, knowing that no matter where he went, family would always be his strongest support. Just as the car was about to arrive in Jinghai City, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao's future tech watches suddenly emitted a warning voice. "Warning! Your destination Jinghai City will be hit by a strong typhoon within the next 4 days. Please take precautions." A strong typhoon. Both Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were slightly stunned. They exchanged a glance and looked out the window, only to find a harmonious and brilliant sunny scene that showed no sign of an approaching typhoon. "Is it true?" Li Mengyao asked with a frown. "It should be real," Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan still trusted the system very much. Soon the Xiaomi SU7 came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had finally returned to Jinghai City. After moving all the luggage back into Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xuan prepared to go out. "Honey, where are you going?" Li Mengyao asked. "I'm going to buy some food for the next 4 days and some emergency supplies. I'm worried that we won't be able to go out once the strong typhoon hits." Lin Xuan smiled. "Oh, okay, then come back early." Li Mengyao looked outside the window. The sky was still clear and sunny. She said with some worry, "But we just arrived and now we have to face a strong typhoon. Isn't that a bit too unlucky?" "It's fine. We can just stay at home and have a good time for a few days." Lin Xuan comforted her. "Be careful on the road." Li Mengyao nodded softly. "Okay." Lin Xuan cupped Li Mengyao's face, gave her a gentle kiss on her lips, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao did some simple cleaning at home. As she was cleaning quietly, she inadvertently looked up and felt a sudden tightness in her heart. She was astonished to find that the sky to her left was still bright and sunny, but to her right a massive dark cloud accompanied by lightning was approaching at an alarming speed. The clear blue sky and white clouds vanished in an instant. Soon the entire Jinwan Mansion was shrouded in dark clouds with howling winds sweeping through. Li Mengyao looked out the window with worry. Although she was terrified of thunder, she was even more concerned about her husband, who had not yet returned. Meanwhile, after buying some food, Lin Xuan was about to purchase other supplies. Suddenly, the black diamond tech watch on his wrist sounded an alarm again. "Alert! Attention! This super typhoon will intensify further within 10 minutes, forming a mega typhoon. It is expected to make landfall in Jinghai City in 20 minutes. Please evacuate immediately." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan broke into a sprint. After putting his purchases in the trunk, he quickly got into the driver's seat, took the wheel of the Xiaomi SU7i, and floored the accelerator, racing home. Back at Jinwan Mansion, Li Mengyao also received an alert from her pink diamond tech watch. At this moment, she was extremely anxious, her hands clasped tightly together as she prayed that her husband would return safely within 20 minutes. The sky was now covered with dark clouds with fierce winds and thunderous lightning. Li Mengyao was terrified. She hid behind the door, trembling, her eyes fixed on the window, hoping that familiar figure would appear soon. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no sound at the door. 10 minutes passed, and there was not even a trace of Lin Xuan. 15 minutes passed. The super typhoon was about to sweep through Jinghai City. The windows were rattling violently, as if they could shatter at any moment. The raging wind tore mercilessly through the entire city, sending chills down one's spine. Li Mengyao's face turned pale. She covered her ears with both hands, trying to alleviate her fear. Trembling, she opened the location system on her tech watch to check Lin Xuan's position. The system showed that Lin Xuan was racing toward home, getting closer and closer to Jinwan Mansion. Upon seeing this, Li Mengyao felt slightly relieved. She stood anxiously at the door, observing the outside through the door camera. Finally, the 20-minute mark arrived. The super typhoon had officially made landfall in Jinghai City. The wind howled, rain poured in torrents, and the whole world became dark and dim. The entire Jinghai City seemed to have plunged into a terrifying vortex. The tall buildings swayed precariously in the gale. Yet Li Mengyao stared intently at the location system on her watch. Lin Xuan's location showed that he was already at Jinwan Mansion, but he wasn't answering his phone. Why hadn't he come up yet? Could he have encountered some danger downstairs? At this thought, Li Mengyao grew very frightened, and her eyes slowly reddened. She waited anxiously at the door, pacing back and forth. Just as she decided to go downstairs to look for Lin Xuan and was about to open the door suddenly opened. Lin Xuan walked in dripping wet, carrying a large bag. His hair was soaked with rain, and his clothes were completely drenched, making him look utterly disheveled. But when he saw Li Mengyao, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said softly, "Honey, I'm home." This call made Li Mengyao burst into tears. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Lin Xuan's arms, hugging him tightly, as if afraid that he might disappear again. "Whoa!" Li Mengyao cried bitterly. Her tears flowed like a burst dam, unstoppable. "Honey, I'm sorry for making you worry." Lin Xuan gently patted her back to comfort her. Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xuan through tear-filled eyes and choked out, "No, don't apologize. You're back, that's all that matters." Her hands clutched tightly at Lin Xuan's clothes, as if only then could she confirm that he had truly returned to her side. Outside, the super typhoon still raged violently over Jinghai City, with howling winds and torrential rain. But inside, the two held each other tightly, enjoying each other's warmth and love. In their world, there was no storm, only each other's presence. Lin Xuan tenderly cupped Li Mengyao's face, using his thumb to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, whispering softly, "Don't cry, I'm perfectly fine." Li Mengyao still couldn't stop her tears, gazing at Lin Xuan through misty eyes. "If you keep crying, you won't look pretty anymore." Lin Xuan looked at her with heartfelt concern, soothing her gently. "I don't care about looking pretty as long as I have my husband." Li Mengyao choked out, "Let me change clothes, or we'll both catch colds, okay?" Lin Xuan coaxed her with tenderness in his eyes. "He'll go with you." Li Mengyao sniffled, clutching Lin Xuan's hand and refusing to let go. "All right." Lin Xuan smiled gently, allowing Li Mengyao to hold his hand tightly as they walked together into the bedroom. "I need to change now. Can you let go of one little hand?" Lin Xuan asked with a doting smile, his eyes full of affection. "Okay." Li Mengyao nodded sheepishly, quickly releasing his hand, then shyly turned her head away, not daring to look at him. Seeing this, Lin Xuan swiftly stripped off his soaked clothes and tossed them aside. Soon he was dressed in dry, comfortable pajamas, looking refreshed and energized. "Honey, your clothes are wet too. Please change quickly, or you'll catch cold." Lin Xuan smiled. "Then turn around first, honey," Li Mengyao said shyly. "All right." Lin Xuan obediently turned his back. Normally he wouldn't be so well-behaved and would inevitably try to tease her. But now that his wife had just been so frightened, it was better not to play tricks. As he mused, a pair of small hands gently wrapped around his waist. He smiled softly and turned to face the tearful, aggrieved Li Mengyao. "Your husband is always here, and I will never abandon you or our baby. Don't overthink it. Let's sleep together, okay?" Lin Xuan comforted her tenderly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, her voice tinged with a playful pout. Lin Xuan carefully lifted Li Mengyao, gently placing her on the bed, then lay down closely beside her. "Honey, sleep well. Everything will be better when you wake up." He coaxed her to sleep. Perhaps because she felt the warmth of Lin Xuan's presence, or because she was exhausted from crying, Li Mengyao soon fell into a deep slumber in his arms. Only after Li Mengyao was completely asleep did Lin Xuan carefully get up, leave the room, and properly store the food he had bought earlier. Then he went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for Li Mengyao. He knew she would be hungry when she woke up. After finishing dinner preparation, Lin Xuan put the dishes into the warmer and checked the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. He returned to the room, slipped back beside Li Mengyao, and lay quietly listening to her breathing, his heart filled with peace and contentment. Perhaps sensing the movement, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes. "Honey, are you hungry?" Lin Xuan asked softly, looking at her with tenderness. I'm hungry. Carry me, honey." Li Mengyao nodded slightly, stretching out her arms with a faint smile. "All right." Lin Xuan chuckled dotingly, then gently lifted her up horizontally in his arms. Soon they reached the dining room. Lin Xuan softly set Li Mengyao onto a chair, then turned to open the warmer and brought out the steaming dinner. "Honey, when did you make dinner?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "While you were sleeping just now," Lin Xuan replied with. Li Mengyao's heart warmed, feeling enveloped by happiness. She couldn't resist leaning in and planting a sweet, gentle kiss on Lin Xuan's lips. "Thank you, honey." Li Mengyao blushed, then began to eat in small bites. Lin Xuan sat beside her quietly, watching his wife eat, his eyes full of doting joy. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao snuggled together on the wide, soft sofa, enjoying the cozy moment. Outside, the wind still howled fiercely, but warmth filled the room. "Honey, are you still scared?" Lin Xuan asked softly, gently stroking her hair. "A little." Li Mengyao still clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. "Let's play a game, honey," Lin Xuan suddenly suggested, hoping to distract her and ease her fear. "Great. What shall we play?" Li Mengyao perked up with a happy smile. "King of Glory." Lin Xuan thought of a game she could pick up quickly. After all, the Summoner's Rift was a bit too challenging for most girls. "Honey, I've played that game before," Li Mengyao said softly. "After a few ranked matches with Yusin, I stopped playing. Lu Yusin Yao and I played 5 ranked games. She fed 100 kills, 20 per game on average. I couldn't take it anymore." "Why?" Lin Xuan asked with a smile. "Because I kept dying right after respawning." Li Mengyao pouted sadly, looking innocent. Lin Xuan burst out laughing. "Don't laugh." Li Mengyao puffed her cheeks in mock anger and lightly pounded his chest with her little fists. Okay, you'll stop." Lin Xuan quickly soothed her, then looked at her seriously. "It's fine. I'm sure it's Yusin's fault, not yours. Lu Yusin, your husband will carry you. I guarantee we'll take off." Lin Xuan puffed his chest with confidence. Come on, Lin Xuan was a man of the canyon's peak. How could he ever lose at a mere game like King of Glory? Even with an AFK teammate, he would still win. "Really, honey?" Li Mengyao looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Of course. Log in, honey." Lin Xuan opened his phone confidently. Li Mengyao opened hers as well. "Timmy." With the game sound effect, the two entered the world of King. Both were in platinum rank. Lin Xuan had decayed from inactivity, while Li Mengyao had reached her highest achievable tier. Platinum rank. He could win with one hand tied behind his back. Lin Xuan sneered disdainfully. Defeat. 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 Lin Xuan looked at his phone screen with a look of unwillingness. Lost again. His wife really wasn't cut out for gaming. "Honey, I'm sorry I lost again." Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xuan pitifully, her voice tinged with guilt. Lin Xuan quickly pulled Li Mengyao into a tight embrace and comforted her gently. "Honey, there's nothing to be sorry about. It's all the fault of the other 3 teammates." As he spoke, he gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin and kissed her deeply. "It's getting late. We should go to sleep," Lin Xuan said softly, his eyes full of adoration. Li Mengyao nodded obediently, letting Lin Xuan carry her slowly toward the bedroom. Lin Xuan thought to himself that if he lost any more games, he might not be able to sleep tonight. Back on the soft, comfortable bed, they held each other tightly and soon drifted into a sweet slumber. In the past few days, the super typhoon's landfall had brought massive impacts to Jinghai City, with many areas suffering from water and power outages. However, Lin Xuan's residence, Jinwan Mansion, was not greatly affected and still had normal water and electricity supply. This was entirely due to the neighborhood's good quality and well-established preventive measures. During this special period, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao spent their time watching movies, binge-watching shows, and happily playing games together. After another losing streak, Lin Xuan couldn't hold back anymore. "Honey, have you ever thought about trying a different hero?" Lin Xuan said with a smile to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao really liked playing the Bull Demon King. She would charge straight at anyone she saw. "Huh, I think the Bull Demon King is pretty fun." Li Mengyao blinked her big eyes and replied. "Who taught you to play the Bull Demon King?" Lin Xuan asked curiously. "Uxin. She said that having a big guy in front makes her little Luban feel safer." Li Mengyao answered. "That's nonsense, honey. Let me recommend a hero more suited for you. Her name is Yao." Lin Xuan laughed after hearing that, then said seriously. "Yao? I don't think I've ever played that hero." Li Mengyao asked in confusion. "It's very simple. Just tap wherever it lights up, and make sure to use your ultimate on your husband. Lin Xuan smiled. Okay, I'll give it a try. Li Mengyao nodded slightly to show she understood. So they started another game. This time Lin Xuan. In the blink of an eye a few days passed, and the super typhoon slowly left the city. That evening Li Mengyao was quietly leaning against the headboard reading a book, while Lin Xuan lay on the bed staring blankly at his wife. Lin Xuan silently counted the days, and suddenly realized that Li Mengyao was already 16 weeks pregnant, about to enter her 17th week. At this stage the baby's hearing was gradually developing. They could already perceive some sound stimuli from the outside world, making it the perfect time for prenatal education. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but quietly inch closer to Li Mengyao and gently lifted her clothes. Honey, what are you doing again? Li Mengyao was startled, tossed her book aside, and reached out to grab Lin Xuan's hand to stop him. But it was too late. Lin Xuan had already seen her soft, fair belly. Honey, look, our baby is already 16 weeks old. From now on we can start prenatal education for the babies. Lin Xuan's face lit up with a happy smile. Oh, so what kind of prenatal education are you planning? Li Mengyao blinked her eyes curiously. Something like this. With that, Lin Xuan leaned down and gently kissed Li Mengyao's soft belly, which exuded a faint fragrance. You stinky husband. Li Mengyao was ticklish and used both hands to push Lin Xuan's head away. Alright, I'm sorry. Let's start the music prenatal education. Lin Xuan quickly conceded. Then he took out his phone and found a piece called Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Li Mengyao lay on the bed quietly listening to the beautiful melody, a blissful smile spreading across her face as she felt completely relaxed and joyful. Lin Xuan gently pressed his ear against Li Mengyao's belly, listening carefully for any movement inside. Even though he knew he couldn't hear fetal movements through her belly at this stage, he still wanted to try and feel the presence of the babies. After the piece ended, Lin Xuan opened his phone again and found a lullaby by Brahms to continue playing. The melody was graceful, the rhythm soothing, as if transporting one into a tranquil forest. As Li Mengyao listened, she gradually fell asleep. Seeing her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile, then carefully tucked her in. Ding dong. A crisp, pleasant sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the music prenatal education for the baby. Reward top-tier music master skill. Please check your rewards. Instantly a surge of mysterious knowledge flooded into Lin Xuan's mind, like a tidal wave. This knowledge encompassed various musical techniques, theories, and performance methods. Lin Xuan closed his eyes, feeling the impact of this knowledge. When he opened them again, his eyes gleamed with confidence and brilliance. Now he possessed unparalleled musical talent. Silently marveling at the system's power, Lin Xuan turned off the music, lay back on the bed, hugged Li Mengyao, tightly closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber together with her. The next morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. The typhoon from last night had long passed. The sky was clear and serene, peaceful and tranquil. Lin Xuan tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake Li Mengyao, who was still fast asleep. He went into the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast. After finishing his own breakfast, Lin Xuan put Li Mengyao's portion into the warmer. Then he returned to the bedroom, sat gently on the edge of the bed, and looked at her sweet sleeping posture, letting out a soft chuckle. Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair and said tenderly, "Lazy bones, I'm going to the office. Remember to eat breakfast." After speaking, he left a light kiss on her forehead, and then turned and left the room. Lin Xuan went to the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion and found his long-unused Maybach S680. This luxurious car had been parked there for some time, yet it still retained its dazzling luster. Lin Xuan opened the door, got into the driver's seat, and felt the familiar atmosphere inside. He started the engine, and the Maybach let out a deep, powerful roar. He then drove out of the parking lot and headed toward Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. Having been away from the company for so long, the security guard might not even recognize him. Soon Lin Xuan arrived at the gates of Jinwan Technology Co. Ltd. However, as he had expected, as his Maybach was about to enter, it was stopped by a middle-aged security guard. "Young man, who are you?" The security guard asked sternly. "I'm the chairman of this company. Could you please open the gate?" Lin Xuan said with a smile. "The chairman? How come I've never seen you before? What kind of chairman is so young?" The security guard didn't believe Lin Xuan's words at all. Just as the awkward standoff was about to escalate, a man in a security uniform strode over quickly. "Captain, just in time. This young man claims to be the company's chairman." "I was about to tell him to leave," the guard said, pointing at Lin Xuan. "Really? Let me have a look." The security captain followed the guard's finger and gasped sharply. Then he turned and scolded the guard. "This is our chairman. Open the gate immediately." Then his face instantly shifted into a fawning smile as he looked cautiously at Lin Xuan. "Good morning, Chairman Lin. I'm terribly sorry. This man is new here and doesn't recognize you. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against him." The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth lifted slightly as he showed a gentle smile. "It's all right. He's quite diligent. That deserves praise." With that, Lin Xuan waved his hand lightly to signal the guard not to worry, then started the car and drove in. Soon he arrived at the chairman's office on the top floor. Once inside, Lin Xuan brewed himself a cup of hot tea, leisurely settled into the spacious and comfortable executive chair, and began to carefully read through the mountain of documents and reports piled on the desk. These were the recent operational reports of the company. Although Lu Wendy had already managed them very well, Lin Xuan still gave them a brief review. Since Lin Xuan had arrived very early, there was still some time before official work hours. As time passed, other employees gradually arrived at the company, starting their busy day. Chairman Lin. Zhou Siyue had just reached the office door when she saw the chairman's door open. Her heart tightened, and she hurried over, only to find Lin Xuan, the chairman who had been absent for half a month. "I'm sorry, Chairman Lin, I'm late," Zhou Siyue said, lowering her head. She had missed the first subway today and was 10 minutes late. "It's fine. I don't have very strict requirements for working hours. Please eat your breakfast first," Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile and a warm tone. He always believed that as long as work was completed on time, arriving a little late was acceptable. "Ah, okay." Zhou Siyue was a bit surprised, but she hastily fled back to her own office and wolfed down her breakfast. Chairman Lin rarely came in, and she had to be late. Thinking this, she couldn't help speeding up her chewing, hoping to finish as soon as possible. Soon she finished her breakfast in a hurry and returned to the door of the chairman's office. "Chairman Lin, do you have any instructions?" Zhou Siyue took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice calm. "How are our employees doing after the super typhoon a few days ago? Is anyone facing difficulties?" Lin Xuan asked with a worried frown. Zhou Siyue nodded and replied, "Yes, Chairman Lin. The super typhoon did impact some employees, but fortunately everyone has safely evacuated from the dangerous areas. However, some employees' homes and vehicles sustained various degrees of damage. A few are unable to come to work because they had to relocate to safe places. But overall, everyone has been strong and no major issues have arisen." Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "Were any employees injured? I'd like to know the specifics." Zhou Siyue thought for a moment and replied, "Well, actually a few employees did sustain minor injury. They were hit by objects knocked over by the wind and are currently receiving treatment in the hospital. The doctors say their injuries aren't serious and they're expected to recover and be discharged soon. Then issue a notice. The company will give each affected employee a condolence payment of 1,000 yuan. For those who are injured, the company will cover all medical expenses," Lin Xuan said. "Yes, Chairman Lin." Zhou Siyue returned to her office and began working. Lin Xuan then continued focusing on the documents in front of him. Just then, General Manager Lu Wendy arrived at the chairman's office. "Chairman Lin." Lin Xuan looked up, his face breaking into a warm smile. He rose and walked to the door, saying cordially, "General Lu, please come in." Lu Wendy smiled and stepped into the office. Lin Xuan handed him a cup of hot tea, and the two sat down to talk. "The company has been running very well lately, General Lu. It's all thanks to your strategic planning," Lin Xuan praised. "Not at all, it's because of your wise leadership. I've merely done my duty," Lu Wendy replied with a smile. Lin Xuan thought to himself, "I haven't really done anything. By the way, Chairman Lin, the company recently signed a big project that will bring in an extra 30 revenue in the future. How would you like to allocate this money?" "I've seen the report. Hey, race what I think, give every employee a 10 salary increase, allocate another 5 as dividends for mid-level managers and above, and put the rest back into the company's daily operations," Lin Xuan said with a confident smile. "Yes, Chairman Lin." Lu Wendy was thrilled. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise and gratitude crossed his eyes. It was worth noting that the previous chairman would have likely pocketed most of the profits. The fact that Lin Xuan immediately thought of raising salaries for the employees earned his deep admiration. After that, Lu Wendy reported on the company's recent operations and put forward some suggestions and issues. Finally, he said gratefully, "Chairman Lin will get back to work now." Lin Xuan nodded and replied with a smile, "Go ahead." Then Lu Wendy left the chairman's office. Seeing that the work here was almost done, Lin Xuan thought of his close friend Zhong Zixing, who was still a department manager in RD. He decided to go downstairs and pay him a visit. Soon Lin Xuan took the elevator to the 5th floor where the RD department was located. As soon as he stepped out, he felt a tense and busy atmosphere. Lin Xuan walked into the RD conference room where a meeting was in progress. He immediately recognized Zhong Zixing sitting at the head of the table, deeply engaged in discussion with other employees. He was earnestly analyzing various technical issues, proposing solutions, and breaking down tasks. Lin Xian gently pushed the door open and stood quietly at the entrance observing. Finally Zhong Zuxing added at the end, "No rest on Saturday and don't count on Sunday. That's how it is. Bear with it for now everyone." Since Lin Xian was standing behind Zhong Zuxing, he didn't notice him. But the employees all looked at Chairman Lin with astonishment. "It's only temporary. Why are you all staring blankly?" Zhong Zuxing turned around in confusion. Zhong Zuxing turned around and saw Lin Xian smiling at him. "Oh Chairman Lin, when did you get back?" Zhong Zuxing quickly stood up, a look of pleasant surprise on his face, and hurried over to greet him. "You've all worked hard. Let's adjourn for now," Lin Xian said with a smile to the employees below. At his words the RD staff rose one after another and filed out of the conference room. After everyone had left, Lin Xian looked at Zhong Zuxing and teased with a grin. "You little rascal, you've learned to squeeze your employees, huh? Not even guaranteeing their rest." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhong Zuxing felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and explained, "Brother Xian, it's just that we recently signed a big project. So we need to work hard to meet the deadline, and am paying them full overtime." Lin Xian nodded, indicating understanding, but said seriously, "Still, you can't let the employees go without rest. Under normal circumstances, we should guarantee 2 days off a week. In special situations now, they must have at least 1 day off on the weekend. That's how we maintain the team's combat effectiveness and efficiency." "Got it, Brother Xian. I understand." Zhong Zuxing quickly nodded in agreement. "But Zuxing, you really have been doing well lately." Lin Xian smiled. "That's all thanks to your promotion, Brother Lin. I'm so eager to improve." Zhong Zuxing teased back. "Alright, stop messing around with me. I'm heading home to spend time with my wife. Let's find a day to gather with the dorm brothers soon." Lin Xian smiled. "Sure, no problem." Zhong Zuxing replied with a laugh. Then he escorted Lin Xian out of the RD office and returned to his workstation to continue his busy work. Lin Xian went back to the chairman's office, packed up briefly, and prepared to take the elevator downstairs. As the elevator slowly ascended from the first floor and the doors opened, a familiar figure appeared before him. "Lu Yusin." Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock. "Lin Xian." Lu Yusin was equally astonished. They both exclaimed almost simultaneously, their faces showing disbelief. "Lin Xian, you. What are you doing here?" Lu Yusin asked in surprise, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Lin Xian smiled. "I work here. What about you? What brings you here?" "I came to pick up something from my father. He's the general manager of this company. So if you ever need any help, you can always come to me." Lu Yusin gave a faint smile. Seeing how well Lin Xian had taken care of Li Mengyao recently, she had let go of her doubts about him. Now that she knew Lin Xian worked under her father, she certainly wanted to lend a hand wherever she could. "Your father is Lu Wendy?" Lin Xian asked in astonishment. "Yes, so if there's anything, just say the word. He'll ask my dad to help you." Lu Yusin nodded lightly, a proud expression on her face. Just then Lu Wendy walked out of the general manager's office. As soon as he saw his daughter chatting with Chairman Lin, his eyes lit up. He instantly felt there was hope. "Chairman Lin, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Lu Yusin. She graduated from Jinghai University, just like you." Lu Wendy walked up to Lin Xian and introduced her with a smile. "What? Dad, you're saying he's Chairman Lin?" Lu Yusin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, he's the chairman of our company," Lu Wendy said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yusin was utterly stunned. She could never have imagined that Lin Xian, so young, would be the chairman of the company, and her father's direct superior. What made it even more embarrassing was that she had just told him to come to her if he needed anything. "President Lu, actually Yusin and I have known each other for a long time. She's my wife's best friend," Lin Xian explained with a smile. "Ah, is that so? I didn't realize Chairman Lin was married so young, haha." Lu Wendy gave an awkward laugh. Lu Wendy silently cursed his unambitious daughter. What a great man, and she didn't seize the opportunity. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now." Lin Xian bid them farewell. "Wait, Lin Xian, is Yao Yao at home now?" Lu Yusin suddenly asked. "Yes, she's at home," Lin Xian nodded. "Can I go over and see her later? I haven't seen her in a long time." Lu Yusin asked a little sheepishly. "Of course, but I need to buy some groceries first to cook dinner." "You can go ahead," Lin Xian said after a moment's thought. "Great." Lu Yusin replied happily. In truth, she had been wanting to visit Yao Yao for a while. This was the perfect chance to catch up, and she could also mooch a meal from Lin Xian, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then Lin Xian headed to the company parking lot, got into his Maybach, started the engine, and sped off toward the vegetable market. Meanwhile, Lu Yusin also left her father's office, got into her car, and drove straight to Jinwan Mansion. Ding dong. At that moment, Li Mengyao was sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a crisp doorbell broke the silence, making her tense up instantly. Since the house had a smart lock that didn't require a key, the person ringing the bell couldn't be her husband. Who could it be? With a nervous heart, Li Mengyao tiptoed to the door and peered through the camera. There was nobody there. Just as she was puzzled, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Hey, I'm over here." Li Mengyao looked closely and saw it was her best friend Lu Yusin peeking out from the corridor and playfully winking at her. Li Mengyao was taken aback for a moment, but after confirming it was indeed Lu Yusin, her anxious heart finally settled, and she opened the door with a smile. "Hey, Yao, bet you didn't expect me." Lu Yusin, beaming with joy, bounced over to Li Mengyao and gave her a big hug. Li Mengyao was startled by the sudden gesture but quickly recovered and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Xin, are you still a child? You're a grown woman playing these kitty tricks. It's just that I haven't seen you for so long, Yao. Come on, let's have a good chat. Then the two went to the living room sofa and began talking. Li Mengyao was genuinely happy. She too hadn't seen her bestie in ages. After a while, as they were chatting animatedly, Li Mengyao heard the sound of the front door unlocking. She immediately sprang up from the sofa and hurried toward the door. She knew it must be her husband. "Honey, I'm home." Lin Xuan pushed the door open, a blissful smile on his face. "Welcome home." Li Mengyao threw herself into Lin Xuan's arms, as she always did. Lu Yusin was also watching from the side, but unlike before, a heartfelt smile graced her face. She was genuinely happy that her best friend Li Mengyao had found happiness. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had cuddled for a while, Lin Xuan went back to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao returned to the plush sofa and sat down beside Lu Yusin. "Had enough of being lovey-dovey?" Lu Yusin teased. Li Mengyao's delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Then it's my turn now? I'm sleeping with you at noon today, or I want leave," Lu Yusin declared triumphantly. "Then you'll have to ask my husband," Li Mengyao whispered shyly. Lu Yusin was speechless. On the other side, Lin Xuan was cooking lunch out today. He planned to make a pan-seared fish. However, considering Li Mengyao was pregnant and couldn't eat spicy food, he only added a tiny bit of chili, just as Southern Chinese's mild spicy. After a while, Lin Xuan had finished 3 dishes and 1 soup: pan-seared fish, garlic steamed oysters, oyster sauce, lettuce, and seaweed pork rib soup. "Time to eat," Lin Xuan called out as he carried the dishes out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin eagerly made their way to the dining table. "Lin Xuan, your cooking is absolutely amazing. I feel like coming over every day to freeload," Lu Yusin remarked, savoring Lin Xuan's cooking once again and unable to hold back her admiration. Especially the pan-seared fish. When it was brought to the table, the golden brown fish pieces looked incredibly appetizing, adorned with vibrant red chili peppers and verdant green scallions. As soon as the pan-seared fish entered the mouth, the spicy and numbing flavor burst across the palate, making it irresistible. "Sure, it's great to keep Mengyao company." Lin Xuan smiled. "Hey Yao, did you know? Lin Xuan is actually the chairman of my dad's company," Lu Yusin suddenly said to Li Mengyao. What a coincidence." Li Mengyao, who had been quietly eating, was slightly taken aback. "Yeah, the world really is that small." Lu Yusin chuckled. "Lin Xuan, how did you become the chairman of Jinwan Technology?" she asked curiously. She vaguely remembered that the previous chairman wasn't Lin Xuan. "I just acquired it not long ago," Lin Xuan replied casually. "Lin Xuan, you're way too rich. That's a huge company," Lu Yusin exclaimed in astonishment. The three of them chatted cheerfully while enjoying their meal. After finishing their meal, Lu Yusin eagerly took the dishes. She said that since she was mooching off them, she had to do something. Lin Xuan had no choice but to let her. At noon, Lu Yusin wanted to take a nap with Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan watched them leave helplessly, shook his head, and turned into his own bedroom. He lay down on the soft king-size bed and closed his eyes. However, the two women in the next room were still chattering away, their voices carrying through the walls into his ears. The two lay in bed and continued chatting. Yao, let me ask you, have you done anything since that time you got drunk?" Lu Yusin asked curiously. "What?" Li Mengyao blinked her big eyes in confusion, seemingly unaware of what the other was referring to. "Oh, you know, when you were drunk and threw yourself into Lin Xuan's arms," Lu Yusin explained impatiently. No." Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly turned crimson like a ripe apple. "Really not?" Lu Yusin pressed. "Really not?" Li Mengyao nodded shyly, though in her heart she thought, "It's just that I've been kissed many times." So you two are still just at the kissing stage?" Lu Yusin smirked slyly as she continued probing her best friend's secrets. Li Mengyao nodded lightly, not daring to meet her eyes. Ha Yao, let me tell you." Lu Yusin suddenly lowered her voice, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Yusin, don't say any more." Li Mengyao's face burned bright red as she quickly covered it with her hands. Ha, embarrassed, aren't you?" Lu Yusin burst into laughter at Li Mengyao's reaction. "You stinky Xin." Li Mengyao playfully glared at Lu Yusin and reached out to tickle her waist. Ha, that tickles." "Stop." Lu Yusin laughed and begged for mercy as the two of them wrestled on the bed. Since Li Mengyao was pregnant, Lu Yusin didn't dare fight back, so she just took the tickling. Lin Xuan heard the laughter from the next room, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. He thought to himself that having Lu Yusin over occasionally to keep his wife company wasn't a bad idea. But without his wife to hug, Lin Xuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what. Time ticked by. Lin Xuan endured until around 2 in the afternoon before finally giving in and picking up his phone to send a text to Zhou Quan. "Quan, are you there?" At that moment, Zhou Quan was deeply immersed in the game Honkai Star Rail. When he suddenly received Lin Xuan's message, he quickly paused his game and replied, "I'm here, bro." Lin Xuan continued, "Is the restaurant about to open? I'm thinking of dropping by to check it out." "Got it, bro. He'll head over right away." With that, Zhou Quan cheerfully closed the game, a grin spreading across his face. Lately his luck had been exceptionally good. Ever since he switched games, he hadn't missed a single pull. Lin Xuan quickly got out of bed, dressed, and headed out. Before long, he arrived at Xianming Restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. When he got there, Lin Xuan found that Zhou Quan hadn't arrived yet, so he waited for a while. "Bro, I'm here." Zhou Quan jogged over. By now, Zhou Quan had bought his own new car, so he no longer needed Lin Xuan to pick him up. "How's the restaurant preparation coming along? When does it open?" Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Quan and asked. "Bro, everything is basically ready, and the staff are all hired. We plan to start operations in a few days on August 1st. Zhou Quan replied with a smile as he led Lin Xuan into Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xuan took a look at the restaurant and indeed found everything prepared as Zhou Quan had said. He was very satisfied, impressed that Zhou Quan really had some skills. "Quainer, do you have enough money?" Lin Xuan asked. "Enough, there's even some left over," Zhou Quan replied. "Alright, I'm relieved to have you managing this place. By the way, are you free later?" Lin Xuan asked. "Nothing much," Zhou Quan answered. "Great, then come with me to check out some pianos." Lin Xuan remembered that the system had granted him the top-tier music maestro skill, so he decided to buy a piano to use for musical prenatal education for his babies. "Brother Xuan, there's a Steinway Son's specialty store right downstairs." Zhou Quan, who frequently visited Jinwan Plaza, was quite familiar with the area. "Then let's go." Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan headed together to a Steinway Son's specialty store on the 2nd floor. The shop occupied a corner location, its minimalist yet elegant interior exuding refined sophistication. As soon as they stepped inside, a young, handsome, and poised male sales associate approached them gracefully. Dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, his smile warm and genuinely welcoming. "Good day, sirs. Are you here to view Steinway pianos?" he asked with a gentle, resonant voice. Lin Xuan returned the smile. "Yes. Would like to know which Steinway models are currently available." His gaze lingered thoughtfully upon the pianos displayed within the showroom. "May I ask, are you considering this piano primarily for performance purposes?" the associate continued. "No, mainly for home use," Lin Xuan replied. "Understood, please follow me." The associate nodded courteously and led them toward a particular instrument, a piano standing silently like a masterpiece awaiting revelation. Its silhouette flowed with seamless elegance as though sculpted by a master artisan. The jet-black lacquer gleamed like liquid silk under the ambient light, radiating an aura of enigmatic grandeur and quiet nobility. The graceful arc of the lid's edge curved upward like a subtle, knowing smile. The sturdy, upright legs bore the weight of the instrument with dignified strength. Ivory-white keys contrasted vividly, yet harmoniously against the deep, black body, like stars shimmering across a midnight sky. This is the Steinway Piano S155, part of our prestigious Steinway piano line series. Its compact dimensions, exceptional tonal clarity, meticulous craftsmanship, and timeless aesthetic make it ideal for domestic settings. The associate explained with quiet pride. Lin Xuan studied the exquisitely designed Steinway S155 before him, his eyes flickering with genuine delight. Turning to the associate, he asked, "May I try it out?" The associate responded with a courteous smile, "Of course." Hearing this, Zhou Quan froze in astonishment. "Brother Xuan, do you actually understand music?" He had assumed Lin Xuan only intended to purchase a piano for Li Mengyao, not that he possessed any musical expertise at all. "Just a little," Lin Xuan replied with a modest smile. He then seated himself before the Steinway S155, adjusting his posture with deliberate care, maintaining optimal distance from the instrument to ensure fluid, effortless play. Gently placing his hands upon the keys, he began with middle C, testing each note individually, attuning himself to the tactile responsiveness and tonal character of every key. Zhou Quan watched amused as Lin Xuan pressed each key one by one, and smiled wryly. "Well, if it's just pressing keys one at a time, even I could do that." Yet at that very moment, a breathtaking melody emerged, halting Zhou Quan's thoughts midstream. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Xuan. There Lin Xuan sat, poised and serene, his fingers dancing lightly across the keyboard as if gliding through air. Each note rang forth with precision and grace. His hands wove a luminous tapestry of sound, the soaring climax of When the Wind Blows. Lin Xuan hummed softly, his voice blending seamlessly with the piano, like a clear spring flowing through still air. Both the associate and Zhou Quan stood utterly transfixed. This was the artistry of a world-class virtuoso. His voice, too, was mesmerizing, pure, resonant, ethereal, as if channeled from celestial realms. When the final note faded, Lin Xuan rose slowly, a quiet satisfaction glowing in his expression. He brushed his fingertips gently over the keys, then turned to the associate and asked calmly, "How much for this piano?" "I'll take it." The associate remained spellbound, still suspended in the lingering resonance, until Lin Xuan's words brought him back to reality. His eyes widened further, and he stammered, "The Steinway S155 is priced at 500,000 yuan." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, wearing rimless gold-framed spectacles and a sharply cut suit, his bearing that of a cultivated gentleman. He stepped beside Lin Xuan and introduced himself with a warm, respectful smile. "Greetings. I'm He Ziyuan, manager of this establishment. May I ask your name?" Lin Xuan turned, met his gaze, and replied with equal courtesy, "Hello, I'm Lin Xuan." A spark of delighted recognition flashed across He Ziyuan's eyes. He extended his hand eagerly and exclaimed, "Mr. Lin Xuan, it was truly magnificent hearing you perform on the Steinway just now. Your interpretation was flawless, nothing short of extraordinary. Might I have the honor of becoming your friend?" Lin Xuan smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Xuan's acceptance, He Ziyuan's heart lifted with quiet elation. "Regarding the price, I'd be delighted to offer you a special discount." Specifically, he reduced the original price of 500,000 yuan by 100,000. Lin Xuan found the concession generous and accepted without hesitation. He Ziyuan promptly instructed staff to prepare the paperwork, then invited Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan to the VIP lounge for refreshments. Their conversation between Lin Xuan and He Ziyuan flowed effortlessly. They spoke first of music, and He Ziyuan soon realized with growing awe Lin Xuan's profound knowledge and rare innate talent in the field. Time slipped away unnoticed until dusk softened the sky. Lin Xuan rose to depart, expressing sincere gratitude for He Ziyuan's hospitality and hope for future meetings. He Ziyuan personally escorted them to the entrance, exchanged contact information, and pledged to stay in touch. He Ziyuan mused inwardly, such a gifted young man capable of conjuring such transcendent beauty from ivory, and would surely leave an indelible mark upon the world of music. Once outside the store, Zhou Quan couldn't resist asking, "Brother Xian, since when did you learn music?" "Recently, just for prenatal musical education for the baby," Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Zhou Quan blinked, suddenly overwhelmed by another wave of romantic overload. "Hey Brother Xian, how about dinner? Any plans?" Lin Xuan glanced at his watch. "Almost time to head home and cook for my wife." Huh, can I crash your dinner? It's been ages since I've tasted your cooking." Zhou Quan's mouth watered at the thought. "You're welcome, but my wife's best friend will be joining us." "Still game." Lin Xuan smiled. Zhou Quan laughed heartily. "What's there to fear? Of all my qualities, thick skin is definitely my strongest suit." Lin Xuan and Zhou Quan quickly arrived at Jinwan Mansion in their respective cars. As Lin Xuan opened the door, Li Mengyao was already standing at the entrance, her face beaming with a smile. "I'm back," Lin Xuan said with a gentle smile. "You worked hard, dear." Li Mengyao replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Zhou Quan bounced in from the side, grinning from ear to ear, and said, "Sister-in-law, hello. I'm here to mooch a meal again." "Hello, coming quickly," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. As Zhou Quan stepped into the room, he immediately spotted Lu Yusin sitting gracefully on the sofa, and he was instantly captivated by her beauty, inwardly exclaiming, "So beautiful. Let me introduce you, this is my college roommate Lu Yusin." Li Mengyao continued to introduce Lu Yusin to Zhou Quan. "This is Lin Xuan's college roommate Zhou Quan." "Hello," Lu Yusin said softly. "You?" "Hello." Zhou Quan suddenly became a bit stammering for some reason, feeling somewhat nervous while speaking. "All right, Zhou Quan, since you're here to mooch a meal, come help me out a bit." Lin Xuan looked at Zhou Quan and said this was the first time he had seen Zhou Quan, usually so lively and cheerful, show such a nervous expression. "Hi, I'm coming." Zhou Quan finally snapped back to reality and replied. Then the two of them walked into the kitchen together and began to get busy. In a short while, Lin Xuan had prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao, and Lu Yusin were happily chatting, while Zhou Quan quietly ate, rarely speaking. This surprised Lin Xian. But when he noticed Zhou Quan occasionally stealing glances at Lu Yusin, he instantly understood. Before long, everyone had finished dinner, and after some casual chatting, Lu Yusin and Zhou Quan left one after the other. After Lin Xian took a shower, he came to the room and saw Li Mengyao was getting ready to blow-dry her hair. "Wife, let me help you with that," he said gently with a smile. "Okay," Li Mengyao replied with a sweet smile full of happiness. Lin Xian held the hair dryer in one hand, while gently lifting her long strands of hair, with the other softly blowing her hair, and a refreshing scent filled the air. Once her hair was dry, they both lay down on the soft bed together, with Li Mengyao snuggling into Lin Xian's embrace, like a little bird, her small hand playfully drawing circles on his chest. "Wife, I want to ask you something," Lin Xian said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "What is it?" Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian with curiosity. "Does Lu Yusin have a boyfriend now?" Lin Xian suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao blinked, then raised an eyebrow and teased, "Hubby, why are you asking this? Could it be you have a crush on my best friend?" Lin Xian smiled helplessly, reached out to gently pinch Li Mengyao's nose, and explained, "What are you thinking with that little head of yours?" "I'm asking for Zhou Quan." Li Mengyao smiled and said, "Well, Yusin is still single at the moment. She did have a boyfriend in college, but they broke up long ago." Lin Xian nodded and smiled contentedly, saying, "That's good. I suspect Zhou Quan has definitely fallen for Lu Yusin at first sight." Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked curiously, "How do you know, hubby?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Haha, because I know Zhou Quan, and when he gets nervous I know what he's thinking. When I saw him today with Lu Yusin, I had never seen him look so nervous and shy." Li Mengyao nodded slightly, and then said, "I'll ask Yusin one day about her impression of Zhou Quan." Lin Xian smiled and said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's do some music prenatal education for the baby." Saying this, he skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's shirt, revealing her charming little belly. "Hubby, I heard that music prenatal education doesn't require lifting up the shirt." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's heart sank. Could it be that he would be discovered? Actually, he just wanted to simply press his face against Li Mengyao's belly. Lin Xian pretended to be calm and awkwardly fabricated, "Lifting it up has a better effect." "Oh." Li Mengyao nodded in confusion, but she felt that something was off. Then Lin Xian continued to find a piece of suitable music for prenatal education. Li Mengyao, still a bit skeptical of Lin Xian's words, secretly took out her phone and searched for related info. The results clearly indicated that prenatal education does not require exposing the belly. "You dishonest husband," Li Mengyao murmured angrily. After Li Mengyao listened to a piece of music, she could no longer hold back, and quickly pushed Lin Xian away, covering her little belly tightly. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Xian asked innocently. "Dishonest husband. Prenatal education doesn't require lifting up the belly," Li Mengyao said angrily. Lin Xian was stunned, thinking, "It's over, I've been found out." "Wife, let me explain." Lin Xian hurriedly tried to defend himself. "Big liar. I won't listen to your explanation." Li Mengyao turned her back to Lin Xian. Lin Xian had no choice but to turn off the lights and hug Li Mengyao from behind, preparing to sleep. "Wife, I didn't really sleep well at noon." Lin Xian suddenly spoke. "Why, oi?" Li Mengyao slightly shifted her body and turned her head to look at Lin Xian, asking curiously. "Because I couldn't sleep without my wife by my side," Lin Xian replied with a smile, gently answering. After saying this, he followed Li Mengyao's movements and turned her around to hold her in his arms. "Oh, I didn't sleep well either," Li Mengyao said softly. "Then let's sleep now." Saying this, he gently placed a kiss on Li Mengyao's forehead. Li Mengyao closed her eyes, a blissful smile on her lips, and responded, "Mem." With this soft murmur, the two of them entered a sweet dream together. Time quickly arrived at August 1st, 2024. Tonight, the Xianming restaurant at Jinwan Square will officially open. Li Mengyao deliberately dressed up nicely. She wore an elegant dress. Her makeup was exquisite, exuding charming allure. Hand in hand with Lin Xian, they arrived at Jinwan Square. They went to the 5th floor and saw a long line forming outside the Xianming restaurant from afar. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to personally taste the food from his restaurant, but faced with such a lively scene, he could only shake his head helplessly. "Hubby, let's go watch a movie first. After we finish, maybe the crowd will be smaller," Li Mengyao said with Li Mengyao thought that she hadn't gone to the cinema with her husband to watch a movie yet. "All right," Lin Xian said affectionately. So the two of them walked hand in hand towards Jinwan Cinema. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand into Jinwan Cinema. Gazing at the massive screen before them, they browsed back and forth, but couldn't find a single movie that satisfied them. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes caught sight of an animated film playing, Natsam's Book of Friends the movie. His eyes lit up, and an excited smile spread across his face. "Darling, let's watch this one." As he spoke, Lin Xuan pointed at the screen, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Li Mengyao followed his gaze and paused, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Honey, I didn't expect you to watch anime. Her voice carried a note of curiosity and bewilderment. After all, since she had been with Lin Xuan, she had never seen him so enthusiastic about watching anime. I watched it back in high school. Natsum's Book of Friends is a very warm and healing series. You'll definitely like it, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Let's go. Hearing his words, Li Mengyao revealed a lovely smile. So Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao approached the ticket counter. Lin Xuan smiled at the cashier and said, "Please give us 2 tickets for Natsum's Book of Friends the movie, along with a bucket of popcorn and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice." "Thank you." The cashier smiled back. "Of course, please wait a moment." Soon Lin Xuan carried a bucket of popcorn, Li Mengyao held the tickets, and together they entered screening room 3. When they stepped inside, they found the theater completely empty. "Honey, it looks like we have the whole place to ourselves," Li Mengyao said in astonishment. "This movie isn't very popular in the country, so it's expected that we'd have the theater to ourselves," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. They chose a comfortable seat and sat down, ready to enjoy this unique cinematic experience. As the lights dimmed and the film began to play, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao immersed themselves in the story, feeling its warmth and emotion. A serene and cozy atmosphere filled the entire theater, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Natsum's Book of Friends the movie is an exceptionally enchanting and valuable work. Its visuals are fresh and natural, its music soothing and melodious, making the audience feel as though they have stepped into a fantastical and beautiful world. It tells the heartwarming stories of Natsum and the various yokai. With his kindness and sincerity, he treats the yokai, illuminating people's deep longing for benevolence, tenderness, and love. The two sat there quietly savoring this tender moment. Soon 2 hours passed. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked out of the cinema hand in hand. "Honey, that chubby cat teacher was just too adorable. So round and plump." Li Mengyao smiled at Lin Xuan. "Do you like cats, darling?" Lin Xuan asked with a smile. "Yes." Li Mengyao nodded happily. "Then let's go to a pet store sometime. We can keep a cat at home," Lin Xuan said. "Really? Can I keep a cat while pregnant?" Li Mengyao looked delighted yet puzzled. "You can keep a cat during pregnancy, but it must be clean," Lin Xuan explained with a smile. "Great," Li Mengyao beamed a sweet smile. It was already 10 p.m. when they left the cinema. They returned to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and found that Xianming restaurant was still packed with people. But just then a customer happened to leave, and Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao slipped in. Unexpectedly, a waitress blocked their way. "I'm sorry, you two, but today's opening has been so busy that we've sold out of ingredients. We're about to close up. No worries, we just want to take a look inside." With that, Lin Xuan led Li Mengyao into Xianming restaurant. "But there's nothing to see in there." The waitress was about to continue when a voice interrupted her. "Brother Xuan." Zhou Quan emerged from the kitchen and spotted Lin Xuan and his sister-in-law Li Mengyao. "Zhou Quan, how's the opening day at Xianming restaurant going?" Lin Xuan asked. "Absolutely booming. We can barely keep up. I thought the boss might not show up," Zhou Quan said with a grin, his tone laced with playful teasing. The waitress standing nearby widened her eyes. So this handsome guy was the owner of the restaurant. "Brother Xuan, do you know? I just did a rough calculation. Today's revenue has already exceeded 5,000 yuan. Zhou Quan's face beamed with excitement. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Not bad at all. By the way, Zhou Quan, do you still have any ingredients in the kitchen?" Zhou Quan quickly replied, "Yes, we do. A customer just canceled an order, so we have an extra fresh." Lin Xuan nodded and chuckled. "Good. Today you'll be a customer for a change. Please cook this dish for me." "Sure thing, Brother Xuan. Just wait a moment," Zhou Quan said, and went back to the kitchen to arrange everything. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and found a quiet corner to sit. Before long, a plate of fragrant steamed turbot was placed before them. Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao tenderly and said softly, "Darling, come and taste it. How is it?" With that, he picked up a piece of tender, juicy fish with his chopsticks and placed it in Li Mengyao's bowl. Although they had eaten something before coming here, after watching the movie, their stomachs had started to rumble again. It's pretty good, but still not as delicious as what my husband cooks," Li Mengyao said with a smile, while taking small bites of the fish. Lin Xuan also picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and tasted it. Though not as good as what he made himself, it was still far superior to what other restaurants offered. Very tasty indeed. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had eaten their fill, Zhou Quan gathered all the staff of Xianming restaurant and brought them before Lin Xuan. "Brother Xuan, these are all the employees of Xianming restaurant," Zhou Quan introduced. Lin Xuan looked at the group of over a dozen people. Other than Zhou Yong and Wang Li, whom he had met before, the rest were unfamiliar faces. "I just tasted the food, It was absolutely delicious. Everyone worked hard, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Thank you, boss, they all replied in unison. Afterward, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked out of Xinming restaurant ready to head home. Suddenly a thought occurred to Lin Xuan. Zhou Quan, come over for a moment. I have something to ask you. Lin Xuan called out to Zhou Quan. What's up, brother Xuan? Zhou Quan stepped out looking puzzled. Lin Xuan flashed a mischievous grin. Do you have a crush on Lu Yusin? How could that be? I didn't, it's nothing at all. Zhou Quan's face flushed crimson, his gaze darting away as his words became stammered and faltering. Is that so? What a pity then. Lin Xuan curled his lips deliberately, wearing a regretful expression. What's the pity? Zhou Quan asked, puzzled. My wife said Yusin still has some feelings for you. Too bad you're not interested. Lin Xuan fixed his eyes on Zhou Quan, a glimmer of cunning flashing in them. Really? Zhou Quan's eyes widened, and he nearly jumped with excitement. Why are you so excited? Didn't you say you don't like her? Lin Xuan suppressed his laughter, continuing to follow Zhou Quan's words. I do kind of like her. Zhou Quan scratched his head sheepishly, a blush spreading across his cheeks. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Lin Xuan could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. So what you just said, it was then that Zhou Quan realized he might have been fooled by Lin Xuan. He glared at Lin Xuan with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. It was a lie. Lin Xuan shrugged and said indifferently, Zhou Quan, I'm going to fight you. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at the parking lot and got into their Maybach. After hearing how Lin Xuan had successfully tricked Zhou Quan into revealing his feelings, Li Mengyao couldn't stop laughing. Honey, you're too mischievous, Li Mengyao said with a smile. Darling, ask Lu Yusin sometime what she thinks of Zhou Quan. Lin Xuan started the car while speaking to Li. Okay, Li Mengyao replied, then took out her phone and found Lu Yusin's contact. Xin, are you there? Li Mengyao sent a message. Soon the other party replied, Xin is dead. You chose this idol. Lu Yusin had just returned from working overtime and was utterly exhausted, lying in bed without the energy to move. Li Mengyao couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the message. Ha ha, Xin, seeing that you can still joke means you're very much alive. Li Mengyao replied with a laugh. I'm out with it quick, or I'm going to sleep. Lu Yusin said impatiently. Alright, let me ask you something. Li Mengyao quickly said. Xin, do you still remember the guy Zhou Quan who had dinner at our place a few days ago? Lu Yusin closed her eyes and tried to recall. Yeah, I remember. What's up? Lu Yusin asked. Just wanted to know your impression of him. Li Mengyao inquired. A pretty cute guy. Lu Yusin replied. Li Mengyao thought there was hope, but the next second it vanished. He seems like a little brother. Lu Yusin added another line. It couldn't be helped. Zhou Quan was small in stature, even shorter than Lu Yusin, though he had delicate features and smooth fair skin. Honey, I think there's no hope. Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xuan. Why? Lin Xuan asked as he drove attentively. Yusin said he's like a cute little brother. Li Mengyao said. Then it's hopeless. They'll give Zhou Quan a heavy blow when I get the chance. Lin Xuan smiled. Don't. I still think there might be a chance. Besides, aren't you a little brother too? Li Mengyao raised an eyebrow and smiled. I am not. Lin Xuan quickly retorted. You are? My annoying little brother. Li Mengyao pinched Lin Xuan's cheek playfully. Lin Xuan was speechless. After returning to Jinwan Mansion, they each went to the bathroom to shower. Once clean, they lay on the bed and played with their phones. Suddenly Lin Xuan turned and hugged Li Mengyao, flashing his signature smile. Naughty husband, what do you want now? Li Mengyao twisted around, pressing her hands against Lin Xuan's chest, speaking with coquettish reproach. Who called me a little brother just now? Lin Xuan smiled. You are my little brother, and you won't admit it. Li Mengyao feigned anger. Lin Xuan didn't indulge her. He seized her tightly, slightly lowered his head, and caught her soft lips. Time moved to the next morning. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao woke up early and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. They decided to visit a nearby Meow Meow pet store to pick out a kitten of their own. Hand in hand, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked into the Meow Meow pet store. The shop was exquisitely decorated with walls covered in various cat photos that dazzled the eyes. Welcome, you two. A sweet-faced petite girl approached them. I'm the owner of this Meow Meow store. Are you here to buy a cat? The female shop owner asked warmly. Yes, we want to adopt a cat. What breeds do you have? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Please look this way. The shop owner pointed to one side. This is the American Shorthair, commonly known as a Maid-Duan cat. They have lively yet gentle personalities, round heads, and a soft, fluffy coat that feels wonderful to touch. They are very popular. Plus, they're easy to care for and adapt well to different environments. The shop owner introduced. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stepped closer to look. The American Shorthair lay quietly there, a fluffy ball of fur that seemed like a living, moving pom-pom. Its eyes were round and sparkled with bright light, carrying a playful expression that was utterly adorable. Are there any others? Lin Xuan asked with a smile. Yes, please look over here. The shop assistant replied enthusiastically and led them to another display area. She pointed at the cat inside and said, "This is the silver-shaded, a very popular cat breed." She continued, "This cat has a unique coat color. The undercoat is white while the tips are a light silver, creating a soft, elegant silver-gray gradient effect. Their eyes are large and round like bright gems, their heads are rounded, and their ears are small and delicate. In terms of temperament, they are gentle, lively, love interacting with people, and are very affectionate toward their owners." Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stepped forward again to take a look. A silver-shaded cat with large emerald green eyes like jewels, a delicate face with small ears, and a coat as fine as silver frost greeted them. Its round, plump body was utterly endearing. Perhaps noticing the visitors, the kitten walked gracefully, swaying its silver tail, and came to the glass staring with its big round eyes. Meow. A crisp meow echoed in the ears of the two. Wow, it's so adorable. Li Mengyao's heart melted at the sound. Lin Xuan looked at his wife's affection for the little cat, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turned to the female store manager and softly asked, "Boss, how old is this silver tabby?" The store manager smiled and replied, "It's exactly 6 months old, a little female cat." Lin Xuan nodded and asked, "Has it received all its vaccinations?" "My wife is currently pregnant, so we're worried about the cat transmitting toxoplasmosis." The store manager quickly explained, "This silver tabby has completed all its vaccinations. Here is the vaccination booklet for you to check, sir." Lin Xuan carefully examined the booklet and confirmed that all the information was complete. It's fine for pregnant women to have cats as long as the cat is regularly dewormed and fully vaccinated. However, it is important to note that pregnant women should not handle the cat's feces, the store manager continued. Lin Xuan nodded in relief and looked at the silver tabby again, filled with affection. Then he turned and gently asked, "How much is this silver tabby?" The store manager smiled slightly and replied, "This is a purebred silver tabby, so it's a bit more expensive, 8,000 yuan. All right then, well, take this one." Lin Xuan gazed at the adorable little cat, a satisfied smile on his face. "Thank you, I will prepare the cat carrier for you right away." Then Lin Xuan bought some cat food and litter along with 2 cat toys. Soon he was holding Li Mengyao with one hand and carrying a cat carrier with the other as they exited the Meow Meow pet store. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at their Maybach. Lin Xuan placed the cat carrier containing the cat on the back seat, then started the car and drove towards Jinwan Mansion. Before long, the Maybach came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned home. Li Mengyao eagerly opened the cat carrier, wanting to see how the little cat was doing. Inside, the little creature was peeking out, too timid to come out. Seeing this, Li Mengyao quickly placed the newly bought cat food in her hand to entice the little cat. Sure enough, the little kitty caught a whiff of the cat food and cautiously approached, looking at Li Mengyao with its round bright eyes before bowing its head to lick her palm with its tiny tongue. Li Mengyao was amused by the little cat's actions, thinking it was too cute. "Honey, let's give it a name," Li Mengyao said happily. "Sure, what name do you want to give this little one, dear?" Lin Xuan smiled. Meow. The little cat seemed to understand something, looking at the two with its adorable big eyes. "Honey, look, it likes this name." Li Mengyao beamed with joy. "Then from now on you'll be called Yu. And so the little cat got its name, Yu. Lin Xuan then walked into the kitchen to prepare lunch, taking fresh ingredients from the refrigerator and skillfully chopping and stir-frying. Before long, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was happily playing with Yu using the cat toy. Yu excitedly chased the cat toy, occasionally letting out joyful meows. Soon Lin Xuan had prepared a sumptuous lunch rich in color, aroma, and flavor. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the bedroom to rest. Seeing that no one was there to play with it, Yu obediently returned to the soft cat bed that Li Mengyao had made for it, curling up into a ball and quietly falling asleep. The afternoon sun spilled through the curtains onto the bed. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sleeping Li Mengyao beside him, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He reached out to gently brush aside her hair, his fingers lightly tracing her cheek, feeling her delicate skin. Suddenly a phone rang. "Hello, Jingming." Lin Xuan picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Xiangu, are you still in Jinghai City?" Chen Jingming asked. "Yes, what's up?" Lin Xuan rubbed his eyes and replied. "I have 2 tickets for a piano concert at 4 in the afternoon at the Jinghai Grand Theater. I was going to go with my girlfriend, but her mentor suddenly has something to do and she needs to help out, so she can't come. It wouldn't be fun to go alone, so I was wondering if you and your wife wanted to go." Chen Jingming said. His girlfriend is a music student, and this concert was recommended to her by her mentor. Lin Xuan thought to himself, a piano concert. Just right for some musical prenatal education for his wife. So he said, sure, let me ask her. Then Lin Xuan leaned down, bringing his lips close to her ear, and softly called out, "Honey, there's a piano concert at the Jinghai Grand Theater this afternoon. Would you like to go listen?" His voice was gentle and low, almost as if it carried a hint of magic. Li Mengyao seemed to have heard Lin Xuan's call. She stirred slightly and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her gaze was still a bit dazed, but when she saw Lin Xuan, a sweet smile immediately spread across her face. She then sat up from the bed smiling. "A piano concert. Sounds good, I've never been to one." Lin Xuan replied as he took back the phone. "Jingming, where are you now? I'll come find you in a bit." "I'm over here at the graduate campus of Jinghai University." Jingming replied. "All right, I'll be there soon." Lin Xuan hung up the phone. Then the two got out of bed, carefully dressed up, and prepared to head out. Just as they were about to leave, Yu came running over, seemingly wanting to go out as well. You have to be good and stay at home." Then Li Mengyao gently closed the door, leaving Yu to meow softly. A few minutes later, a Maybach came to a steady stop in front of a dormitory in the graduate student area of Jinghai University. Lin Xuan picked up his phone and called Jingming. "Jingming, we've arrived. I'm coming." Soon Jingming ran down, immediately spotting the sleek black Maybach. "Xian, long time no see. Here are your 2 tickets." Jingming laughed as he passed 2 exquisite tickets into the car along with a red envelope. "I have to leave because my mentor has something to do. Keep this newlywed red envelope, okay?" Jingming then walked away without looking back. Lin Xuan indeed hadn't seen Jingming for a long time. He had been too busy to join their gatherings in the dormitory. Lin Xuan smiled, then started the car and drove towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. Upon arriving at the theater, Lin Xuan parked the car and turned to Li Mengyao saying, "Honey, we're here." Li Mengyao opened the car door and got out. She was wearing a light blue dress, the hem floating in the wind, resembling a fairy descending to earth. Lin Xuan gazed at her, his eyes filled with love. They entered the theater and found their seats. The stage was dazzling with lights, and a black grand piano stood at the center, its body shimmering with radiant light. The audience gradually took their seats, looking forward to the wonderful performance. As the concert began, the melodious piano music echoed throughout the theater. Li Mengyao was immersed in the world of music, her face radiating happiness. Lin Xuan sat quietly beside her, admiring her beautiful profile, his heart filled with contentment. "Honey, I'm going to the restroom," Lin Xuan whispered, leaning close to Li Mengyao's ear. Go ahead." Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Then Lin Xuan quietly rose from his seat and walked out of the concert hall, soon reaching the adjacent restroom. However, as he stepped out of the restroom, he unexpectedly encountered someone. "He's Yuan." "Mr. Lin, long time no see." He's Yuan greeted warmly, a smile on his face. "Bossy, it feels like we just met a few days ago," Lin Xuan said, somewhat puzzled. "Ha, a day apart feels like 3 autumns," He's Yuan laughed heartily. "Are you here for the concert too, Bossy?" Lin Xuan asked. Together, Lin Xuan and He's Yuan walked toward the concert venue. Instead of returning to their seats, they chose to stand at a slight distance to avoid disturbing the other audience members. "Yes. What do you think of the pianist's performance?" He's Yuan inquired. Lin Xuan and He's Yuan gazed from afar at the musician playing the piano on the stage, listening intently to the music. Despite the distance, they could still feel the overwhelming impact of the beautiful melody. His piano performance is overall excellent with precise rhythm, but occasionally there are subtle discordant notes, Lin Xuan said after listening carefully for a while. Thanks to the top-tier music mastery granted by the system, Lin Xuan's hearing was far keener than an average person's, allowing him to accurately assess the performer's skill. No wonder you're someone I admire. You truly have talent." He's Yuan looked at Lin Xuan with appreciation. Lin Xuan humbly shook his head. "I only know a little, am no match for professional musicians." In truth, Lin Xuan had no desire to seek the spotlight. He only wanted his wife and child to hear the music he played. That was enough. He's Yuan patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder and laughed. You're too modest." Suddenly recalling his Steinway piano, Lin Xuan asked, "Boss, when will my piano arrive?" He's Yuan smiled lightly. "It will arrive tomorrow afternoon." Then his expression turned serious as he asked earnestly, "Would you be interested in holding your own piano recital up there?" Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He replied firmly, "Thank you for the kind offer, boss, but I don't want to perform for others, so it'll pass." "All right. If you change your mind, just let me know." He's Yuan sighed regretfully. "Can you really arrange for me to hold a piano recital at the Jinghai Grand Theater anytime?" Lin Xuan asked curiously. "To be honest, I'm the president of the Jinghai Piano Association. If you ever wish, I can make the arrangements." Li Xuan said with a smile. I'd better not. I should be going now. Farewell, bossy. Lin Xuan said politely. With that he left, and soon returned to Li Mengyao's side. After Lin Xuan departed, Li Xuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling a deep sense of regret. If Lin Xuan had agreed to hold a piano recital at his hotel, it would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir. Yet he felt that perhaps Lin Xuan might change his mind in the future. At this thought, a hint of expectant smile appeared on Li Xuan's face before he turned and walked away. After the piano concert, Li Mengyao still felt a lingering sense of enchantment. She narrowed her eyes slightly, as if still immersed in that wonderful world of music. A moment later she came back to her senses, gently tugged at Lin Xuan's sleeve, and whispered, "Honey, let's go to a music restaurant." As she spoke, she pointed a finger at a music restaurant not far away, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Sure, let's go." Lin Xuan smiled at her affectionately, ruffled her hair, and said tenderly. With that he took Li Mengyao's hand and led her toward the music restaurant. They soon arrived at the restaurant. As soon as they entered, they were captivated by the warm and tranquil atmosphere. Soft background music played throughout the restaurant, the beautiful melody flowing like a babbling brook, as if transporting people to another world. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao chose a quiet corner to sit. A waiter approached with a menu and asked warmly, "Hello, may I take your order?" Lin Xuan glanced at the menu, then handed it to Li Mengyao. "Honey, you order." Li Mengyao thought for a moment and replied with a smile, "I'll have 2 filet steaks, 1 plate of spaghetti bolognese, and a margarita pizza. Oh, and 2 fruit salads." Lin Xuan nodded, handed the menu back to the waiter, and said, "That will be all, thank you." The waiter smiled politely and turned away. Soon, all the dishes were served. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao enjoyed the cozy ambience of the restaurant, listening to the soothing music while savoring a delightful dinner. It was utterly pleasant. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove home. As soon as they opened the door, a crisp meow sound. It turned out Yu was squatting in front of the door, meowing nonstop. "Oh dear, honey, we were so busy eating that we completely forgot about Yu." Li Mengyao quickly went inside, took out the cat food from the cabinet, and began feeding Yu. "I forgot to. I'll order an automatic feeder from an online store later," Lin Xuan said with a smile. Yu seemed starving. It wolfed down the cat food, yet its mouth kept letting out meows. It was as if it were saying, "How could you forget me?" Once Yu had filled its stomach, it contentedly crawled over to Li Mengyao and rubbed its round head against her, acting coquettishly. That chubby little head was utterly adorable. Li Mengyao gently stroked Yu's fur, a blissful smile spreading across her face. As the night grew deeper, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to the bedroom, embraced tightly, exchanged a goodnight kiss, and drifted into a sweet slumber. The next day arrived. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling across the room. Lin Xuan was awakened early by the meowing sounds coming from outside the door. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, stretched languidly, and slowly crawled out of bed. After feeding the greedy Yu his breakfast, he gave the fluffy little head a good rub. Then he turned and walked back to the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it down in one gulp. Next, Lin Xuan entered the kitchen and skillfully kneaded the flour into dough, cut it into small pieces, rolled them into thin wrappers, stuffed them with a filling of 3 delicacies, and pinched them into small, exquisite buns. He then cooked a pot of fig congee and boiled a few eggs. Before long, the dining table was laden with fragrant food that made one's mouth water. Just then, Li Mengyao groggily opened her beautiful eyes, slowly got out of bed, and drowsily walked over to the smart body scale. She stepped on it to weigh herself. She discovered that she had gained weight again. This made her a bit sulky. So after washing up, she pouted and came to the living room looking displeased. Seeing Li Mengyao's expression, Lin Xuan's heart tightened. He quickly went to her side, gently hugged her, and asked with concern, "Honey, what's wrong? Didn't sleep well?" Li Mengyao turned her head away, unwilling to look at Lin Xuan, and pouted, "Nothing." It was all Lin Xuan's fault. Men are all pigs trotters. Pregnant women are sentimental, and Lin Xuan had already figured her out. "Did you weigh yourself again?" Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair and said softly. Li Mengyao listened quietly without speaking. Gaining weight means the babies are developing normally. Lin Xuan comforted her with a smile. "But it'll become ugly," Li Mengyao said worriedly. "No, after the babies are born, honey, you'll still be as beautiful as before." Lin Xuan gently caressed her cheek. "Really?" Li Mengyao turned back, asking expectantly. "Of course it's true. My wife will always be the most beautiful," Lin Xuan replied firmly. Hearing his words, a happy smile bloomed on Li Mengyao's face. "Thank you, hubby." "I'm sorry, honey. I lost my temper again just now," Li Mengyao said guiltily. "It's okay. Even when you throw a tantrum, you're very adorable," Lin Xuan said gently. "Humph." Li Mengyao playfully lifted her chin and said coquettishly, "My cuteness battery is dead." Now it needs charging. Alright, I'll get you breakfast. Lin Xuan thought Li Mengyao was hungry and was about to turn toward the kitchen when she pulled him back. Breakfast can't charge me, Li Mengyao said. Then what can charge you? Lin Xuan asked puzzledly. It needs kisses. Li Mengyao leaned forward, actively waiting for Lin Xuan's kiss. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then pulled the beauty into his arms, lowered his head, and gave Li Mengyao a good morning kiss. After the kiss, Li Mengyao began to enjoy Lin Xuan's lovingly prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Li Mengyao lounged languidly on the soft sofa in the living room, holding a delicate feather teaser in her hand, her gaze fixed on Yu lying on the floor. She gently waved the feather teaser, and Yu was immediately captivated, excitedly hopping left and right trying to catch it. Just then Li Mengyao's phone screen lit up, indicating a new message. She put down the feather teaser and picked up the phone to check. It was a message from Li Mengyao's college dorm group chat, named Rich Ladies Quartet. Chen Man. Girls, let's meet up at noon to eat and go shopping. Yang Lin, sure, finally the weekend. Lu Yusin working overtime. Do not disturb. At that moment Lu Yusin was at the company, suffering the harshness of the workplace. Chen Man, poor Xin Yao, do you want to come? After seeing this, Li Mengyao turned to ask Lin Xuan, who was leaning nearby. Li Mengyao looked at the phone screen, then turned to Lin Xuan beside her and asked softly, Hubby, my roommates invited me to lunch and shopping at noon. Lin Xuan looked at her with adoration, smiled tenderly, and said, Go if you want. It's nice to relax outside occasionally. Hearing this, a happy smile appeared on Li Mengyao's face, and she replied, Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was almost noon. At this moment Li Mengyao was in the room, meticulously dressing up. After a while the door was gently pushed open, and she walked out. At this moment Li Mengyao was wearing a white neck top paired with a light brown skirt. She looked fresh, elegant, and refined. Hubby, I'm off. Her stunning appearance left Lin Xuan dumbfounded. He stared at her intently, feeling as if he might rush over and hold her tightly in his arms at any moment. Li Mengyao seemed to have anticipated this situation, so she gave him no chance. She dashed to the door at top speed, changed her shoes, and rushed out like a gust of wind. Before leaving she turned back and called out, Hubby, bye. Then she ran off without looking back. Li Mengyao drove her Xiaomi SU7 and went to a barbecue restaurant with her dorm sisters. The three of them happily enjoyed a big meal. After lunch the three went shopping at a mall. During the shopping, Li Mengyao specially picked out a few clothes suitable for Lin Xuan. She muttered secretly, Hubby really won't buy clothes unless I get them for him. The scene returned to Jinwan Mansion. Since his wife was not home, Lin Xuan was too lazy to cook and just ordered takeout to get by. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window into the room. The Steinway piano S155 that Lin Xuan had ordered finally arrived at the house. Lin Xuan warmly invited the movers to place the piano in the center of the bright and spacious living room. The living room was large enough to accommodate this elegant instrument. After 2 hours of careful installation, a stunning Steinway piano S155 was presented before everyone. Its black lacquer surface gleamed, the keys were as white as pearls, and the entire piano exuded an aura of nobility and elegance. Lin Xuan sat on the piano bench, gently caressing the keys, feeling their texture. Just as he was about to play, the door suddenly swung open. Hubby, I'm back. I brought you something delicious. Li Mengyao's cheerful voice rang out. She carried several bags full of items and walked straight into the living room. As soon as she entered the living room, her eyes were immediately drawn to the exquisite Steinway piano S155. Hubby, you bought a piano? Li Mengyao asked in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She put down her shopping bags, quickly walked to Lin Xuan's side, and sat down close to him. Yes, from now on I'll use this piano for music, prenatal education for the babies. Lin Xuan replied tenderly, a happy smile on his face. Hubby, do you know how to play the piano? Li Mengyao looked at him curiously, her eyes full of doubt. She had never seen Lin Xuan display any musical talent before. I've just learned recently. Let me play a piece for you now. Lin Xuan said softly, a slight smile curving his lips. Then his fingers gently pressed the keys and melodious notes flowed out slowly. A piece called Castle in the Sky flowed like a clear spring filled with warmth and peace. The beautiful piano sound filled the air as if transporting people into a dreamlike world, making them feel utterly relaxed and joyful. Li Mengyao sat quietly beside him, gently resting her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes and immersing herself in the wonderful music. When the piece ended, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, lifted her head, and looked at Lin Xuan with astonishment. She never expected that her husband could play the piano, and with such proficiency. It was even more beautiful than the musician at yesterday's piano concert. The already handsome and charming Lin Xuan now seemed even more irresistible to her. The little babies have listened, but what about the big baby? Li Mengyao playfully extended her little finger pointing at herself, implying that she also needed to be taken care of. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, lifted Li Mengyao, and sat her on his lap. Then what song does the big baby want to hear? Lin Xuan asked gently. Li Mengyao wrapped both arms tightly around Lin Xuan's neck, a blissful smile on her face. Hubby, I'll like whatever you play, Li Mengyao answered sweetly. The corners of Lin Xuan's mouth lifted, revealing a brilliant smile. First he kissed her tender, rosy lips deeply. Then his fingers danced on the piano keys again, accompanied by his gentle voice, flowing like a clear spring in the air. On the left bank of the Seine, coffee in my hand, tasting your beauty, the lip print left on the rim. Darling, falling in love with you. From that day on, sweetness came so easily. Darling, don't be willful, your eyes are saying I do. The performance of Jay Cho's confession balloon came to an end. Lin Xuan slowly turned his head, gazing affectionately at Li Mengyao, and smiled. Dear, do you like this song? Tears shimmered in Li Mengyao's eyes, filled with emotion and happiness. Without hesitation, she threw herself at Lin Xuan and kissed him deeply on the lips. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. Lin Xuan smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight, dear?" Li Mengyao replied with a smile, "Anything will do." Then Lin Xuan went to the kitchen and began to get busy. Soon he prepared a sumptuous meal. When he brought the dishes to the dining table, he found Li Mengyao sitting on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. "Let's go eat, the babies must be starving," Lin Xuan said with a smile to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. Lin Xuan then took Li Mengyao's hand and headed to the dining room to enjoy a delicious dinner. "Honey, let's go visit Jinghai University tonight." While happily eating, Li Mengyao said to Lin Xuan, "Why do you suddenly want to go back to school?" Lin Xuan asked in confusion. "Because this afternoon I heard young Lin say that there's a great dessert shop at Jinghai University," Li Mengyao said, a glimmer of excitement and happiness in her eyes. "All right, dear, you're craving again," Lin Xuan teased with a smile. "You are the one craving. It's the babies who want to eat, not me." Li Mengyao pretended to be angry and scolded playfully. Okay, it's the babies who want to eat, not the lady of the house," Lin Xuan quickly appeased. After dinner, the two rested for a while before preparing to head to Jinghai University. Once Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao got into the Maybach, Lin Xuan started the car and slowly drove toward Jinghai University. Before long, they arrived at Jinghai University. After parking the car, the two walked hand in hand into the campus. The Jinghai University campus at night was serene and beautiful, with moonlight casting a silvery glow on the ground. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand as they strolled along the campus path, savoring the familiar ambience. Soon they arrived at the much-talked-about dessert shop. Inside the shop was bustling with people extremely busy. Lin Xuan carefully led Li Mengyao inside, looking around for a seat. Finally, they found an empty spot and quickly walked over to sit down. Lin Xuan took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table to place an order. "What do you want to eat, dear?" Lin Xuan asked softly. "I want this starry mirror cake." Li Mengyao pointed with her delicate finger at the exquisite starry mirror cake on the menu, wearing a sweet. Seeing this cake reminded her of the beautiful starry sky she had seen earlier in Lin Xuan's hometown, Yinshan town. That vast and boundless starry sky had captivated her. "All right," Lin Xuan nodded with a smile. He then ordered a pot-shaped dessert, finding the shape quite novel and interesting. Before long, a young waitress brought over two exquisite desserts. "Enjoy your meal," the waitress politely said, gently placing the tray down before leaving. Li Mengyao eagerly picked up her phone and photographed the mouth-watering food. Then she couldn't wait to grab a small spoon and began tasting it little by little. Each bite made her feel immensely satisfied and delighted. "Honey, it's really delicious. You should try it too." Li Mengyao happily scooped a spoonful and brought it to Lin Xuan's lips. Lin Xuan cooperatively opened his mouth and took the delicious cake inside. Immediately a sweet flavor spread across his tongue, and Lin Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is delicious." Not wanting to be outdone, Lin Xuan pushed his uniquely shaped pot dessert toward Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao curiously looked at the unique dessert, then gently scooped a small piece with her spoon and placed it in her mouth. The fragrant cream mingled with the delicate chocolate, bringing a wonderful taste experience. At this moment, a radiant smile lit up Li Mengyao's face, as bright and stunning as flowers blooming in spring. After finishing the dessert, the two continued to stroll hand in hand through the campus of Jinghai University. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the school playground. The moonlight of the night spilled onto the lush grass. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. At this time, there were still some students exercising and jogging on the playground, and some had even started a small music concert in the center. Although it was now August and most students had returned home for vacation, some chose to stay at school to continue. Honey, look, there are people playing guitar and singing over there, Li Mengyao said, pointing to a nearby crowd with a bright smile. Lin Xuan followed Li Mengyao's finger and saw a group of young people sitting together with one boy playing the guitar while the others softly hummed along with the rhythm. Lin Xuan's lips curled slightly upward. It looks quite lively. Your husband can play too, do you want to hear it? Lin Xuan suddenly turned to Li Mengyao, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's eyes instantly sparkled, and she excitedly grabbed Lin Xuan's hand. I do. Her face radiated with anticipation, as if Lin Xuan were the brightest star in her heart. Lin Xuan chuckled at Li Mengyao's adorable look and said, They'll buy a guitar tomorrow and play for you. He gently patted her hand, intending to pull her along as they continued walking. But I want to hear it now. Li Mengyao stood still, pouting. Ever since she found out her husband was a music master, she had been longing to hear him sing with her own ears. All right then, Lin Xuan reached out and gently pinched her cheek, a tender smile spreading across his face. He had previously declared he would only play for his wife and children, but since his wife was now requesting it, he had no choice but to relent. Hand in hand, they strolled over to the small concert on the sports field and stood quietly listening. A young man was passionately playing the guitar and singing. The melody and vocals were both exquisite. Lin Xuan guessed he must be a music student. When the performance ended, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and slowly stepped forward. Excuse me, could I borrow your guitar? I'd like to play a piece here too, Lin Xuan said with a smile. As the crowd saw a handsome young man approaching, they burst into applause, and a few girls stared at him mesmerized. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Don't break my guitar. It's very expensive, the young man cautioned. Don't worry, if it gets damaged, they'll compensate you, Lin Xuan replied, taking the guitar and pulling Li Mengyao to sit with him on the soft grass. Honey, what song would you like to hear? Lin Xuan asked tenderly as he tuned the strings. Anything. Li Mengyao rested her head on Lin Xuan's shoulder and whispered. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, his fingers dancing across the strings, producing a cascade of enchanting notes. Lin Xuan closed his eyes gently and began to sing with deep emotion. I can accept all of you, all your little temperaments. I can take you to eat many good things. I can occasionally bring you sweet little surprises. Your heartache I can heal. My happiness only you can give. Let us never be apart. Can I be with you? There are so many memories between us. Falling for you makes no sense. It's just that I met you when my heart first bloomed. Lin Xuan dedicated his song, Can I, to Li Mengyao. His voice flowed like clear spring water through the heart, brimming with warmth. Every note seemed infused with life, leaping through the air, weaving a beautiful tapestry. At that moment, Li Mengyao also wore a sweet smile. She felt as if she were floating amidst a dazzling starry sky, and Lin Xuan's voice was like the brilliant stars illuminating her entire world. At that instant, their gazes met, seeing only each other. Their love, like this enchanting melody, was etched deeply into everyone's heart. The crowd was stunned. This wasn't just playing a tune, it was clearly a serenade for his wife. The young man was especially shocked, his eyes wide and mouth agape, his face a mask of disbelief. He never expected to encounter a master-level musician here. His heart swelled with admiration and awe. He was utterly impressed by Lin Xuan's talent. When Lin Xuan finished, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. People stood up to applaud him. They expressed their love and appreciation for his music with the utmost enthusiasm. Lin Xuan's face radiated confidence and satisfaction as he felt the warmth and support of everyone. Hello, are you also a music student? My name is Su Muyang. The young man rushed over and asked excitedly. Hello, I'm Lin Xuan. I studied computer science and graduated from Jinghai University this year, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Looks like we're the same batch. I also just graduated with a bachelor's degree and am now pursuing a master's in music at Jinghai University, Su Muyang said cheerfully. He continued, I've never met such an outstanding guitarist as you. Could I possibly become your apprentice? Lin Xuan smiled and replied, Sorry, I only play occasionally and have no plans to take disciples. Then, could you teach me when you have time? Su Muyang pressed on. Lin Xuan still smiled, if time permits, of course. They exchanged contact information. Then Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's hand and turned to leave. Just then someone recorded the small concert on Jinghai University's sports field and uploaded it online. In particular, the video of Lin Xuan singing for Li Mengyao quickly went viral on a popular platform, garnering widespread attention. Netizens flooded the comments. Wow, this fairy tale couple is so enviable. That guy is incredible. His guitar and singing are absolutely top tier in the country. Amazing. Some even praised Li Mengyao. That girl is a goddess descended from heaven. Later, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao drove home showered and lay in bed scrolling through the app. Suddenly Li Mengyao exclaimed in surprise, "Honey, look. You're famous." She excitedly handed him her phone. Lin Xuan took it, and saw his video had indeed attracted massive attention online. "Well, what can I say? Your husband is just that exceptional," Lin Xuan said with a wry smile. Li Mengyao raised an eyebrow playfully. "How exceptional?" "Second to none," Lin Xuan answered confidently. They both burst into laughter. "All right, time." Lin Xuan got up, turned off the light, gave Li Mengyao a kiss, and they drifted off into sweet dreams. Over the next few days, Lin Xuan would go to the company in the morning when he had nothing else to do. As time passed, Li Mengyao's belly began to show more clearly. That day, Lin Xuan returned home and found Li Mengyao sitting on the sofa with a displeased expression. He hurried over and asked with concern, "What's wrong, honey? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Mengyao pouted, looking at him pitifully, and said in her aggrieved tone, "Honey, I feel so ugly now. I can't fit into most of my old clothes anymore." Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao's slightly protruding belly and calculated the time in his mind, realizing that his wife was already 18 weeks pregnant, which is over 4 months. Now it was finally starting to show. "Wife, what are you saying? You will always be the most beautiful," Lin Xuan quickly comforted. "A man's words are deceptive." Li Mengyao raised her head, looking at Lin Xuan with a hint of grievance. "It's fine that I can't wear my old clothes. Let's go shopping for new ones this afternoon to cover up my belly, okay?" Lin Xuan gently stroked Li Mengyao's hair, speaking softly. Li Mengyao nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. "All right, I'll go cook. The ingredients I bought today are all your favorites." After giving Li Mengyao a kiss, Lin Xuan went back to the kitchen to get busy. In no time, a sumptuous lunch was ready. Li Mengyao smelled the delicious food and felt her mood improve significantly. She temporarily forgot the worries brought by her pregnancy and began to enjoy the tasty dishes. "Wife, let's go for a prenatal checkup tomorrow morning," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Sure," Li Mengyao replied happily while eating. After finishing their lunch, the couple leisurely returned to the bedroom, preparing to enjoy a cozy afternoon nap. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao tightly, feeling her warmth and softness. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a soft exclamation. "Ah!" He quickly opened his eyes, looking at Li Mengyao in his arms with concern, asking, "What's wrong, wife? Is something uncomfortable?" Li Mengyao, with a shy and happy expression, gently touched her belly with her small hand and said softly, "The baby moved." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile, almost jumping up in excitement. "Really?" He eagerly sat up, then skillfully lifted Li Mengyao's shirt, exposing her slightly bulging belly, and gently pressed his ear to it, trying to listen for the baby's voice. However, despite being 18 weeks pregnant, the fetal movements were still very subtle, almost imperceptible from the outside. Lin Xuan tried hard for a long time, but gained nothing. Yet he didn't feel disappointed. Instead, he lay back down on the bed with joy, continuing to embrace his wife, gently saying, "It's okay, we will definitely feel it in the future." Li Mengyao smiled slightly and comforted him softly. Don't worry, let's get a good sleep first." Then the two embraced and fell asleep, enjoying a nice afternoon nap. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to the entrance of a maternity clothing store. He held her hand as they walked into the store, starting to pick out some clothes suitable for her. Although they had already bought some maternity clothes before, Lin Xuan felt that the quantity might not be enough, so he planned to buy some more this time. After careful selection, Li Mengyao chose several beautiful maternity dresses, comfortable maternity pajamas, and practical maternity support pants. After that, they went to other clothing stores to buy some loose-fitting clothes. Li Mengyao was slender, and with her belly not being too large, yet when she tried on these loose clothes, it was almost impossible to tell that she was pregnant. While Li Mengyao was still in the fitting room, trying on clothes, Lin Xuan's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. "Is this boss he?" Lin Xuan asked. "Ha ha, it's me," Yuan laughed. "What can I do for you, boss?" "Lin Xuan, I just wanted to ask if you would be willing to hold a piano concert at the Jinghai Grand Theater." Yuan looked at Lin Xuan with anticipation. "I saw you playing the guitar in front of a crowd on a certain app," Yuan added. Previously, Lin Xuan had said he would only perform for his wife and the baby, but now that excuse was no longer valid. "I'm sorry." Just as Lin Xuan was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered that today was August 7th, 2024, and the day after tomorrow, August 9th, was his wife Li Mengyao's birthday. "Don't rush to refuse, Mr. Lin. If you have any conditions, I will do my best to meet them," Yuan quickly said upon hearing Lin Xuan's intention to refuse. Yuan was eager for Lin Xuan to hold a piano concert at the Jinghai Grand Theater. With Lin Xuan's talent, he would surely create a sensation nationwide. and Li Xuan could recommend him to the National Piano Association, discovering a musical talent for the country. It would be a glorious thing to say that a music master like Lin Xuan was discovered by him. All right, boss, but I have 2 conditions. Lin Xuan stated. What are the conditions? Go ahead and tell me. Li Xuan asked eagerly. First, I want to have the freedom to play whatever pieces I wish. That is of course a music master like Mr. Lin has no restrictions at all. Li Xuan quickly agreed. Second, I want to reserve all the front row seats. Lin Xuan immediately added his second condition. No problem. It's a deal. So Mr. Lin, when would it be convenient for you to come perform? Li Xuan inquired enthusiastically. Let's set the time for the day after tomorrow evening, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Okay, see you the day after tomorrow evening, Li Xuan said, grinning from ear to ear. After ending the call, Lin Xuan turned to look towards the fitting room, only to find that Li Mengyao had already finished trying on clothes and had come out. Hubby, which one do you think looked better, the one just now or this one? Li Mengyao asked with a smile. Both look good, oh let's buy them together. Lin Xuan smiled. Thus, holding Li Mengyao with one hand and carrying a bag full of new clothes with the other, he happily took her home. The next day arrived with bright sunshine. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao came to Jinghai People's Hospital early in the morning. They were scheduled for a 4-month pregnancy checkup. Upon entering the hospital, Lin Xuan carefully supported Li Mengyao as they made their way to the obstetrics and gynecology department. After completing the formalities, they began queuing for the examination. When it was Li Mengyao's turn, Lin Xuan accompanied her into the consultation room. The doctor asked a detailed series of questions before commencing a battery of tests. First came the ultrasound. Through the screen, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao saw 2 adorable little lives wriggling inside the womb, their hearts filled with joy. Next followed down screening, a basic physical examination, as well as blood and urine routine tests. Afterward, Li Mengyao received a thick report documenting all the indicators for herself and the babies. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao took the report to the doctor's office. After carefully reviewing it, the doctor smiled and said, well, both little ones are developing wonderfully. Hearing this, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with happiness. The doctor then advised, going forward, pay attention to balanced nutrition, eat plenty of protein and vitamin-rich foods. Also, moderate exercise like taking walks will be beneficial for delivery, and maintaining a cheerful mood is very important as well. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Xuan smiled lightly, then took Li Mengyao by the hand and left the hospital. They drove back to Jinwan Mansion. After parking the car, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao entered the house together. As soon as they opened the door, Yu was already crouching there, obediently meowing softly. She always greeted them like this. Yu, did you behave today? Li Mengyao crouched down and gently stroked Yu's soft fur. Yu seemed to revel in the caress, closing her eyes and letting out a satisfied meow. Now, with an automatic feeder installed, Yu no longer had to worry about going hungry. Lin Xuan went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Li Mengyao continued playing with Yu. Come, let me show you another chubby cat. Li Mengyao picked up the kitten and played an episode of Natsam's Book of Friends on the living room TV. When Yu saw the cat teacher, her emerald eyes widened, and she kept meowing. Seeing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but laugh with delight. Indeed, having an adorable cat around truly lifted a pregnant woman's spirits. Just then, Lin Xuan walked in with a sumptuous lunch and said gently, honey, lunch is ready. Coming. Li Mengyao immediately turned off the TV. At the same time, the automatic feeder chimed cheerfully, Yu, time to eat. With a clatter of kibble rolling down, Yu dashed to her bowl and buried her head in the food. Li Mengyao first took a bag of dried fish from the upper cabinet and gently placed it into Yu's bowl as a treat. Then, beaming with joy, she joined Lin Xuan in the living room to enjoy a delicious lunch together. After finishing lunch, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to the bedroom to rest. Just as Lin Xuan was holding Li Mengyao and about to fall asleep, a sound echoed in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for once again accompanying the baby for a prenatal checkup. Reward 5 million yuan. A 2x critical hit has been triggered, totaling 10 million yuan. The amount has been transferred to your bank account through legitimate channels. Please check. Ding! Detected that the host has accompanied the babies through over 4 months of healthy development. Reward top-tier massage techniques. Please accept. Instantly, a vast influx of information surged into Lin Xuan's mind. These data contained all kinds of advanced massage skills, allowing him to master the art in a flash. Now, if anyone were to name the nation's best masser, no one would dare compete with Lin Xuan. Since Li Mengyao was already 4 months pregnant, proper massage would benefit the fetus. Just as Lin Xuan was about to give his wife a massage, Li Mengyao was already fast asleep in his arms. Not wanting to wake her, he decided to wait until evening. Soon it was afternoon. Lin Xian opened his eyes, first lying in bed with a vacant stare. He thought about tomorrow. Besides surprising his wife with a special piano recital, he also needed to prepare a gift. But rings, diamonds, necklaces, they already had everything. So what should he give? Just then Lin Xian suddenly remembered the 10 million yuan that had arrived at noon. An idea struck him, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He carefully got out of bed, careful not to wake his sleeping wife. Dressed, he quietly left the room and sent a message to her on his phone telling her he had an errand to run. Lin Xian went to the basement parking lot, slid into his Maybach, started the engine, and slowly drove out of the spot, heading toward the community gate. Before long he arrived at a Bentley 4S store in central Jinghai. "Welcome. Sir, are you here to buy?" A young female saleswoman in a professional suit with a slender figure greeted him warmly. "Yes, I'm looking for a convertible sports car suitable for a woman." Lin Xian replied. "No problem, sir. Please follow me." The young saleswoman smiled and led him to the showroom. Seeing that he had arrived in a Maybach S680, though she figured the car he wanted wouldn't be cheap. When they stopped in front of a brand new Bentley, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. A Bentley Continental convertible in Brill blue appeared before him. The car's exterior design blended elegance with sportiness, sleek body lines, a dynamic silhouette, showcasing Bentley's unique styling. That shade of Brill blue was as deep and mysterious as the ocean, shimmering with a unique charm under the sunlight, exuding a regal aura. "This is our Bentley Continental 2024 GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car. Its appearance is a work of art on wheels, classic and graceful body lines. And this Brill blue color is perfect for a woman," the young saleswoman explained in detail. Lin Xian first sat inside to feel the softness and comfort of the seats, then examined the various configurations and features. He was thoroughly satisfied and couldn't help marveling inwardly. Truly a top-tier luxury car. "How much is this car?" he asked the young saleswoman with a smile. "This Bentley Continental 2024 GT Mulliner convertible luxury sports car costs for 2 million yuan. The young saleswoman replied enthusiastically. "All right, I'll take it," Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Lin Xian envisioned the wonderful scene, he and his wife driving the Bentley Continental convertible along a winding, picturesque coastline. Sunlight bathed her, a gentle breeze caressed her hair, bringing the fresh scent of the ocean. She wore a smile, her eyes full of happiness and contentment. "Installment or full payment, sir?" The young female salesperson beamed with a radiant smile, her voice brimming with delight. She had successfully concluded a major transaction and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The young man standing before her was not only handsome, but also generous. She wondered if he was already in a relationship. Just now he had mentioned that this car was for a woman, perhaps his sister or cousin. No matter what, she had to find a way to get his contact information. "Full payment," Lin Xian replied, his expression calm and tone flat. The young saleswoman froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She hadn't expected him to be so magnanimous, choosing to pay the entire sum without hesitation. He must be incredibly wealthy. "Can the car be delivered tomorrow morning?" Lin Xian pressed on. "Of course. For a VIP client like you, we prioritize your order to ensure you receive it as soon as possible," the young saleswoman responded with a warm smile, her attitude brimming with enthusiasm. "Then good, thank you." Lin Xian offered a faint smile. "You're welcome. He'll prepare the contract and paperwork right away. Please wait a moment." The young saleswoman turned and headed back to her office to gather the documents. Before long, Lin Xian had smoothly completed the payment process and signed the purchase contract. Thus, he bought the entire expensive Bentley Continental GT Mulliner convertible 2024 model in full. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, the young saleswoman called out to him. "Sir, could I add you on WeChat?" she asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Lin Xian turned to look at her, feeling a touch of puzzlement, but still replied, "Oh sure." Lin Xian thought adding her contact wouldn't hurt. It might make it easier to reach her when he came to pick up the car tomorrow, so he didn't overthink it. After they exchanged numbers, Lin Xian drove away from the Oli 4S dealership in his Maybach. The young saleswoman, named Lin Ruashi, stood there watching his departing figure, a faint ripple stirring in her heart. She was 23 this year, and after graduating from university, she had come to work at this dealership. Beautiful, tall, gentle, and kind, she was well liked by her colleagues. Back inside the store, a female receptionist around her age suddenly called out, "Ruashi, that customer of yours was pretty handsome." "Chi-Chi, you startled me." Lin Ruashi shot her a glare. "Haha, are you smitten? Go for it. If I weren't already married, I'd have pounced on him already," Wei Chi said with a sly grin. Lin Ruashi shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, "It's not that easy. I don't even know if he has a girlfriend yet." "How will you know if you don't ask? Just dress up nicely and catch his attention," Wei Chi encouraged. "They'll give it a try. Lin Ruashi replied, feeling a surge of courage from Wei Qi's words. Soon Lin Xuan drove back home. The moment he opened the door, Li Mengyao couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms. "Honey, where did you go? Why were you gone so long?" she asked, looking up with a blissful smile. "Oh, sweetheart, be careful. You're showing already. Don't rush like that. What if you bump into the baby?" Lin Xuan gently pinched her nose, his eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. "I know. They'll be more careful next time." Li Mengyao blushed and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lin Xuan quickly took her hand and led her to the living room, helping her sit on the soft sofa. "You still haven't told me where you went this afternoon." Li Mengyao coquettishly nestled against his chest, blinking her big eyes curiously. Previously, Lin Xuan always mentioned where he was going and what he was doing. But this time he simply said he had to go out for something. This made Li Mengyao suspicious. She felt he must be hiding something. Then it struck her tomorrow was her birthday. "I went to the company for some urgent matters," Lin Xuan said with a light smile and a casual tone, lying to surprise his wife. "Really?" Li Mengyao narrowed her beautiful eyes, smiling. "Are you hungry?" "He'll go make dinner," Lin Xuan said, flustered by her gaze, and quickly made his escape. Seeing her husband flee, a crescent moon curve of a smile graced Li Mengyao's lips. It was truly beautiful. Soon Lin Xuan had prepared dinner. The two sat at the table enjoying the meal. Afterwards they lay together on the comfortable couch, watching a show. Just then Lin Xuan's phone, resting on the side, began to vibrate incessantly. "The 622 foodie group. Chun Jingming, my disciples, your daddy finally has time tonight. How about a late-night snack? Zhong Zixing, dog's son, trying to rebel. You flaked so many times. Zhou Quan, exactly. You're paying tonight. Chun Jingming, where's Lin Xuan?" Lin Xuan picked up his phone and glanced at it. "Honey, my college roommates want to meet for a late-night snack. Is that okay?" he asked with a smile. "Of course. I can take care of myself at home, but don't come back too late." Li Mengyao pressed her face against his neck, nuzzling playfully. "Got it. He'll be back early." Lin Xuan lowered his head and gave her tempting lips a deep, affectionate kiss. Then he picked up his phone and messaged his roommates. "Where's the spot?" A reply came quickly. "The usual place, the barbecue stall near the university." Lin Xuan went into the bedroom, changed into casual clothes, and headed out. He went to the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion, started his Maybach, and slowly drove out of the complex. Before long, he arrived at a barbecue stall near Jinghai University, a place full of the scent of life, where they often ate during college. As soon as Lin Xuan got out of the car, he saw Zhong Zixing and Zhou Quan sitting at a table chatting. When they saw him, their faces lit up with joy. "Brother Xuan, you're here." Zhou Quan stood up, enthusiastically poured him a glass of cola. Knowing Sister Li was pregnant, he didn't offer beer. "Where's Jingming?" "Not here yet." Lin Xuan asked in confusion. "No idea. That guy isn't flaking on us again, is he?" Zhong Zixing picked up his phone to call Chun Jingming. I'm here. Chun Jingming ran over from a distance, his face beaming with excitement. Finally, he reached the stool and plopped down, panting a little, as he said, "Sorry for keeping everyone Hey Jingming, what's going on? You're late, so you owe us 3 drinks. Zhou Quan teased, quickly grabbing a bottle and pouring a full glass of beer for Chun Jingming. Without hesitation, Chun Jingming took the glass and downed it in one go. He then wiped his mouth with satisfaction and sighed, "I was dying of thirst." It turned out that Chun Jingming had been running and was already sweating profusely. Taking a sip of the icy beer immediately brought him a refreshing sensation. "I was just about to head out when my mentor suddenly messaged me to revise a document, so that's why I'm late," Chun Jingming explained, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Hearing this, everyone expressed their understanding. Zhong Zixing curiously asked, "Jingming, is it fun studying for a master's degree?" Zhong Zixing initially had the opportunity to directly pursue a master's degree, but ultimately chose to give it up, wanting to first venture into society and see what the corporate environment was like. Unexpectedly, he ended up working at Lin Xuan's company. "Yeah, brother Jingming, it must be quite enjoyable to stay in school. I already miss my university days." "What a load of nonsense. I'm envious of your freedom. I'm being pressed in the lab by my mentor every day. Isn't the school already on break? I'm still being kept by my mentor to continue doing experiments and analyzing data. I feel like a cheap laborer. Even having a late-night snack with you guys is hard to squeeze in. I'm thinking of dropping out." "Is it really that serious?" Lin Xuan asked in surprise. "Barbecue is here." At that moment, the barbecue stall owner brought over a large basin of aromatic skewers. "Yes, talking too much brings tears," Chun Jingming said helplessly while grabbing a skewer of meat to eat. "What about your girlfriend?" "She's quite busy too, but her mentor is more lenient. Mine is pretty extreme." Chun Jingming said, "I think you chose a bad mentor," Zhong Zixing added. "Yeah, I must have been blind to choose him. Now I can't change mentors and dare not offend him. Offending him means I won't graduate." Chen Jingming sighed, helplessly, a hint of frustration in his eyes. Zhou Quan comforted him, saying, "Just hang in there, brother Jingming, it will all pass soon." Chen Jingming nodded and smiled helplessly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to ask them, "By the way, how have you guys been lately?" Chen Jingming knew that Zhou Quan had started a business managing a restaurant, while Zhong Zixing had gone straight to work at a tech company. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Quan's face immediately lit up with a proud smile. He excitedly replied, "Brother Jingming, I'm quite comfortable right now. I'm managing a restaurant at Jinwan Plaza, and business is booming. My boss, is great too. The money I earn is split 3/7 with him, and I have a guaranteed salary of 20,000. Zhou Quan glanced at Lin Xuan and said with a smile. Lin Xuan sat beside him, focused on eating barbecue while also chatting with his wife on his phone. "Li Mengyao, honey, when will you be back?" "Just a little longer, sweetheart." Lin Xuan replied. "Is your boss better than mine?" "The boss at Jinwan Technology Co., Ltd. directly promoted me to RD manager with an annual salary." "Of course mine is better," Zhong Zixing said, casting a proud glance at Lin Xuan. He felt relieved for finding the right job, and working under such a capable and insightful boss, the future looked bright. "Then mine must be better." Zhou Quan naturally would not back down, responding immediately. He firmly believed that his choice was correct. Lin Xuan not only gave him a chance, but also allowed him to grow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xuan with gratitude. "My boss is great," Zhong Zixing rebutted without hesitation. He knew his current position was hard-earned, and Lin Xuan was the one who gave him that opportunity. "Who is your boss?" Chen Jingming asked with a puzzled expression. "My boss is Xian Gu," the two answered in unison. Their eyes revealed admiration and respect for Lin Xuan. Hearing this answer, Chen Jingming was stunned, momentarily unable to process it. Zhou Quan and Zhong Zixing exchanged glances and blinked. "Which Xian Gu are you talking about?" Zhong Zixing asked, first his tone carrying a hint of probing. "It's Lin Xuan, could it be that you?" Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape, unable to believe what he was hearing. "What are you two arguing about?" At this moment, Lin Xuan put down his phone and looked at them with a smile. "Wow, it turns out your bosses are the same person. It's Lin Xuan." Chen Jingming suddenly realized, finally understanding. Xian Gu, why didn't you tell me?" Zhou Quan looked at Lin Xuan in surprise, asking. "You didn't ask?" Lin Xuan smiled slightly. "Haha, turns out Zhou Quan is also working for you." Zhong Zixing couldn't help but laugh, his laughter tinged with surprise and delight. "Xian Gu, when will you take me along too? Don't play favorites." Chen Jingming said enviously from the side, his eyes sparkling with desire. "Wait until you finish your graduate studies," Lin Xuan teased with a smile. That's still a long time," Chen Jingming said helplessly. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was quietly at home, watching a show, munching on some snacks. She looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Why hadn't her husband returned yet? Just as she was about to call Lin Xuan, she suddenly heard the sound of the door unlocking. Her husband was back. She felt a surge of joy in her heart, immediately putting down her snacks, standing up, and quickly walking towards the door. Yu also quickly got up and hurried to the door. "Honey, I'm back. Welcome home." Li Mengyao's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she stepped forward to tightly hug Lin Xuan, feeling the warmth of his presence. "Why are you still up so late?" Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. "I was waiting to sleep with you." "Then dear, you go lie down in bed first. They'll give you a massage after I finish showering." After saying that, he gently took Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the bedroom together. As Li Mengyao walked, she couldn't help but secretly ponder, "My husband can give massages." Lin Xuan carefully placed Li Mengyao on the bed and immediately turned around to enter the bathroom to take a shower. Li Mengyao, hearing the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, couldn't help but wonder if her husband's massage was serious. Thinking of this, a shy blush suddenly appeared on her delicate face. Just as Li Mengyao was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xuan had already finished showering and came out of the bathroom. He gently climbed onto the bed, softly embraced Li Mengyao, and with a tender smile asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Your face is flushed like a ripe apple." Nothing. Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly and replied softly. Lin Xuan, seeing his wife's shy demeanor, couldn't understand what she was embarrassed about. "Come, let me help you with a massage." Lin Xuan sat up, gently stroking Li Mengyao's shoulders, his voice filled with tenderness and concern. Proper massage for pregnant women indeed has many benefits, relieving fatigue, improving sleep quality, and alleviating anxiety and tension. Of course, for pregnant women who are less than 3 months along, it is best to avoid massage to prevent any unnecessary impact on the fetus. Now that his wife is more than 4 months pregnant, it is appropriate to have some massage. "How do you plan to massage me?" Li Mengyao asked. "Wife, just lie down comfortably." Lin Xuan smiled. Lin Xuan possessed top-tier massage skills granted by the system, skillfully using the index, middle, and ring fingers to start from Li Mengyao's forehead and gently slide and press along her temples. Then he gently pressed her temples with the pads of his thumbs, the movement soft and just right. "Wife, is this pressure okay?" Lin Xuan asked softly. So comfortable." Li Mengyao closed her eyes, immersing herself in this comfort, her face radiating a happy smile. After finishing the head massage, Lin Xuan prepared to massage his wife's back. "Wife, now lie on your side. I'm going to start massaging your back," Lin Xuan said gently. "Okay." Li Mengyao obediently turned on her side. Lin Xuan used gentle techniques to press and knead Li Mengyao's back muscles, massaging from her lower back up to her shoulders, while carefully avoiding the middle area of her lower back. He knew that stimulating this area could adversely affect the baby in her womb. Throughout the massage, Lin Xuan maintained a high level of focus and care, ensuring that every movement made his wife feel comfortable and relaxed. After the massage, Lin Xuan gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, preparing to enter a sweet dream together. However, Li Mengyao lifted her head, a mischievous smile on her lips, and asked softly, "Husband, where did you learn this massage skill?" Lin Xuan smiled slightly and replied, "I learned it from outside recently." Li Mengyao blinked, continuing to ask, "Outside? Where's outside? Could it be that you often go to those places?" As she spoke, she slightly squinted her beautiful eyes, a mischievous glint sparkling in them, seemingly teasing Lin Xuan on purpose. In fact, Li Mengyao was well aware that her husband would never go to those chaotic places. She just wanted to use this opportunity to tease him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan felt a bit nervous and hurriedly explained, "Of course not. I am learning from legitimate professional massage institutions." Seeing Lin Xuan's flustered expression, Li Mengyao couldn't help but giggle, saying, "I was just asking, why are you so nervous?" "Ha." Lin Xuan then realized he had been teased by his wife. His eyes were filled with tenderness and care. "It's already late. Let's hurry and sleep, okay?" Considering the time, he didn't want his wife to stay up late, as it might affect the baby's health. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. She also understood her husband's worries and care, feeling deeply touched. Thus the two embraced and fell asleep. Time passed, and soon it was the next morning. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Li Mengyao in his arms, blinking her beautiful eyes, quietly gazing at him. "Husband, are you awake?" Li Mengyao's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and asked with concern, "Wife, why are you up so early today? What day is it today?" Li Mengyao teased, her lips curling into a light smile. "Husband, do you know what day it is?" Lin Xuan feigned ignorance, asking with confusion, "Huh? What day is it?" "Stupid husband." Li Mengyao frowned, raising her little pink fist and playfully hitting Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan looked at her indulgently and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, of course I know, today is a special day. It's my baby's birthday." Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a sweetness in her heart and pouted playfully, complaining, "You actually remember." Lin Xuan reached out and held Li Mengyao's little hand, pulling her tightly into his embrace, smiling gently. "How could I forget? My dear, happy birthday." Li Mengyao slightly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with joy, and smiled. "So, is there a gift?" Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Of course, I have prepared it for you long ago." "Really?" Li Mengyao asked, excitedly eager to see her birthday gift. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. "It's outside." Hearing this, Li Mengyao quickly broke free from Lin Xuan's embrace, joyfully jumping out of bed to look for the gift in the living room. However, after looking around, she found no trace of any gifts in the living room. Only a leisurely pet with a silly expression was watching her. "There's nothing here." Feeling a bit disappointed, she pouted and walked back to the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to Lin Xuan, not saying a word. Lin Xuan saw this and burst into laughter. "Wife, I didn't mean outside the room, I meant outside the house." Li Mengyao blinked, puzzled. "Outside the house?" Lin Xuan nodded and said seriously, "Yes, after we finish breakfast, I will take you to see your birthday gift." Li Mengyao's eyes brightened, revealing a delighted smile. "All right." Thus Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao began to get up and wash up. After finishing breakfast, they walked out of the house together. Holding hands, they arrived at the bottom of Jinwan Mansion, where Li Mengyao suddenly stopped and asked in confusion, "Husband, aren't we driving?" Usually they would head directly to the underground parking lot to drive out, but this time Lin Xuan did not take her to the parking lot. Instead, he directly held her hand to the entrance of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and explained, "Today we are taking a taxi." After saying that, he opened his phone to call for a ride. Soon a white ride-hailing car drove over and stopped in front of them. Lin Xuan opened the car door, letting Li Mengyao get in first, and then he sat in as well. The ride-hailing car then slowly drove towards their destination. Along the way, Li Mengyao kept asking Lin Xuan where he was taking her, but Lin Xuan just smiled and shook his head, unwilling to reveal a word. After a while, the car finally arrived at the destination, a luxury car dealership. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao out of the car and walked into the Bentley dealership. Lin Xuan took out his phone and dialed the number of the saleswoman Lin Ruoxi, who had attended to him yesterday. "Hello, this is Mr. Lin, who purchased the Bentley Continental yesterday. We have arrived." "Okay, I'll be right there," Lin Ruoxi replied. Lin Ruoxi checked her appearance in the office mirror. She had specially dressed up today, applying exquisite makeup and choosing a beautiful outfit, hoping to leave a good impression on Lin Xuan. After all, young and handsome men like Lin Xuan who are generous are rare, and she needed to seize the opportunity. Lin Ruoxi walked out of the office and immediately saw Lin Xuan standing in the store holding a girl. The girl looked pure and sweet, wearing a light blue dress with long hair cascading down her skin as fair as snow, and her beautiful eyes sparkling and seemingly expressive. Lin Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he already has a girlfriend? "Mr. Lin, hello? This is..." Lin Ruoxi still approached with a smile, politely greeting Lin Xuan and inquiring. "Oh, this is my wife." Lin Xuan smiled and introduced. His gaze was filled with tenderness and love, tightly holding the hand of the girl beside him. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxi's mood instantly plummeted. She had originally held a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed she had no chance at all. "Hello? Can you take us to pick up the car?" Lin Xuan looked at Lin Ruoxi, who was standing there in a daze, feeling a bit puzzled, and couldn't help but ask. Okay, please follow me." Lin Ruoxi snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as she turned to lead the way. Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand, tightly following behind. "Husband, why did you buy another car?" Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xuan's hand, her eyes sparkling with surprise and curiosity. "To get you a new car, my dear, you will definitely love it," Lin Xuan said with a smile, revealing a doting expression. Soon they arrived at the car pickup area. Li Mengyao's gaze was instantly captivated by the brewer blue Bentley Continental, and her eyes bright. The car's body was sleek and elegant, the unique brewer blue color resembling a dazzling sapphire, radiating a charming luster. Under the sunlight, it appeared exceptionally eye-catching. Its front design was exquisite and grand, with the iconic Bentley grille and sharp headlights that made its identity instantly recognizable. The wheel design was simple yet distinctive. The rear design was equally exquisite, with smooth lines complementing the overall style. The shape of the exhaust pipe was unique, exuding a luxurious aura. The entire car was like a flawless work of art, surrounded by flowers and balloons resembling a dazzling pearl that attracted everyone's gaze. Lin Xuan took a delicate blue Bentley key from Lin Ruoxi and gently placed it in Li Mengyao's palm. "Dear, this blue Bentley Continental GT is your birthday gift." Lin Xuan smiled. "Thank you, husband." Li Mengyao extended her small hand to hug Lin Xuan, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then Li Mengyao carefully opened the car door, and a subtle scent of leather wafted from inside. She carefully examined every detail inside the car, her heart filled with joy. Then Lin Xuan approached Li Mengyao with a bouquet of blue tulips, smiling as he handed the flowers to her. Li Mengyao accepted the flowers, revealing a sweet smile. Just then a staff member gently pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment. Finally, Li Mengyao and Lin Xuan climbed into the Bentley Continental together, with Li Mengyao driving the car slowly out of the dealership. Along the way, sunlight spilled onto the car windows, creating beams of golden light. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing fresh air. Li Mengyao happily hummed a song, while Lin Xuan quietly sat in the passenger seat, admiring her beautiful profile. Soon the car arrived at the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Li Mengyao parked the car steadily next to a Xiaomi SU7. She turned to glance at the two cars, feeling a bit conflicted. "Which one should I drive?" she murmured. Lin Xuan seemed to sense Li Mengyao's thoughts and smiled, saying, "You can drive whichever one you want when the time comes, as long as you're happy." Li Mengyao took Lin Xuan's hand and left the parking lot with him. After returning home, Lin Xuan immediately got busy preparing a lavish lunch for Li Mengyao. After lunch, the two returned to the bedroom to rest. Since Li Mengyao had woken up early in the morning, she quickly fell asleep once she lay on the bed. Time quickly passed to 5 in the afternoon. Lin Xuan gently woke Li Mengyao, saying, "Wife, wake up, you can't sleep too long." What time is it?" Li Mengyao asked drowsily. "It's already 5 in the afternoon," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "I didn't realize I slept for so long." Li Mengyao suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and quickly sat up from the bed. "Wife, let's go listen to the concert again tonight," Lin Xuan tenderly suggested. "Sure." Li Mengyao happily agreed, her face blooming with a beautiful smile. As night fell, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Afterward, they drove the brand new Bentley Continental towards the Jinghai Grand Theater. Upon arriving at the theater, Lin Xuan first led Li Mengyao to a central front row seat and carefully adjusted the angle of her chair. Then he told Li Mengyao that he would go to the restroom and would be back soon. Li Mengyao quietly sat there looking forward to the start of the performance. Did you hear? This piano performance features a mysterious musician. Yes, the promotion says it's a music master. I am so looking forward to it. The audience behind began to murmur. Just then the spotlight on stage suddenly brightened, radiating brilliance. She was astonished to find Lin Xuan elegantly dressed in a black suit sitting before a magnificent piano, gazing deeply at her, with a slight smile, revealing a warm expression. Li Mengyao felt her heartbeat quicken, a faint blush of shyness spreading across her cheeks. Her gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, could not tear itself away from Lin Xuan. His handsome appearance and captivating demeanor deeply attracted her, making her heart race. She had never imagined that Lin Xuan would appear before her in such a unique manner, filling her with indescribable delight. However, the audience below saw it differently. The long-awaited mysterious musician turned out to be a young man, evoking disappointment and anger. Why is a young man on stage? Wasn't there supposed to be a mysterious musician? Does he even know how to play the piano? I feel like I've been cheated. Isn't he just a pretty face? Refund. The voices of doubt and condemnation rose and fell, the scene spiraling out of control. Yet one spectator was an exception, looking at Lin Xuan on stage with eager anticipation. This was Su Muyang, who had previously played the guitar at Jinghai University and had come to the concert today. Faced with the discontent and questioning from the audience, Lin Xuan neither grew angry nor flustered. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile. At that moment, Lin Xuan's fingers gently brushed a key, and crisp notes danced through the air like lively sprites. Then a series of smooth and graceful melodies resounded, celestial music that filled the entire theater. The clamorous audience instantly fell silent, conquered by the enchanting sounds. As Lin Xuan's fingers lightly touched the keys, melodious music flowed forth like a clear spring, lingering throughout the theater. Lin Xuan played classic pieces such as Marriage d'Amour, Starry Sky, and Romance d'Amour. Each piece intoxicated the listeners, and Li Mengyao sensed his heartfelt confession of love. She sat quietly in the audience, her eyes moist, tears glistening in her lashes. She was immersed in the beautiful melody, feeling Lin Xuan's affection for her. As the final note faded, the entire theater fell into silence. Then thunderous applause erupted. The audience rose to their feet, offering Lin Xuan warm applause and cheers. Their faces were filled with admiration and respect. The earlier discontent had vanished completely. When the applause subsided, Lin Xuan stood up and bowed to the audience. Thank you all for coming to my concert. The main purpose of holding this concert here is to give my wife a very special one. His voice was deep and magnetic, his gaze firm as he looked at the audience. After saying this, he slowly extended his hand, pointing to his wife, Li Mengyao, seated in the front row. Li Mengyao, already moved to tears, stood up excitedly, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes brimming with happiness and surprise. She then trotted onto the stage and threw herself into Lin Xuan's arms. Lin Xuan held her tenderly, gently stroking her hair and softly wiping away her tears. Today is my wife's birthday, so I have one last piece for her, Lin Xuan said affectionately. Taking her small hand, he led her slowly to the piano bench, letting her sit first before sitting beside her. They leaned close together, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. A faint smile curved his lips, and his fingers lightly touched the keys, producing crisp and pleasant notes. Then he began to play a cheerful and moving "Happy Birthday." Accompanied by the beautiful notes, he softly sang, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The audience, touched by the warm atmosphere, joined in the chorus. Their voices merged into a warm current, filling the entire space. Happy birthday to you. The lyrics carried sincere wishes to everyone. Li Mengyao leaned quietly against Lin Xuan, savoring the joy and emotion brought by the music. She closed her eyes, listening to the melodious strains, as if drifting into a dreamlike realm. At this moment, she felt she was the happiest woman in the world. As the concert ended, the audience rose and left their seats, their faces beaming with satisfaction and delight. "Wow, this concert was absolutely wonderful," someone exclaimed. Yes, the tickets were truly worth it. The music was so beautiful. Another person chimed in. "That performer may be young, but his piano skill is exceptional, truly astonishing. He's simply a musical genius," someone else exclaimed excitedly. And that heartfelt confession at the end. His wife must be so happy. Everyone murmured enviously. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had already walked hand in hand out of the concert hall, their faces also wearing happy smiles. They arrived at the parking lot of Jinghai Grand Theater, where Lin Xuan gallantly opened the door of the Bentley and invited Li Mengyao into the passenger seat. Then he walked around to the driver's side, got in, and prepared to start the engine. "Honey, why haven't you said a word?" Lin Xuan noticed Li Mengyao's silence and asked with concern. "Hubby, you're too good to me." Li Mengyao's eyes suddenly welled up, and she choked out. "And your husband, of course, will treat you well," Lin Xuan said gently, then pulled Li Mengyao into a tender embrace. A smile graced his face, his eyes full of love and adoration. Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with crystalline tears, as if containing boundless emotion. She leaned forward and offered her soft pink lips. The kiss lasted for an indeterminate amount of time. Li Mengyao gently pushed Lin Xuan away, then pressed her head against his chest. "Let's go home." Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly, speaking softly. "All right." Lin Xuan carried her back to the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Then he started the car, leaving Jinghai Grand Theater and heading toward Jinwan Mansion. Soon Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao arrived at their doorstep. The moment Li Mengyao opened the door, a surprise unfolded. "Pop! Pop! Happy birthday!" Two loud cracks rang out, followed by countless colorful ribbons cascading down, dazzling her sight. Chen Manman and Yang Lin were standing on either side, holding birthday poppers. Behind them, Lu Yusin held a large birthday cake, smiling warmly at Li Mengyao. "Happy birthday, Yao Yao," Lu Yusin said with a smile. "You?" Li Mengyao covered her mouth, too astonished to speak. "This was all your husband's idea. Don't just stand there, come on in." Chen Manman pulled Li Mengyao into the room was adorned with colorful balloons dancing like joyful sprites in the air, and brilliant lights twinkled like stars, illuminating every corner of happiness. Everyone gathered around the dining table. Lin Xuan lit the candles on the cake and turned off the lights. Li Mengyao clasped her hands, closed her beautiful eyes, and prepared to make a wish before the birthday cake. In the flickering candlelight, her lovely face radiated extraordinary charm. Lin Xuan gazed at her silently, his heart overflowing with happiness. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Lu Yusin began to sing softly. Then everyone joined in the chorus. The song echoed through the room, warm and touching. Li Mengyao opened her eyes, tears glistening in them. "Thank you all, I'm truly happy." Then she blew out the candles, plunging the room into darkness. Yet the darkness was filled with an atmosphere of warmth and joy. Afterward, Lin Xuan turned on the lights and picked up the cake knife, ready to cut the poor birthday cake. Soon the large cake was divided into slices and handed to everyone. Li Mengyao and her friends moved to the living room, watching TV while savoring the delicious cake. Lin Xuan returned to the kitchen to prepare some snacks for them. "Yao Yao, this is your birthday present." Yang Lin handed a beautifully wrapped box to Li Mengyao. "And hey, raise mine, a gift for Yao Yao." Chen Man also offered her gift. "This is from me." Lu Yusin smiled faintly and presented her gift to Li Mengyao. "Thank you." Li Mengyao accepted the three gifts, carefully set them aside, and continued chatting cheerfully with her friends. That evening, after seeing off her three best friends, Li Mengyao returned to the living room and hugged Lin Xuan tightly. "Honey, I'm so happy today. This has been the best birthday ever." Li Mengyao beamed with joy. As long as you're happy." Lin Xuan gently stroked her hair. "By the way, darling, what did you wish for?" Lin Xuan asked curiously. "Hee, I won't tell you. It won't come true if I say it out loud." Li Mengyao replied playfully, her face glowing with happiness. "I'm going to take a shower now," she said softly, then gently freed herself from his embrace, planted a kiss on his cheek, and fluttered toward the bathroom like a light butterfly. Lin Xuan watched her retreating figure, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He could roughly guess. Her wish was to stay together with him forever in happiness. After her shower, Li Mengyao radiated a faint fragrance like a blooming flower. Lin Xuan then went into the bathroom to bathe. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao sat on the living room sofa, opening the gifts from her friends one by one. She first opened Yang Lin's and Chun Man's presents, which turned out to be two delicate, lovely trinkets. She took them out with delight, admired them, and placed them as decorations in the living room. Then, as her gaze fell on Lu Yusin's gift, curiosity stirred within her. From the outside, it looked like a piece of clothing. Carefully tearing off the wrapping and opening it, her face instantly flushed crimson. She quickly grabbed her phone, opened the chat with Lu Yusin, and typed, "Naughty Shinshin, what is this?" Lu Yusin replied, "Haha, it's just an ordinary piece of clothing." Li Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ordinary clothing?" Lu Yusin snickered. "Yao, I've done my part. Got work tomorrow, time to sleep. Bye." Li Mengyao looked at the clothing in her hands, her gaze firm, as if she had made a decision, then she strode quickly back to the bedroom. After finishing his shower, Lin Xuan walked into the living room while drying his hair. However, his wife was nowhere to be seen, and a flicker of confusion rose in his heart. He walked to the bedroom and gently pushed the door open only to find it pitch black inside. "Honey, why aren't the lights on?" he asked softly. Just as he reached for the switch, Li Mengyao's voice came from the darkness, stopping him. "Honey, don't turn on the lights." "Huh? Why not?" Lin Xuan asked, utterly perplexed. "No reason. Just come up here." Her voice was shy and nervous, stirring a sense of tenderness in him. Lin Xuan stepped slowly into the bedroom, his movements gentle and cautious. In the faint glow of the night, he saw Li Mengyao tightly wrapped in the blanket, only her adorable face peeking out like a meek kitten. He climbed onto the bed softly and slowly pulled back the blanket. When he finally saw what lay before him, he was completely stunned. "Honey, what are you?" Before he could finish, Li Mengyao wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her cherry lips against his. In the early morning of the following day, sunlight filtered through the curtains and spilled onto the bed. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that met his gaze was Li Mengyao's beautiful face. She was nestled in his arms, a blissful smile on her lips. At this moment, Li Mengyao was using Lin Xuan's arm as a pillow while holding it tightly. Time passed minute by minute, and about an hour later her eyelashes fluttered slightly before her enchanting eyes slowly opened. "Honey, are you awake?" Lin Xuan gazed at Li Mengyao with deep affection and asked softly. Li Mengyao raised her small hand and gently rubbed her eyes. After a while, when Li Mengyao had recovered her senses, she blinked her big eyes and said coquettishly to Lin Xuan, "Hubby, I'm hungry." Lin Xuan said tenderly, "I'll go prepare breakfast right away." With that, he quickly jumped out of bed, got dressed, and walked out of the bedroom. Just as Lin Xuan was cooking a delicious breakfast for Li Mengyao, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding dong, congratulations, host, for giving the baby's mother an unforgettable birthday. Reward 4 million yuan in cash with a triple critical hit triggered, totaling 12 million yuan. It has been transferred to your bank account through legitimate channels. Please check." Ding Dong detected that the host has purchased a new car for the baby's mother. For the safety of the babies, the system will once again load a top-tier intelligent driving system from Future Technology for free. Congratulations to the host for successfully loading the top-tier intelligent driving system from Future Technology onto the Bentley Continental. Just like the Xiaomi SU7 before, the host does not need to drive manually. Lin Xuan was pleasantly surprised. Not only had the system sent another sum of money, but it had also perfectly integrated the combustion engine vehicle with intelligent driving. Absolutely incredible. This way he could rest assured when his wife drove. The more Lin Xuan thought about it, the happier he became, so he quickened his pace in preparing breakfast. In no time, Lin Xuan had prepared a delicious meal of sweet potato millet porridge, golden fried eggs, and fragrant vegetable buns. After arranging the breakfast on the dining table, Lin Xuan walked into the bedroom. He gently pushed open the door and found that Li Mengyao had gotten back into bed, smiling as she played with her phone. "Sweetheart, get up and wash up, breakfast is ready." Lin Xuan approached Li Mengyao and said softly, "I've already washed up, but I still feel so tired." Li Mengyao closed her beautiful eyes and pouted. "What should we do then?" Lin Xuan asked with eyes full of adoration. "Hubby, hold me." Li Mengyao stretched out her small hand, her face full of coaxing. "All right." Lin Xuan smiled happily, gently lifted Li Mengyao like a little princess, and slowly walked toward the dining room. Then the two of them blissfully enjoyed the hearty breakfast. After finishing, Lin Xuan took care of the dishes, while Li Mengyao began to tease the little cat with a feather wand. Yu ran left and right until it was panting heavily, then lay on the ground with its tongue sticking out. No matter how much it was teased, it refused to move again. Seeing this, Li Mengyao laughed, shook her head, and took out a can of cat food, placing it before Yu as a... Then she fetched a book from the study and lay leisurely on the comfortable sofa, quietly enjoying her reading time. 10 minutes later, Lin Xuan came out of the kitchen and sat down beside Li Mengyao. Just then the ringtone of his phone sounded again. "Is this Mr. Lin?" A low, steady male voice came from the other end. "Yes, this is he. Who am I speaking with?" Lin Xuan replied calmly. "Oh, I'm the chief engineer in charge of the decoration work at Unit A1201 Times Garden. Your house is now fully decorated, and you can come for an inspection at any time. If you are not satisfied with any aspect, please feel free to contact me," the voice on the phone replied. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for the notification." Lin Xuan hung up. "Hubby, whose call was that?" Li Mengyao curiously leaned in to ask. "It was from the decoration company. They said our place at Times Garden in Jingshui City is ready." Lin Xuan replied with a smile. "Really? Can we go back and take a look?" Li Mengyao's face was filled with anticipation. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, gently hugged her, and then kissed her rosy, tempting lips. "Honey, not..." Li Mengyao was slightly dazed by the kiss, but still hummed softly and asked stubbornly, "Why not?" Lin Xuan explained patiently, "Because the house has just been renovated, and there is still a lot of formaldehyde that hasn't dissipated. If we move in now, it could harm our health, especially since you are carrying our little baby." Hearing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help showing a trace of disappointment. "Then how long do we have to wait before we can move in?" Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Generally it takes 3 to 6 months. But I can ask them to hire a professional formaldehyde removal company to help, which should speed things up. A month should be enough. How about we wait until September to go back to Jingshui City?" "All right." Li Mengyao immediately cheered up again, her eyes sparkling with joy. At noon, Lin Xuan brought the chicken soup he had carefully prepared to the dining table, its aroma wafting through the air. "Darling, have a taste," he said gently, looking at Li Mengyao, who was sitting by the table. Li Mengyao took the bowl, gently blew away the steam from the soup, and carefully took a sip. Instantly, a rich fragrance spread in her mouth, causing her to reveal a satisfied smile. "Delicious," she said. After lunch, the two returned to the bedroom. It was time for technician Lin to go to work. With his top-tier massage techniques, Lin Xuan gave Li Mengyao another comfortable massage. Li Mengyao lay quietly on the bed, eyes closed, peacefully enjoying the moment. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. When afternoon came, Lin Xuan, as usual, held Li Mengyao in his arms as they sat before the Steinway piano, playing a beautiful melody with his hands. The notes danced like spirits, swirling in the air, enchanting all who heard them. Meanwhile, the Jinghai City Piano Association was holding an important meeting. In a spacious and bright conference room, a group of well-dressed, focused individuals sat around a table. On the podium stood a large-screen TV, playing a video of Lin Xuan performing the piano at the Jinghai Grand Theater. The entire conference room was filled with a thick artistic atmosphere. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful and moving melody, utterly captivated and unable to tear themselves away. When the video finished playing, the room fell into silence. On every face was an expression of profound shock and admiration. After a moment, Li Xuan broke the silence and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" The moment he spoke, everyone came back to their senses and began to express their opinions eagerly. "This is simply the sound of heaven. I have never heard such a beautiful piano piece. This young man's performance skill has reached a master level. His piano level is unmatched in the whole country. A musical genius like this is truly once in a century." Everyone had extremely high praise for Lin Xuan, complimenting him endlessly. Li Xuan heard these words of praise and couldn't help feeling a hint of pride. After all, Lin Xuan was a talent he had discovered. "It was only by chance that I encountered such a musical genius," he said. He smiled. "Since we have such a gifted talent, we absolutely cannot let him slip away," someone suggested. "We should recruit him into our piano association as soon as possible." "Yes, if we don't act quickly, associations from other regions might get ahead of us," another person chimed in. However, Li Xuan frowned and sighed. "Alas, I would very much like to recruit him, but am afraid he himself is unwilling to join," he said with concern. After all, he had expended great effort just to persuade Lin Xuan to agree to hold a piano concert. At night, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay together on the lounge chairs on the balcony, enjoying the shimmering waves on the river and the pleasant breeze. Li Mengyao curled up in Lin Xuan's arms like a docile kitten, sometimes playing with her phone, sometimes quietly reading a book. This was her favorite way to relax. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, immersed in his wife's alluring fragrance, gazed into the distance at the river, pondering to himself the day after tomorrow would be the Qixi festival on the lunar calendar. What gift should he give his wife? Suddenly, he remembered that his wife loved using her phone to capture beautiful scenery, so an idea came to him. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao was also thinking about what gift to prepare for her husband on the Qixi festival the day after tomorrow. Give herself to him. It seemed she had already done that yesterday. At this thought, Li Mengyao's delicate face instantly turned crimson. So she shook her little head, trying to calm down. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Xuan's fondness for Jailin's songs when playing the piano, and an idea came to her. "Honey," Li Mengyao called softly, lifting her head with a gentle blink of her elegant eyes. "What's the matter?" Lin Xuan looked down at Li Mengyao with a smile. "Nothing, just wanted to call you." Li Mengyao playfully stuck out her tongue, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Lin Xuan continued holding Li Mengyao, his thoughts wandering far away as he pondered which camera to buy that would best suit his wife. Like a Q2 or Sony A7R4. It seemed the Nikon Z7 II was also quite good. Just as he was deep in thought, a sweet call came again from his ear. "Honey." The voice carried a hint of playfulness and mischief, making Lin Xuan can't help but laugh. He looked down, revealing his signature gentle smile, and asked softly, "What is it now?" Li Mengyao blinked and said with a giggle, "Nothing." However, before she could finish, Lin Xuan caught her lips with his own. Seeing his wife so playful and adorable, Lin Xuan naturally wouldn't let her get away with it. As time approaches the day after tomorrow, today marks the 7th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar, which is also the Qixi festival. For Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, their wedding date falls on July 7th in the Gregorian calendar, giving them 2 special days to celebrate. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed as Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Li Mengyao, who was peacefully sleeping in his arms, a smile of happiness illuminating his face. He carefully climbed out of bed, afraid to wake her. Then he took out a beautifully wrapped gift from the nearby cabinet. This gift was specifically prepared for Li Mengyao as a Qixi festival present, a Nikon Z7 II camera. This camera features a high-resolution full-frame mirrorless design, boasting excellent image quality and focusing capabilities. Moreover, its lightweight and portable body makes it perfect for female users. As for the price, it is quite reasonable, around 30,000. Lin Xuan gently placed the Nikon Z7 II on the bedside table and left a handwritten note. He then quietly left the room to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for his wife. As Lin Xuan stepped out of the bedroom and into the living room, he immediately noticed a record placed on the bed. Curiously, he approached it and discovered that it was Jay Chou's latest album, The Greatest Work, complete with Jay's autograph. He picked up the record to examine it closely, only to find another note underneath. Naughty husband, happy Qixi festival. It was adorned with a heart drawn by Li Mengyao herself. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile, a wave of emotion swelling within him. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and after a moment of daze in bed, she caught sight of the exquisite camera on the bedside table. This brought her immense joy, for Li Mengyao had always loved photography, but due to the high price of a good camera, she had only been able to use her phone to capture beautiful moments in life. Now with this Nikon camera, she could capture beautiful landscapes and precious moments even better. Li Mengyao happily blinked her eyes and began to play with the Nikon camera in her hands. She cautiously opened the lens cap, adjusted the focus and aperture, feeling the harmony between her fingers and the shutter. Each time she pressed the shutter, it felt like she was creating a new world. Immersed in this creative and artistic world, she lost track of time. After a while, Li Mengyao noticed another note on the bedside table. Curiously, she reached out her delicate hand to take a look, discovering it was left by her naughty husband. Baby, happy Qixi festival, love your husband. It also featured a drawing of a kiss. Li Mengyao looked at the note and revealed a sweet smile. How could her husband always be thinking about kisses? At that moment, Lin Xuan gently pushed open the door and saw Li Mengyao sitting up in bed, smiling at it. Filled with joy, Lin Xuan approached and sat beside Li Mengyao, softly asking, "Wife, are you awake?" Li Mengyao nodded with a light laugh, replying, "Yes, thank you for the gift, I really like it." As she spoke, she tightly embraced Lin Xuan and gently placed a sweet kiss on his left cheek. Feeling this warmth, Lin Xuan's mouth curled into a slight smile as he teased, "I also really like my wife's gift. Is that it?" Li Mengyao shyly smiled and kissed Lin Xuan's right cheek as she tenderly said, "Not yet, it has to." A playful and cute expression appeared on her stunning face. Seeing this, Lin Xuan chuckled, "Since that's the case, my wife has kissed enough. Isn't it my turn now?" Before he could finish speaking, he eagerly leaned towards Li Mengyao's delicate lips, attempting to kiss her. "No, I need to wash up." Li Mengyao skillfully dodged, quickly escaping from Lin Xuan's embrace, and hurriedly walked into the bathroom to get ready. Lin Xuan helplessly shook his head, having no way to deal with his mischievous wife, and could only obediently return to the kitchen to set the already prepared breakfast on the dining table. Not long after, Li Mengyao finished washing up and slowly walked to the dining room, where the two began to enjoy a delicious breakfast. "Wife, how about we go to the Jinghai Disneyland amusement park later?" Lin Xuan said with a smile on his lips. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, as she exclaimed, "Great." After they finished eating, they took a short break before heading back to the bedroom to change clothes. Li Mengyao turned around her back to Lin Xuan as she began to change clothes. Although she still felt a bit shy, she thought that he had already seen everything that needed to be seen, so she no longer dwelled on it. After all, she could never stop her husband, who always loved to tease. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan quickly changed into a stylish outfit and sat quietly on the edge of the bed, admiring the way his wife had dressed up. Before long, Li Mengyao had finished her makeup. Her makeup was very light, yet exquisite, which added a touch of grace and purity to her already stunning beauty. Then Li Mengyao put on a light apricot floral maternity dress designed to be both fashionable and comfortable, making it very suitable for pregnant women. Next, she donned a sun protection shirt, which not only provided sun protection, but also enhanced the overall layering of her outfit. Finally, Li Mengyao wore a cute little hat that added a playful touch to her entire look. She turned to the mirror looking at herself and revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment Li Mengyao appeared fresh and charming, picturesque in her beauty. "Husband, let's go." Once everything was ready, she linked her arm with Lin Xuan's, and together they stepped out of the house. The two arrived at the Jinwanfu parking lot, where Lin Xuan carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat. Then he took his place in the driver's seat of the Bentley Continental. "Wife, this Bentley Continental can now drive itself," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Huh, isn't it a gas car?" Li Mengyao tilted her head slightly in confusion. "It was just upgraded recently, and from now on you can drive it, just like the previous Xiaomi SU7, without needing manual control," Lin Xuan explained. "Great." Li Mengyao thought this was very convenient, and stopped wondering how a gas car could drive itself. With that, Lin Xuan started the car, activated the top-tier self-driving mode, and the Bentley Continental began to automatically drive towards the Jinghai Disneyland amusement park. Soon the Bentley Continental came to a steady stop in the parking lot of Jinghai Disneyland. Lin Xuan first stepped out of the car, and as he prepared to help his wife from the passenger seat, Li Mengyao's adorable little head popped out. She blinked her eyes in delight, a hint of joy flashing across her face. A giant Mickey Mouse sculpture greeted every guest with a beaming smile. Surrounded by magnificent arches and fluttering ribbons, the dreamlike castle spires shone with a mysterious light beneath the blue sky and white clouds. The bustling crowd was filled with happy smiles while cute cartoon characters danced joyfully at the entrance, warmly inviting people into this world brimming with wonders. Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao's little hand and walked together with the crowd into the world of Jinghai. Since Li Mengyao had never been here before, she was constantly looking around, capturing her favorite sights with the Nikon Z7 II camera that Lin Xuan had given her. Following the Disneyland travel guide he found online, Lin Xuan began to explore step by step. Li Mengyao, now pregnant, was unable to experience many thrilling rides. So Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to the carousel ride. This carousel moved relatively gently and was quite safe for pregnant women, allowing them to enjoy it with peace of mind. The carousel at Jinghai Disneyland was a splendid visual feast. The tall and magnificent carousel installation sparkled with colorful lights, and the intricate carvings on the horses showcased exquisite craftsmanship. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao quietly stood in line at the back. Soon it was their turn. Li Mengyao chose a pink horse, and Lin Xuan helped her onto the horse, carefully fastening her seatbelt while she held onto the safety rail, waiting for the ride to start. Lin Xuan then sat on a white horse next to Li Mengyao, resembling a prince on a white steed, smiling as he looked at her. As the music began to play, the carousel slowly started to spin, as if immersing them in a dreamlike fairy tale world, enchanting all who were present. "Wow," Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly, "it's so beautiful. I feel like a princess." She was as thrilled as a child, her face radiating happiness. "Dear, hand me the Nikon camera, I'll take a picture of you," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Sure." Li Mengyao responded cheerfully, taking the camera from her bag and handing it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan took the camera and adjusted the focus. As the carousel turned slowly, a radiant smile appeared on Li Mengyao's face, expressing pure joy and happiness. Lin Xuan pressed the shutter, capturing this beautiful moment in the camera. After enjoying the carousel, he took Li Mengyao to the Crystal Voyage. This was a place filled with fantastical colors, making one feel as if they had entered a fairy tale world. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao boarded the boat of the Crystal Voyage, embarking on a dreamlike journey. The boat glided leisurely through the shimmering waterways, with the scenery on both sides unfolding like vibrant, colorful paintings. The interplay of dazzling lights and enchanting sound effects created a mysterious and romantic atmosphere. As the boat slowly sailed past a mysterious cave, the colorful lights illuminated the entire space, making one feel as if they were in a magical world. The flowers blooming along the waterway exuded a charming fragrance, and the gentle breeze brought refreshing comfort. Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xuan, quietly admiring the beautiful scenery before her. Around noon, Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to a restaurant in Disneyland, Mickey's Delicious Market. Lin Xuan ordered their signature dishes: slow-cooked lamb shank, seafood laksa, German sausages, and pineapple shrimp fried rice. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Li Mengyao beamed with joy, unable to close her mouth, and happily indulged in a feast. After finishing lunch, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand and strolled to the wonderful memory house. As soon as they entered the store, Li Mengyao was captivated by various products. She excitedly pointed at the exquisite crystal ornaments in front of her, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so beautiful." Then she turned around and saw the uniquely shaped badges, her eyes lighting up. "This badge is so cute." Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao's happy expression, and a smile crept up on his lips. He said with a smile, "Which one do you like? He'll buy it for you." Ultimately, the two chose a cute badge to pin on each other's clothes. After leaving the wonderful memory house, both Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had a cute badge adorning their outfits. They exchanged smiles and continued to wander around Disneyland. As they walked, Lin Xuan noticed that Li Mengyao's forehead had started to sweat, and there was a hint of fatigue on her face. He gently asked, "Dear, are you tired?" Li Mengyao nodded gently, saying, "It's a bit hot." Lin Xuan knew that the sun was most intense at noon, and the temperature was highest, so he had already booked a hotel to rest in during the afternoon. So the two went to the hotel. "I'm so tired." Li Mengyao lay on the soft bed, letting out a satisfied. Lin Xuan lay down beside her, holding her tightly, and smiling as he said, "Dear, the weather will be very hot in the afternoon, let's go out a little later." Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. So the two nestled together, and soon fell asleep. After the afternoon heat passed, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao left the hotel and continued to explore Jinghai Disneyland. They first visited the Alice's Wonderland maze, navigating through hedges, stone walls, and enormous flowers, encountering the Cheshire Cat and the White Rabbit. Then Lin Xuan took Li Mengyao to see Frozen, as if stepping into a pure and ethereal ice and snow world full of magic. After visiting, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao went to the Disney Old Vine Tree restaurant for dinner. They sat by the window enjoying the night view outside. Next, Li Mengyao glanced at the siblings at the adjacent table who were eating, and a warm smile appeared on her face. The younger brother said pitifully, "Sister, I want to eat a bit of what you have." The sister firmly replied, "No. You didn't order anything yourself just now." The younger brother said aggrieved, "I just want to eat a little." The sister responded somewhat helplessly, "Then you can't eat too much." As a result, the younger brother suddenly grabbed a hamburger and took a big bite, devouring more than half of it. "Ah, my hamburger," the sister screamed. Li Mengyao couldn't help but chuckle at this scene, then gently touched her slightly protruding belly, wondering if her future two little babies would also be this cute and mischievous. As the clock struck 8 p.m., a night fell, and a breathtaking fireworks show commenced at Jinghai Disney. Brilliant fireworks burst in the night sky like radiant flowers blooming in an instant, and like countless stars falling to the earth, casting colorful light over the entire park. People looked up in awe, their faces radiant with happiness and joy. "Husband!" Li Mengyao called out, her voice drowned out by the surrounding noise, but Lin Xuan keenly caught her call. He looked down at his beautiful wife in front of him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "What's wrong?" Just then a gigantic firework soared into the sky, resembling a brilliant dragon shooting up into the clouds. Li Mengyao reached out her small hand to wrap around Lin Xuan's neck, tiptoeing to give him a sweet kiss. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon reciprocated her enthusiasm, and the two immersed themselves in a sweet atmosphere. Bang! With a loud explosion, the enormous firework detonated in the sky, resembling a fairy waving her colorful sleeves, showering countless dazzling petals. At the same time, it also illuminated the figures of Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao embracing and kissing. Time slipped by like a white steed glimpsed through a gap, and soon the annual Zhongyuan Festival, also known as Ghost Festival or the half-seventh month, arrived. According to folk tradition, on this day the gates of hell swing wide, releasing all spirits so that departed ancestors may return home to reunite with their families. Back then, whenever the festival came, Lin Xuan would refuse to go home due to his love for play. His mother Zhang Shulan would scare him with tales of countless ghosts roaming the night, and Lin Wanqing would stoke the fire, making young Lin Xuan too frightened to set foot outside the door. Now, as he has grown older, Lin Xuan no longer believes such things. Ghosts. They simply do not. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps into the room. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the gentle breathing of his wife Li Mengyao nestled in his arms. She clung tightly to him, a blissful smile curving at the corners of her lips. Lin Xuan gently pressed a kiss on her forehead, then carefully slipped out of bed. After washing up, Lin Xuan headed to the kitchen and prepared a hearty breakfast. After eating, he placed his wife's portion in the warming cabinet. Then he left the house and went to Jinwan Technology Company. An hour later, Li Mengyao also awoke from her sweet dreams. She blinked her beautiful eyes, dazedly looking around with a hazy gaze. Seeing no trace of her husband in bed, a faint sense of loss welled up in her heart, but she knew he had gone to the office. So she lay still for a while, enjoying the fleeting stillness and languor. Then she slowly rose, padded to the bathroom, and freshened up. Next, she entered the kitchen, opened the warming cabinet, and found a familiar heart-shaped breakfast waiting inside. A radiant smile bloomed on Li Mengyao's face. She cheerfully sat at the table and savored the delicious meal. Just then her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. She picked it up and saw it was a video call from Lu Yusen. Li Mengyao paused briefly, then tapped the answer button. Lu Yusin's laughing face appeared on the screen. Yao Yao, let's go out and play a bit later. Lu Yusin said excitedly. Xian, don't you have to work? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Work? I never want to work again in this life. The mention of work instantly soured Lu Yusin's face, her expression full of displeasure. Ha ha ha, really or not? Li Mengyao burst into laughter at Lu Yusin's expression. Really? I'm off today. Let's not talk about work. It's settled. I'm going back to catch another round of sleep, and well set off when I wake up. Lu Yusin hung up the video. After breakfast, Li Mengyao settled on the living room sofa, a book in hand, while occasionally teasing the cat with a wand toy. Time ticked by. About an hour later, she received a cute sticker from Lu Yusin indicating she had woken up and was ready to go. Another half an hour passed, and Li Mengyao finished dressing. She examined herself in the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, and left the room. Before stepping out, she took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Xuan to let him know. Then she opened the door and went outside. Since Lu Yusin's car had broken down recently, Li Mengyao drove to pick her up. Li Mengyao walked to the Bentley Continental, gently pulled open the door, and slid into the spacious, comfortable driver's seat. She pressed the start button, activating the top-tier intelligent driving system. With a soft hum, the car slowly pulled out of Jinwan Mansion and headed toward their destination. Before long, Li Mengyao arrived at the entrance of Lu Yusin's neighborhood. Just then Lu Yusin emerged. Seeing the brand-new convertible sports car Li Mengyao had arrived in, a flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Yusin's eyes. She excitedly hurried to the car, opened the passenger door, and plopped down into the seat. Wow, Yao Yao, when did you buy such a beautiful convertible? Lu Yusin asked curiously. Lin Xuan gave it to me for my birthday. Li Mengyao smiled. TSK, look at you now, you're a little rich lady, haha, Lu Yusin teased. Don't talk nonsense. You're the rich lady, you're making me sound old. Where are we off to? Li Mengyao shot Lu Yusin a look and asked with a slight smile. Let's eat first. I haven't had breakfast yet. Lu Yusin extended her small hand and pointed ahead. Li Mengyao gave her a speechless glance, then started the car and drove forward slowly. Yao Yao, aren't you holding the steering wheel? Lu Yusin saw Li Mengyao's hands resting on her lap and asked nervously. No need. My car has intelligent driving, Li Mengyao replied with an easy smile. How can a gasoline car have intelligent driving? Meanwhile, after handling a few matters at the company, Lin Xuan happily returned home. But when he opened the door, his wife wasn't there to greet him with a hug. Huh, where's my wife? Lin Xuan muttered to himself as he walked into the living room, then checked the bedroom. No one. Strange, where did she go? He scratched his head, then pulled out his phone and saw the message from Li Mengyao. Honey, I'm out shopping with Yusin. Back in the afternoon. Lin Xuan sighed helplessly. Oh well, my wife's been taken away by her best friend again. Looks like I'll have to fix lunch on my own. With that, he headed to the kitchen to whip up something simple. Just as he was eating his lunch, his phone rang. Lin Xuan picked it up and saw it was He Ziyuan calling. He tapped the answer button. Lin Xuan, my young friend, are you having lunch? He Ziyuan asked amiably on the other end. Yeah, I'm eating. What's up, boss? Lin Xuan replied with a smile. What a pity. I was planning to invite you out for a meal. Do you have time this evening? He Ziyuan continued. I need to have dinner with my wife tonight. But boss, feel free to tell me straight what's on your mind, Lin Xuan answered. Ha 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 ha, well, it's like this. He Ziyuan laughed heartily, then said, I would sincerely like to invite you to serve as the honorary president of our Jinghai City Piano Association. What do you say? Honorary president. Lin Xuan never expected that He Ziyuan would so directly offer him the position of honorary president of Jinghai City. Yes, the honorary president does not need to directly participate in the daily management of the association. It's merely a nominal title. You only need to show up occasionally. He Ziyuan explained with a smile. Of course, if you have spare time, you can also offer some guidance to the newcomers. Why me? Lin Xuan asked in confusion. Given your status as a pianist of the highest caliber, you naturally deserve to hold the most prestigious position, the honorary president. He Ziyuan replied with a smile. Moreover, after your child is born in the future, it will provide more convenience in the realm of music, won't it? Lin Xuan pondered carefully and felt that He Ziyuan's words indeed held some truth. After all, building more connections is always beneficial. Between him and He Ziyuan, it could be said that each took what they needed. All right, I am willing to accept this position as honorary president. Lin Xuan finally nodded in agreement, but also emphasized, however, my focus remains on my family. If there is a conflict in my schedule, I will inevitably prioritize family matters. Of course. He Ziyuan quickly expressed understanding. Would you be free this afternoon to come over? Our piano association will hold a grand appointment ceremony. I'm free in the afternoon, Lin Xuan replied. Great, see you this afternoon then. After hanging up, He Ziyuan was overjoyed. He had finally brought Lin Xuan into his piano association. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao and Lu Yusin arrived at a restaurant, the legendary Xianming restaurant. Yaya, let me tell you, this Xianming restaurant is incredibly popular in Jinghai City. I managed to secure a reservation only after booking several days in advance. Lu Yusin excitedly took Li Mengyao's hand and walked into Xianming restaurant with a face full of anticipation. They found a comfortable seat, settled down, and Lu Yusin placed their order. After the waiter left, Lu Yusin revealed a sly grin and stared at Li Mengyao, asking, "Yaya, how did you like the dress I gave you?" Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy hue, and she said with some annoyance, "How dare you even ask? Haha, that night you too." Lu Yusin wanted to continue, but Li Mengyao quickly covered her mouth with her hand, preventing her from speaking further. "Don't say it." Just then a waiter came over and set all the dishes on the table, releasing an enticing, "Food's here. Please enjoy." The two immediately dropped their previous topic and began chatting happily while savoring the delicious meal. "Wow, this is really delicious. It was worth the long wait." Lu Yusin picked up a tender, juicy piece of meat, put it into her mouth, savored it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. "This taste reminds me of your husband's cooking, but his is better." Lu Yusin, accustomed to freeloading at her best friend's house, had a discerning palate. Hearing Lu Yusin's comment, Li Mengyao merely smiled faintly. This Xianming restaurant was actually opened by her husband. As they were nearly finished eating, Zhou Quan emerged from the back. He glanced around, and his gaze landed on Li Mengyao. "Sister-in-law," Zhou Quan exclaimed in surprise, and then quickly walked to the front counter. He said to the front desk staff, "Shall we just waive the bill for this table?" The front desk lady smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After giving the instructions, Zhou Quan walked over to Li Mengyao's table with a cheerful mood and greeted her warmly. "Sister-in-law, what brings you to the restaurant today? Where's Brother Xian?" Zhou Quan asked curiously. Li Mengyao replied with a smile, "He should be eating at home. I came out to dine with Yusin today. You two have met before." Zhou Quan was a bit puzzled inside. He turned to look at Lu Yusin and found her smiling back at him. "Hello, sorry, I didn't notice you were here earlier," Zhou Quan said, his face instantly turning red with slight embarrassment. "It's okay. Are you also dining here?" Lu Yusin asked with a smile. "No, I'm the manager of this Xianming restaurant. Would you like to order anything else?" Zhou Quan smiled and inquired. "Huh, you're the manager of this restaurant?" Lu Yusin asked in surprise. "Actually, this restaurant belongs to Lin Xuan. I'm just helping him manage it," Zhou Quan explained. Just then a voice called from the back, "Manager Zhou, I have something to attend to. You two continue enjoying your meal." With that, Zhou Quan turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yusin sighed emotionally. "Yaya, this restaurant is also Lin Xuan's." "Yes, but my husband doesn't manage it much. It's all taken care of by Zhou Quan." Li Mengyao laughed. "So what do you think of him?" Li Mengyao suddenly asked. "Well, no particular impression, but Zhou Quan is quite capable for managing Xianming restaurants so well." Lu Yusin replied thoughtfully. After they finished eating, they continued shopping in the mall. "Yaya, how about this dress?" "Huh, what kind of clothes are you picking?" In the afternoon, after receiving the letter of appointment from the Jinghai City Piano Association, Lin Xuan couldn't wait to return home. He pushed open the door, and before even putting down the appointment certificate, was captivated by a familiar fragrance. He knew it was the unique scent of Li Mengyao, and a wave of warmth and sweetness surged in his heart. "Welcome home." Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xuan and said softly, her voice filled with warmth and affection. Lin Xuan couldn't help but kiss her cheek and asked caringly, "Wife, you're back so soon. How was your shopping today?" Li Mengyao narrowed her eyes, enjoying her husband's kiss, and replied with a smile, "I came back after shopping in the afternoon." Lin Xuan nodded and went with his wife to sit on the living room sofa. "Honey, what's this?" Li Mengyao suddenly noticed a small red booklet in Lin Xuan's hand and pointed at it curiously. "This is the appointment certificate from the Jinghai City Piano Association," Lin Xuan said with a smile. Li Mengyao took it and carefully opened it, immediately seeing a line of text. Effective immediately, the Jinghai City Piano Association officially appoints Lin Xuan as honorary president of the Jinghai Piano Association. Her face lit up with surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Not bad, President Lin." With that, she reached out her small hand and playfully lifted Lin Xuan's chin, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Seeing his wife teasing him so boldly, he wrapped his arms around Li Mengyao's waist, drew her into his embrace, and kissed her deeply. "Honey, the baby is hungry." Li Mengyao touched her slightly bulging belly and said to Lin Xuan in a coquettish tone, "They'll go prepare dinner right away." Lin Xuan stood up with a smile and walked into the kitchen to start bustling. Time quickly passed into the evening. After they had eaten their fill, they sat on the loungers on the balcony, as usual, leisurely admiring the night scenery along the river. Li Mengyao snuggled in Lin Xian's arms playing with her phone while chatting with him. Honey, I've got a package. Li Mengyao suddenly looked up and said to Lin Xian, full of anticipation. I happen to have one too. They'll go get it now. Lin Xian took the opportunity to kiss Li Mengyao again, then left the balcony with a smile. After Lin Xian left, Li Mengyao quickly returned to the room and took out the clothes she had bought while shopping with Lu Yusin that afternoon. She thought nervously, can this really scare my husband? My husband is so afraid of ghosts, and today is Zhongyuan festival, so he should be scared. With that thought, Li Mengyao gritted her teeth and made up her mind to put on that black short dress. On the other side, Lin Xian went downstairs to the parcel locker at the entrance, skillfully entered the pickup code, retrieved the package, and hurried back home. When he opened the door, he found it pitch dark inside. What's going on? Where has my wife gone? Lin Xian was filled with doubt, and his steps became hesitant. He cautiously stepped into the house and tried to turn on the lights, but nothing worked. The entire room was eerily silent. Honey, where are you? Lin Xian shouted in panic. His heart began to race, and an inexplicable fear surged within him. He couldn't help but recall that today was Zhongyuan Festival, also known as the Ghost Festival. Could there really be a ghost in his own home? Lin Xian grew more frightened the more he thought, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Still, he mustered up his courage and told himself he had to find his wife first. So Lin Xian tremblingly turned on the flashlight function of his phone to light the path ahead. He took a deep breath and walked step by step toward the rooms, ready to search one by one. At each door, he gently pushed it open and nervously looked around, afraid of seeing something terrifying. Just as Lin Xian was slowly entering a room, he suddenly heard a hurried sound of footsteps from behind. Who's there? Lin Xian whirled around, but saw no one. The sound seemed to have run into the living room. As Lin Xian walked out of the room with a pounding heart and arrived at the living room, suddenly the lights in the room turned on. Lin Xian was startled, his body stiff and unable to move. Ha ha ha, little devil is here. Lin Xian heard a familiar voice. He followed the sound and saw Li Mengyao pop out from one side. Li Mengyao was wearing a black short dress with a cute devil hair clip on her head. Paired with her delicate face and small ears, she looked playful and adorable. She was baring her cute teeth at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stared at Li Mengyao, dumbfounded, his mind blank. All the fear he had felt just moments ago instantly vanished. Rather than fear, what surprised him more was Li Mengyao's outfit, which was full of contrast. Honey, did I scare? Li Mengyao saw Lin Xian still stunned, so she quickly stepped forward and hugged him, a little guilty. Actually, she had intended to turn off the lights and scare him, but she was afraid of frightening him too much, so she turned the lights back on. Wife, you're getting more and more mischievous, even scaring your husband. Lin Xian finally reacted and smiled. He looked at Li Mengyao's outfit with delight. I originally planned to turn off the lights to scare you, but then I thought my husband is such a scaredy cat. What if I scared you too much? So I turned on the lights for you. Li Mengyao lifted her head proudly, her eyes full of triumph. Lin Xian lowered his head and gently kissed her tempting lips. A blush rose on Li Mengyao's face. She whispered softly, turn off the lights. Then followed a scene that words could not describe. In the days that followed, Lin Xian went to the company every morning to handle affairs, but he also made time to visit the restaurant and the Jinghai Piano Association. But most of the time he spent with Li Mengyao. Time flew, and soon it was the morning of early September. On this day, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao simply packed their luggage together. Li Mengyao said with a beaming smile, that's about all. Honey, we can set off. Okay. Lin Xian nodded in response, picked up a suitcase, and took Li Mengyao's hand to walk together to the parking lot downstairs of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat, then stuffed the suitcase into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. With everything ready, he sat down in the driver's seat. Xiaobin set the navigation to Jingshui City. Lin Xian commanded the top-tier intelligent driving system in the car. Okay. With the voice prompt ending, the Bentley Continental started smoothly and headed toward Jingshui City. Throughout the journey, Li Mengyao's mood was exceptionally cheerful as she admired the scenery outside the car window, occasionally humming a few melodious tunes. It was no wonder, after all, she hadn't seen her mother in a long time. Lin Xian looked at his exuberant wife, beside him, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. After a lengthy 4-hour drive, they finally arrived at their destination, the building where Li Mengyao lived. Lin Xian parked the car smoothly, then got out to open the door for Li Mengyao, taking her hand as they headed upstairs together. Before long, they arrived at the front door. Li Mengyao took out her keys and opened the door, eagerly stepping inside and calling out, Mom, I'm back. Meanwhile, Huang Shifeng was busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. Upon hearing her daughter's familiar voice, she immediately set down what she was doing and hurried out of the kitchen. Li Mengyao quickly walked to her mother and gently embraced her saying, "Mom, I missed you so much." Huang Shifang tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with joy and relief. "Yao Yao, it's good to be back." Then she noticed Lin Xuan standing nearby holding a large bag full of gifts and couldn't help but laugh. "Lin Xuan, you came here with so many things." "Not much, Mom. You and Mengyao sit down and chat for a bit. He'll go prepare lunch," Lin Xuan said with a smile. Since Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were already married, he now referred to Huang Shifang as Mom, and "I can just help." Huang Shifang had not finished her sentence when Lin Xuan had already gone into the kitchen to start his work. So Huang Shifang pulled Li Mengyao to sit on the sofa looking at her daughter's round belly with a smile of satisfaction. She never imagined that her daughter would soon be a mother, and a mother of 2 children at that. "Yao Yao, how many months along are you?" 5 months, Li Mengyao said, gently caressing her belly, a glow of maternal love shining on her face. "Time flies, soon my granddaughter will be born." Huang Shifang sighed, "I really want to see what the little one looks like. Have you felt any discomfort lately?" "No, Lin Xuan takes very good care of me," Li Mengyao replied gently. "It's obvious. Finding a son-in-law like Lin Xuan is a blessing for our family." Huang Shifang exclaimed with emotion, "Your father would also feel comforted from above." Her eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling slightly, as she couldn't help but choke up. "Mom, please don't cry, or I'll want to cry too." Seeing her mother in tears, Li Mengyao felt a pang in her heart, and quickly grabbed a tissue to help Huang Shifang wipe her tears. Huang Shifang sniffled, holding back her tears, and smiled through her tears. "These are happy tears, no more crying. Now tell Mom how you two have been lately." Hearing this, Li Mengyao smiled, and recounted the important recent events to her mother. At that moment, Lin Xuan emerged from the kitchen carrying the final dish to the dining table, and called out to the 2 women, "Dinner is ready." So the 2 women stood up and went to sit at the dining table. The dishes Lin Xuan prepared were quite lavish, including braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, stewed beef, and winter melon meatball soup. Looking at the delicious food before her, Huang Shifang couldn't help but praise Lin Xuan. "Your cooking skills are getting better and better." "Haha, thank you for the compliment, Mom." Lin Xuan smiled slightly, and then picked up a piece of fish and fed it to Li Mengyao. Delicious." Li Mengyao chewed the fish, while saying indistinctly, "Mom, Lin Xuan's cooking is better than that of a 5." Huang Shifang chuckled lightly, her gaze falling on her daughter, and then remarked, "No wonder I can see that Yao Yao has gained some weight." "Mom." Hearing this, Li Mengyao's face flushed as she pouted, "I gained weight because of the baby, not because I eat too much." Saying this, she picked up a piece of rib to eat. Lin Xuan and Huang Shifang exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. "By the way, Mom, we are moving to Shidai Huayuan this afternoon." "That's great. The environment there is nice and comfortable to live in." Huang Shifang nodded, then turned to Lin Xuan, saying gratefully, "Lin Xuan, thank you. Thanks to you, Mengyao, and I have a better life." "Mom, there's no need to be polite. We are family, and don't say such things to me in the future, Lin Xuan." Huang Shifang nodded slightly, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. "Okay, Mom understands." After lunch, Huang Shifang grabbed the bowls and chopsticks from Lin Xuan's hands, and said with a smile, "You two go rest a bit. Oh, I'll take care of this." Lin Xuan smiled helplessly, taking Li Mengyao by the hand as they returned to their room. Li Mengyao changed into a pink nightgown, eagerly lying back down on the familiar big bed. Then she made some space and waved to Lin Xuan, calling, "Honey, come sleep." Seeing this, Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He quickly changed into pajamas and lay down beside Li Mengyao, gently holding her. "We are moving soon. Will you feel a bit reluctant?" Lin Xuan asked gently. A hint of reluctance flashed in Li Mengyao's eyes, but she smiled and replied, "Of course, I'll feel a little reluctant. After all, this is the place I've lived in since I was little. However, thinking that I can come back any time in the future makes it okay. Sleep now, my treasure." Lin Xuan gently kissed Li Mengyao's cheek. Li Mengyao happily nodded and closed her eyes. Soon the two fell into a deep sleep. As afternoon arrived, Lin Xuan woke up and packed all of Li Mengyao's belongings. He took the luggage down in several trips, loading them into the trunk of the Bentley Continental. When Lin Xuan went upstairs for the last time, he found Huang Shifang carrying a large suitcase down from upstairs. Since most of the items were clothes and small, everyday items, the car was also fully packed. "Lin Xuan, have you changed cars again?" Huang Shifang looked at the brand new Bentley Continental convertible in disbelief, her eyes wide with surprise and confusion. "Yes, I just got it recently. This car is for Mengyao." Lin Xuan smiled slightly, taking the luggage from Huang Shifang's hands and easily placing it in the Bentley's trunk. Just right, the trunk of the Bentley was packed full. At that moment, Huang Shifang couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking how wealthy Lin Xuan was. "All right, Mom, get in the car quickly," Lin Xuan said gently to Huang Shifang, who was still in a daze. Huang Shifang woke up from her reverie and quickly nodded, responding, "Ah, okay." She hurriedly climbed into the back seat of the Bentley Continental, enjoying the luxurious atmosphere inside the car. Then Lin Xuan carefully helped Li Mengyao into the passenger seat. Finally, Lin Xuan returned to the driver's seat, ready to set off. He gently pressed a button and the roof of the Bentley Continental slowly opened like a blooming flower. With the roar of the engine, the car slowly pulled out of the parking space, heading towards Sherdai Huayuan. Along the way, Huang Shifang was filled with emotion. She had never imagined that one day she would be able to sit in such a luxurious convertible, enjoying the feeling of the breeze on her face. The Bentley Continental wove through the streets of Jingshui City, becoming a beautiful sight. Pedestrians along the road cast envious glances, marveling at the expensive sports car. Soon the Bentley Continental came to a steady stop in the parking lot of the Sherdai Huayuan community. Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao, and Huang Shifang got out of the car and headed towards Building A of Sherdai Huayuan. In no time they arrived at the door of room 1201 in Building A. Lin Xuan reached out and gently pressed the fingerprint lock. With a soft sound, the grand and elegant smart door slowly opened. Upon entering, Huang Shifang was momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she couldn't close her mouth. The new Chinese-style decor was filled with artistic flair, and the luxurious furnishings and brand-new furniture were truly eye-catching. The cost of this decoration could easily rival that of a decent apartment in the city. "Did you buy a piano?" Li Mengyao walked in, her gaze sweeping around, and suddenly exclaimed with delight. She quickly rushed to the living room where the piano was placed, her face beaming with excitement. "Yes, my wife loves to hear me play the piano, so we have one in every house," Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Li Mengyao and Huang Shifang began to eagerly explore every corner of the house, carefully appreciating every detail. Lin Xuan followed behind them, checking for any flaws in the house's decoration. Finally, after they had explored the entire house, all three wore satisfied smiles. They then sat together on the soft and comfortable wooden sofa, leisurely watching the 200-inch big screen television, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment. "Mom, can we invite Mengyao's aunt's family over for dinner tonight?" Lin Xuan smiled at his mother Huang Shifang. "Sure, I'll ask them right now." Huang Shifang happily agreed, then picked up her phone to call her sister Huang Shizhen, inviting them over for dinner. Huang Shifang dialed Huang Shizhen's number. "Sister, are you and brother-in-law free tonight?" "Yes, what's up, sister?" Huang Shizhen replied on the other end of the line. "Well, Lin Xuan and Mengyao are back and have moved into a new house. We want to invite you over for dinner tonight," Huang Shifang said happily. "What? You moved into a new house?" Huang Shizhen asked in surprise. "Yes, we've moved to Sherdai Huayuan now," Huang Shifang replied with a smile. "Oh dear, that's great. Qingchuan and I will definitely come, but Jiai is still out of town, so she won't be able to make it," Huang Shizhen said regretfully. "That's fine, see you tonight then." Huang Shifang hung up the phone. "Mom, I'm going to the supermarket to buy some ingredients." "No need, Mom can go buy them," Huang Shifang quickly interrupted. "Mom, you and Mengyao just rest at home." After saying that, Lin Xuan walked towards the door. Just as he changed his shoes and was about to leave, he suddenly felt a force from behind her. It turned out that Li Mengyao had tightly held his big hand with her soft little hand. "Darling, I want to go too." Li Mengyao blinked, her bright eyes a radiant smile on her face, her tone carrying a hint of a spoiled child. Lin Xuan turned around, gently pinched Li Mengyao's delicate cheek, and asked with concern, "Wife, aren't you tired?" "Not at all." Li Mengyao shook her little head and replied happily. Seeing his wife full of energy, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile and nodded, saying, "All right, let's go together." Upon hearing her husband's words, a happy smile spread across Li Mengyao's face. She obediently nodded, allowing Lin Xuan to take her hand as they walked out of the house together. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Walmart supermarket. After Lin Xuan parked the car, he and Li Mengyao walked into the supermarket hand in hand. Once inside the supermarket, Lin Xuan pushed a shopping cart and began to carefully select the ingredients he needed. "Darling, what dishes are you planning to make tonight?" Li Mengyao asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "Let me think. First, I want to make a braised carp symbolizing abundance every year, hoping our future life will be rich and fulfilling. Then I'll prepare some 4 joy meatballs representing the 4 major blessings of wealth, longevity, happiness, and prosperity in life, wishing our family happiness and health. And of course, we can't forget the lobster, which has the beautiful meaning of rising step by step." "Wow, I didn't expect you to know all this, darling." Li Mengyao revealed a sweet smile. "Of course. Is there a reward for your husband?" Lin Xuan asked mischievously. "Not in public, how embarrassing." Li Mengyao's face turned red as she glared at Lin Xuan. "Wife, is there anything special you want to eat?" Lin Xuan asked affectionately. "Nothing in particular," Li Mengyao shook her head and said. "Because I love whatever you make, darling." She then smiled brightly, her laughter like a spring breeze, beautiful as a fairy from the heavens. Unable to resist, Lin Xuan embraced Li Mengyao and kissed her exquisite face. Li Mengyao hurriedly broke free, glancing around to see a few aunties watching her with amused smiles. Li Mengyao's face instantly turned crimson as she wished she could find a hole to burrow into. Stupid husband, can't you be a little more restrained in public? Li Mengyao pouted in annoyance. Seeing my wife so beautiful, I just couldn't help it, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. All right, let's hurry and buy the ingredients and get back home. Li Mengyao shook her head helplessly, pulling Lin Xuan to continue walking forward. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished shopping for the ingredients, they drove away from Walmart supermarket. Mom, we're back, Lin Xuan said, holding Li Mengyao's hand as they returned home. Hearing the voice, Huang Shifang came out of the living room and smiled, saying, Lin Xuan, you've worked hard. Quickly put down the things and let me cook. As she spoke, she reached out to take the bag from Lin Xuan's hands. However, Lin Xuan smiled and said, no need, you and Mengyao can rest in the living room. It's a perfect opportunity for my aunt and the others to taste my cooking. After saying this, he walked into the kitchen with the bag ready to showcase his skills. Around 5 in the afternoon, a crisp doorbell rang. Huang Shifang stood up, walked to the door, and looked outside through the door's camera, discovering 2 people standing outside. Her sister Huang Shizhen and brother-in-law Luo Qingchuan. They were holding a beautiful fruit basket and a small exquisite money tree, their faces beaming with bright smiles. Huang Shifang quickly opened the door, warmly welcoming them. Sister, brother-in-law, you're here. Huang Shizhen smiled and said, Sister, congratulations on your new home. Huang Shifang gratefully accepted the gift and said, thank you, please come in. Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan walked into the house, looking around and couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, your decor is truly exquisite. It must have cost quite a bit. Huang Shifang smiled and replied, Lin Xuan took care of everything himself. Then she led them into the living room, enthusiastically pouring them a cup of hot tea. Just then Li Mengyao came out of the room, and seeing Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan, greeted them happily, Aunt, Uncle. Li Mengyao sat obediently beside Huang Shizhen, her face radiating a blissful smile. Huang Shizhen looked at her, feeling deeply moved. I never expected our Yao Yao is also preparing to become a mother. Her tone was filled with satisfaction and joy. Huang Shizhen's family shared a deep bond with Li Mengyao, having watched her grow up. Seeing Li Mengyao about to become a mother, she genuinely felt happy for her. Hearing Huang Shizhen's words, Li Mengyao shyly nodded. She knew that all this was inseparable from Lin Xuan's care and love, so she remarked, it seems Lin Xuan is taking good care of you all. By the way, where is Lin Xuan? Huang Shizhen asked curiously. Li Mengyao smiled and replied, he is cooking in the kitchen. It's rare to find a man who can cook for his wife Qingchuan, don't you think? Huang Shizhen praised, then glanced at Luo Qingchuan. Yes, Luo Qingchuan hurriedly shifted his gaze, pretending to watch television seriously. Luo Qingchuan was the type of man who never entered the kitchen, and being asked by his wife made him quite embarrassed. The others couldn't help but laugh at Luo Qingchuan's reaction. At this moment, Lin Xuan had prepared all the delicious dishes and was bringing them to the dining table one by one. He warmly called out to everyone, dinner is ready. Lin Xuan walked into the living room and politely greeted Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan. Auntie, uncle, you're here. Lin Xuan, you've worked hard. Huang Shizhen said with a beaming smile. It's no trouble, it's what I should do. Everyone get ready to eat, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Soon everyone gathered around the dining table. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes exuding an enticing aroma. There were fragrant braised carp, 2 servings of large 4 happiness meatballs, delicious cheese-baked lobster, richly flavored garlic ribs, aromatic scallion beef tender, and juicy chicken stewed, with mushrooms, and a savory bamboo shoot, and crucian carp soup. Just right, there were 7 dishes. Since Li Mengyao was pregnant and sensitive to the smell of alcohol, everyone chose to drink juice instead. New home brings new happiness, new residence brings good fortune. I wish you joy in your new home, may you always smile, and may your life become better and better. Huang Shizhen raised her glass, sincerely blessing them. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and toasted together. Then they began to savor the delicious dishes on the table. Lin Xuan, your cooking skills are simply extraordinary. Huang Shizhen couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious food, Luo Qingchuan quickly chimed in. Indeed, I was also very surprised at first, Huang Shifang smiled. If it's good, everyone should eat more. Lin Xuan felt a bit shy from the praise, but his heart was filled. No wonder I see Yao Yao has gained quite a bit of weight, Huang Shizhen said while eating, looking towards Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was stunned by this, and the meat she was about to eat suddenly stopped at her mouth. She widened her eyes looking at Huang Shizhen in disbelief. Oh, why does Annie say that too? Li Mengyao pouted, showing a hint of displeasure on her face. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Li Mengyao's adorable expression. The laughter echoed in the room, creating an incredibly warm atmosphere. After dinner, Huang Shifang began to clean up the dishes, but Huang Shizhen insisted on going into the kitchen to help. Thus only Lin Xuan, Li Mengyao, and Luo Qingchuan remained in the living room. At this time, Luo Qingchuan sat on the sofa looking at the luxurious decor of the house, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. It surprised him that Lin Xuan, so young, could possess such wealth and status. So he couldn't help but ask, "Lin Xuan, what do you do in Jinghai City now?" He hoped that by this question he could gain a deeper understanding of Lin Xuan's background and profession. Lin Xuan smiled slightly and replied gently, "I have opened a technology company in Jinghai." Hearing Lin Xuan's answer, Luo Qingchuan nodded in satisfaction, expressing his appreciation. He sighed, "I never expected that you are already running a company at such a young age. Truly remarkable. It seems Mengyao didn't choose the wrong person. In every detail you truly treat Mengyao well. I have watched Mengyao grow up since childhood. Ever since her father passed away, I have regarded her as my second daughter." Luo Qingchuan's voice carried a deep emotion, revealing his love for Mengyao. "Although it may not be appropriate to say these words on this day of celebration, I am a pragmatic person, so I still want to tell you that if you ever treat her poorly, I will definitely come to settle the score with you." His tone was firm and serious, making it impossible to ignore his warning. Lin Xuan felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Luo Qingchuan's words. He knew that Luo Qingchuan's words were entirely out of concern and love for Mengyao. So Lin Xuan quickly stated, "I am very grateful for your family's care for Mengyao. I will definitely treat her well." His eyes flashed with determination as he expressed his resolution to Luo Qingchuan. "Good." Luo Qingchuan nodded in relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Come, try the fresh fruits I just washed." At that moment, Huang Shizhen came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of abundant fruits. However, as she stepped into the living room, she keenly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. "Old Luo, did you catch Lin Xuan asking this and that again?" Huang Shizhen frowned and reproached Luo Qingchuan. "I just asked a little." Luo Qingchuan lowered his head shyly and spoke softly. "You're about to retire. I think it's time to change this old habit of yours." Huang Shizhen sighed helplessly, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. "Lin Xuan, please don't take it to heart. He's been working at the prosecutor's office for too long, and it's become a habit." Huang Shizhen turned to Lin Xuan, feeling apologetic. "It's okay, it's all for Mengyao's good." Lin Xuan smiled slightly, his tone relaxed and gentle. At this moment, Li Mengyao nestled closely beside Lin Xuan, her face glowing with happiness. Then everyone happily chatted in the living room, the topics ranging from work to life, from the past to the future, carefree and filled with laughter. After a while, Huang Shizhen and Luo Qingchuan stood up to bid farewell. That night, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao lay on the soft big bed. Lin Xuan looked at his wife in his arms, gently stroking her hair, and then said tenderly, "Baby, good night." He then slowly leaned into her cheek, preparing to give her a sweet goodnight kiss. However, at that moment, Li Mengyao suddenly reached out her small hand and gently blocked Lin Xuan's lips. "It's all your fault for making me so fat, no kiss." Li Mengyao pouted. "Darling, how can you blame me for this?" Lin Xuan smiled, gently removing Li Mengyao's small hand that covered his mouth. "Who else would I blame then?" Li Mengyao pouted, reaching out her other hand to continue blocking Lin Xuan's lips. "Blame the babies. They're the ones making you gain weight." Lin Xuan removed her hand again, taking both of hers firmly in his own. Li Mengyao shot him a reproachful glare, trying to pull free, but both hands were securely locked, unable to move. Lin Xuan's face drew closer, their breaths intertwined. Finally, his lips gently brushed against hers. A long moment later, Lin Xuan reluctantly released the beauty in his arms, gazing at her with doting eyes. "Gaining weight means the babies are growing well. Once my wife gives birth, you'll gradually slim down." Lin Xuan spoke softly, his voice filled with tenderness and care. Li Mengyao's mind went blank from the kiss, her earlier temper vanishing. She leaned into his embrace, feeling his warmth, and soon fell asleep. Just as Lin Xuan was about to drift off with Li Mengyao in his arms, the system's voice chimed again. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for helping baby mama complete the housewarming. Reward a premium shop below the Times Garden residential complex. Please claim it." Another shop from the system. "It's useless for now, though. Better than nothing. They'll check it out tomorrow." With that, Lin Xuan gradually fell asleep. The next morning, he rose early to prepare breakfast for the family. Soon the kitchen was filled with mouth-watering aromas. "Lin Xuan, why are you up so early?" Huang Shifang asked as she came out of her room. "Couldn't sleep, so I got up." "Mom, come eat breakfast." Lin Xian smiled, placing 2 bowls of tomato and shrimp noodles on the table, each topped with a golden fried egg. All right. Huang Shifang sat down and began enjoying the delicious breakfast. After eating just as Huang Shifang stepped out, Lin Xian's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? A pleasant female voice inquired. Yes, who is this? Lin Xian asked curiously. I'm the sales manager for the shops at Times Garden. You purchased a premium shop yesterday. When would you like to come check it out? I live in Times Garden. He'll drop by when I have time later, Lin Xian replied. Very well, I'll be waiting for you. Lin Xian hung up. Suddenly, he realized this shop could be perfect for Huang Shifang to manage. Right downstairs from their home, very convenient. The thought filled him with joy. As time passed, sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows. Lin Xian was lounging on the balcony, admiring the beautiful scenery of Times Garden. Suddenly, he heard a crisp voice call out, "Husband." Lin Xian's gaze immediately turned toward the bedroom, and he walked over with light steps, anticipation and excitement in his eyes. Entering the room, he found Li Mengyao sitting quietly on the bed, her doe-like eyes fixed on him. Oh, hungry. Breakfast is ready. Lin Xian sat beside her, speaking gently. Li Mengyao replied softly, her gaze still lingering on him, as if searching for something. Sensing his wife's stare, Lin Xian felt puzzled. He touched his cheek and asked curiously, "Darling, is there something on my face?" "Yes, right here." Li Mengyao suddenly leaned in, her lips brushing against his right cheek, leaving a tender kiss. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, a wave of sweetness washing over him. Li Mengyao quickly got up and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Lin Xian scratched his right cheek, a blissful smile spreading across his face. After Li Mengyao finished washing up, they went to the dining room together. Lin Xian watched his wife slurp her noodles in small bites. "Darling, let's go check out the shop downstairs later," Lin Xian said with a smile. "A shop?" Li Mengyao asked curiously. "Yes. I want Mom to quit her supermarket job, but I'm afraid she'll be bored, so I bought a shop for her," Lin Xian replied with a grin. "Really? Mom will be so happy." Li Mengyao's face lit up with joy. After all, Huang Shifang's work at the supermarket was grueling and poorly paid. "Look how excited you are. You've got soup on your lips," Lin Xian teased. "Where?" Li Mengyao reached for a tissue. "Don't move, let your husband handle it." Lin Xian took a tissue and gently wiped her mouth. All clean. After breakfast, they headed downstairs together. They found the premium shop, gifted by the system. The sales manager helped Lin Xian finish the paperwork and left. Then they began to examine the 70 square meter shop. Not too big, not too small, just right and centrally located. Both Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. By noon, Huang Shifang returned from her morning shift. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by the irresistible aroma of a home-cooked meal. Lin Xian had already prepared a hearty lunch. He smiled and said, "Mom, you must be tired. Come and eat." Huang Shifang felt warmth in her heart, a happy smile spreading across her face. She couldn't help but sigh. Having such a thoughtful son-in-law is truly wonderful. The three of them sat around the table enjoying the delicious meal. During the meal, Lin Xian suddenly asked, "Mom, how much longer until you retire?" Huang Shifang was caught off guard, then replied, "A little over 2 years." "Why do you ask?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Mom, why don't you quit your supermarket job?" Hearing this, Huang Shifang was stunned with surprise. But in no time, Huang Shifang snapped back to her senses. She looked at Lin Xian, and Li Mengyao, a smile spreading across her face as she said, "Lin Xian, I know you two are doing well now, but if I were to retire abruptly, suddenly having nothing to do, I'd feel quite lost." Having been busy looking after Li Mengyao for over a decade, the thought of idling at home indeed made her feel bored and unaccustomed. "Mom, we know you'd find it hard to adjust, so Lin Xian bought a shop for you downstairs at Times Garden," Li Mengyao explained with a smile. Hearing this, Huang Shifang couldn't help but frown. "A shop? Lin Xian, you've been splurging again." Lin Xian quickly waved his hands and chuckled, "Don't worry, this shop is for you to manage later. You can open it whenever you like and rest whenever you want, and it's very close to home." Under the earnest persuasion of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, Huang Shifang finally relented. Though she still felt it was a bit of a waste of money, seeing how filial the two children were brought her great comfort. That afternoon, after finishing her last day of work, Huang Shifang submitted her resignation. Despite her boss's repeated attempts to retain her, she was determined to enjoy a leisurely life. In the end, she successfully quit her job. "Shifang, why did you resign so suddenly?" her colleague Chun-Li asked in astonishment. "The kids won't let me work anymore. They say I've worked hard for so many years and should take a good rest," Huang Shifang explained with a smile. "How I envy you for having such filial children. What do you plan to do next?" Chun-Li asked curiously. "Well, my kid bought me a shop downstairs at Times Garden, so I can run a small business." Huang Shifang replied joyfully. "Wow, that's really great. You can earn money and have free time at the same time." Chun-Li was full of admiration. Then Shenli thought of her own son who had gradually become indifferent to her after getting married. That ungrateful son of mine. Never mind congratulations. As night fell, the whole city was immersed in tranquility. After dinner, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked out hand in hand, strolling along the tree-lined path in the residential area. The Times Garden complex was vast, with lush trees, blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze carrying refreshing floral fragrances. Soft lamplight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows dreamlike and enchanting. On this serene and beautiful night, everything was harmonious. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked slowly along the path, seeing many people enjoying this wonderful time. Some elderly sat in rest areas playing chess and chatting. Some middle-aged women danced square dances on an open space, their laughter echoing in the air, and a group of adorable children played and frolicked in the recreation area, their giggles unceasing. The couple continued walking until they reached a cluster of flowers. Li Mengyao reached out and gently touched the petals, feeling their softness and delicacy. Lin Xuan stood aside, quietly admiring Li Mengyao's beauty, his eyes full of affection. Honey, do you think Yu will be uncomfortable at the pet shop? Li Mengyao suddenly thought of their little cat and felt a bit worried. Of course not. Yu was bought from that very pet shop. The staff will take good care of it, Lin Xuan reassured. Since Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao were returning to Jingshui City, they had to leave Yu at the Meow Meow pet shop. Then Li Mengyao's gaze was attracted by children playing on a slide not far away. She watched the innocent, cheerful faces of those kids, her heart filled with anticipation. Honey, our future child will be able to play happily like them, right? Li Mengyao gently rubbed her belly and smiled. Yes, they will, Lin Xuan said tenderly, taking her hand and continuing on. But at that moment a doubt suddenly rose in Li Mengyao's heart. If not for the child, would Lin Xuan still be? This thought made her heart clench, as if an invisible force was tearing at her soul. She stopped, fixed her gaze on Lin Xuan, and asked softly, Honey, I want to ask you something. What's wrong, dear? Sensing her unease, Lin Xuan said gently. Li Mengyao took a deep breath. Her eyes turned unusually serious, even tinged with nervousness. If that night had never happened, and we had no child, would you still have fallen for me? Lin Xuan's body trembled slightly at her words. But soon he stepped forward, softly wrapped her in his arms, and gently stroked her hair. In a low, firm voice, he said, Even without that night, you and I would have met later and fallen deeply in love. My darling, you can't escape my grasp. He pressed his forehead against hers, his tender breath caressing her face like a spring breeze, filling her with immense reassurance. His words flowed like a babbling brook, nourishing Li Mengyao's soul. She looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. She finally understood that whether or not that night had occurred, their love was destined. Even if Lin Xuan hadn't found her, she would have come to him on her own. Lin Xuan was right. Even without that night, when they met later, he would have fallen deeply in love with her. Who could resist such a beautiful, gentle, and charming pure campus flower? Even if the trajectory of fate shifted, their love would shine like stars, never fading. No more overthinking, okay? Lin Xuan gently pinched Li Mengyao's delicate nose and said with a doting smile. Li Mengyao nodded shyly, a happy smile blooming on her face. Looking at her adorable expression, Lin Xuan couldn't help but kiss her cheek. Li Mengyao's face instantly flushed crimson. She lowered her head bashfully and said in a coquettish tone, I know, but we're outside. With that, she tried to push him away with her small hands. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, then released her. Taking her hand again, he continued strolling through the After a while, Li Mengyao felt a little tired, so they returned home. By then, Huang Shifeng had gone to bed, leaving only Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao in the living room. They sat quietly on the solid wood sofa, playing with their phones. Lin Xuan suddenly noticed a photo album under the coffee table. Curious, he reached for it, but as he was about to open it, Li Mengyao snatched it away swiftly. Honey, you can't look, Li Mengyao said frantically. Why not? Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. No, you just can't. Li Mengyao pouted. Let me guess. Are they your embarrassing childhood photos? Lin Xuan wore a mischievous grin. Since you've said they're embarrassing, that's even more reason not to show you. Li Mengyao pursed her lips, looking to... With that, she clutched the album, stood up, and hurried toward the bedroom. Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly, a faint smile on his lips. There would be plenty of chances to see it later. The next day arrived, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a warm aura enveloping him. He lowered his head and discovered Li Mengyao nestled in his arms, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Unable to resist, he gently kissed her pure forehead. Then Lin Xuan recalled the photo album from last night, a surge of curiosity and anticipation swelling within him. He carefully climbed out of bed, walked to the bedside, crouched down, and groped around until he found the storage box that Li Mengyao had hidden under the bed. He gently opened the lid and indeed found the album. A slight smile of pride appeared at the corners of Lin Xuan's mouth. After all, he and Li Mengyao had been living together for a long time, and he was thoroughly familiar with where she hid her things. Lin Xuan brought the album back to bed and carefully flipped through each page as if entering a time tunnel. The photos in the album caught Lin Xuan's attention. They all depicted Li Mengyao in her childhood. Looking at those chubby, adorable photos, Lin Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Truly, a girl transforms beautifully as she grows up. Lin Xuan fantasized about his wife's childhood memories, chuckling softly as he continued to flip through the album. At that moment, the beauty in his arms stirred gently, but Lin Xuan, engrossed in admiring the album, completely failed to notice that Li Mengyao was gradually waking up. After a while, Li Mengyao finally opened her beautiful eyes, rubbed them, and stretched lazily. Then she yawned and began to wake up. When she turned her head and saw Lin Xuan flipping through her childhood album, a shy expression instantly blossomed on her face. You're awake, my wife." Lin Xuan noticed Li Mengyao's movements and asked with a smile. "Ah, you naughty husband, why are you peeking again?" Li Mengyao pouted adorably, her face filled with shyness. "I accidentally flipped to it," Lin Xuan said with a cheeky grin. "I don't believe you. Hurry and give it back to me." Li Mengyao extended a small hand, signaling Lin Xuan to quickly return the album. "You were quite cute as a child, my wife," Lin Xuan said, helplessly handing the album to Li Mengyao. "Really?" Li Mengyao asked with some doubt. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you?" Lin Xuan smiled gently. "Don't you often trick me into kissing you in various ways?" "That's just a way for couples to enhance their feelings. That can't be called trickery," Lin Xuan said with a thick oomph. Li Mengyao gently huffed, but still rested her small head on Lin Xuan's shoulder, flipping through the album page by page for her husband, happily swinging her little feet. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished looking through the album, they walked out of the bedroom together and came to the living room. At this time, Huang Shifang had already prepared a steaming hot breakfast. "Mom, good morning," Lin Xuan said with a smile. "Good morning, are you hungry?" "Breakfast is ready," Huang Shifang replied with a smile. Thus Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao began to enjoy the delicious breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao took Huang Shifang downstairs to the boutique shop. Huang Shifang carefully examined the small shop, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. "Mom, what kind of store are you planning to open here?" Let me think. How about a convenience store? That way it will be convenient for nearby residents to shop, and it can also earn some money," Huang Shifang suggested. "That's good. Then Mom will have more flexible time to arrange things." Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. The three returned home, and each got busy. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao sat in the lounge chairs on the balcony, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The young couple continued to be lovey-dovey, admiring their surroundings, while discussing their future plans and dreams. Meanwhile, Huang Shifang began preparing for the shop's decoration, thoughtfully considering how to create an attractive convenience store. As evening approached, the sun began to set, and its afterglow gradually faded. Li Mengyao quietly sat on the sofa in the living room, holding a book and reading intently. However, when she casually lifted her head, her gaze was drawn to the scenery outside the window. The sky was filled with vibrant hues of twilight, like a mysterious and spectacular painting unfolding before her. Excitedly, she got up and gracefully walked to the spacious balcony, her eyes fixed on the distance. The evening sun was gradually setting, casting a charming orange glow, as if a layer of soft veil gently covered the entire community. Through the mottled leaves, sunlight poured onto the community's lawn, resembling scattered fragments of gold that sparkled with warm and brilliant light. "Husband, come and see. It's so beautiful." Li Mengyao excitedly turned her head, calling for Lin Xuan to come and admire the stunning view together. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xuan's lips curved into a gentle smile. He quickly walked into the bedroom and took out his Nikon Z7 II camera. Lin Xuan stepped onto the balcony, aiming the lens at Li Mengyao's profile. At that moment, the evening glow enveloped her like a dreamy veil, creating a captivating blush on her cheeks, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xuan pressed the shutter, capturing this exquisite scene. "Wife, shall we go downstairs to the community for a photo? The scenery there will be even better." "Okay." Li Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy. She quickly turned back to the bedroom and changed into a sweet outfit. A white doll-collar t-shirt paired with a fresh green maternity dress. This outfit showcased her elegance and grace while not losing her youthful vitality. "Husband, let's hurry. The sun is about to set." Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xuan's hand and rushed outside. "Wife, slow down, no need to rush." Lin Xuan carefully supported Li Mengyao, fearing she might trip. Soon Lin Xuan brought Li Mengyao downstairs. The two searched for a suitable photo spot and finally found a patch of grassy ground. The lighting here was perfect, bright and just right. At this moment the sun was setting and the afterglow illuminated the sky with an orange hue stunningly beautiful. Li Mengyao stood with her back to the evening glow, gently tucking her hair behind her ear, her face adorned with a serene smile. In that instant Lin Xuan's heart raced. He quickly took out his Nikon camera, carefully adjusting the angle and light, then pressed the shutter button. With a click, a beautiful photo was born. In the photo, Li Mengyao resembled a fairy descending to earth, beautiful and captivating. Her smile radiated like sunlight, warming the hearts of all. After taking photos, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao happily returned home. Once inside, Lin Xuan went into the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Li Mengyao took the Nikon Z7 II and carefully examined the beautiful pictures she had just taken with her mother. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. "Time to eat," Lin Xuan called out. He served 4 dishes and a soup. Now 5 months pregnant with twins, Li Mengyao had a hearty appetite. Li Mengyao cheerfully came to the dining table, swallowing saliva with sparkling eyes. All her favorite dishes were there. Lin Xuan had prepared a plate of braised beef glistening with a ruddy hue, tender and succulent, steamed sea bass fresh and delicate, cumin squid fragrant, with a crispy exterior and tender interior, stir-fried eggplant with tomato sweet and tangy vibrant, and appetizing ew, and a duck meat and winter melon soup light and delicious. These dishes were not only nutritious, but also visually appealing and aromatic. "Wow, smells so good. Honey, you're amazing," Li Mengyao exclaimed excitedly. She approached Lin Xuan, stood on tiptoe, and planted a kiss on his cheek, apparently forgetting that her mother Huang Shifang was watching with a smile. After the kiss, she suddenly realized and blushed deeply, then quietly sat down to eat in small bites. Lin Xuan laughed heartily at her gesture, and quickly picked up a piece of fish to feed her. Li Mengyao opened her mouth, took the fish and chewed slowly, wearing a blissful expression. Seeing her enjoy the food so much, Lin Xuan felt an extra surge of happiness. After finishing the meal, Li Mengyao let out a comfortable little burp. Seeing his wife a bit too full, Lin Xuan smiled with adoration. "Honey, let's rest a while, and then go for a walk," Lin Xuan said, gently patting her shoulder. "Sure, let's stroll along the Jingshui River tonight," she agreed. Li Mengyao nodded in agreement. So after a short rest, they left the house together. Lin Xuan drove a Bentley Continental, taking Li Mengyao to the Jingshui River. When they arrived at the riverbank, Lin Xuan parked the car and took Li Mengyao's hand to stroll along the shore. Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and the full moon hung high in the night sky, casting a bright soft glow. The silvery moonlight spilled over the river's surface, shimmering like a dreamscape. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting Li Mengyao's hair and making it dance in the air. Seeing this, Lin Xuan felt a warm surge in his heart. He reached out tenderly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes full of affection and care. They walked hand in hand, step by step, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a figure approaching from ahead caught Li Mengyao's attention. Her face immediately lit up with surprise, and she greeted cheerfully Teacher Wu. Following her gaze, Lin Xuan saw a middle-aged woman before him. The woman had piercing eyes and a stern countenance, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. From her appearance, she seemed like the kind of strict teacher who commanded respect and a hint of fear. But when she recognized who it was, her expression performed a complete turnaround, replaced by a warm smile. "Oh my. Isn't this Mengyao? When did you come back?" Wu Qingling said with a laugh. "I just got back not long ago," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. "You've become even more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you," Wu Qingling praised. "Thank you, teacher. You still look so young and pretty," Li Mengyao responded politely. Wu Qingling looked Li Mengyao up and down, then suddenly noticed her slightly bulging belly, and asked in surprise, "Mengyao, are you?" "Teacher, I'm already married and pregnant now." Li Mengyao touched her belly and smiled happily. "This is my husband, Lin Xuan." Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xuan over and introduced him. "Hello, Teacher Wu," Lin Xuan greeted with a smile. "Hello, Lin Xuan, you're quite handsome," Wu Qingling nodded with a smile. "Congratulations, Mengyao. I can't believe you're going to be a mother. How time flies," she added with a sigh. Then Li Mengyao and her teacher Wu Qingling sat side by side on a bench by the river, reminiscing about the past, their laughter echoing in the air. Lin Xuan quietly leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, savoring the peace and beauty of the moment. Soon Li Mengyao said goodbye to Teacher Wu. Then Li Mengyao walked over to Lin Xuan and gently patted his shoulder. "Honey, let's keep walking." Lin Xuan turned around, looked at his beautiful wife, and beamed with happiness. Hand in hand, they continued their stroll along the riverbank. Lin Xuan asked curiously, "Was that your Li Mengyao nodded, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Yes, in high school she was really good to me and took great care of me." Thinking of the teacher they had just met, Lin Xuan couldn't help remarking, from her appearance, she seemed a bit strict. Li Mengyao laughed and explained, "Honey, don't be fooled by Teacher Wu's stern face. Actually, she is a very gentle person, but she had to put on a tough front to make the students achieve better results. Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully, then said jokingly, so will our teacher Li be like that in the future? After giving birth, Li Mengyao planned to become a teacher. She paused briefly, then flashed a sweet smile. Maybe. After all, a teacher has to be strict with students. But I believe the kids will love me. Honey, do you think I can intimidate elementary school students like this? Li Mengyao deliberately put on a fierce expression, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Xuan with a menace. Lin Xuan couldn't stop laughing at her act. Ha ha, honey, who would you intimidate like that? He laughed while pinching her cheek, finding her utterly adorable. Hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a little deflated, but still argued why not. I can be really fierce. She again tried to put on a stern face to show her authority. However, Lin Xuan was completely unimpressed, laughing even harder. Seeing that he wasn't afraid of her at all, she got a bit annoyed, and said coquettishly, stop laughing. Huh. The two continued walking forward, and before long they spotted the old man who had been selling candied hawthorns earlier. Grandpa, candied hawthorn and back again. Li Mengyao ran forward excitedly and greeted the old man. Haha, little girl, you're here again. What flavor would you like today? The old man asked with a kindly smile. Li Mengyao stood before the stall, gazing at the colorful, glittering candied hawthorns. Her eyes dazzled, and for a moment she couldn't decide which skewer to choose. Grandpa, please give me a tangerine candied hawthorn. After some hesitation, Li Mengyao finally made her decision and said with a smile to the old man, coming right up. The old man said as he took a skewer of tangerine candied hawthorns from the rack and handed it to Li Mengyao. Then Li Mengyao took Lin Xuan's hand and walked while eating. Honey, why did you buy only one skewer? Where's mine? Lin Xuan said with a smile. No share for hubby. Li Mengyao chuckled triumphantly. The two arrived at an exquisite pavilion by the river, surrounded by lush green trees and pleasant scenery. Honey, let's sit in that pavilion for a while. Li Mengyao pointed at the pavilion and said, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Lin Xuan nodded, took her hand, and led her into the pavilion. Li Mengyao found a spot and sat down, patting her leg as if she was a bit tired. Lin Xuan smiled and sat beside her, gently stroking her hair, and asked softly, would you like me to massage it for you? Sure. Li Mengyao nodded happily and extended her legs toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan gently massaged her calves, his movements soft and meticulous, afraid of hurting her. Li Mengyao enjoyed Lin Xuan's massage while admiring the sparkling river and the surrounding scenery. She relaxed, leaning against Lin Xuan, feeling his warmth. Then she picked up the last remaining candied hawthorn, put it into her mouth, and savored the sweet and sour flavor. Honey, do you want some? Li Mengyao suddenly looked up, a sweet smile on her face, and asked Lin Xuan in a tender voice. I do. Lin Xuan looked at the candied hawthorn in her mouth and swallowed. Here you go. Li Mengyao glanced around to make sure no one was watching. Then she reached out her small hands around Lin Xuan's neck, lifted her head, and pressed her lips to his mouth. Afterward, Li Mengyao pressed her head against Lin Xuan's chest and let out a light laugh. Lin Xuan smiled at the beauty in his arms. It must be said sometimes his wife was quite alluring. But just then, in a distant corner, a figure was staring fixedly at the two. The figure's eyes revealed a trace of resentment and jealousy, as if wanting to devour Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. While having breakfast together, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao discussed their plans for the day. They decided to visit Teacher Wu to thank her for her care during Li Mengyao's high school years. However, considering that Teacher Wu had classes during the day, Li Mengyao arranged with Wu Qingling to visit in the evening. This way they had enough time to prepare gifts and ensure they wouldn't disrupt Teacher Wu's work. As evening approached, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao had nothing else to do, so they decided to first go to the high school Li Mengyao had attended, Jingshui No. 1 High School. They could tour the campus, and Li Mengyao had been clamoring to eat at a fish head noodle soup place near the school, so they could eat first and then visit Teacher Wu. So Lin Xuan drove his Bentley Continental and took Li Mengyao to Jingshui No. 1 High School. After parking the car, he took her hand, and they walked to the school gate. As expected, they were stopped by the security guard. Who are you? The guard called out. Li Mengyao walked up to the guard booth and said with a smile, Uncle Im, an alumna of Jingshui No. 1 High School. I'd like to visit my alma mater. May I go in and have a look? Oh, an alumna. The guard looked them over and asked sternly, do you have any proof? Yes, I do. Li Mengyao took out her phone and showed him her high school graduation certificate. You need to bring the original. The guard looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Sorry, uncle, we didn't bring the original. Li Mengyao looked embarrassed. Lin Xuan stepped forward and asked with a smile, is there any other way? The guard scratched his head, thought for a moment, and replied, there is another way. Find a teacher from the school to I see. Li Mengyao's eyes lit up. She immediately called Wu Qingling and then handed the phone to the guard. The guard took the phone, and upon hearing that it was the renowned teacher, Wu immediately became friendly. "So your teacher was students, please come in." "Thank you." So Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao entered the school. As he walked, Lin Xuan surveyed the school grounds were not large, but the teaching buildings were neatly arranged. A tense atmosphere permeated the campus. Perhaps most high schools were like this. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly. At that moment, Li Mengyao smiled and said softly, "Honey, follow me." Then the two walked side by side and arrived at a display board. Li Mengyao pointed at the board and said happily, "Look, honey, this is mine." Lin Xuan followed her finger and saw on the board clearly written Li Mengyao in 2021, the Jingshui City Liberal Arts Champion, with an astonishing score of 643 points, and successfully enrolled in Jinghai University. Lin Xuan carefully examined the text and the photo on the board, which also bore a picture of Li Mengyao from her high school days. In the picture, she wore a blue summer uniform, had her hair in a ponytail, and smiled at the camera, looking fresh and beautiful. Goodness, his wife was also a champion. "Honey, you were also a champion. Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Xuan said with a smile. "You didn't ask, did you?" "Ha!" Li Mengyao's radiant smile made hearts tremble. "Mengyao." Suddenly a voice called out from behind them. Wu Qingling walked over gracefully, holding a delicate handbag. "Mengyao, why did you suddenly come to school this afternoon?" she asked gently, a warm smile gracing her lips, while also nodding to Lin Xuan. "Well, I just suddenly wanted to come back and take a look at my alma mater, reminiscing about the past." Li Mengyao smiled. "Have you two eaten yet?" Wu Qingling asked with concern. "Ah, we have eaten," Li Mengyao replied hesitantly, her voice noticeably lacking confidence. Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. His wife truly had no talent for lying. She was probably still thinking about that delicious fish head soup noodle shop near the school. "Lying? Why are you being so polite with a teacher? Let's go eat at the teacher's house." Wu Qingling glanced at the two of them, and as an experienced teacher, she saw through Li Mengyao's lie at a glance. "Then sorry for the trouble, teacher." Li Mengyao sighed helplessly. "Mengyao, from what you're saying, do you not want to go to the teacher's house for dinner?" Wu Qingling deliberately put on a serious face as she looked at her. "No, I really want to go." Li Mengyao hurriedly waved her hands instantly, wearing an expression of great anticipation. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lin Xuan and Wu Qingling exchanged amused glances and then burst into laughter. Thus the three of them headed to the school parking lot. "Mengyao, Lin Xuan, get in the car," Wu Qingling said, unlocking the door of her BYD Han with the key, turning to the two of them. She thought the two young ones must have taken a taxi here. After all, it was quite rare for young people of this age to have a car, let alone a luxury car. However, when she saw Li Mengyao and Lin Xuan not walking towards her car, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. "Teacher, we drove ourselves," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Qingling asked with some confusion, "Did you drive here?" She remembered that Li Mengyao's family background was not very good, but now she was driving a car, which surprised. "Yes," Li Mengyao nodded with a smile. "All right, then just follow my car, or you can use the navigation." With that, she hopped into the car. Soon after, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned to their Bentley Continental, following the BYD Han as it slowly drove towards the school. Before long, the two cars stopped in the parking lot of a residential complex. Wu Qingling saw a Bentley Continental closely following her through the rearview mirror, which had a license plate from another city, making her feel a bit puzzled. However, on second thought, it could also be that some wealthy person came to this small fourth-tier city to experience the feeling of a paradise. So she got out of the car, preparing to call Li Mengyao to ask where they were. "Hello, Mengyao, where are you?" Wu Qingling took out her phone and dialed. "Teacher, we have arrived," came Li Mengyao's voice from the other end of the line. Wu Qingling looked around in confusion, only to see Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao getting out of that Bentley Continental. She was instantly left speechless with her jaw dropped. "Mengyao, is this Bentley your car?" Wu Qingling's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked. "Yes, it was bought by Lin Xuan." Li Mengyao nodded and replied with a smile. "Lin Xuan, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy," Wu Qingling exclaimed. At this moment, she had already labeled Lin Xuan as a rich second generation. How could someone so young have so much money? Did he truly have genuine feelings for Mengyao? With this thought, Wu Qingling frowned, realizing she needed to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Mengyao. "Teacher." Li Mengyao waved her small hand in front of Wu Qingling's eyes, interrupting her thoughts. Sorry, I just spaced out. Let's head up." Wu Qingling smiled apologetically, then led Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao to her home. As soon as she opened the door, a cute little boy jumped into her arms like a cheerful little bird. He blinked his big eyes and said with a beaming smile, "Mommy, you finally came back." Wu Qingling immediately shed her stern teacher image from school, her eyes filled with endless tenderness. She gently stroked the child's head and softly asked, "Lele, were you good at home today?" The little boy proudly nodded and replied, "I was very good, mommy." Then he curiously stared at Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao hiding behind Wu Qingling, pointing at them with his little finger, and asked in confusion, "Mommy, who are they?" Wu Qingling smiled and explained, "They are students of mine from the past. You should call them brother and sister." After hearing this, Lele obediently nodded and greeted Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, saying, "Brother, sister, hello. My name is Lele, and I am already 8 years old." Li Mengyao happily patted Lele's little head, praising, "Lele, you are so cute." Then everyone walked into the living room together. Lin Xuan took out a carefully prepared gift box and handed it to Wu Qingling gratefully, saying, "Teacher Wu, this is a gift we specially prepared for you to thank you for taking such good care of Mengyao during high school." "Oh, what's this for?" "That's what teachers should do. Please take it back." Wu Qingling hurriedly declined. "Teacher Wu, please accept it. It's not anything expensive, just a small token of our appreciation," Lin Xuan said with a smile, gently placing the gift box on the table. Seeing Lin Xuan so insistent, Wu Qingling no longer refused and nodded in thanks, saying, "All right, then thank you both." At this moment, Wu Qingling couldn't help but feel that this young man Lin Xuan was not only polite, but also very cultured, and her impression of him improved significantly. "Lele, you stay here and play with brother and sister in the living room for a while. Mommy will go prepare dinner," Wu Qingling said gently to her son. "Okay." Lele obediently nodded. Then Wu Qingling turned and walked into the kitchen, starting to busily prepare dinner. At that moment, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao sat on the sofa in the living room, both smiling softly as they watched Lele. Lele, holding a toy, stood at a distance, his eyes fixed on Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao, seemingly "Lele, come play with sister over here," Li Mengyao said with a beaming smile, waving at Lele. However, at that moment, Lele gently shook his head, his big eyes fixed on Lin Xuan, revealing a hint of fear. "Honey, can you sit on the other side? I feel like Lele seems a bit afraid of you," Li Mengyao said softly. "Huh? Do I look scary?" Lin Xuan looked at Li Mengyao's disgusted expression and couldn't help but touch his own face, puzzled. "I mean, I'm quite handsome." "Oh, just sit across from me," Li Mengyao said as she nudged Lin Xuan, indicating for him to sit opposite. Lin Xuan shook his head helplessly and could only get up and walk to the opposite seat. As soon as Lin Xuan sat down, Li Mengyao called to Lele again, saying, "Lele, come over here, I have candy for you." She said this while taking out a milk candy from her bag, waving it in the air, trying to attract Lele's attention. "Mommy said you can't eat candy from strangers." Although Lele said this, his big round eyes were fixated on the tempting milk candy, his little mouth slightly open, as if drooling. In the end, Lele's body honestly walked over to sit beside Li Mengyao, reaching out his small hand to take the alluring milk candy. "Lele, didn't I tell you not to take candy from strangers?" Li Mengyao giggled like a child, her smile stretching from ear to ear. "Big sister is teacher's student, so she's not a stranger," Lele replied innocently, then eagerly tore open the candy wrapper and popped it into his mouth, looking utterly content. "And what about this big brother?" Li Mengyao pointed at Lin Xuan and asked with a smile. Lele blinked, scrutinized Lin Xuan for a moment, then furrowed his brows and said, "He looks a bit like a bad uncle." "Bad uncle?" Lin Xuan was utterly bewildered by this assessment. "Ha ha ha." Li Mengyao couldn't contain herself any longer, her eyes crinkled with mirth. "Lele, you're just too adorable." Li Mengyao laughed as she gently pinched Lele's cheek. After a while, Wu Qingling had prepared a sumptuous dinner. "Time for dinner, everyone." They gathered around the table and began their meal. "Lin Xuan, how did you and Wu Qingling finally gave in to her curiosity during the meal. "We met at the university library," Lin Xuan replied calmly. "You're also a student at Jinghai University?" Wu Qingling asked in surprise. This caught her off guard. Jinghai University was one of the top universities in the country. Getting in meant Lin Xuan was an exceptional student. "Yes, I'm in the same cohort as Mengyao," Lin Xuan said. "Teacher, did you know?" Lin Xuan was the top science student in the Yunhai City College entrance exams that year. Li Mengyao smiled. A top science student. This wealthy young man wasn't ordinary. "You two really are a perfect match, a top science student and a top liberal arts student." Wu Qingling smiled. After dinner, everyone returned to the living room to chat. Li Mengyao and Wu Qingling reminisced about their high school days while Lin Xuan listened quietly. Little Lele sat in front of the TV, engrossed in his favorite cartoon. Just then, a mouth-watering cake appeared on the screen. Lele's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help drooling. He turned to his mother and said, "Mom, I really want some cake." "We just finished dinner, why would you want cake?" Wu Qingling refused flatly. "Mom, I really want some." Lele whined. "Where am I supposed to get a cake now?" Wu Qingling said. We could order delivery. Lele pointed at his mother's phone. Delivery food isn't clean. Wu Qingling refused again. Teacher, do you have flour, eggs, milk, and baking soda at home? Seeing how much Lele craved cake, Lin Xuan decided to make one for him. Yes, I do. Can you bake a cake, Lin Xuan? Wu Qingling was a bit surprised. Just a little. I can try to make a small cake for Lele. Lin Xuan smiled gently. Then he'll trouble you. Everything's in the kitchen. At her wits' end with her son, Wu Qingling led Lin Xuan to the kitchen and showed him the ingredients. Lin Xuan then busied himself in the kitchen. Watching his practiced movements and focused expression, Wu Qingling couldn't help but feel impressed. This young man didn't seem like a pampered rich kid, he looked more like an experienced chef. Wu Qingling nodded approvingly and returned to the living room sofa. At that moment, Li Mengyao asked curiously, Teacher, isn't Uncle home? Wu Qingling replied, he has overtime at work tonight, he won't be back for dinner. Then she asked with concern, Mengyao, tell me honestly, is Lin Xuan good to you? Li Mengyao paused for a moment, then broke into a brilliant smile. Lin Xuan treats me very well. Why do you ask, teacher? She felt a little puzzled. Why did everyone around her ask the same question? Wu Qingling explained earnestly, many rich second-generation types are fickle. They treat you well because you're pretty now, but once they get bored they'll discard you. I'm worried about you. Teacher, Lin Xuan isn't a rich kid. He started his own company. Li Mengyao smiled gently. Wu Qingling was pleasantly surprised. Is that so? Then I'm happy for you. At this moment, Wu Qingling truly admired Lin Xuan. A man who doted on his wife could cook and had a career. Such men were truly rare. About an hour later, Lin Xuan brought out an exquisite chocolate cake. Wow, big brother is amazing. Lele danced with joy. Am I still a bad uncle now? Lin Xuan smiled. No, you're a handsome big brother. Lele eagerly grabbed a spoon, scooped up a mouthful of cake, and stuffed it in, looking utterly satisfied. This kid is a real little imp. Lin Xuan ruffled Lele's hair. Time passed until around 9. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao bid farewell to Teacher Wu. Come visit again sometime. Wu Qingling smiled. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Li Mengyao smiled. Then Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand to the parking lot where the Bentley Continental awaited. Lin Xuan opened the door for Li Mengyao to get in first, then walked around to the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the engine and head home, Li Mengyao called out to him. Honey, I'm a little hungry. Lin Xuan turned to look at her. She gazed back with adorable eyes. Lin Xuan gently stroked her head and soothed. Sweetheart, let's hurry home then. They'll cook you something delicious. But Li Mengyao shook her head and pouted. But I want to have fish head soup noodles. I haven't had it in ages. They'll make it for you at home. Lin Xuan coaxed softly. He still didn't want his wife to eat out. We don't have any fish heads at home. Just let me have a few bites, okay? You can have the rest. Li Mengyao pouted and insisted. Under the onslaught of her cajoling and adorable pleas, Lin Xuan reluctantly agreed. Lin Xuan drove to a fish head soup noodle shop near Jingshui No. 1 middle school. Though small, the place was bustling with many people savoring its delicious noodles. After parking, Lin Xuan led Li Mengyao inside. They found a seat and waited for their order. Soon a steaming bowl of fish head soup noodles was set before Li Mengyao. She inhaled the fragrant aroma, her eyes sparkling with delight, and eagerly picked up her chopsticks to start eating. Lin Xuan sat beside her, watching her enjoy every bite, a feeling of happiness swelling in his heart. Before he knew it, Li Mengyao had devoured more than half the bowl. Honey, didn't you say just a few bites? The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room as a new day began. Li Mengyao was still immersed in her beautiful dreams, only to be awakened by an enticing aroma. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and followed the fragrance out of the bedroom. As soon as she entered the dining room, she saw Lin Xuan placing a bowl of steaming fish head soup noodles on the dining table. In the creamy white fish soup, the translucent rice noodles were faintly visible, with tender fish heads partially concealed and green scallions and cilantro scattered like stars. Staring at the delicious food before her, Li Mengyao was momentarily stunned, and even drool dripped from her mouth. Dear, look at your drool. Lin Xuan said with a smile, gently taking a tissue to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. Honey, I'm going to wash up now. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Li Mengyao snapped back to reality and hurried back to the bathroom to freshen up. Soon she eagerly sat down at the dining table, ready to enjoy the delicious meal. She picked up her chopsticks and gently stirred the fish head soup noodles, letting every strand of rice noodles soak up the savory fish broth, then picked up a bite and placed it in her mouth to savor. So delicious. Honey, you are amazing. Li Mengyao couldn't help but exclaim, her face radiating happiness. This is hundreds of times better than what I had at that restaurant yesterday. Will you make this for me often in the future, dear? Lin Xuan smiled. Sure, Li Mengyao replied with a sweet smile. He had tasted a large portion of the fish head soup noodles yesterday, and using his 5-star chef skills had a good idea of how to prepare it. After breakfast, Lin Xuan held Li Mengyao's hand, and they went downstairs in their community. They were going to check on the renovation progress of Huang Shifang's shop. Upon arriving at the shop's entrance, they found Huang Shifang seriously supervising the renovation workers. Despite the hot weather, she still remembered to care for the workers' well-being, bringing in a fan to cool everyone down and thoughtfully purchasing some cold drinks. In addition, she carefully guided the workers, ensuring that the renovation would be completed according to her ideal vision. Mom. Li Mengyao's face lit up with a happy smile as she called out lightly. Hey Yao, what are you doing here? It's dusty everywhere, which is bad for your health. Hurry back home. Huang Shifang turned her head, looking at her daughter with concern. It's okay, I'm just here to take a look from a distance, Li Mengyao smiled in response. Mom, what kind of name are you planning to give the shop, eh? Lin Xuan asked curiously. Huang Shifang thought for a moment, and then said, How about calling it Fangfang Convenience Store? Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao nodded in agreement with the name. Then Huang Shifang urged, if you have nothing else to do, you can go back and rest. They'll handle things here. Alright, then just make sure to take care of yourself, and don't overwork yourself, Li Mengyao reminded. Got it, you two hurry back now. Huang Shifang waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao then retraced their steps. Just as they were on their way back, a voice called out to them. Mengyao. The two turned around to see Li Mengyao's childhood friend Chen Tingting. She stood not far away, looking at Li Mengyao with surprise. Mengyao, when did you come back? You didn't even say a word. Chen Tingting exclaimed happily with a hint of reproach in her tone. I just returned not long ago. Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Chen Tingting approached, quickly scrutinizing Li Mengyao. Wow, Mengyao, your belly. Are you pregnant already? Her voice was filled with astonishment. Li Mengyao gently touched her belly and nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm already over 5 months pregnant. Wow. Chen Tingting was so excited she nearly jumped. Congratulations, congratulations. I can be a godmother now, haha. She happily grabbed Li Mengyao's hand and said, by the way, come to my house tonight, let's catch up properly. Li Mengyao readily agreed, sure, see you tonight. Chen Tingting nodded happily, then politely greeted Lin Xuan before turning to leave. As night fell, the city's lights gradually brightened. Li Mengyao, after a simple makeover, happily headed to Chen Tingting's house. Since Chen Tingting also lived in the Times Garden, Li Mengyao reached her destination after strolling through the community for a while. She arrived in front of Unit E room 3201A and gently pressed the doorbell. A cheerful response came from inside, coming. Soon after, the door opened, revealing Chen Tingting's warm smile. Mengyao, come in. Chen Tingting warmly invited Li Mengyao inside, carefully assisting her into the room. Tingting, are you living here alone? Li Mengyao curiously looked around the environment, wearing a faint smile. Chen Tingting nodded and replied, yes, I want to live independently and not listen to my parents nagging all day. As she spoke, she led Li Mengyao to the spacious and bright living room, allowing her to comfortably sit on the soft sofa. Then Chen Tingting went to the fridge, took out a cup of chilled cola, and handed it to Li Mengyao. Tingting, I can't drink cola now that I'm pregnant. Li Mengyao gently shook her head and said softly. Chen Tingting looked surprised and asked, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. But all I have at home are these carbonated drinks. It's fine, just give me a cup of hot water, Li Mengyao smiled. Chen Tingting nodded and quickly turned to pour a steaming cup of water for Li Mengyao. Mengyao, are you already pregnant? This speed is like riding a rocket. Chen Tingting looked at her in surprise, unable to help but exclaim. I accidentally got pregnant. Li Mengyao's face turned slightly red. Chen Tingting curiously asked, is Lin Xuan treating you well? Is he taking good care of you and the baby? He's great. I feel like everyone around me asks the same question. Li Mengyao chuckled. Chen Tingting sighed enviously, saying, I'm really envious that you found your own love, unlike me, still single. Then she began to complain. If I hadn't moved out, my family would definitely nag me every day to go on blind. They always say, Tingting, you're not young anymore, you should go find a partner. It's so annoying. It's already exhausting working all day and then coming home to listen to these preachy words. It's simply unbearable. Chen Tingting launched into a rant. Meanwhile, Li Mengyao sat quietly beside her, listening attentively, occasionally laughing at the funny parts. After catching up, Li Mengyao prepared to head home. Mengyao, let me walk you back, Chen Tingting said with concern, noticing her belly and feeling a bit uneasy. It's okay, we live in the same community, it's very close, Li Mengyao smiled, refusing Chen Tingting's kindness. Alright then, just make sure to be careful, Chen Tingting advised. Li Mengyao nodded and walked towards the door. She opened it and left Chen Tingting's house, heading downstairs. As Li Mengyao reached the community garden, the moonlight shone on her, warm and comforting. She strolled along the path, enjoying the gentle touch of the breeze on her face. However, just as she was halfway through her walk, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking her way. Alarm! There is a dangerous individual ahead of the owner. Please take precautions. The pink diamond tech watch on Li Mengyao's wrist emitted an alarm sound. The figure slowly stepped forward, revealing his true identity. Li Jia, how could you be here? Li Mengyao took a small step back, watching the man before her with caution. Why can't it be me? He's just a pampered rich second generation. What's so special about him? Li Jia shouted angrily. My husband is not a pampered rich second generation. This has nothing to do with you. Li Mengyao's gaze was icy, her tone resolute. She would never allow anyone to slander her husband. I am the one who truly cares for you, Mengyao. Don't you understand my feelings? I've never had any other thoughts about you. It was like this before, and it still is now. Li Jia shouted excited. Fine. Since I can't have it, no one else can. Li Mengyao responded angrily. Suddenly Li Jia noticed Li Mengyao's protruding belly, as if struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he stammered. Then he pulled out a sharp fruit knife from behind him. Li Jia calmed down. Seeing this, Li Mengyao was instantly flustered, but she quickly composed herself and quietly reached into her bag. She knew that if she tried to run now, she wouldn't be able to escape Li Jia, especially with her belly. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan also received an alert from the Black Diamond Technology watch at home. Seeing that his wife was in danger, a look of anxiety and worry crossed his face as he stood up from the sofa and rushed towards the door. When Lin Xuan opened the door, a strong sense of urgency surged within him. He hurried towards the elevator, repeatedly pressing the button, but the elevator remained unresponsive, the display stuck on the third floor. As time ticked away, Lin Xuan grew increasingly anxious. Unable to wait for the elevator, he decided to take the stairs instead. Utilizing his enhanced physique from the system, he grasped the railing tightly and jumped down without hesitation. Each leap felt like a challenge to his limits as Lin Xuan dashed down the stairs with the speed of a hero from an action movie. Finally, Lin Xuan reached the bottom and sprinted toward the direction of his wife. Meanwhile, Li Jia was slowly closing in on Li Mengyao, his eyes flashing with malice. Just then, Li Mengyao's hand in her bag tightened around something, seemingly preparing to make a final stand. Suddenly, the pink diamond technology watch on her wrist flashed a beam of light. This beam of light instantly triggered a sudden gust of wind, howling as it swept in, accompanied by swirling leaves. Damn it, where did this wind come from? Li Jia was caught off guard by the sudden gust, his vision blurred and unable to see what lay ahead. He desperately tried to shield his face with his hands, attempting to withstand the powerful wind. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mengyao swiftly turned to flee. Her steps were unsteady, and despite her belly, she ran with all her might. However, due to her pregnancy, her movements were clearly restricted, and she wasn't able to run very fast. At the moment when the automatic protection mechanism of the pink diamond technology watch failed, Li Jia finally regained his senses and began to madly chase after Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao remained highly alert, and when Li Jia was about to catch up, she quickly pulled out her pepper spray from her bag and aimed it at him. However, at that moment, Lin Xuan suddenly burst out from the nearby bushes. A scream echoed. Lin Xuan kicked fiercely at Li Jia, knocking him down before swiftly pressing him to the ground. He firmly grasped Li Jia's collar, raising his enormous fist to rain down blows on Li Jia's face. Li Mengyao was momentarily stunned, seeing it was her husband, and she instantly felt a sense of relief. As her emotions gradually calmed, she realized that she had to stop Lin Xuan or things could get worse. Husband, stop it! Li Mengyao shouted anxiously. However, Lin Xuan seemed not to hear her words, continuing to swing his fists relentlessly at Li Jia. His eyes were cold and merciless. At this point, Li Jia was already battered and bruised, as if Lin Xuan was truly going to beat him to death. Husband! Li Mengyao called out again loudly. This time Lin Xuan finally heard his wife's voice, his fist hovering in midair, stopping. His eyes remained vacant and lifeless, staring blankly at Li Mengyao, as if he had lost his soul. Husband, stop it! Let's call the police and let them handle it. Li Mengyao tightly hugged Lin Xuan, trying to use her warmth to awaken his reason. Lin Xuan's body trembled slightly, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating. He took a deep breath, slowly unclenching his fist, gently embracing Li Mengyao. Lin Xuan's voice was hoarse as he strove to calm himself. He truly could not believe how his life would unfold if, had he arrived a moment later, something had happened to Li Mengyao. Soon the property staff of the community rushed to the scene and called the police. Ultimately, the police arrived and took Li Jia, Lin Xuan, and Li Mengyao to the police station. After a round of questioning and investigation, the police reviewed the relevant surveillance footage and made a judgment based on the evidence. Li Jia had attempted to commit murder with a knife, but failed. Next, the police took detailed statements from Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao documenting the entire incident and its details. After finishing the statements, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao prepared to leave the police station. At that moment, a police officer approached Lin Xuan and said, "Fortunately, your wife stopped you in time. Otherwise, if it was deemed excessive self-defense, you would also face trouble." "I understand, thank you," Lin Xuan replied gratefully. Afterward, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao returned home. Just as they entered, Huang Shifang rushed over anxiously. Her eyes were filled with concern, her tone tinged with anxiety. "Yao Yao, are you okay? Are you hurt? Let Mom take a look." Li Mengyao showed a hint of fatigue on her face, but still forced a smile to reassure her mother, "Mom, I'm fine. I just got a bit of a scare, don't worry. It's all right now, it's all right. You two should go rest now." Huang Shifang finally sighed in relief, gently patting her chest. After Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao finished their shower, they lay down together on the soft and comfortable bed. At this moment, Lin Xuan tightly embraced Li Mengyao, feeling her warmth and sense of security. Lin Xuan lowered his head, his voice deep and hoarse, "I'm sorry, my wife." Li Mengyao slightly lifted her head, looking at Lin Xuan, gently smiling as she asked, "Husband, why are you saying sorry to me?" Lin Xuan's eyes revealed guilt and self-blame. "I didn't protect you well. If I had arrived a moment later." He couldn't bear to imagine the consequences, his voice gradually lowering. At that moment, Li Mengyao clearly saw Lin Xuan's eyes turn red. She reached out to touch Lin Xuan's face, comforting him. "Husband, don't think too much. Aren't I fine now? We should be a little happier." Then Li Mengyao continued, "Husband, actually, I wasn't scared at that moment." Her eyes sparkled with determination. "Because I knew you would definitely come to save me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's deep eyes widened instantly, his heart brimming with emotion and astonishment. He had never expected his wife to trust him so completely. "Besides, I still have the pepper spray if needed," Li Mengyao said with a faint smile. Lin Xuan held her tightly and said earnestly, "Honey, from now on I will protect you well. There won't be any more accidents like this." Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xuan, her eyes full of affection. I trust you." They gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Lin Xuan couldn't help but cup Li Mengyao's face, gently kissing her forehead, then her cheeks, and finally lingering on her tempting lips. In the following days, Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao stayed mostly at home, rarely going out. Lin Xuan was almost always glued to Li Mengyao's side, following her wherever she went. Once when Li Mengyao suddenly needed to use the restroom, she got up and walked toward it. Lin Xuan saw this and followed. "I'm going to the bathroom." Li Mengyao turned back and glared at him. "Even going to the bathroom requires caution. Let your husband come with you," Lin Xuan said worriedly. "No." With that, Li Mengyao entered the restroom and locked the door. As soon as she sat down on the toilet, she heard knocking from outside. "Honey, are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? Don't lock the door." "No, I don't," Li Mengyao replied. "Honey, he'll call out to you every 10 seconds. You need to respond or he'll break down the door," Lin Xuan shouted. Li Mengyao sighed heavily. Was her husband beyond saving? "Honey, 10 seconds are up." "You're so annoying." Lin Xuan stood outside the door, still feeling uneasy. He kept pressing his ear against the door to listen for any sounds inside, fearing that something might happen to Li Mengyao. After a while, Li Mengyao finally came out of the restroom. "Honey, are you okay?" Lin Xuan asked with concern. "What could happen?" "I was just using the restroom," Li Mengyao said, rolling her eyes at him. "That's good. From now on, no matter what you do, tell your husband," Lin Xuan said. "I know you worry, Ward," Li Mengyao replied with a smile. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling across the room. A new day had begun. Lin Xuan and Li Mengyao rose early, preparing to go out. Li Mengyao was now 23 weeks pregnant and needed to return to Jinghai City People's Hospital for another prenatal checkup. Huang Shifang carried a bulging large bag, trying to stuff it into the trunk of the car. "Mom, you don't need to bring so many things. We're only going for one day and coming back tomorrow," Li Mengyao said gently. Huang Shifang slapped her forehead. "Oh, my memory. I forgot all about that. All right then, you must be careful on the road." Having said that, she went back inside and fetched some fruits. "Got it, Mom, don't worry," Lin Xuan replied with a smile, then took Li Mengyao's hand and walked to the Bentley Continental parked downstairs. He opened the door and helped Li Mengyao into the car. Then he started the engine, activating the top-tier driving system. With the roar of the engine, the Bentley Continental slowly drove toward Jinghai City People's Hospital. Lin Xuan turned to look at Li Mengyao and said tenderly, "Honey, you can rest in the car. By the time you wake up, we'll almost be at the hospital." Li Mengyao nodded, adjusted the seat angle, and soon drifted into a dreamland. Time ticked by. After nearly 4 hours of driving, the Bentley Continental slowly entered the gates of Jinghai City People's Hospital. "Honey, we're here." Lin Xuan gently awakened the sleeping beauty in his arms. "We're here." Li Mengyao stirred from her slumber, her beautiful eyes half open, still drowsy. Thanks to Lin Xian's thorough preparations and precise timing of their arrival, they only had to wait a few minutes before it was Li Mengyao's turn. For a pregnant woman in her 5th month, this prenatal exam still focused on routine checks, including an ultrasound and Down syndrome screening. Additionally, at this stage, the fetal heartbeats could be heard through professional equipment. A female doctor held a Doppler fetal heart rate monitor, carefully searching for the heartbeats of the 2 little lives on Li Mengyao's abdomen. Finally, the female doctor found the faint yet strong heartbeats of the 2 little ones. "Doctor, can I listen?" Lin Xian could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, the female doctor nodded with a smile. Under the doctor's patient guidance, Lin Xian pressed his ear to the stethoscope and finally heard the baby's heartbeats firsthand. The rhythmic thumping like a heavenly melody melted his heart. "Honey, come listen." Lin Xian eagerly handed the stethoscope to Li Mengyao. Then Li Mengyao also heard the baby's sounds and wore a sweet smile. After the series of tests, the doctor told them that the baby's heartbeats, body structure, and all other indicators were normal, and the babies were developing very healthily. After the checkup, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to Jinwan Mansion just before noon. Lin Xian then went into the kitchen to cook. After eating, they lay down on the soft, large bed. Li Mengyao gently stroked Lin Xian's cheek, while Lin Xian quietly gazed at his wife's beautiful face, his heart filled with love. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out again in Lin Xian's mind. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the 5th month prenatal checkup." Considering the host's recent strong desire to protect Li Mengyao and the babies, the system will dispatch a futuristic female robot as Li Mengyao's personal bodyguard. She will remain hidden and protect Li Mengyao whenever Lin Xian is not around. The system is truly impressive. With a female robot bodyguard, Lin Xian no longer has to worry about his wife's safety like before. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously crept onto the corners of Lin Xian's mouth. Just then a sudden sharp pain struck him. "Husband, what are you laughing at? You're ignoring me." Li Mengyao pouted and said with a hint of annoyance. Lin Xian then came to his senses, lowering his head to look at his wife in his arms. "I recalled something happy," Lin Xian said gently with a smile. "Oh, is it because your wife is about to give birth?" Li Mengyao mischievously raised her eyebrows and teased. Hearing his wife's playful banter, Lin Xian naturally did not let it slide. He then leaned down and captured her delicate red lips, their mouths pressed tightly together. As afternoon arrived, Lin Xian slowly awakened from his slumber. He opened his eyes to see Li Mengyao's beautiful face close to his, a sweet smile gracing her lips, looking utterly satisfied. Lin Xian gazed closely at Li Mengyao. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her smooth, fair oval face was flawless, her beauty astonishing. Lin Xian couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful his wife was, feeling he could never get enough of her. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Li Mengyao's radiant forehead. Then he cautiously got out of bed and left the bedroom. Lin Xian came to the living room, turned on the television, and casually watched some videos. After a while, he walked into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Li Mengyao. After finishing dinner, Lin Xian returned to the living room, quietly sitting on the sofa, playing on his phone, waiting for his wife to wake up. Some time passed. "Husband." A soft call came from the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately stood up from the sofa and hurried towards the bedroom. He gently pushed the door open and saw Li Mengyao lazily lying on the bed, her beautiful big eyes gazing at him. "Wife, have you woken up?" Lin Xian asked with concern. Li Mengyao slightly lifted her head, her face showing a hint of fatigue and a